Lu Qing, a starving scholar in a harsh ancient era, stood outside his dilapidated thatched hut. The bitter winter had left him surviving on wild vegetables. Suddenly, ruthless government runners arrived at his door, threatening him with forced conscription if he refused their absolute mandate. The brutal law demanded forced marriages to populate the war-torn empire. Unclaimed women faced horrific fates as tribute to savage tribes. Among them stood Han Xionyang, a breathtaking beauty shunned by everyone due to a deadly rumor. They called her cursed, destined to kill her husbands. While villagers picked sturdy women for hard farm labor, Lu Qing stepped forward. Ignoring the mocking whispers and death warnings, he pointed directly at the weeping beauty. "I choose her," he declared. Xionyang trembled with overwhelming gratitude, saved from a frozen hell in the savage north. Just as he signed the marriage papers, the grinning official blocked his path. "Not so fast," the runner sneered. "By the new imperial decree, a scholar must marry exactly 3 wives. With empty pockets and a ruined reputation, how would this poor scholar build his empire?" Lu Qing stepped out of his ruined, thatched hut, holding a worn bamboo basket. He gazed at the distant lush mountains, his mind heavy. He needed to dig up wild vegetables to repay Aunt Zhang, who had generously kept him alive through the brutally cold winter. 3 months ago, during a violent snowstorm, Lu Qing mysteriously crossed over from a bright modern world into the unfamiliar Daong dynasty. The original owner's father, a former village chief, had exhausted their wealth for his education. Sadly, 10 years of bitter study yielded nothing useful. He only passed the lowest scholar exam. In this struggling empire, a mere scholar title offered no real power, only tax exemptions. The government had canceled all scholar subsidies due to massive financial pressure from paying heavy tributes to the northern tribes after a humiliating treaty. His father had died at the hands of mountain bandits 3 years ago, leading to the family's complete decline. Facing 4 bare walls, starvation, and freezing temperatures, the original owner had ended his own life in despair, inadvertently giving the modern Lu Qing a second chance. Thanks to the kind care and meager food donations from the impoverished villagers, Lu Qing barely survived the agonizing winter. Just as he was contemplating his bleak future, loud voices echoed from the courtyard entrance, immediately snapping him out of his deep, troubled thoughts. "Are you Lu Qing, the scholar of Monglong village?" a harsh voice demanded. Lu Qing looked up and saw 2 intimidating government runners standing at his gate. Beside them stood Lu Shizai, the elderly new chief of Monglong village, wearing a very complex expression. "I am Lu Qing," replied respectfully. He dared not show any negligence toward the officials. He stepped forward, acknowledging his identity, and quickly turned to the village chief Lu Shizai, asking what exactly was happening to warrant such a sudden and official visit. "It is a great thing." Lu Shizai beamed, looking at Lu Qing with an overly enthusiastic smile. "A great thing." Lu Qing was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom what possible good fortune could fall upon this starving, desperately impoverished body in such terrible times. "What great thing?" Lu Qing asked cautiously. "We are delivering a wife to you," Lu Shizai announced proudly. Lu Qing froze completely in place. Delivering a wife? Was he dreaming? Could such an absurdly wonderful thing actually happen to someone as destitute as him? "You are getting older, Lu Qing. It is time to start a family. Since normal matchmaking failed, we will use the government's arranged marriage system. She might not be a premium lady, but having a woman at home changes everything," Lu Shizai advised earnestly. Hearing this, Lu Qing finally remembered the harsh reality of this world. Decades of continuous warfare had severely depleted the Daong dynasty's population. To rapidly restore numbers, the imperial court enacted a draconian law. All citizens of age were strictly mandated to marry immediately. If you failed to marry, the government used forceful methods to pair couples. This blind matching meant you had no idea who your partner would be. They could be notoriously lazy, severely disabled, or possess terrible temperaments. It was a terrifying gamble with fate. For example, Zheng Manton from the neighboring village was a lazy cripple, yet he was assigned a beautiful wife who could only accept her tragic fate. Similarly, Scholar Wang, preparing for the provincial exams, was forced to marry a woman more muscular than his bodyguards. The imperial court did not care about personal feelings or happiness. They only desired rapid population growth. In the eyes of the ruthless rulers, ordinary citizens were merely breeding tools. Refusing a forced marriage resulted in devastating fines that would ruin an entire extended family. Men who resisted were drafted into the deadly military or sent to brutal labor camps. Women were degraded to slaves and sent as tribute. This tribute was part of a humiliating treaty signed with the fierce Turkic and Jurchen tribes to maintain a fragile peace. Every year, the Daong dynasty paid human tribute. 1 woman equaled 5 taels of silver. These women suffered inhuman treatment in the north. They were thrown into gladiator arenas to fight each other, and countless women froze to death during the unforgiving winters without clothes. Lu Shizai had previously tried to match Lu Qing with the Meng family's daughter. However, knowing Lu Qing's extreme poverty, the Meng family furiously refused. They believed marrying him was a death sentence, preferring their daughter to become a wealthy man's concubine instead. "Can I refuse?" Lu Qing asked with a cautious probing tone. Refuse. You will be stripped of your scholar title, your home confiscated, and sent to the army. The runner glared impatiently. How dare a mere scholar defy the iron laws of the Imperial court? I am willing to solve the court's problems, Lu Qing quickly declared. With his fragile body, the army meant certain death. Besides, a wife was a wife. He decided to risk it all. Lu Qing followed Lu Shizai and the runners to the village entrance. At the village entrance, the entire Monglong village had gathered. In a place utterly devoid of entertainment, a government-arranged marriage was the most exciting spectacle. Adults and children crowded around, eager to watch the drama unfold and see who would be paired together today. Lu Qing is here. Someone shouted. This will be fun. He is handsome. I wonder what kind of wife he will get. As the village's only scholar and a minor celebrity, his arrival caused a massive surge of loud chatter and intense curiosity among the crowd. Xiaojuan, are you regretting it now? I told you to marry him. He is handsome, and you would be the primary wife, Aunt Zhang teased a young woman nearby. Meng Xiaowan glanced at Lu Qing. She once liked him, but his poverty killed that romance. Don't talk nonsense, Aunt Zhang, Xiaowan replied haughtily. Scholar Wang from Luo village sent a proposal yesterday. Though she would only be a concubine, Scholar Wang was likely to pass the provincial exams. That meant a life of wealth, unlike starving with Lu Qing. Lu Qing stood at the front, noticing several other unmarried men from the village. They had all missed the marriage window for various reasons. Now the government had stepped in. The men began evaluating the waiting women like commodities, prioritizing strength and labor capability. Taizhu picked the second one. Broad shoulders, thick waist. She can work hard and bear children easily. Zhao Yud instructed his son eagerly. In barren Monglong village, beauty was entirely useless. A wife needed to be a strong laborer to survive the harsh life. Choosing a pretty, delicate girl was considered foolish. A useless beauty would just consume food. Furthermore, taking a wife meant paying an extra portion of taxes next year. Every man meticulously calculated if their chosen woman could work hard enough to earn back her tax money. The women also observed the men with heavy, anxious hearts. They were likely going to spend the rest of their lives here. They did not expect wealth or endless food. They merely prayed to find a man who would not beat them or let them starve. Look, isn't that Han Xionyang from Xia village? A villager whispered loudly. She is so pale and beautiful. Why hasn't anyone picked her? Are you crazy? Beauty is useless here. Plus, she is cursed. Both her previous fiancés died mysteriously right before the weddings, jinxing her husbands. That is terrifying. Another gasped. If no one picks her today, she will be sent as tribute to the northern tribes. What a waste of such a stunning woman. But maybe she can jinx a few Jurchen warriors to death for our empire. Hearing the cruel gossip, Lu Qing spotted Han Xionyang. She had smooth, fair skin, delicate features, and a soft, graceful figure hidden beneath coarse clothes. Lu Qing was thrilled. He had unexpectedly discovered a hidden gem. This stunning woman was an absolute jackpot among the crowd. Han Xionyang lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. She stubbornly bit her lip. The whispers pierced her heart like sharp needles. Because of the cursed rumor, no man dared to marry her. This government arrangement was her family's absolute last desperate hope. If she failed to marry today, her entire family's property would be confiscated by the ruthless authorities. Before leaving, her family had tearfully begged her to marry anyone, even to work as a beast of burden, just to avoid returning and ruining the Han household. Let's begin, Chief, the runner ordered, silencing the noisy crowd. Instantly, chaos erupted. Let my son choose first. No, it's our turn. The villagers fought aggressively to pick the strongest, most capable women, knowing the early choosers got the absolute best laborers for their farms. People started offering bribes. Chief, I caught a wild rabbit for you. Chief, my son brought fine wine from the county. The runner furiously slammed his scabbard. Shut up. They are all the same. Lu Qing, you are a scholar, you choose first. The crowd instantly fell silent. Lu Qing blinked in surprise. He got to pick first. Was this the legendary protagonist's aura? He politely bowed his head to the officials. His calm eyes swept across the line of anxious, trembling women waiting for their uncertain fates. Many women avoided his gaze. Though they were the ones being chosen, none of them wanted the frail, penniless scholar. Lu Qing. Zhao Yud rushed over, whispering frantically. Leave the second woman for my son. I will cancel your wild vegetable debt if you do. Wild vegetables were precious winter food. Lu Qing smiled gently. Deal. He never wanted the sturdy woman anyway. His sole target was the hidden boss, the stunning Han Xionyang. Beauty was justice. The cursed rumor was just stupid superstition. Clearing his debt was a perfect bonus. Seeing his easy compliance, other villagers rushed over to negotiate. Lu Shizai shook his head, thinking Lu Qing was too soft. Soon Lu Qing had agreed to leave all the strong, sturdy women for the others, completely clearing all his winter debts in the process. His choices were narrowed down, but it didn't matter. Lu Qing slowly raised his hand and pointed directly at the girl with her head bowed. I choose her, he announced clearly. The crowd gasped in absolute shock. Did he choose the cursed Han Xionyang? Was he tired of living? Lu Qing, think carefully. Lu Shizai coughed loudly, warning him of the deadly curse. Lu Qing, be careful. Aunt Zhang sweated nervously. Choosing her was literal suicide in the eyes of the deeply superstitious and highly practical villagers. No need. I choose her, Lu Qing replied with a confident smile, his decision resolute. Han Xionyang stared at him in utter disbelief. Someone actually chose her. Someone didn't care about her terrifying reputation. Overwhelmed by the miracle, she felt hot tears streaming down her face. No matter his reasons, he had saved her from the tribute hell and saved her family from ruin. Good, step forward, the runner shouted. Han Xionyang walked out of the crowd, trembling slightly. Are you willing? The official asked the weeping beauty formally. I am. Thank you for marrying me. Xionyang sobbed. She would gladly burn incense to the heavens for any man willing to take her now. Sign the papers. You are now husband and wife. Try to have 3 children in 5 years, the runner ordered. Lu Qing smiled bitterly at the demanding breeding quota. They signed the official documents. Done. You are married, the runner handed Lu Qing a copy of the marriage certificate. Lu Qing turned, ready to take his beautiful new wife back to his humble home. Suddenly the runner stepped forward, physically blocking Lu Qing's path. What is it? Lu Qing asked, confused. Han Xionyang trembled violently, terrified the official was going to retract the marriage. By the new imperial decree this year, the runner sneered coldly, holding up a finger. A scholar must choose exactly 3 wives. Otherwise, it is a severe crime punishable by conscription and hard labor. The runner glared at the stunned scholar. Lu Qing was completely dumbfounded. The empire was treating scholars like breeding stallions to rapidly populate the nation. Excellent. Lu Qing, hurry up and pick 2 more. Lu Shizai urged happily. Lu Qing had already picked the useless cursed beauty. The village chief desperately wanted him to pick 2 strong women now. A scholar's tax exemption only applied to himself, not his family. If he didn't pick capable laborers, how would this frail, penniless scholar pay the crushing taxes for 3 wives next year? The crowd watched eagerly. With an empty house, a cursed beauty, and 2 more forced marriages pending, Lu Qing's wild journey had just begun. A sudden mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Many children, much fortune system activated. Marry wives and have children to receive massive rewards and cultivate immortality. Lu Qing gasped. A system? His eyes widened in absolute ecstasy. This was the turning point he needed. If marrying wives made him stronger, then 3 wives weren't a deadly burden. They were his ticket to absolute power. He'll take them, Lu Qing declared boldly, his frail demeanor vanishing. The crowd thought he was crazy, but a new legend was about to rise. He looked at Xionyang, who was staring at him with deep devotion. With modern knowledge and a powerful system, he wouldn't just survive, he would build the most powerful immortal family in the world. Let the court force him. He would take everything they offered. The government thought they were exploiting a useless scholar. They had no idea they had just awakened a sleeping dragon. With 3 wives by his side, Lu Qing stepped out of Monglong village, ready to shake the very foundations of the Daong dynasty. Han Xionyang did not anticipate that this year the scholar would have the opportunity to choose 3 brides. Darling, my cousin is right here. At this moment, Han Xionyang spoke slowly, her voice tinged with nervousness. She felt immense gratitude that Lu Qing could overlook her reputation and choose her. However, she was now burdened with the hope that he would also select her cousin. Could this be possible? Cousin. Lu Qing had not expected to find his fiancée's cousin present as well. Where is she? Cousin. 2 young women whose beauty rivaled that of Han Xionyang rushed forward, though their frail frames suggested chronic malnutrition. Nevertheless, Lu Qing could still discern their potential as beauties. If Han Xionyang represented a hidden boss, these 2 would be akin to golden legends. The fact that they remained unchosen hinted at societal disdain for their emaciated forms, compounded by Han Xionyang's influential reputation, which discouraged suitors from selecting them. In this feudal era, a person's reputation could tarnish those connected to them. Should no one choose these 2, they would face the grim prospect of contributing to the year's ode. Darling, this is my aunt's daughter Cheng Su, and this is my uncle's daughter Zheng Yulan. Even without Han Xionyang, just looking at them suggests they cannot work, and marrying them would be a financial loss. Who would dare to take them home? Lu Qing, do not let your emotions lead you astray. Some began to caution Lu Qing, reminding him that choosing Han Xionyang had already been a misstep, and another error could lead to dire consequences. The taxes next year would be unmanageable, resulting in imprisonment, forced labor, or worse. One must not act impulsively and risk catastrophic outcomes. Brother-in-law, I beg you to take us in. Though we may appear frail, we are capable of any task and require little sustenance. Just 1 meal a day will suffice. Zheng Yulan knelt before Lu Qing, pleading earnestly. Indeed, we are industrious, Cheng Su added, bowing her head in supplication. If Lu Qing did not choose them, their futures would likely be filled with despair. Darling. At this moment, Han Xionyang also knelt before Lu Qing. Please accept my cousin. We 3 consume little and will surely work hard for you. Han Xionyang's eyes radiated hope. Rise. Lu Qing gestured for the 3 to stand. It was not merely because they were cousins, he had a naturally soft heart. So then I will choose them. Lu Qing made his decision for Cheng Su and Zheng Yulan. Thank you. Tears of gratitude filled Zheng Yulan's eyes as she repeatedly bowed her head to express her thanks. Are you truly certain? Even the constable felt that Lu Qing was being imprudently soft-hearted by selecting 3 seemingly incapable brides. Such a choice would make life exceedingly difficult. Absolutely certain. Lu Qing affirmed with a nod. Then sign here and take them away. Understood. Lu Qing along with Zheng Yulan and Cheng Su signed the necessary documents. Throw down their belongings. All right. Soon 3 deflated bundles were tossed down from the cart. Their contents were unknown, likely the meager dowries from Han Xuanyang, Cheng Su, and Zheng Yulan. Let us depart. Lu Qing resolved to lead the 3 away. Lu Qing. Lu Shizai called out to him. Village chief. Lu Qing approached Lu Shizai. You acted too impulsively, but it is done now. You are aware of the customs in Monglong village, correct? I am. I will treat everyone to a celebratory feast another day. Lu Qing smiled, acknowledging that although the marriage was enforced by the authorities, it was still a union, and hosting a banquet for the villagers was only fitting. You. Lu Shizai looked at Lu Qing in disbelief. Understanding Lu Zikai's gaze, Lu Qing realized he had misjudged the situation. Establishing authority. Seeing Lu Qing's genuine confusion, Lu Shizai could no longer hold back his advice. Establishing authority. Indeed. An enforced marriage differs from a conventional proposal. These women will inevitably harbor resentment. Thus, upon returning home, you must assert your dominance by disciplining them, and they should remain hungry for 3 days outside, fostering a deep-seated fear within them. Lu Shizai imparted this wisdom reflective of the broader customs throughout the Daiyong dynasty. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, finding the suggestion rather barbaric. I understand. He chose not to argue with Lu Shizai over the morality of the matter, for often disputes yield no resolution. Let us go? Lu Qing turned to lead Han Xuanyang, Cheng Su, and Zheng Yulan home, indifferent to how Tai Zhu and the others would proceed. Han Xuanyang, Cheng Su, and Zheng Yulan followed Lu Qing anxiously. Cousin, it is all right. Han Xuanyang reassured them. Upon reaching Lu Qing's home, he expressed, I apologize, this house has not been renovated in years, so it is rather humble. Lu Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment. The 3 mud-brick rooms were in disrepair, with the roof of the eastern room partially collapsed and a broken window. Only the western room remained somewhat intact. It is fine as long as you do not disdain us, we are very satisfied. We only need a place to shield us from the elements, Han Xuanyang replied sweetly, though her heart sank at the sight of the near uninhabitable dwelling. Looking around the courtyard, she noted its neglect, overgrown and unkempt. Cousin is right, we will work hard to improve our situation, Cheng Su said, gazing at Lu Qing, optimistic that even if they started from such a dismal place, they could still meet the tax obligations. Rest assured, this is but a temporary state, our lives will improve in due time. Lu Qing offered his reassurances, though he was unsure how to articulate this. We believe in you, darling. Zheng Yulan managed a faint smile. Once inside, an awkward silence enveloped them. Would you like some water? Lu Qing presented a bowl, as he possessed neither teapot nor cups, only a few large bowls for meals and drinking. We can manage ourselves. Han Xuanyang promptly took the bowl from Lu Qing's hands. Very well. Lu Qing smiled as he observed Han Xuanyang, Cheng Su, and Zheng Yulan kneeling before him. What are you? Lu Qing looked at them perplexed. Darling, we are aware of the custom. Please, if you must discipline us, do so with mercy. Han Qiunyang's eyes were filled with a pleading expression. In enforced marriages, the custom dictated that the husband should harshly discipline the brides first to assert authority. This, Lu Qing was at a loss for words. Rise, I will not strike you. He urged them to stand, but Han Xuanyang and the others stared at him in disbelief, as if unable to fathom that there existed a man who would not strike his wife. Darling, you should proceed with the punishment. If you do not, it may be laughed at in the village. Cheng Su still suggested that Lu Qing take action. You are my wives, not livestock I have purchased. Why would I strike you? Lu Qing approached and helped them to their feet. Resorting to violence against one's wife reflects a man's incompetence. Fear not, I will not harm you. Whatever others say is their concern, not ours. Lu Qing smiled, attempting to reassure Han Xuanyang and the others. Really? Han Xuanyang was incredulous. Before leaving home, her parents had emphasized that regardless of how they were treated, they must endure for the sake of their husband's satisfaction. Lu Qing gently tapped Han Qiunyang's forehead and said, of course it is true. He pondered the origins of such thoughts, bewildered. By the way, my dear husband, this is my dowry. Han Xuanyang suddenly recalled something. She promptly placed her bundle on the table, revealing 2 patched garments, and nestled between them 15 of copper coins. In their household, finances were traditionally managed by men. For a woman to save money was deemed unvirtuous. Thus, upon marriage, all monetary assets were entrusted to the husband. And mine, Zheng Yulan chimed in, opening her own bundle, which contained 10 won. Mine too, Cheng Su added, revealing her bundle with the same amount. In total, they possessed 35 won. Husband, please take this money to Levian County and buy some food, Han Xuanyang said, placing the coins on the table. Having just glanced around, she noticed their home was devoid of food. They could not survive solely on wild vegetables, so she hoped Lu Qing would procure some grains. Frugality was essential. This 35 won would suffice for several months of sustenance. During those months, she could contemplate other methods to improve their circumstances. Lu Qing regarded the copper coins. In the Daong dynasty, 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver, 1 tael of silver to 10 guan, and 1 guan to 300 won. For an ordinary family to have 100 when saved was considered quite affluent. Very well. Lu Qing accepted the 35 won without hesitation and set off for Levine County. As he passed by Sun Megan's home, he heard a woman's anguished screams. It was evident that Sun Megan was asserting his authority. 2 hours into his journey, Lu Qing finally reached Levine County. I must train myself diligently, he thought, panting heavily. His physique was too frail, otherwise he could have made the journey in 2 hours instead of 3. Upon entering Levine County, Lu Qing did not follow Han Qiunyang's suggestion to purchase food. Teaching a man to fish was preferable to merely providing him with fish. 35 won would only stave off hunger for the coming months. What would happen afterward? As a solitary individual, he might navigate his way, but now with 3 wives he bore the responsibility of providing for them. Thus the 35 coins needed to be spent wisely. Young master, are you here for blacksmithing? A smith greeted Lu Qing as he entered the forge. Yes, Lu Qing nodded. Please come in. May I inquire what you wish to forge? The blacksmith welcomed him, pouring a bowl of water while inquiring about his request. I shall draw it for you. Lu Qing decided that describing it might not suffice and opted to illustrate it instead. Excellent. The blacksmith made no objections and summoned someone to fetch paper, ink, and brushes. Soon Lu Qing had sketched his requirements. The blacksmith observed the peculiar shapes. What's this? Can you create something based on this drawing? Of course. Though unsure, the blacksmith nodded, reassured that the items did not appear overly complex. I can have it ready in 1 hour. It is not large, but requires precision, totaling 31. How does that sound? Agreed. Lu Qing readily consented. After an hour, the blacksmith presented the crafted items one by one. Lu Qing examined each with satisfaction, paid 31, and departed the forge. What an odd fellow, the blacksmith chuckled wryly as he pocketed the coins. After spending considerable time on such unconventional items, he wondered about their purpose. Emerging from the forge, Lu Qing proceeded to a fabric shop, purchasing cloth with his remaining 5 won. By noon, he returned to Monglong village. Upon entering his home, he found Qiunyang diligently tidying the courtyard, preparing for the spring planting of wild vegetables. However, due to her frail build, she had made little progress. You're back, my dear husband. Han Qiunyang exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Lu Qing. I'm back, he nodded. Do not rush with the work, your health is paramount. Observing the beads of sweat on Han Qiunyang's brow, Lu Qing gently wiped her forehead, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Though they were married, they remained somewhat unfamiliar with each other. I'm fine as long as you do not mind me, she shyly replied. What of Yulan and Su? Lu Qing inquired, noticing Chung Su's absence. Curiously, he thought they should be assisting with the chores alongside Han Qiunyang. They have gone with Aunt Zhang to gather wild vegetables, Han Qiunyang explained with a smile. Oh. Lu Qing recalled that Aunt Zhang and Uncle Fatsai had once received kindness from his father, thus always treated him well. It was likely a gesture of goodwill. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all, as long as you do not disapprove of us, Han Qiunyang quickly waved her hand. Then, noticing the strange items Lu Qing carried, she asked, what have you brought, dear husband? Han Qiunyang's heart sank upon seeing the bizarre shapes. It was clear he had not purchased food. 35 won for food is entirely insufficient for a meal for us, so I went to the blacksmith to have some tools made, Lu Qing explained as he unloaded the equipment from his back. What? A chill ran through Han Qiunyang. Looking at the peculiar items, she realized they could not serve as sustenance. It was evident that this scholar did not understand the practicalities of life. While she thought, let him be. She hoped Yulan and Su would return with a bounty of wild vegetables. Otherwise, they might truly face starvation. Facing Han Qiunyang's bewilderment, Lu Qing smiled, but offered no further explanation. I need to venture into the mountains. Into the mountains. Han Qiunyang gazed at him, perplexed. Wasn't he a scholar? What business did he have in the mountains? Given his frail physique, what if something happened? Are you planning to gather wild vegetables too? She asked, noting the odd tools he had brought, assuming they were meant for foraging. Perhaps, Lu Qing replied with a smile. He picked up a basket and left the courtyard, heading straight for the back mountain where the forests were dense and lush, promising a bounty of natural resources. Hey, isn't that Lu Qing? Just married and already off to gather wild vegetables. A passerby exclaimed, descending the mountain and recognizing him. Yes, Lu Qing nodded. You plan to work this evening, going into the mountains. Now be cautious not to tire yourself before nightfall. Do not underestimate the men of Monglong village. Who does not know that our village is livelier at night than any other? If a household is silent, they have no face to show. A few villagers jested with Lu Qing before moving along. Lu Qing shook his head, bemused. Entering Monglong Mountain, he observed the flora and fauna, delving deeper into the forest for about 2 or 3 hours until he finally reached his intended destination. I hope my instincts are correct. Lu Qing began searching extensively. Found it. Before long, he uncovered a ginseng root. A smile broke across Lu Qing's face. Fortune favored the diligent, and he had finally succeeded in his quest. He had learned in Jinchuan that a ginseng root, irrespective of its quality or age, could sell for at least 2 guan. Higher quality and older roots fetched even more. Lu Qing set to work laying out his tools and beginning the careful excavation of the ginseng. Evening. Cheng Su and Li Su returned with Zhang Ani and the others. Cousin, we are back. Hearing their voices, Han Xionyang stepped out from the house and approached to take the baskets from the backs of the two. You must be tired. Go wash your hands. All right. Zheng Yulan nodded. Is your husband not back yet? Cheng Su noticed the absence of Lu Qing. Logically, this should not be the case. It shouldn't take that long to go to Luoyang County. He's back. Han Xionyang responded. What did he buy to eat? I dug quite a few wild vegetables today. Since it's our wedding day, we should have a good meal tonight. Zheng Yulan smiled. But she soon noticed Han Qianyang's gloomy expression. Cousin, what's the matter? He didn't buy any food. Instead, he brought back a pile of odd-looking things and went into the mountains claiming he wanted to dig wild vegetables. What? Zheng Yulan slumped down onto the ground. Cousin, our fate is too cruel, isn't it? That 35 one was their entire dowry. It was squandered on all sorts of useless items by Lu Qing. How were they supposed to survive next? Cousin, it's fine, it's fine. At worst, I can return to my mother's house in a few days and ask her for help. Han Xionyang comforted Cheng Su and Zheng Yulan. But deep down, she lamented going back to her mother's house might be. As time passed, slowly darkness enveloped the sky. Han Xionyang and the others grew increasingly anxious in the room. It was already dark and Lu Qing still hadn't returned. Cousin, what should we do now? It's already night. Surely a scholar like him wouldn't run into any trouble in the mountains. Should we ask the village chief for help and send someone into the mountains to look for him? Zheng Yulan sensed an impending misfortune. Could it be that on the very first day of their marriage her husband had perished? Let's wait a bit longer. Han Xionyang was also visibly tense, praying fervently that nothing had happened to Lu Qing. If he were to suffer a mishap, she would indeed be labeled as a husband killer. Night fell. Lu Qing still had not returned. In the deep of night, the three women were wide awake. They sat quietly in the room, their faces marked by worry. Thus they passed the night. The next day dawned. Lu Qing had not returned overnight. Xionyang Yulan Sui, are you awake? Are we still going to dig wild vegetables today? Zhang Ani came to find Han Xionyang and the others. When they parted yesterday, Zheng Yulan had asked Zhang Ani to look after them. Coming. Han Xionyang emerged from the room. Seeing the pale faces of the three, it was evident they hadn't slept well all night. Lu Qing usually appears to be a weak scholar, but who would have thought he could be so capable? Look at how lifeless you three look. Zhang Ani chuckled mischievously. No. Han Xionyang shook her head. Zhang Ani, you misunderstand. Lu Qing went into the mountains yesterday and hasn't returned all night. We've been waiting for him without sleep. Realizing she could no longer hide the truth, Han Xionyang reluctantly recounted everything that had transpired to Zhang Ani. What? Zhang Ani's expression changed dramatically. Lu Qing hadn't returned from the mountains all night. What could a scholar be doing in the mountains? I'll hurry to find Fa Kai and have him gather people to search for Lu Qing. Zhang Ani quickly began to find help. Soon news spread throughout the village that Lu Qing had not returned from the mountains. I told you Han Xionyang is a husband killer, she shouldn't have gotten married. Lu Qing didn't believe it, and took her and her cousin as well. Does he have a death wish? Indeed. Lu Qing is merely reaping what he has sown. Han Xionyang is truly cursed. Oh, we need to think of a way to have her leave Monglong village. She must not remain here. In no time the village was abuzz with gossip. What's happening? Have bandits come? Lu Qing descended from the mountain. Seeing a large crowd approaching the woods, he wore a puzzled expression. After an entire night, who knows where Lu Qing is? He's probably been eaten by wild beasts, son Megan remarked gleefully. Those three women seem decent. They've caused Lu Qing's demise, as surely they can't harm anyone else now. Hey, isn't that Lu Qing? At that moment, Wu Hai suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to see Lu Qing making his way down the mountain. It really is Lu Qing. Lu Qing. Lu Qing. The crowd rushed towards him. What happened? Lu Qing asked with curiosity. Lu Qing, we heard you didn't return from the mountains last night, and thought something might have happened to you. So we came to find you. Wu, he explained the situation. Thank you all. Oh, I merely got lost in the mountains and found my way back at dawn. Lu Qing calmly explained to the crowd. Glad to hear you're safe. Wu Fa Kai sighed in relief. Since Lu Qing is fine, everyone can disperse now. Wu Fa Kai urged the crowd to return to their tasks. After all, it was springtime, and everyone had endless work. The fact that they paused their activities to search for Lu Qing demonstrated the simplicity and warmth of Monglong village's people, united in spirit. Lu Qing realized that although they lacked abundance, the camaraderie among them was strong. Whenever someone faced difficulties, others would always come to offer help. I apologize for the trouble I caused everyone. Lu Qing expressed his gratitude once more. It's nothing at all. As long as you are safe, that's what matters. The crowd dispersed. Lu Qing. Uncle Yud. Lu Qing turned to see Zhao Yud approaching alongside Wu Fa Kai. Fortunately, it was a false alarm, but that was quite dangerous. I hope you don't find me bothersome for saying this. Please speak. Lu Qing smiled. It's a stroke of luck that you're unharmed, but who's to say there won't be a next time? I believe your troubles stem from your wife. You might as well send her away and marry another. Zhao Yud suggested to Lu Qing, convinced that his night of being lost in the woods was due to Han Qiunyang's curse. This time it was luck. Who could guarantee that the next time would be safe? Yud, you're right, Wu Fei added, seriously glancing at Lu Qing. And Zhang thinks the same. Wu Fei was Zhang Ani's husband. In his youth, he had served in the military fighting against the Xiongnu at Nyangzi Pass, where he lost a leg and became a cripple. After retiring, he returned to Monglong village and married Zhang Ani through the matchmaking of Lu Shizai. Their marriage was filled with affection. Despite Zhang Ani's several suggestions for him to take a concubine, Wu Fei never agreed. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Qing smiled. Upon returning to Monglong village, husband, Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Qing Su anxiously awaited his return. Seeing Lu Qing arrive, the three hurriedly rushed forward. Husband, are you all right? I thought you. Zheng Yulan said, struggling to contain her excitement. It's good to be back, but please avoid the mountains from now on. We can gather wild vegetables instead. Qing Su expressed her lingering fear. What would they do if something had happened? It's fine, I merely lost my way. It's nothing serious. Lu Qing wiped away the tears at Han Qiunyang's eyes, suddenly realizing how fortunate it was to be cared for. Have you eaten? Lu Qing inquired. Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Qing Su shook their heads. They hadn't had the heart to eat, given Lu Qing's absence. Are you hungry? We're not hungry. Han Xionyang shook her head. Then let's go to Luoyang County. Without further ado, Lu Qing gestured for Han Xionyang and Zheng Yulan to follow him to Luoyang City. To Luoyang County. Are we to go to the Yamen to dissolve our marital bond? Han Xionyang and the other two instantly turned pale, fearing that Lu Qing intended to abandon them. Please, my lord, do not cast us aside. If you are angry, you may strike us, just do not dismiss us. Han Xionyang hurriedly knelt and bowed her head to Lu Qing. What purpose could there be in going to Luoyang County? Surely Lu Qing believed that their misdirection the previous night was due to their ill fortune. Thus he intended to take them to the Yamen to sever their ties. If they were to be dismissed, the three of them would have no way to survive. Returning to their maternal homes was not an option. The ultimate outcome would be to be taken away by the Yamen, sent forth to pay tribute. What awaited them would be a hellish existence. My lord, please do not dismiss us. If you are upset, simply strike us to relieve your frustration. Qing Su also knelt in supplication. My lord, I beseech you. Zheng Yulan even fetched a rattan switch for Lu Qing. Today they must not allow Lu Qing to cast them away. I never said I would dismiss you. I am going to Luoyang County to purchase some items. The goods may be numerous, hence I brought you three along. If you are unwilling, I shall find others. Lu Qing found the situation somewhat amusing. Despite their ordinary appearance, Han Xionyang, Qing Su, and Zheng Yulan, provided they receive proper nourishment and recover their health, would undoubtedly transform into stunning beauties within 6 months. Such wives could not be easily dismissed. Go, go, go. Han Xionyang nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain. As long as they were not dismissed, they would follow Lu Qing into the dragon's lair or the tiger's den. Let us depart. Lu Qing led Han Xionyang and the others toward Luoyang County. At the village entrance, many observed Lu Qing and the three women leaving Monglong village. Is he going to the Yamen to cast off his wives? It seems so. Lu Qing is making a foolish mistake. Everyone warned him that the women from the Han family were not worth marrying. He refused to believe it, thinking he was invincible. Now look, he nearly perished. Son Megan grinned, reveling in their misfortune. Soon the topic shifted in Monglong village from Lu Qing's supposed demise to his potential dismissal of his wives. In Luoyang County, Lu Qing arrived with Han Xionyang, Qing Su, and Zheng Yulan. The four entered the city. Lu Qing brought the three to a pharmacy. Upon entering, they were greeted by the strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Two young apprentices busily prepared herbs, while an elderly physician with silver hair examined patients, embodying the image of an experienced traditional healer. Are you here for a consultation or to procure medicine? A shopkeeper swiftly approached to inquire. Do you accept ginseng? Lu Qing asked. Certainly, the shopkeeper nodded. 1 root of ginseng is worth 1 guan. He smiled, offering a price for the ginseng. In Luoyang County, 1 guan was already considered a high price, especially for individuals like Lu Qing and his companions who appeared shabby, their garments riddled with patches likely from nearby villages where a guan was viewed as a fortune. Lu Qing discerned from the shopkeeper's gaze that he perceived him as an easy mark. Very well. Lu Qing did not dwell on this. In the bewildered gaze of Han Xionyang and the others, he produced the ginseng he had unearthed. The ginseng was meticulously wrapped in a clean cloth, well protected, with not a single root hair lost or damaged. Let us see how much this is worth. As he presented the ginseng, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes. Excellent. The shopkeeper examined it closely. This ginseng is exceptional, worth 2 guan. He quoted a price he deemed quite favorable. The mention of 2 guan left Han Xionyang and the others stunned. They could hardly believe that the ginseng in Lu Qing's possession was so valuable. 1 guan equated to 300 won. 2 guan meant 600 won. In Luoyang County, this sum would signify a modest wealth. A family, after paying taxes, would struggle to earn even 1 guan in a year. The three women swallowed hard, realizing they could soon enjoy a life of comfort. They glanced at Lu Qing, guilt-ridden. It turned out they had misunderstood him. They had thought Lu Qing squandered their dowries on useless items when in fact he had ventured into the mountains to dig for ginseng. It appeared that the tools they had seen were indeed for harvesting ginseng. Because of these tools, the ginseng was so well preserved. While they were lost in dreams of 600 when Lu Qing, with a slight smirk, tucked the ginseng away. "Let us go?" He uttered not a word more. "Oh." The shopkeeper hurried forward. "What do you mean, young sir?" The shopkeeper, puzzled, looked at Lu Qing, unsure why he was suddenly leaving. Had he said something amiss? "I approached you sincerely for business, yet you treat me so dismissively. I shall seek other options." Lu Qing was no fool. His ginseng was undoubtedly at least 100 years old, and the shopkeeper thought to acquire it for merely 2 guan. Had he lost his senses? "Since we are conducting business, if you feel my offer is too low, what price do you suggest?" The shopkeeper forced a smile, realizing he had misjudged Lu Qing and his companions, thinking them simple villagers to swindle. 30 taels of silver. Lu Qing stated his anticipated price. "Oh." The pharmacy fell into stunned silence. All eyes turned toward Lu Qing, astonished by his audacity in naming such a sum. 30 taels of silver was an astronomical figure. Han Xuanyang, Cheng Su, and Zheng Yulan felt as if a mountain had descended upon them, breathless at the prospect of Lu Qing demanding 30 taels. 30 taels of silver. What an unfathomable amount. The shopkeeper stared at Lu Qing, equally shocked. "You cannot be serious, young sir. Farewell." "Oh." The shopkeeper rushed to block Lu Qing once more. "Young sir, 30 taels is excessive. How about lowering it a bit? And what do you propose? If you continue to be evasive, we cannot conduct business." Lu Qing cautioned the shopkeeper not to jest with him. "How about 25 taels? That is the highest I can offer, and I believe no one else in Luoyang County could match this price." The shopkeeper gritted his teeth as he made the offer. Lu Qing thought to himself, what a scoundrel. Initially, he aimed for merely 2 guan. Now he had come to 25 taels of silver. What a rogue indeed. "Deal." Lu Qing agreed readily. In truth, Lu Qing understood that the shopkeeper would undoubtedly profit handsomely from the ginseng, possibly earning several times the amount he paid. However, he needed the money, and without a market for it, he was quite satisfied with 25 taels. Excellent. The shopkeeper, seeing Lu Qing's quick agreement, inwardly cursed himself. Had he known, he would have started at 20 taels. 25 taels of silver equaled 15 for the silver itself, and the remaining 10 taels converted into 100 guan. Upon exiting the pharmacy, Han Xuanyang and the others felt as if they were in a dream, their eyes scanning the surroundings, terrified of being robbed, for they now possessed a full 25 taels of silver. Neither Han Xuanyang, Cheng Su, nor Zheng Yulan had ever seen as much as 25 taels of silver before. Observing the 3 anxious individuals, Lu Qing smiled gently. "Relax." "Oh." Han Xuanyang shuddered, startled. At that moment, they truly found it impossible to relax, burdened with so much money. Even walking felt like a dream. "Dear, we aren't dreaming, are we?" Zheng Yulan gazed at Lu Qing with concern. "Does it hurt?" Lu Qing pinched Zheng Yulan's cheek lightly. Zheng Yulan nodded. "Let us hurry home. I feel unsafe here, as if everyone is watching us." Cheng Su believed it was indeed wisest to return home, for walking around with such wealth was perilous. Indeed, Han Xuanyang concurred with Cheng Su. Carrying such a large sum of money made them uneasy. What if they were robbed? "These are mere trifles. Losing them would be of little consequence." Lu Qing dismissed their worries nonchalantly. Mere trifles. Of little consequence. The trio of Han Xuanyang, Zheng Yulan, and Cheng Su found themselves at a loss for words. Could anyone utter such sentiments? This amounted to 25 taels of silver. If they were to live frugally, it could sustain them for a decade without worry. A decade? What does that even mean? "I will take you all to dine." On their journey, Lu Qing had already heard the rumbling of their stomachs, though they had kept silent, biting their tongues. He arrived at the finest restaurant in Luoyang County. "Dear, this place is too expensive. We can settle for something simpler." Han Xuanyang, Zheng Yulan, and Cheng Su hesitated, awed by the opulence. Such a place was beyond their means. "There's no need for concern." Lu Qing shook his head and led them inside. Upon entering, the 3 women felt as though they had stepped into a grand realm, marveling at every detail. This was indeed their first experience in such a splendid establishment. "Do you wish to dine or stay?" "Dine." "Very well." The attendant guided them to an empty table and handed Lu Qing the menu, which was inscribed on a wooden board hung on the wall for convenience. Clear stewed carp, braised hen, a pound of beef, and 10 meat buns. Lu Qing began to place his order. Dear. Zheng Yulan interjected, urgently attempting to halt him. "This is too extravagant." Han Xuanyang echoed. "Not to worry. If we cannot finish, we shall take the leftovers." Lu Qing spoke with an air of confidence befitting someone of considerable wealth. Soon the dishes began arriving one by one. "Let us eat." Lu Qing gently urged Han Xuanyang, Zheng Yulan, and Cheng Su to partake. The 3 women stared at the feast before them, hesitating to lift their chopsticks, fearful that indulging would shatter the illusion of this dream. "What troubles you?" Lu Qing inquired. "Dear, it feels as though I am dreaming," Han Xuanyang confessed, gazing at him in wonder. She never anticipated she would enjoy such a lavish meal, especially not beef, which was a true luxury for her. This is no dream, it is real. Dig in. Lu Qing reassured her. Dear, you are truly too good to us. Ching Su's eyes glistened with tears, never having imagined that marrying Lu Qing would afford her such delights. You are my wives, but if I do not treat you well, who shall I treat? Now let us eat heartily and aim to finish everything on the table. Lu Qing chuckled, feeling a sense of pride. As they shared the meal, Lu Qing, who had traversed to this world without ever savoring real food, indulged without restraint, devouring his meal. You three do eat. Seeing Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Ching Su pause, Lu Qing commanded with a firm tone. Dear, we are full. Ching Su protested, fearful of overindulging. The three worried about Lu Qing's opinion. They had previously claimed to eat little. What if they ate too much and he deemed them burdensome? Do not fret about eating too much. Lu Qing may lack in many ways, but supporting the three of you is no trouble. I will ensure you are well-fed and robust enough to bear me strong sons, Lu Qing declared as he served them more dishes. You must finish every morsel. If it is insufficient, I shall summon the attendant for more. Today you three shall feast to your heart's content. Lu Qing spoke with the authority of a family patriarch. Han Xionyang, Ching Su, and Zheng Yulan exchanged glances before once more taking up their chopsticks, quickly emptying the table of food. They had been genuinely hungry. Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Ching Su were thoroughly satisfied, their bellies round and full. Are you full? The three responded happily, finding contentment in such simplicity. A meal was enough to bring them joy. Then let us depart. Lu Qing placed a tael of silver on the counter, prompting Han Xionyang and the others to wince at the expenditure. They had not anticipated a meal costing a tael and vowed never to dine out again. To experience such a meal once in a lifetime was sufficient. A life without regrets. Dear, have we burdened you with expenses? Han Xionyang felt a twinge of guilt. Not at all, Lu Qing replied, meeting her gaze. My earnings are meant for my wives, and considering your frames, you deserve to eat well and replenish yourselves. Lu Qing understood the concerns of Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Ching Su. He wished to reassure them, but such thoughts had become deeply ingrained and were not easily altered. Let us go. Lu Qing led the three women out of the restaurant. Are we not returning? Zheng Yulan queried, sensing Lu Qing was not yet ready to head home. We must buy some things. Lu Qing brought them to the marketplace in Luoyang County for clothing. Young master. Lu Qing nodded. I wish to buy a few garments for my wives. He ushered Han Xionyang and the others inside. Buy clothes. Han Xionyang observed the garments within and quickly declined. Dear, there is no need. Our current clothes are still wearable. Is that so? Lu Qing scrutinized Han Qianyang's attire. Realizing her clothes were remnants from when she was 10, Han Qianyang's cheeks flushed. Despite numerous repairs, the garment had grown considerably small, but it was better than having nothing. I'm fine with this. Trust me. Lu Qing spoke with the authority of a commanding presence. Have each of them select 3 outfits, and I shall choose 2 for myself. Lu Qing instructed the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper beamed with delight. Lu Qing was undoubtedly a big spender, a rare sight in Luoyang County. Before long, the shopkeeper had selected 4 outfits, totaling a considerable sum. For Lu Qing, such an expenditure was trivial. He urged Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Ching Su to change into their new clothes. Once clad in their fresh attire, the 3 women instantly radiated an enhanced elegance. Indeed, one's appearance is often transformed by attire. What troubles you, dear? Ching Su inquired, sensing Lu Qing's gaze upon them, puzzled if their appearance was amiss. Now let us proceed to purchase jewelry. Oh. Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Ching Su were astonished. Clothes had been bought. Were they also to acquire jewelry? Zheng Yulan shook her head. Dear, perhaps we should refrain from such extravagance. No need, I can afford it, Lu Qing assured them. He led Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Ching Su to acquire jewelry, cosmetics, and even provisions, directly purchasing 5 taels of grain. In total, Lu Qing spent 10 taels of silver. This caused Han Xionyang and the others considerable distress. Yet Lu Qing found it worthwhile, ultimately purchasing a unicycle to transport their goods before returning to Monglong village. The mountain path was treacherous. Fortunately, Lu Qing had 3 wives at his side. After a hearty meal, Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Ching Su seemed invigorated, brimming with energy. As dusk fell, they finally returned to Monglong village. Hey, isn't that Lu Qing? Those 3 beside him, are they his wives? Did he not divorce? What are they pushing? It appears to be a unicycle. Impossible, a unicycle costs 2 taels. How could Lu Qing afford one? The villagers of Monglong observed from a distance. Upon entering the village, Lu Qing indeed revealed it was a unicycle. It truly is a unicycle. Lu Qing, where did you acquire this unicycle? Iron Bull approached, inspecting the vehicle closely. Possessing a unicycle in Monglong village was akin to owning a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I bought it. You bought it. The gathered crowd gasped in surprise. How could Lu Qing possess the means for such a purchase? Lu Qing, are you jesting? It is the truth, Lu Qing chuckled softly. Lu Qing, do you not fear your boast might backfire? How does a poor scholar afford a unicycle? Son Megan eyed him skeptically, as if calculating something. Nothing to disclose. Lu Qing offered no explanation. What does one's financial status have to do with Sun Ma Gon? Sun Ma is hardly a virtuous individual. Lu Qing, you are the first person from our Manglong village to purchase a unicycle. Will we be able to use it in the future? Zhao Taiyi's face was lit up with excitement. If one could ride it around Manglong village, it would undoubtedly be the highlight of the day. Of course, anyone from Manglong village can use it whenever I am not. Lu Qing was generous with the unicycle. It was merely a single unicycle after all. That sounds fantastic. Lu Qing, you truly have prospects. Indeed, not only has he married 3 wives, but he has also bought a unicycle. He is thriving. The crowd began to praise Lu Qing. It is mainly due to my excellent wives. Lu Qing glanced at Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Cheng Su. At Lu Qing's sudden mention, the 3 women couldn't help but blush. Everyone often remarked about their supposed misfortune with husbands, yet Lu Qing attributed his success to them speaking on their behalf. Indeed, Lu Qing is fortunate. Absolutely. Before long, the crowd began to extol the virtues of Han Xionyang and the others, such as human nature. Upon witnessing Lu Qing's purchase of a unicycle and the array of items upon it, it was evident that he had wealth, prompting everyone to wish to cultivate a good relationship with him. After parting from the villagers, Lu Qing took Zheng Yulan, Cheng Su, and Han Xionyang back to their dilapidated residence. Lu Qing surveyed the crumbling house. The issue of food was settled. Now the focus turned to shelter. Based on Lu Qing's assessment, the house had nearly become a danger zone, no longer fit for habitation. Dear husband, what are you looking at? Zheng Yulan noticed Lu Qing staring at the house. This house can no longer be lived in. I plan to find a way to build a new one soon. Lu Qing shared his intentions. A new house? Zheng Yulan gazed at Lu Qing in astonishment. Constructing a house would require a substantial amount of money. Indeed, a grand house. Then we shall follow your lead, dear husband. Han Xionyang smiled slightly. The matter of food was resolved. If the house were repaired, it would be even better. Everything that transpired today made Han Xionyang fully trust Lu Qing. Since he mentioned building a house, he would undoubtedly follow through. The 4 entered the house and carefully placed their belongings. You have all worked hard today. You should sleep on the bed. Lu Qing gestured towards the bedding. Dear husband, do you perhaps find us undesirable? Cheng Su looked at Lu Qing with a sense of disappointment. After marriage, it was uncommon to sleep separately. Lu Qing's implication was clearly that they would sleep apart. To them, sleeping separately felt like an insult. Not at all. Lu Qing waved his hand. This bed is too small. We would be cramped if we all slept together, and it would be good for us to get to know each other better. Lu Qing hastily explained. Then you sleep on the bed, and we will sleep on the floor. Zheng Yulan added. That is out of the question. You 3 are already frail. Sleeping on the ground could lead to illness, which would incur expenses. Upon hearing the phrase incur expenses, Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Cheng Su ceased their objections and obediently lay on the bed. Lu Qing made a makeshift bed on the floor. Thus the night passed. When Lu Qing awoke, he heard, Dear husband, you are awake. Han Xionyang brought him water for washing his face. Thank you. Lu Qing replied politely. What is it? But then Lu Qing noticed a look of grievance on Han Xionyang's face. Why do you say thank you, dear husband? Do you consider Xionyang an outsider? Han Xionyang looked at Lu Qing with a sense of grievance. Serving tea, washing clothes, cooking, and caring for her husband was a woman's rightful duty. To Han Xionyang, Lu Qing's excessive politeness made her feel like an outsider. Not at all. Lu Qing smiled. I won't say it again. He gently pinched Han Xionyang's cheek. Quickly wash your face. Yulan has already prepared breakfast. Han Xionyang set down the basin and shyly left the room. All right. Lu Qing took a deep breath. After washing up, he emerged from the bedroom. Dear husband. Zheng Yulan set the table with chopsticks and bowls. To Lu Qing's surprise, he found his bowl filled with rice and meat. Meanwhile, Han Xionyang and the others had only thin gruel with a few wild vegetables. What does this mean? Dear husband, you are the head of the household and a scholar. You deserve better food. We are simple folk and can manage with this. Zheng Yulan explained to Lu Qing. That's unacceptable. Lu Qing waved his hand. From today onward, whatever I eat, you shall eat as well, and you must ensure that I am wealthed, or I shall be displeased. Lu Qing fixed a serious gaze on Zheng Yulan. Dear husband, you are my wives, not my servants. How could I enjoy better food while you drink thin gruel? Is that acceptable to you? But there are no buts. Lu Qing decisively interrupted Zheng Yulan. Very well, we shall obey your wishes. Although Zheng Yulan was chastised by Lu Qing, she felt a surge of emotion. Lu Qing divided the rice and meat from his bowl among Han Xionyang and the others. Dear husband, it is truly wonderful to be able to marry you. Tears glistened in Han Xionyang's eyes. Even in her previous home, she had never received such treatment. After finishing their meal, Lu Qing instructed Han Xionyang and the others to guard the house, while he ventured back into the mountains to search for ginseng. Hey, where is he? Are you looking for me? As Sun Ma looked around, he heard Lu Qing's voice coming from behind him. Upon leaving Manglong village, Lu Qing had noticed Sun Ma trailing him. I was just passing by. Sun Ma chuckled. Brother Lu Qing, it seems you've struck it rich on this trip to the mountains. Is there something good in there? Share with your brother, so I can also benefit. Sun Ma approached Lu Qing with a friendly demeanor, not believing that Lu Qing could have acquired wealth. He assumed Lu Qing's sudden affluence must be related to his journey into the mountains. Nothing. Lu Qing shook his head. Come now, Lu Qing, do not be coy. We are all from the same village. Your brother is not easily deceived. Seeing Lu Qing's lack of enthusiasm, Sun Ma Gan's expression turned serious and his gaze shifted. I said there is nothing. From Lu Qing's memory, Sun Ma Gan had never been a decent person. He was known for his petty thefts and frequently bullied him. Lu Qing, don't be so ungrateful. While speaking, Sun Ma Gan reached for Lu Qing's collar. He could not believe that a mere impoverished scholar could possess any means. He thought that intimidating Lu Qing would surely reveal the source of his newfound wealth. However, just as Sun Ma Gan reached out, Lu Qing moved faster, grabbing Sun Ma Gan's thumb and twisting it forcefully. Crack! Ow! Sun Ma Gan let out a wretched cry. Under Lu Qing's strength, Sun Ma Gan gradually knelt before him. Lu Qing, you son of a... A flash of fury crossed Lu Qing's gaze, and he exerted more force. Ouch, dear Lu Qing, I was wrong. Sun Ma Gan begged for mercy amidst the pain. Get lost. Lu Qing kicked Sun Ma Gan away. Feeling Lu Qing's wrath, Sun Ma Gan felt a chill run through him. He could hardly believe that the Lu Qing he once bullied had become so fierce. Lu Qing, you wait. With a final threat, Sun Ma Gan fled down the mountain. 驱逐了孙马杆，陆庆继续向山林深处走去。待到夕阳西下，陆庆才返回莽农村。他发现村中升起一股浓烟。这时，正当陆庆感到好奇时，村口一群玩耍的小孩跑上前来。陆秀才，你家着火了？怎么？陆庆愣住片刻，随即朝自己家的方向奔驰。当他抵达时，整座房子已焚毁得面目全非。张婶带着几个人在帮忙清理现场。韩秋囊、郑玉兰和程素娥满身烟尘，显然是三人最为拼命的想要扑灭大火。但莽农村不仅缺乏用水灭火，连人们的饮水也成了问题。因此，房屋失火时，他们只能无奈地观望，或竭尽所能地将家中有价值的物品搬出，以减少损失。表姐，郑玉兰泪眼汪汪地望向身旁的韩秋娘，这日子眼看就要好起来，怎么就不能让我们过得安宁些？程素娥也含泪，心中充满了无奈。如果命运如此悲惨，何必再给他们希望？我早已说过，韩秋娘是不祥之人，陆庆偏偏不听。如今好了，家都烧了，真是太可怜了。就在众人忙着安慰韩秋娘三人的时刻，突兀的声音响起。孙马杆从人群中走出，脸上挂着幸灾乐祸的笑容。我认为应当让韩秋娘他们离开莽农村。今日烧的是他们自己的房子，谁能保证未来烧的不是我们的房子？我们都是小门小户，省吃俭用，这若是一把火烧光了，我们又该如何生存？孙马杆开始借机发言，散布谣言。孙马杆所言极是，没错，我们不能让不祥之人留在我们莽农村。随着孙马杆的言论，许多围观的村民觉得他的话颇有道理。你们胡说，我表姐并非不祥之人，我相公说了，我表姐是有福气的人。郑玉兰为韩秋娘辩护，你姐是有福气的人，陆庆不过是个书呆子，他懂什么？克死自己男人的不是你姐吗？孙马杆冷笑着反驳郑玉兰。周围十里八村谁都知道韩秋娘克死求亲之人，这样的人无疑是不祥之人。你，程素娥想要辩驳，但被韩秋娘拦住。玉兰、素娥，韩秋娘也朝向身旁的郑玉兰和程素娥。以后你们两人与相公好好生活，相公是个好人，一定会对你们好的。韩秋娘缓缓开口，语气中透着悲伤与绝望。郑玉兰和程素娥愣住。表姐，你这是什么意思啊？程素娥感到心中不安。我就是个不祥之人，留在这里只会给相公和你们带来祸害。韩秋娘愧疚地说道。她觉得这场火灾很可能是因为自己这个不祥之人而引发的。周围的人也注视着韩秋娘，显然众人也认为正是因为她这个克夫命的女人才导致了这场火灾。韩秋娘无疑是个不祥之人。秋娘清楚自己是什么样的人，我会离开莽农村，但玉兰和素娥不是。韩秋娘目光扫过众人，今日无论如何她都要离开。谁知道你的妹妹不会给我们莽农村带来祸害？要走你们一起走，我们莽农村不欢迎你们。孙马杆见韩秋娘想留下郑玉兰，绝不会答应。他要让陆庆为今日对自己施加的暴力付出代价。你，孙马杆，我去你的！就在韩秋娘想要说些什么时，忽然从孙马杆身后传来一声怒喝，紧接着一脚狠狠落在孙马杆的屁股上。孙马杆直接向前扑去。哎呦，谁他妈的打老子？你爷爷我！陆庆说着冲上去又补了几脚。陆庆！见陆庆怒火中烧，旁边的吴和和吴海急忙拦住他。陆庆，你敢打我？打你怎么了？是你欠揍，我家着火，与你何干？你竟敢对我媳妇指指点点，今日若不让你断一条腿，这事就没完。陆庆的怒气已然爆发，孙马杆显然是在挑拨他们与村中人的关系。相公，算了。韩秋娘急忙上前拉住陆庆，周围人都开始沉默，大家望向陆庆，从未想过他会如此愤怒，而且如此激烈。 这难道还是个读书人吗？别人怎么说无关紧要，你是我陆庆的媳妇，任何人都不能伤害你。陆庆轻轻扶起韩秋娘脸颊上的一缕秀发，眼中满是宠溺。众人皆看向陆庆，再转向恼怒的孙马杆。孙马杆在莽农村素有恶名，虽敢招惹，但今日他却被陆庆打得毫无还手之力。陆庆，你敢打我？孙马杆借机站起身，愤怒地盯着陆庆。不服？陆庆转身拿起身旁的锄头，似乎真的要与孙马杆拼个你死我活。正所谓软的怕硬的，硬的怕横的，横的怕不要命的。孙马杆平时欺负弱小早已习惯，以为众人都怕他，见陆庆似乎真的要拼命，顿时吓得后退几步。你等着！陆庆说完，孙马杆如同兔子般逃走。善公，韩秋娘自责地望向陆庆，都没有了，吃的、穿的，独轮车与房子一同烧毁。韩秋娘仍然觉得是自己给陆庆带来了不幸。没事，烧了就烧了，反正这房子也不能住人了，重新建一座大房子。陆庆微笑着安慰韩秋娘，可是韩秋娘感到委屈，房子里许多东西都未能挪走。没有什么可是，你们三人比任何事都重要，你们没事就是最好的结果，只要我们活着，就一定会有一切。陆庆平静地安慰韩秋娘以及郑玉兰和程素娥，诸位今日前来帮忙的，我陆庆由衷感谢，前来围观的，我也不责怪，热闹可以看，但绝不能欺负我媳妇，散了吧。陆庆示意众人散去，随后转向韩秋娘三人，这火到底是怎么回事？你们知道吗？陆庆开始进入正题，他觉得火焰绝不可能无缘无故的燃起。不知道。韩秋娘三人摇头，我们本想跟随张婶去挖野菜，刚出村子，房子就起火了。我在离开之前，明明已经将厨房的火灭了。郑玉兰将事情经过告诉陆庆，我明白了。陆庆朝着废墟走去，走到废墟中，他似乎在寻找什么东西，左顾右盼。善公怎么了？韩秋娘走上前，站在陆庆身旁，好奇地询问他在找什么。他也环顾四周，却什么都未看到。没什么。陆庆拍拍手，站起身。善公，我们今晚住哪里？程素娥忧虑地看着陆庆，房子烧毁后，他们恐怕要露宿街头。没事，会有人为我们腾出房子的。陆庆却显得云淡风轻，会有人为我们腾出房子。韩秋娘与郑玉兰、程素娥三人茫然地看着陆庆，若人家腾出房子，那他们又该住在哪里？韩秋娘与她的同伴们互相对视，皆对陆庆的言辞感到困惑，纷纷开始胡言乱语。没有人会无缘无故地放弃自己的房子。真的吗？郑玉兰似乎对陆庆的话深信不疑，认为他必定是个不凡之人。既然他说了，便一定属实。确实如此。陆庆微微一笑。张婶，他呼唤道。哎，张婶带着笑容走上前来。张婶，您看我家现状，能否让秋娘他们三人暂时去您家休息？陆庆决定为韩秋娘、郑玉兰与程素娥寻个栖身之处。陆庆，不是我不愿意，我家人也多，他们去恐怕住不下。张婶面露为难之色。平日交往尚可，但将他们带回家，张婶心中实在不安。韩秋娘、郑玉兰与程素娥三人自嫁给陆庆以来，不过短短数日，陆庆时常在山中迷失或房屋失火，若将这厄运带到自己家中，岂不是麻烦？不，今晚我便能找到新的住处，暂时的。陆庆微微一笑，从身上取出10文钱塞给张婶。张婶，麻烦您了。哎呦，这怎么可以？张婶见到10文钱，眼神顿时一变，显然陆庆确实发了财。这是我一点心意。陆庆面带微笑解释。好。张婶立刻答应。10文钱足以让他们一家1个月都难以凑齐。对了，能否请吴和与吴海两兄弟帮我办件事情？好。张婶爽快地应承。金钱之于世事，确实能畅通无阻。小何、小海，娘有何事？吴和与吴海兄弟前来，二人比陆庆小1岁，明年若无婚配，便会被官府安排成婚。在陆庆的记忆中，这兄弟二人品行端正，尤以吴发财曾为军人，懂得一些武艺。二人从小练习武术，具备一定基础，是莽农村的甲头。莽农村位于吕梁地区，此地多关隘，历来为大雍皇朝与女真、突厥、匈奴交战之地，动乱频繁，匪患滋生。为防范劫掠，各村皆组织护村小队，10家立一排头，10排立一甲头，10甲立一保长村长兼任。村长刘喜才与吴和、吴海兄弟因有些武艺，便担任甲头，正好可以充当助手。小庆让你们俩帮忙。张婶叮嘱吴和与吴海兄弟。啊？吴和看向陆庆，有什么事？吴和满是好奇。暂时保密。陆庆微笑回应。众人渐渐散去，因10文钱，张婶带着秋娘与玉兰、素娥回家。韩秋娘三人本想留下帮忙，却被陆庆劝离。庆哥，您需要我们做什么？抓贼。陆庆回答。抓贼。吴海愣住，心中疑惑， 哪里来的贼？莽龙村人人皆知，若有贼匪，必定会哭着离去。我刚才观察到，独轮车是放在家中的，但在其原位并未发现任何烧残的痕迹。陆庆平静地说道：“独轮车可谓是这个世界的劳斯莱斯。韩秋南将其小心翼翼地置于家中，生怕风吹日晒。而院中若无独轮车，显然是与房子一同焚毁。然而他却未见任何独轮车的残留。独轮车虽可焚毁，但其上的铁钉应当会留存。然而丝毫没有。那么说，是有人盗走了独轮车？”吴海聪慧，立刻领悟了陆庆所言之意。没错，陆庆点头。此人盗走独轮车，甚至可能顺手牵羊其他物品，最终一把火烧了房子，所有证据皆被毁灭。陆庆根据推理开始演绎整个过程。该死，究竟是哪个天杀的？吴和愤怒不已，对方显然是想要置陆庆于死地。庆哥，您知道是谁吗？有些怀疑，但捉贼捉赃，我们需耐心等待。陆庆心中已然八成确定此人即是孙马杆，因孙马杆与他有过不快。贼？孙马杆？陆庆握紧拳头。走。陆庆带着吴和与吴海兄弟前往。他并未直接带着兄弟俩去找孙马杆，而是来到村口，找了一个隐蔽之处坐下。庆哥，何不直接去找孙马杆？吴和询问。不行，那样会打草惊蛇。孙马杆盗了东西，必然不会放在家中，我们去找他，必定无法找到独轮车，只会让孙马杆警觉，到时想抓住他便难了。陆庆阐述自己的计划。所以庆哥的意思是我们在此等待，待孙马杆露出破绽。吴海问。陆庆点头。夜幕降临，莽龙村逐渐安静下来，偶尔有几家仍在忙碌，隐约传来劳作之声。庆哥，怎么还没有动静？吴海似乎有些不耐烦。稍安勿躁。陆庆表现得极为冷静。3更时分，吴和突然开口。3人循声望去，果然在村口看见孙马杆与其妻子2人悄悄从莽龙村走出，借着夜色朝村东的树林走去。走。陆庆示意吴和与吴海跟上。3人悄然跟在孙马杆身后，步入树林。相公，我们这样做真的没事吗？孙马杆的妻子问。能有什么事？孙马杆不屑一顾，转身对他说道：“一场大火将一切烧得精光，谁会知道我将他们家的东西偷走了？这些东西卖到吕梁县，你我便可过上好日子。”孙马杆满脸得意，似乎认为陆庆得罪了自己，可我还是觉得这样不好。他小声说道：“一个死丫头，是我媳妇还是陆庆的媳妇？若再敢说这种话，我就把你卖到吕梁县的烟花巷，给罗妈。”孙马杆面露凶狠，令女人不敢再言。2人加快步伐，绕过一个土丘。孙马杆找到藏好的独轮车与其他物品。独轮车上满是白面、小麦与衣物，陆庆从吕梁县购置之物一应俱全。这么多？孙马杆的妻子惊讶不已。陆庆这小子肯定在山里找到了什么宝贝，我早晚要逼他说出来。孙马杆眼中透出凶光。孙马杆！突然一声怒喝传来。贼！孙马杆尚未反应，吴和已然冲上，挥出一拳。吴和！孙马杆惊愕地望着吴和，没想到他会出现在这里，没想到是你偷了庆哥的东西，还放火。吴和严肃地盯着孙马杆。吴和，我欠你少管闲事，大家看你是假头，怕你我却不怕，今日要在此宰了你，然后将这些东西卖了，绝不回莽农村，照样逍遥。孙马杆说着，抽出一把匕首，似乎要与吴和拼命。孙马杆，你以为今天能逃得了吗？就在此时，陆庆的声音传来。陆庆缓缓走出，吴海紧随其后。见到陆庆、吴和与吴海，孙马杆面色大变，未料3人竟然在此。面对他们，孙马杆显然心中无底，尤其是陆庆的变化，更是令他心生忌惮。Lu Qing fixed his gaze intently on Sun Ma-gon. You lot. Sun Ma-gon stared at Lu Qing and his 2 companions who were gradually surrounding him, yet his body retreated continuously, as if seeking an opportunity to flee. With both the crime and the evidence in hand, Sun Ma-gon, put down the dagger in your grasp, and return with me to meet the village chief. Wu Hai spoke with a voice as cold and serious as ice, invoking his authority as the head of the village. This was given to me by my second uncle. Sun Ma-gon gritted his teeth in defiance. What else did your second uncle give you? Lu Qing was at a loss for words. Even in the face of damning evidence, this scoundrel dared to argue. Indeed, such ruffians were as stubborn as they come. It's all your fault, Lu Qing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with you. As he spoke, Sun Ma-gon acted quickly, seizing his wife and pushing her directly towards Wu He. She stumbled and fell against him. Seizing the moment, Sun Ma-gon turned and fled. Wu He and his brother Wu Hai were both skilled fighters, and he had no chance of winning. A wise man does not suffer needless losses. Fleeing was his best option. Where do you think you're going? Wu He was tripped by Sun Ma-gon's wife, and Wu Hai, quick to react, shouted in anger and prepared to move forward. However, Lu Qing was even faster. Seeing Sun Magan attempt to escape, Lu Qing hurled a stone he had readied, striking Sun Magan precisely on his calf. Ouch! Pain surged through him, causing Sun Magan to stumble and fall, whereupon Wu Hai quickly caught up. Wu Hai, brother, spare me. I promise to repay you. As soon as Sun Magan's plea left his lips, Wu Hai delivered a swift slap. In a matter of moments, Wu Hai had subdued Sun Magan on the ground. Lu Qing stepped forward and produced ropes to bind Sun Magan. I did nothing. It was all Sun Magan's doing. He was envious of Lu Qing's wealth and claimed that Lu Qing had not shared his means of earning money with him, inciting him to steal from Lu Qing's home and even set it ablaze. Seeing Sun Magan apprehended his wife, Dong Chunhua, frightened into submission, divulged everything without hesitation. You wicked woman. I knew you had ill intentions. Just wait until I have my revenge. Let's head back. Lu Qing remained silent. The three of them, along with the unicycle, returned to Mang Long Siyuan with Sun Magan and his wife. Upon arriving at Lu Shikai's residence, it wasn't long before several respected figures from Mang Long Siyuan gathered there. For Mang Long Siyuan, Sun Magan's theft and arson were grave offenses that demanded a resolution from the village elders. Thieves deserve to have their hands severed, and arson is an even greater crime. I suggest we send him to the yamen tomorrow. Agreed. After deliberation, they decided to send Sun Magan to the yamen. Village chief, I was wrong. Village chief, I was just momentarily bewitched. Village chief with the shoe and Fa here, please show mercy, we are all from the same village. You even held me as a child. My grandfather and father died protecting Mang Long Siyuan from bandits. I'm the last of the Sun family. Sun Magan pleaded emotionally, rationally arguing his case. If he were sent to the yamen, he understood that even if he did not die, he would suffer greatly. The yamen's prison was no place for a man, especially not for one who had committed such offenses. Lu Qing stood nearby, taken aback to learn that Sun Magan's grandfather and father had met such a fate. Here he goes again, dragging out his grandfather and father's names. Wu, he remarked beside Lu Qing, somewhat exasperated. Every time he gets into trouble, it's the same excuse, yet it appears to work every time. There's no denying that Sun Magan's grandfather and father did indeed die for Mang Long Siyuan. Were it not for their deception of the bandits, the villagers would have faced calamity countless times. Wu Hai responded in agreement with Wu He. Such a pity that the Sun family has become a bunch of idlers under Sun Magan's generation. Wu He shook his head. Village chief, I am willing to offer my house as compensation to Lu Qing, and I have not used any of the stolen items. By the way, I will also give my wife to Lu Qing as a concubine. I have never touched her. Sun Magan sought every possible means to settle the matter privately. Sun Magan, do you truly believe we would accept your word? Wu He found it incredulous. Could someone like Sun Magan really refrain from his desires? No, I am inherently incapable of such inclinations. Just ask her. I truly did not touch her, I only hit her a few times at most. Sun Magan hastily explained. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned toward Dong Chunhua. Yes, Dong Chunhua nodded. He really did not touch me. Having come this far, Dong Chunhua ceased to conceal the truth. Lu Qing was speechless, astonished that Sun Magan had even offered up his own wife. What now? Lu Shikai frowned slightly, then turned his gaze toward Lu Qing. What say you, Lu Qing? I will abide by what you decide. Lu Qing refrained from expressing his opinion. Since Sun Magan is willing to surrender his house and wife as compensation, and since the stolen items have remained untouched, I believe there is no need to send him to the yamen. Lu Shikai clearly showed signs of softening. Lu Qing studied Lu Shikai. He was a good man, one who had dedicated his life to the village, though he was not a competent village chief. I'm willing. Sun Magan repeatedly proclaimed his willingness. Very well, it is settled. And Fa you too shall witness this. From this day forth, Sun Magan's house will belong to Lu Qing, and his wife Dong Chunhua shall become Lu Qing's concubine, severing all ties with Sun Magan. Village chief, I believe we should add another condition to expel Sun Magan from Mang Long Siyuan, declaring him no longer a resident of this village. Wu Fei interjected. But Lu Shikai furrowed his brow. If that were the case, Sun Magan would have nowhere to go and might perish from starvation. Sun Magan has committed offenses more than once or twice. Even if Uncle Sun and Brother Sun de Bang died for the village, it cannot serve as a perpetual excuse for tolerating Sun Magan's misdeeds. Good deeds and misdeeds cannot offset one another. If we allow this, will it not invite recklessness in the future? Wu Fei spoke with gravity. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Wu Fei. He was indeed a man of understanding, having served in the military. I concur with Fei. If Sun Magan cannot remain in the village. Tian Fengshuo supported Wu Fei's statement. I defer to the village chief Zhao Yu to remain neutral. I also defer to the village chief Meng Xiaowan's father Meng Da, who echoed Zhao Yu's stance. With 2 abstentions and 2 votes for expulsion, the final decision rested with Lu Shikai. He looked at Sun Magan. In consideration of your grandfather and father, I shall let this pass this time, but I hope you will mend your ways. You may stay here tonight. Lu Shikai chose not to expel him. Thank you, village chief. Sun Magan repeatedly bowed in gratitude to Lu Shikai. With the matter concluded, everyone dispersed. Uncle Fa Kai, Uncle Feng Shou, thank you. Lu Qing made it a point to express his gratitude to Wu Fa Kai and Tian Feng Shou. Although Sun Magan had not been sent to the Yamen, Lu Qing was satisfied with Wu Fa Kai and Tian Feng Shou's proposals. It's nothing we didn't do much. It's a pity we couldn't rid ourselves of this scourge, Sun Magan, Wu Fa Kai lamented. Lu Qing, remember that wealth should not be flaunted. This incident with Sun Magan serves as a lesson for you, Wu Fa Kai cautioned Lu Qing. Why did Sun Magan target Lu Qing? It was simply because Lu Qing had suddenly acquired wealth purchasing food, clothing, and even a unicycle. Uncle Fa Kai is right, I will remain vigilant, Lu Qing nodded. Subsequently, Lu Qing brought Xiaonyang Yulan and Su Yi to Sun Magan's home, where they were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Dong Chunhua. Sun Magan has given her to me as a concubine, Lu Qing explained, glancing at Dong Chunhua. Now that he looked closely, he realized she was indeed a beauty. It seemed Sun Magan had intended to sell her to that brothel all along. Then examining Sun Magan's house, he noted that due to his idleness and lack of ambition, the condition was hardly different from Lu Qing's own home. Nevertheless, he now had a place to stay. My husband. Han Xiaonyang looked at Lu Qing nervously. What is it? I heard from Aunt Zhang that Sun Magan is not a good person. Won't he retaliate against us for this? Han Xiaonyang voiced her concerns. It's all right, everything is under control with me. Lu Qing consoled Han Xiaonyang with a smile. His gaze then fell upon the more reserved Dong Chunhua, married to Sun Megan. Now she was given to Lu Qing as a concubine by Sun Megan. Dong Chunhua found herself at a loss. I have promised to keep you by my side as a concubine not because of any affection, but because I deem Sun Megan to be a man of ill repute. I perceive that he intends to send you to that infamous place in Yanhuaxiang, hence my agreement. Now I present you with two choices, you may stay or you may leave. I, Lu Qing, will not compel you in any regard, this is your freedom. Lu Qing offered Dong Chunhua her options. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Dong Chunhua immediately knelt. I wish to remain. Sun Megan is nothing short of a beast, he beats me every night and treats me like an animal. In her heart, Dong Chunhua felt engulfed by a nightmare. Moreover, she had nowhere else to go. Very well, from this day forth you shall live with us. Lu Qing then turned to Han Xiaonyang. Please fetch her a clean garment. Understood. Han Xiaonyang nodded and stepped forward to assist Dong Chunhua. Do not worry, no one will harm you anymore. My husband is a kind man. Throughout our marriage, he has never laid a hand on us. Han Xiaonyang reassured Dong Chunhua. Thus the day passed without incident. The next day, as the sun rose in the east, Lu Qing emerged from his room and spotted Wu Hai outside. Wu Hai, brother Qing, what brings you here? Lu Qing quickly deduced that Wu Hai had not returned home the previous night. My father was concerned that Sun Megan might cause a disturbance, so he asked me to keep watch for you. Wu Hai smiled. Thank you, Lu Qing said, touched, as he patted Wu Hai's shoulder. I will remember this favor. Brother Qing, since everything is fine, I shall take my leave. Wu Hai yawned. Wait a moment. Lu Qing called out to Wu Hai, turned back into the room, and returned with a bag of flour to hand to Wu Hai. Take this with you. That is not necessary, you and the sisters should have it. Wu Hai quickly declined. Now Lu Qing had 4 women. If it weren't for Aunt Zhang during winter, I would have starved. Now that you have helped me once again, I am no fool. Take it as my token of respect for Uncle Fa and Aunt Zhang. Lu Qing insisted. Then thank you. Wu Hai accepted without further protest. This was fine flour. Though Wu Hai outwardly declined, he inwardly craved it. Who would not desire a meal of fine flour buns? In Monglong village, fine flour was a luxury. During courtship, it was considered a bride price. 10 pounds of fine flour could secure a wife. After bidding farewell to Wu Hai, Lu Qing hastily finished his breakfast and set off to sell the ginseng he had unearthed the previous day in Luoyang County. Back to the same apothecary. Sir. The shopkeeper greeted Lu Qing with a warm smile upon seeing him. It was well known that Lu Qing had previously sold ginseng for 80 taels of silver. This time I have more ginseng to sell. Lu Qing produced the ginseng. There were 3 roots this time. The shopkeeper examined the ginseng, noting its excellent quality. Where did you find these, sir? The shopkeeper began to feel excited, as Lu Qing's ginseng was always of remarkable quality. Lu Qing smiled without responding. The shopkeeper understood not to press further. After all, this was Lu Qing's secret to earning. How much can you offer for these 3 roots? Lu Qing inquired. How does 80 taels sound? 100 taels fixed price. Lu Qing firmly stated his price. Is that so? You need not feel regret, I can assure you you will profit. Did you not make a gain from the last batch of ginseng I sold you? Lu Qing spoke candidly. The shopkeeper chuckled. Very well, 100 taels it is. Having secured 100 taels, Lu Qing departed from the apothecary. Once outside, Lu Qing wandered around Luoyang County, purchasing some necessary items and a bit of fine flour and rice before returning to Monglong village. Upon arrival at Monglong village, as soon as he entered the house, Han Xiaonyang approached with a serious expression. Husband, do you know? Trouble has arisen. What trouble? Lu Qing quickly assessed the situation. Could it be that Sun Megan had come to cause trouble? Son Megan has stolen everything from the village chief's house. The chief has sent people searching the mountains for son Megan. Zheng Yulan relayed the events to Lu Qing. Is that so? Not surprising at all. Lu Qing was not taken aback. It seemed entirely within his expectations for a person like son Megan to commit such acts. What have you brought back, husband? Cheng Su inquired, eyeing the items Lu Qing carried. I bought some arrows and cowhide ropes. I noticed there are many wild chickens and rabbits in the mountains, so I plan to set some traps and try my luck. Lu Qing set down his purchases. Xionyang Yulan. What is it? Han Xionyang and Zheng Yulan turned to Lu Qing. I will teach you a technique for weaving nets. Please help me turn these hemp ropes into a fishing net. Lu Qing tossed the ropes onto the ground, wishing for Han Xionyang and Zheng Yulan to create a fishing net. Lu Qing had noticed that the river outside teemed with fish. Yet it appeared that the villagers of Monlong had no knowledge of how to use fishing nets. More precisely, they did not even know what a fishing net was. What is a fishing net? It's for catching fish. Lu Qing explained patiently. Isn't fishing done with rods and spears? Zheng Yulan looked at Lu Qing shocked, as if hearing about fishing nets for the first time. While rods and spears can be used, they are not efficient. A fishing net can catch many fish at once. Lu Qing smiled. Rods are for those who fish for leisure, while spears lack efficiency. Using a net is far more effective. Is that so? Zheng Yulan seemed to grasp the concept. Lu Qing then proceeded to teach Han Xionyang and Zheng Yulan how to weave the net. The two were quick learners. With just a few pointers from Lu Qing, they quickly mastered the technique. Observing their need for guidance, Lu Qing also devised a few traps in the house. When triggered by a rope pull, several arrows would fall onto the door panel. Oh, Han Xionyang gasped in surprise. This is a trap I made. When I am away, if anyone comes to cause trouble or bully, you simply pull this rope. Lu Qing instructed Han Xionyang and Zheng Yulan on how to use the mechanism. Son Megan was a petty person. Lu Qing felt it prudent to take precautions. Even if son Megan did not seek trouble, it was wise to be prepared. Lu Qing then constructed several discreet traps in the courtyard. Once everything was completed, Lu Qing finally let out a sigh of relief. So the arrows you bought are for traps. Han Xionyang looked at the mechanisms he had created. Who would dare to bully them now? After ensuring all was set, Lu Qing left home with peace of mind. He arrived at Wu Fa's home. Aunt Zhang, Lu Qing, are Wu He and Wu Hai around? They went to the fields with your Uncle Fa. Aunt Zhang informed Lu Qing. Is there something you need from them? Aunt Zhang observed the items Lu Qing was carrying wrapped in cloth. I went to Luoyang County today to buy them both weapons for self-defense. They are the village's militia heads and cannot be empty-handed. Lu Qing produced a knife and handed it to Aunt Zhang. Oh my, this is too much. Aunt Zhang gazed at the knife Lu Qing had presented. Though she did not recognize it, she could tell it was quite valuable. 张婶不断地推辞，这是应该的。他们保护我们莽农村的安全，我身为莽农村的人，应该做出一些贡献。陆庆笑着向张婶解释：“那我替他们谢谢了。”张婶半推半就收下了2把刀。吴和和吴海虽然具备一些武艺，但每次外出都是赤手空拳。张婶对此感到十分担忧，生怕对方手中有兵器。因此，张婶和吴发财之间曾经发生过几次争执。最终，吴发财为兄弟俩找来了2根木棍作为武器。然而，那不过是敷衍小孩罢了。若真遇到对手，木棍不过是摆设。那我走了。一切安排妥当后，陆庆便进山设置陷阱，看看能否捕获一些野味。下午时分，吴发财带着吴和和吴海兄弟2人回来了。善公，张婶满脸笑容。怎么了？吴发财看到妻子的笑容，陆庆来找我了，给我留下了2样东西。怎么？吴发财好奇不已。上午，陆庆让吴海带来1袋白面，现在又送来了什么东西呢？父子3人跟随张婶进入屋内，道：“吴和第一个惊呼，随即上前拿起其中1把刀，刀光闪烁。吴和兴奋地比划了一下，那刀是如虹，光芒四射。好刀！吴和激动不已，这简直是他梦寐以求的宝刀，似乎一刀在手，天下尽在掌握，顿时让他有一种冲出去征服整个吕梁山所有山寨的感觉。别吵，放下！吴发财呵斥道。吴和不敢造次，吴发财将吴和手中的刀拿起。好刀，但我们不能要。吴发财严肃地说道。为什么？吴和和吴海此时不解，陆庆送给他们的，为什么不收下呢？你们知道这2把刀的价值吗？我去吕梁县看过，这2把刀至少需要5两银子。吴发财看着自己的儿子，他不希望自己的孩子以为当初给木棍是因为自己不担心吴和和吴海，而是因为他无能为力。5两银子可不是小数目，哪怕卖掉自己的房子也未必能凑够。这可是5两银子，怎么这么贵？张婶也惊讶地说不出话来，原以为不过是几十文钱，没想到竟然价值5两银子，那可是5两银子啊！他们好几年未必能存够，所以说不能要。吴发财将刀放下，虽然心中也爱不释手，但这条底线是不能突破的。可是人家张婶认为还是应该收下，有了刀在身， 吴和和吴海也会更加安全。人家送给我们的是人家的心意，我们不能不懂事。陆庆好不容易生活好起来，不能让他如此浪费。吴发财不忘为陆庆着想，拿来。吴发财收起刀便离开了家。不久，吴发财来到了陆庆现在居住的孙马杆家。发财叔，回家的陆庆见到了吴发财。发财叔，您有什么事吗？这礼物太贵重了，我们不能接受。吴发财将刀拿出来，一袋白面已经让他觉得给的太多，现在又送刀，宝刀赠英雄。吴和和吴海是我们莽农村的骨干，身上应当有一件武器护身。陆庆却微笑着解释：英雄，我看他们俩不过是无能的熊孩子。吴发财给出了这样的评价，他并不希望自己的2个儿子成为英雄，自己的忒早已为英雄的代价所伤。陆庆对此无言以对。发财叔，您无需考虑其他，这2把刀我决意要送给吴和和吴海。昨日他们帮我去抓孙马杆，而孙马杆手中有匕首，若非我们3人出手，任何个人过去都可能被他杀死。陆庆的语气变得严肃。通过孙马杆的事件，陆庆意识到吴和和吴海所面临的危险，因此拥有刀具自卫对他们是有益的。他们是莽农村的骨干，有刀可以更好地保护村庄，不是吗？言语间，吴发财真的不知道该如何反驳陆庆。那么好吧，吴发财最终同意了。这份人情我会铭记，日后若有需要，尽管来找你，发财叔我。谢谢。陆庆笑着点头。吴发财带着刀离开。回到家中，吴发财看到张婶、吴和和吴海3人都一脸郁闷，怎么一副愁眉苦脸的样子？刀给你们。吴发财将刀扔给吴和和吴海。真的？吴和和吴海激动不已。陆庆告诉我，孙马杆昨晚拿出匕首要拼命，你们还不知死活地冲上去。吴发财对吴和踢了一脚，直接把他踢倒在地。吴和一时语塞。如果你出事，我和你娘怎么办？以后遇到危险，要学会提前保护自己，明白吗？吴发财严厉地警告吴和。是。吴和点头，看着手中的刀，脸上却满是喜悦。有了这把刀，10个孙马杆我都不怕。吴和兴奋不已。你根本没听懂我的话。吴发财又踢了几脚，痛得吴和哀嚎不已，感觉自己刚才说的话都是废话。我知道了。吴和不断求饶，以后你们俩要多与陆庆接触。吴发财叮嘱吴和和吴海，基于这些天发生的事情，他觉得陆庆越来越不寻常，尤其是今天归还刀具时，他在宴中发现了设置的陷阱，只有他这个曾经当过兵的人才能发现，一般人根本无法察觉。那些陷阱制作的极为巧妙与隐蔽。是。吴和和吴海点头。即便吴发财不说，仅凭这2把刀，兄弟俩对陆庆的好感也随之提升。对了，村长那边的情况如何？吴发财问张婶。没有找到，孙马杆应该是真的逃走了。张婶回答。早就让我村长把孙马杆驱逐出莽农村，村长却不听我的，这次算是自作自受。吴发财并无同情之心，认为可怜之人必有可恨之处，孙马杆这样的角色不应受到庇护。与此同时，韩秋娘和董春华2人挖野菜回来。单公。董春华也跟着韩秋娘称呼陆庆为单公。既然自己已是陆庆的小妾，自然要改口。陆庆对此也未加纠正，多一个妻子岂不是更好？辛苦你们了。陆庆虽然叮嘱韩秋娘他们不必每天挖野菜，但他们却不愿停下，因为他们早已饱受饥饿之苦，觉得无论何时都应准备一些野菜。这些野菜晒干后可以保存很长一段时间。Let's eat. Lu Qing called everyone to gather for the meal. Come. Lu Qing handed Han Xionyang a generous chicken leg. Hubby. Han Xionyang shyly glanced at Lu Qing, aware of the others watching. You've worked hard today weaving nets and foraging for wild vegetables. Have a chicken leg to replenish your strength. Lu Qing observed Han Qiunyang's still somewhat frail figure. Thank you, hubby, I'm fine. Han Xionyang quickly waved her hand. You all should eat, as well, everyone contributes to this family. Lu Qing turned his attention to Cheng Su, Zheng Yulan, and Dong Chunhua. All right. Cheng Su and Zheng Yulan nodded in agreement. Dong Chunhua stood in silence. What's wrong? Zheng Yulan inquired. Nothing. Dong Chunhua shook her head obediently. Why are you crying? Han Xionyang noticed the tears in Dong Chunhua's eyes. I never imagined I would eat steamed buns made from white flour. Tears welled in Dong Chunhua's eyes, as she spoke sincerely, unafraid of ridicule. Throughout her life, she had never tasted such delicacies. She had seen it once when her mother fell ill and her father miraculously managed to procure half a steamed bun made from white flour. After her mother ate it, her illness subsided. In Dong Chunhua's eyes, that white steamed bun was as potent as medicine. This is the brilliance of hubby. In the future, we can often enjoy steamed buns made from white flour. Han Xionyang comforted Dong Chunhua with a smile reminiscent of her own past dining experiences with Lu Qing in the tavern, a time she once thought was merely a dream. After the meal, Lu Qing instructed Yulan, Su Chuanhua, you three stay at home to weave the fishing nets. I'll take Qianyang out for a moment. Zheng Yulan nodded. Upon exiting the room, Lu Qing picked up a bag of white flour, a bag of millet, and a pound of pork. Hubby, what are you doing? Han Qianyang asked, puzzled by Lu Qing's actions. Going to visit the village chief. Lu Qing smiled. The village chief. Indeed. Lu Qing looked at Han Qianyang, who appeared perplexed. Isn't the village chief's house ransacked by son Megan? There should be nothing left. We ought to check, as the village chief has been good to us. Lu Qing explained the rationale. But isn't this too much? Han Qianyang felt a pang of concern. Not at all. Lu Qing shook his head. He led Han Qianyang to Lu Zikai's home, where the family was gathered staring glumly at bowls of plain wild vegetables. What are we to do now? Everything has been stolen by that scoundrel son Megan. Lu Zikai's son Lu Erzhu furrowed his brow. Exactly. Lu Erzhu's wife echoed his sentiment. Father, you're being foolish. Don't you know who son Megan is? You still protect him. You should heed Uncle Fa's advice and drive him out of Monglong village. Lu Erzhu continued his grievance. That was their family's entire savings accumulated over many years for Lu Feng's wedding, and now it was all gone. Lu Shizai felt equally frustrated. He hadn't anticipated that son Megan would repay kindness with betrayal. He regretted not listening to Wu Fasai's advice. Is the village chief home? Suddenly a voice called from outside. Who is it? Lu Erzhu shouted angrily as everyone's spirits were low. Lu Qing. Lu Qing announced his name. Lu Shizai. What could he want at this hour? Lu Erzhu frowned. Who knows? Lu Shizai shook his head, but still sent Lu Feng out to greet him. Lu Qing and Han Xionyang waited outside for barely a few seconds before Lu Feng emerged from the house. Qinggu. Lu Feng approached with a smile. Lu Feng was 2 years younger than Lu Qing, so addressing him as Qinggu was entirely appropriate. What brings you here? Lu Feng soon noticed the items Lu Qing was carrying. I heard that son Megan stole everything from your home, so I brought Xionyang along to check on you. After all, the village chief has done well by me. Lu Qing explained with a smile. Oh, I feel so embarrassed. A smile graced Lu Feng's face. He welcomed Lu Qing and Han Xionyang inside. Grandfather, Father Qinggu has brought us something. Oh. Both Lu Shizai and Lu Erzhu were momentarily taken aback. Oh dear Xiao Qing, what have you done? Lu Shizai stared at the white flour millet and pork in Han Qianyang's hands. This is what I ought to do. Lu Qing placed the items before them. Lu Erzhu's eyes lit up at the sight of the pork, for it had been ages since they had last savored meat. It had become a luxury. Xiao Qing's kind gesture. Father, how can you say that? Lu Erzhu reproached Lu Shizai. When someone comes bearing gifts, it is impolite to refuse. You incorrigible boy. Lu Shizai glared at Lu Erzhu. Village chief, I am here for 2 reasons. First, to see you, and second, I have some matters to discuss. Lu Qing seemed to have something weighing on his mind. Speak up. Lu Shizai chuckled. I currently reside in son Megan's house, but that cannot be a long-term solution. I wish to establish a brick factory and build a new house, so I asked the village chief to allocate a piece of land for me. Lu Qing stated his request. In ancient times, land rights were extremely sensitive. One could not merely claim land without proof, especially land for construction. I thought it was something serious. I can handle this matter. Choose any land in Monglong village you desire for your construction, and I will provide you with the necessary documentation. Lu Shizai agreed readily. Thank you, village chief. Lu Qing sighed in relief, not expecting the process to be so smooth. He felt a sense of gratitude towards son Megan. Without son Megan's commotion, he would not have had the courage to approach Lu Shizai. After finalizing the arrangement, Lu Qing departed with Han Xionyang. Once outside Lu Zikai's home, Han Xionyang looked at Lu Qing. What's wrong? Did you bring the white flour millet and pork just for this? Han Xionyang, being astute, quickly deduced his intentions. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded with a smile. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to persuade Lu Shizai to agree so readily. However, given the troubles Lu Zikai's family is facing, I offered timely assistance. As the saying goes, a soft tongue can coax a hard heart. Lu Shizai agreed readily. You are so clever, hubby. Han Xionyang praised him, raising her thumb. Everyone had thought Lu Qing was a bookworm, but it appeared he was quite perceptive and adept at navigating social interactions. Tomorrow, I will establish a brick factory in Monglong village. Once the bricks are ready, we will commence construction. I will build you a grand house complete with facilities for bathing. Lu Qing painted a vivid picture for Han Xionyang. A brick factory. Han Xionyang was curious about the concept. Indeed. I have decided to use bricks instead of mud bricks for construction. Such houses are sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. Lu Qing elaborated. How much will that cost? Han Xionyang found it hard to fathom the expenses involved in building a house and a brick factory. It all seemed quite extravagant to her. She felt content with the idea of a mud brick house. Do you have any idea how much savings we currently possess? Lu Qing countered with a smile. 15 taels of silver. Han Xionyang calculated swiftly. Last time when Lu Qing took them to sell ginseng, they earned 25 taels, spent 10 taels, leaving them with 15 taels. Thankfully, Lu Qing had hidden that silver away in a secret place, preventing son Megan from discovering it. Not now. Our family has 115 taels of silver. I earned 100 taels today, so it is sufficient for us to establish a brick factory and build a house. Moreover, this brick factory will yield profits for us in the future, guaranteeing our financial security. Lu Qing corrected Han Xionyang. What? Han Qiunyang's pupils widened in astonishment. She never anticipated that they possessed over 100 taels of silver. Where did they acquire such a fortune? Darling, am I dreaming? Han Xionyang truly could not believe they had over 100 taels of silver. This is no dream. It is indeed true. Lu Qing gently tapped Han Qiunyang's forehead with a smile. Why was this girl always so easily startled? 100 taels of silver, how much is that? I fear I could never spend it all in my lifetime. Han Qiunyang's eyes sparkled with longing, realizing that their family had truly become affluent. They returned home. Zheng Yulan, Han Xionyang, and Dong Chunhua noticed the beaming smile on Han Qiunyang's face as she followed Lu Qing, suggesting that something delightful had occurred. What has you so joyous, cousin? Zheng Yulan couldn't help but inquire. I shan't tell you. Han Xionyang feigned mystery. Are you truly not going to say? Cheng Su and Zheng Yulan encircled Han Xionyang, playfully reaching for her ticklish spots. Oh, stop it. I'll tell you all right. Han Xionyang quickly relented. My husband just informed me that we now possess 100 taels of silver. Han Xionyang revealed the news to Zheng Yulan and the others. The three women were left dumbfounded, completely taken aback. Zheng Yulan, Dong Chunhua, and Cheng Su stared blankly at Lu Qing. 100 taels of silver. How could that be possible? Darling, is what my cousin said true? Yes. Oh. The four of them were at a loss for words, perplexed by the exchange. Is this real? Is this not an insult? Indeed. Lu Qing clarified. My heavens. Cheng Su gasped, covering her mouth. 100 taels was an immense sum in her mind. Does this mean we shall never go hungry again? Dong Chunhua's expression was filled with disbelief. 100 taels, it was simply unimaginable. Of course you shall never go hungry again. From now on you will enjoy a life of abundance with me, Lu Qing. At that time you must bear me a healthy son. The Lu family must flourish. Lu Qing spoke with a cheerful demeanor. The following day, after Lu Qing arose and completed his morning rituals, Han Xionyang had already prepared his meal. This is the benefit of having a diligent wife at home. After finishing the meal, Lu Qing produced 100 taels of silver. Han Xionyang and the others gazed at the gleaming silver in awe, feeling as though they were still in a dream. Lu Qing divided the silver into 4 equal portions. Xionyang, Yulan, Sui, Chunhua, each of you shall receive 25 taels of silver. Oh. The 4 women were bewildered, unsure of Lu Qing's intentions. My dear, what are you doing? This is inappropriate. Cheng Su quickly waved her hands. Indeed, there is no precedent for women handling money. If this were to spread, others would say we lack propriety. Dong Chunhua echoed Lu Qing's sentiments. Exactly. Zheng Yulan nodded in agreement. Lu Qing chuckled softly. I do not hold such notions. You may keep this money. What if you find yourselves in need at some point? Lu Qing looked at Han Xionyang and the others. No. Han Xionyang hastily shook her head. Darling, how could we ever need money? Besides, if we do, we can always ask you for it. Han Xionyang swiftly clarified. What if I am not by your side? Upon hearing this, Han Xionyang was rendered speechless. Moreover, the incident with Sun Megan served as a reminder one must not place all their eggs in one basket. This 100 taels is our family's foundation and security, but should anything arise in the future, we will not be at a loss. Lu Qing patiently elucidated his intentions. You four may rest assured to keep it. Carrying this much silver is not convenient for me. Lu Qing was unconcerned that the 4 of them might abscond with the 100 taels. In this society, women adhered to the principle of following their husbands. Having married Lu Qing, they were not expected to harbor any other ambitions. This was precisely what Lu Qing cherished. Take it. Lu Qing distributed the money to the 4 women. From today onward, you need not forage for wild vegetables. Simply stay home and prepare meals. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, I can ask Aunt Zhang to assist. It seemed Lu Qing had a plan in mind. Prepare meals. Zheng Yulan was puzzled. What sort of meals required the efforts of all 4 of them? Such an individual must have an enormous appetite. I intend to establish a brick factory, which will require hiring workers. I believe one person can be paid 1 won per day, with 2 meals, lunch and dinner. Lu Qing explained his rationale. Do not skimp on the food, ensure everyone is well fed. Lu Qing reminded Han Xionyang and the others of the necessity to provide ample nourishment. We will heed your words, husband. Han Xionyang nodded. Excellent. Lu Qing pinched the cheeks of the 2 women, pleased with his diligent wives. Once everything was settled, Lu Qing hurriedly headed into the mountains. The previous day he had set traps and was eager to see if he had secured any prey. 2 hours later, Lu Qing descended the mountain. Hey, isn't that Lu Qing? Why does he have game with him? Isn't Lu Qing a scholar? How does he hunt? Some villagers from Monglong village, seeing Lu Qing carrying 3 wild rabbits and 2 chickens, displayed expressions of surprise and envy. 3 wild rabbits and 2 chickens. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Even the experienced hunters of Monglong village seldom achieved such a yield in a single day. I recall Lu Qing entered the mountains less than 2 hours ago. How did he manage to catch so much? Really, curiosity adorned the faces of the onlookers. Upon reflection, it was indeed remarkable. Lu Qing had entered the mountains for less than 2 hours and had caught 3 wild rabbits and 2 chickens. Perhaps he was lucky. Why don't you have such luck? Since marrying Lu Qing has become quite peculiar, suddenly becoming wealthy, could it be that Han Xionyang is not a husband killer, but rather a husband bringer? Observing Lu Qing's transformation, the villagers began to reassess Han Xionyang. Is that so? Lu Qing. At that moment, 2 villagers called out to Lu Qing. Is there something you need? Lu Qing, your haul is impressive. Just fortunate. It's not merely luck, you must possess some skills, right? Not really, just set a few traps. Lu Qing did not conceal this detail. He could omit the information about the ginseng, but he had no reason to hide the hunting aspect. Traps. Why is it that when we set traps we do not achieve the same success? One villager's expression turned sour. They were aware of how to set traps. Yet why did they not enjoy the same good fortune as Lu Qing? Perhaps I set more traps. Lu Qing chuckled. Setting traps is indeed a skill. It is not simply a matter of placing traps and expecting to catch game. One must analyze and observe placing traps in optimal locations. Do not underestimate those wild animals. Wildlife possesses a sensitivity to danger that far surpasses that of humans. That makes sense. Upon hearing Lu Qing's proposal, many found it quite reasonable. You lad are certainly fortunate. Some looked at Lu Qing with envy. It is not I who is fortunate, but rather we all are. What do you mean? Someone perceptively sensed the implication in Lu Qing's words. I wish to establish a brick factory, and I need 30 workers offering a mere penny a day along with 2 meals. That is the reward. Lu Qing exclaimed, gesturing proudly at his recent catch. For one who subsists on wild vegetables, game meat is akin to a delicacy. Lu Qing would wager that no one would refuse such an offer. Oh, is what you say true, Lu Qing? Instantly, Lu Qing's words detonated like a bomb among the crowd as the villagers of Manglong Siyuan began to perk up, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect. Of course it is true. Lu Qing smiled with calm assurance. Lu Qing, you must choose me. We have grown up together. I may lack other skills, but I am a hard worker. Immediately someone rushed forward. In no time, Lu Qing was surrounded by the villagers of Manglong Siyuan. He was momentarily at a loss. Everyone, please take your time. I need 30 individuals for now, but I will hire more in the future. Lu Qing endeavored to soothe their eagerness. 2 meals and a penny. For the people of Manglong Siyuan, this was akin to a dream of feasting on pastries. No one was willing to step back. Lu Qing led a throng of people back to his home. This startled Han Xionyang and her 3 companions. Lu Qing, we are friends. You must choose me. Lu Qing, I Zhao Tieju may not excel in anything else, but I can work hard. Choose me. Choose me. The crowd began to fervently advocate for themselves. In an instant, Lu Qing found himself overwhelmed. Everyone quiet down, please. Lu Qing signaled for silence. Lu Qing. Aunt Zhang. Lu Qing glanced at Aunt Zhang, who approached eagerly. I heard you need workers offering a penny a day and 2 meals. You mustn't overlook your brothers Wu He and Wu Hai, Aunt Zhang urged with excitement. If both Wu He and Wu Hai were included, that would amount to 2 pennies a day plus 2 meals. That is only natural. Lu Qing readily agreed, recognizing that the brothers Wu He and Wu Hai were diligent and thus his top choice. Wu He. Yes. Wu He stepped forward. Qing. From this moment, Wu He will be the leader of our brick factory construction team. Lu Qing declared, looking at Wu He. You are to select 30 individuals. Lu Qing delegated the task to Wu He. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately swarmed around Wu He. Lu Qing exhaled, finally able to relax. Qing, what about me? Wu Hai inquired, looking at Lu Qing. Wu Hai felt a pang of disappointment at being overlooked. I have other plans for you. Lu Qing smiled reassuringly. Before long, Wu He had assembled 30 capable and strong laborers. Although some in the crowd felt disgruntled, they had no choice but to leave in resignation. Soon Lu Qing led Wu He and the 30 laborers to the designated site. This is the place. I have already drafted the blueprint, and I want you all to follow my instructions. Lu Qing presented the plans he had sketched the previous night. Very well. Wu He glanced at the blueprint with confidence. The construction of a brick factory was not overly complex, and the villagers possessed at least a basic understanding of masonry. I entrust this to you all. Lu Qing smiled. As time passed, Wu He spearheaded the construction of the brick factory. Lu Qing, accompanied by Wu Hai, occasionally ventured into the mountains to hunt or to procure grain from Luoyang County. Wu Hai had nearly become Lu Qing's shadow. With Wu Hai's assistance, Lu Qing found himself at ease, and additionally, he brought Wu Hai along as a precaution against Sun Megan, lest he attempt an ambush. With Wu Hai by his side, they had no need to fear Sun Megan. 10 days elapsed. Wu He came to inform Lu Qing that the brick factory had been completed. Lu Qing went to inspect it personally. Remarkable. Lu Qing expressed his satisfaction. Despite the lack of equipment, Wu He and the team had managed to finish the construction in just 10 days, which delighted Lu Qing immensely. Qing, what shall we do next? Wu He inquired. The others looked to Lu Qing, anxious that he might dismiss them. They had been relishing the benefits of this venture. A penny a day, 2 meals, and each meal included meat. This was an experience they had never dreamed of. They were reluctant to return home. Life with Lu Qing felt almost celestial. Upon returning home, they felt as if they were emperors. Next, we will begin brick firing. We need to increase our workforce. Those to mold bricks, gather firewood, and transport bricks. Lu Qing began to outline the brick-making process. How many do we need? Wu asked. 40. Lu Qing responded. Qing, may I bring my wife? Zhao Taizhu asked eagerly. She is a hard worker with good stamina. That is permissible, but women will primarily be tasked with collecting firewood, while the heavier duties of molding and transporting bricks should be assigned to men. Lu Qing delineated the roles. Even though women could be diligent, there remained inherent differences in capability that must be considered. Soon Lu Qing's intention to recruit more workers spread throughout Manglong Cun. The village buzzed with excitement once again. Those who had not been chosen and had been enviously watching congregated at Lu Qing's doorstep. Those of you who built the factory, step aside and allow others a chance. Lu Qing addressed Zhao Taizhu and the others. What? Zhao Taizhu and the others were taken aback. Qing, not only can we build houses, but we can also fire bricks. Indeed, we can work just as well. Members of the construction team asserted that they were fully capable. Lu Qing chuckled. I understand that you all have no issues, but you have other commitments as well. Trust me, return home to rest for a few days, and then your time for work will come. Lu Qing assured the construction team. Since Qing Ge has spoken, it must hold merit. We shall heed his words. Tian Erwang stepped forward to support Lu Qing's decision. I stand with Qing Ge as well. Tainyo also expressed his support. Very well, Zhao Taizhu conceded reluctantly. Soon Lu Qing tasked Wu Hai with selecting a new group of 40 individuals. The chosen ones approached with beaming smiles. They had long envied the brick factory, and now it was finally their turn. Lu Qing organized the 40 individuals into groups. 10 per group. Each group was assigned specific tasks, rotating every 3 days. The following day, the Qing brick factory in Manglong Cun officially commenced operations, beginning the brick firing process. The brick factory commenced operations, and within a few days, under Lu Qing's guidance, green bricks gradually emerged from the kiln, prompting a smile to grace Lu Qing's lips. Thus his own factory had begun. Upon returning home, he was greeted by Han Xionyang. Darling. Han Xionyang suddenly approached Lu Qing. What is it? Lu Qing discerned the worry etched upon her face. Darling, I am not petty, but as more and more people gather for meals, the wild game you have caught may soon prove insufficient. Han Xionyang expressed her concerns, noting that feeding 40 individuals required a substantial amount, especially after a day of labor. Do not fret, I will devise a solution. While Han Xionyang did not voice her thoughts directly, Lu Qing comprehended her underlying message. Very well. Han Xionyang nodded in agreement. With Lu Qing's assurance, she felt confident that a resolution would be found. Wu Hai, brother Qing, shall we venture into the mountains? Wu Hai approached Lu Qing, having spent considerable time with him and familiarized himself with his ways. I sense that the wild rabbits and pheasants have diminished significantly. If this continues, they will soon vanish, Lu Qing remarked, noting Wu Hai's troubled expression. Indeed, Wu Hai replied, mirroring Lu Qing's realization. Over the past few weeks, the two had set numerous traps, capturing a fair number of game. However, the creatures, sensing danger, had retreated deeper into the woods, leaving the outskirts barren of wild rabbits and pheasants. To capture more, they would need to venture into the dense forest, a place fraught with peril, potentially housing large predators. Thus, adequate preparation was essential, and the time was not yet ripe. What shall we do? Wu Hai inquired anxiously. Since we cannot catch anything on land, shall we not pursue what swims in the water? Lu Qing smiled. Fishing. Wu Hai looked at Lu Qing skeptically. How much could they possibly catch? With 40 workers, even 1 or 2 fish would hardly suffice. Brother Qing, what can we realistically catch? Wu Hai questioned. Just follow my lead, Lu Qing replied confidently. He instructed Wu Hai to fetch the fishing nets woven by Han Xionyang and the others, as now was the moment for their utility to shine. What is this? It resembles a spider's web, Wu Hai remarked, examining the net with curiosity. This is a fishing net meant for catching fish, Lu Qing clarified. The two departed from Manglong village, heading east for 10 miles to reach a river named Lianghe. Upstream lay Shangha village, home to Wu Hai's mother, Aunt Zhang, and Zheng Yulan, while downstream was Xiahe village, where Han Xionyang and Chengsu resided. Lianghe flowed down from the tributaries of the Luoyang Mountains, and according to Lu Qing's recollection from the original owner's memories, it teemed with fish. Arriving at a particular spot along Lianghe, Lu Qing carefully surveyed the waters, while Wu Hai stood silently by his side, refraining from interrupting. Over the days spent together, Wu Hai had come to admire Lu Qing's remarkable skills, particularly in hunting and trapping, surpassing even their father Wu Fatsai. This way, Lu Qing led Wu Hai upstream along the river. After walking a while, he spotted a pool formed by a river's diversion. This is the place. Lu Qing beamed. He instructed Wu Hai to fetch water in a jug, then began concocting fish bait, eggs, flour, chicken. After a series of meticulous preparations, Wu Hai, observing Lu Qing's creation, found himself salivating. The bait resembled something fit for human consumption. Indeed, it was fit for people, and typically such delicacies were beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Lu Qing took a handful, tasting it with his tongue. Done. He grinned, handing the prepared bait to Wu Hai. Throw the bait into the pool shortly, Lu Qing advised as he began to arrange the fishing net for deployment. Brother Qing, is this truly feasible? Wu Hai asked, incredulity etched on his face. Absolutely, Lu Qing assured him with a nod. As Wu Hai cast the bait into the water, the surface initially remained calm, but soon small ripples formed and fish began to surface frantically, converging on the bait. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of fish had gathered. Seizing the moment, Lu Qing swiftly cast the net. Though the fish scattered with the net's descent, a significant number were ensnared. Logically, such a technique seemed flawed, yet Lu Qing paid no heed to convention. Pull, he commanded, and together they drew in the net, revealing dozens of large fish entangled within. We truly caught them. Wu Hai exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, realizing this method far surpassed using a spear. Lu Qing skillfully strung the fish together, subsequently forming a bag from the net, binding it with chicken and pig intestines, which he tossed back into the swirling pool, leaving only a rope tied to a wooden stake on the shore. Let's go. Huh? Wu Hai was taken aback. We're leaving already. Indeed, we shall return in a couple of days, Lu Qing assured, his expression one of calm confidence. Upon their return to Monglong village, Han Xionyang and the others gasped at the sight of the fish they brought back. Such an abundance of fish, they exclaimed in astonishment. How could you catch so many in just half a day? Aunt Zhang marveled, struggling to believe the bounty. Lu Qing, who knew you excelled not only in hunting, but also in fishing. Xionyang and the others are indeed fortunate to have married you. Won't there be feasts of fish and meat every day? Someone jested. Han Xionyang and Zheng Yulan exchanged shy glances at Lu Qing, both taken aback. Initially perceiving him as merely a scholar, they were now astonished by his remarkable capabilities. Aunt Zhang, please clean these fish. Starting today, we shall have fish soup and fish meat for everyone, Lu Qing instructed. Of course, Aunt Zhang readily agreed. As the day's labor concluded, everyone gathered at Lu Qing's home for a meal. Ah, the aroma. Fish soup. Someone exclaimed as the savory scent wafted through the air, causing mouths to water. Working with Lu Qing is truly rewarding. Not only do we earn wages, but we also enjoy sumptuous feasts. It feels like a dream, one villager remarked, their spirits lifted. Since joining Lu Qing, their rations had noticeably improved. Brother Qing, you mentioned hiring more help soon. Why is there no news? Zhao Taizhu implored Lu Qing earnestly. With such delectable meals daily, he felt immensely grateful. Returning home, the wild vegetables seemed tasteless in comparison. Hiring, Lu Qing affirmed. I am about to build a house. With bricks now produced, the next step was construction. Tomorrow, I will commence building. I will employ 30 workers from the brick factory, Lu Qing informed Zhao Taizhu. Wonderful, Zhao Taizhu exclaimed with excitement. Brother Qing is truly impressive. Tian Erwang cheered. The following day, Lu Qing's construction team began laying the foundation for the house, while he entrusted Wu Hai with the tasks of fishing and hunting, hiring a few trustworthy individuals, each earning a penny a day and receiving 2 meals. Lu Qing unveiled his meticulously designed blueprints. Lu Qing, how large will this house be? The crowd gazed at Lu Qing's blueprints. Surprisingly, the main house comprised 6 rooms along with what was termed a backpack and ear rooms. On either side, there were 3 additional rooms in the east and west wings. This was truly extravagant. A smile graced Lu Qing's face. This was merely his initial residence. Everyone, let us commence construction according to my designs. Lu Qing instructed the group. Understood. The others did not voice further opinions. After all, this was Lu Qing's property, and they would build it as he desired. Provided they received a daily wage of 1 won and 2 meals, none had any objections. As time passed, gradually the work progressed swiftly with many hands. Within a month, the structure was nearly complete. Lu Qing, your house is likely unmatched in the entirety of Luoyang County. Aunt Zhang observed the house constructed by Lu Qing and the others, noting its impressive stature. Had it not been for your expertise in brickmaking, constructing such a house would have cost at least several hundred taels of silver, someone jested. This statement was not far from the truth. Indeed, Lu Qing's house would require hundreds of taels of silver to build. It was magnificent, grand, and imposing, akin to the residences of wealthy families in the grand cities. Thank you all for your efforts over these days. Lu Qing expressed his gratitude once more. Gazing at the finished house, a smile illuminated Lu Qing's face. He had indeed saved a considerable sum, as the bricks and tiles were all crafted by his own hands alongside the team. In the span of a month, the collective workforce totaled merely around 100 individuals. At a rate of 1 won per person daily, that amounted to 100 won for 100 workers. Over the course of a month, this totaled 3,000 won, equivalent to 10 guan, or 1 tael of silver. Considering the cost of food, the entire expenditure for the month was less than 10 taels of silver. To accomplish what would typically require hundreds of taels for just 10 taels was a remarkable feat, making Lu Qing feel a surge of joy that he could scarcely contain. He truly was a master of frugality. Once the doors and windows were installed, he could begin the interior decoration. The two central rooms would serve as a parlor for receiving guests. The left wing would comprise a guest bedroom and a bathing room. The primary bedroom on the left required ample space to accommodate his multiple wives comfortably. The eastern wing would function as a kitchen and dining area. The western wing would serve as a storeroom for various items, including his unique unicycle, the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, Cheng Su, and Dong Chunhua stood before the completed house, unable to believe they would reside in such an impressive dwelling. Lu Qing, will we be able to live in such a house in the future? At that moment, Zhao Taizhu inquired enviously. Certainly. Our Monglong village possesses its own brick factory, enabling us to produce bricks ourselves. However, you will need to purchase my bricks, Lu Qing explained with a smile. We have to spend money. Zhao Taizhu seemed dissatisfied. Are you confused, Zhao Taizhu? Do you expect to get something for nothing? Lu Qing is constructing his own house, paying us one daily, and providing meals. Now, if you wish to build your own house, you must understand that it is unreasonable to expect him to foot the bill, Tian Erwang remarked, casting a reproachful glance at Zhao Taizhu. Erwang certainly thinks clearly, Lu Qing acknowledged with appreciation. I was merely asking, Zhao Taizhu scratched his head. How can I purchase these bricks, Lu Qing? At that moment, Tiniu approached with a question. Seeing Lu Qing's brick and tile house, they too desired to construct a similar dwelling. I will disclose the pricing details later, but not at this moment, Lu Qing replied, having yet to finalize his thoughts on the prices. While Lu Qing's group was bustling with activity, another scene unfolded. At Mongo Mountain Dam, another futile endeavor with no profits to be found. On the road from Luliang County to Jinshuan County, a bald man with a scarred face examined the two corpses on the ground, his expression seething with anger. Why are people becoming increasingly impoverished? At this rate, I may soon have to gnaw on tree bark. This bald man was Qian Mang, the second-in-command of the Qinglong gang at Mongo Mountain. Second-in-command, I know of a way to acquire money, though I wonder if you dare pursue it. Sun Megan, are you mocking me? Qian Mang shot a glare at Sun Megan. In the Luliang region, was there anywhere Qian Mang would not dare to go? Heroic second-in-command, I know that there is a scholar named Lu Qing in Monglong village, and he possesses wealth. Having escaped from Lu Zikai's home and spent all his money in Luliang County, Sun Megan sought fortune in Jinshuan County, but encountered robbers along the way. Consequently, he joined the Qinglong gang. Recalling Lu Qing's son, Megan thought of how his current plight stemmed from Lu Qing's actions. If he could leverage Qian Mang's influence to eliminate Lu Qing, it would be splendid. Monglong village. A remote and impoverished area. What wealth could a scholar possibly possess? Qian Mang appeared skeptical. You are unaware, second-in-command, Lu Qing, once destitute, has inexplicably become wealthy. I suspect he has discovered treasure in the mountains. If we can locate that treasure, we could strike it rich. Moreover, Lu Qing's wife is renowned for her beauty, son Megan explained with a grin. Qian Mang's eyes sparkled with interest as he listened. Very well, let us proceed to Monglong village. Qian Mang made a prompt decision. Excellent. Son Megan beamed with delight. The journey was quiet. By the time Sun Megan and Qian Mang arrived at Monglong village, it was already late at night. The villagers had retired for the evening, as in ancient rural areas entertainment options were limited, and after a night of festivities, everyone had gone to rest. What is this? Upon reaching the village entrance, they beheld the grand structure within. Even in the darkness, the house stood out distinctly from the surrounding dwellings, exuding an air of magnificence. I don't know, Sun Megan frowned as well. How could there be such an imposing house in Monglong village? Who possessed the means to construct it? It seems there's genuine wealth here. That grand house must have cost at least several hundred taels of silver. Qian Mang smiled, realizing that Sun Megan had indeed spoken the truth. I would never deceive you, second-in-command. Sun Megan chuckled. Come this way, second-in-command. Guided by familiarity, Sun Megan led Qian Mang and 3 gang members to what had previously been his residence, now occupied by Lu Qing and his companions. Lu Qing resides inside. Sun Megan pointed towards the darkened house. All right, brothers, we will charge in together. Remember, eliminate the men and take the women alive, Qian Mang instructed his companions. The group stealthily approached the door. Qian Mang slowly slid a knife through the crack, gradually disengaging the latch. Lu Qing suddenly detected a sound, slowly opening his eyes. He spotted a knife probing through the door, attempting to pry it open. Unbeknownst to Sun Megan and his accomplices, Lu Qing had been sleeping on the floor outside, while the inner chambers housed Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, Cheng Su, and Dong Chunhua. What is this? Lu Qing rose cautiously, a chill in his gaze. He quietly moved towards the inner room. Hey, who is it? As Han Xionyang stirred awake, Lu Qing swiftly covered her mouth, signaling her to remain silent. Han Xionyang nodded. What's wrong, my husband? Someone is at the door. Oh. Han Qianyang's expression shifted dramatically. Do not worry, you need to retrieve the mechanism's cord. When I signal, pull it. Lu Qing instructed Han Xionyang. Understood. Han Xionyang nodded obediently. Then Lu Qing roused Cheng Su, Zheng Yulan, and Dong Chunhua. My husband. Cheng Su looked at Lu Qing. Some events may transpire. Shortly, the 3 of you must jump out of the window. Su, go find Uncle Fatsai, and Yulan and Chunhua shout for help in the village. Lu Qing issued his instructions with utmost seriousness. Then what about you, my lord? Dong Chunhua looked at Lu Qing. I must stay behind and engage with them. Lu Qing gently pinched Dong Chunhua's cheek. This little girl had proven her worth in this critical moment. It's too dangerous. Cheng Su's face turned pale. Do not worry, trust me. We will proceed according to the plan and nothing will go awry. All right. Zheng Yulan signaled her understanding. Everyone quickly dressed. Han Xionyang anxiously grasped the rope, while Zheng Yulan, Cheng Su, and Dong Chunhua moved stools to the window preparing to leap out at any moment. Lu Qing concealed a dagger in his sleeve and emerged from the inner room. He noticed that one of the door latches was already open while the other was slowly being unlatched. Sun Megan, hurry. Qian Mang urged Sun Megan. Second master, please wait a moment, I'm almost done. Sun Megan was also exerting himself. Lu Qing leaned closer to the door, overhearing the conversation between the second master and Sun Megan. It seemed Sun Megan had brought others with him. Lu Qing quietly positioned himself aside, watching the latch being opened incrementally. Crack! A soft sound was heard as the latch finally came undone. Sun Megan revealed a faint smile. Second master, it's done. Sun Megan cautiously opened the door and moonlight flooded the room, illuminating the entire space. He gazed at the bedding on the floor, which appeared ruffled. Just as Sun Megan was about to speak, a figure suddenly darted out from the side. Sun Megan had yet to react when a sharp pain struck his waist. Lu Qing had thrust the dagger into Sun Megan. In the next moment, Lu Qing forcefully pushed Sun Megan outward. Ow! Sun Megan let out a piercing scream, clutching his wound and rolling on the ground. Qian Mang's expression changed drastically upon seeing Sun Megan bleeding profusely. He hadn't anticipated such precautions. Kill. Now that they had been discovered, a swift resolution was imperative. Qian Mang swung his knife and charged in, resembling an enraged tiger eager to tear Lu Qing apart in an instant. Pull back. Lu Qing retreated. Han Xionyang, hearing the commotion, instantly pulled the rope. Whoosh. Suddenly several piercing sounds filled the air. The arrows flew with astonishing speed. However, Qian Mang, being a seasoned fighter, evaded all the arrows, though one of his subordinates was not so fortunate. An arrow struck him, directly killing him on the spot. Good man. Seeing two of his men fall in succession, Qian Mang's eyes burned with increasing fury. Sun Megan claimed you were a scholar, yet it appears you are not a docile one. At that moment, Qian Mang dared not regard Lu Qing as an ordinary scholar. Is that a compliment? Who are you? Qian Mang, second master of Qinglong Mountain. I do not know you. Lu Qing fixed his gaze on Qian Mang. Leave. At that moment, Lu Qing shouted again. Following this, Qian Mang heard the sound of someone leaping from the window. Help! Help! Zheng Yulan, Cheng Su, and Dong Chunhua jumped from the window screaming for help. Damn it! Qian Mang's expression grew graver. If they alarmed the villagers with only 3 of them, their fate would be dire. They'll finish you now. Qian Mang swung his large knife downward toward Lu Qing. Lu Qing hurriedly retreated again, but Qian Mang's assault did not relent. As Lu Qing fell back, Qian Mang's weapon lunged toward him. In that critical moment, Lu Qing swiftly raised his left hand and flung a handful of flour. The flour accurately struck Qian Mang's face. Qian Mang's vision went dark. He had never anticipated that a scholar could kill, let alone employ such despicable tactics. The scholar he had encountered before had trembled in fear before him. Today, however, he faced an anomaly. As Qian Mang closed his eyes in that instant, Lu Qing dashed forward. Without hesitation, Lu Qing's dagger sliced through the air. Thud! Blood splattered forth, warm droplets staining Lu Qing's face. With lethal precision, Lu Qing delivered a fatal blow to Qian Mang, then kicked him aside. Second master. The men accompanying Qian Mang stood in shock. Come on. Lu Qing bellowed, his voice resonating like that of a war deity. In that moment, he appeared as a harbinger of death. The remaining 2 bandits hesitated, terrified before this formidable figure. Having slain 3 men, and with their second master now dead, they realized this was no ordinary scholar, was a demon indeed. Flee. Without a second thought, the 2 turned to escape. However, outside, Wu Fatsai and his men had already arrived. Especially Wu He and Wu Hai, armed, and the first to charge forward. Seeing the 2 fleeing bandits, they surged ahead with fierce resolve. Soon the 2 bandits were subdued. My lord. Han Xionyang emerged from the room, her face draining of color at the sight of the corpses and the bloodied Lu Qing. It's nothing. Lu Qing reassured Han Xionyang with a smile. Lu Qing. Wu Fatsai rushed in. Upon seeing the bodies in the room, he was not particularly taken aback by the first victim, but the sight of Qian Mang's corpse sparked a glint of intrigue in his eyes. The throat had been cleanly severed. Noting the wound, it was evident that the assailant had been ruthless, decisive, and experienced. Perhaps even he could not replicate such precision. Wu Fatsai regarded Lu Qing, recalling him as merely a scholar. In Monglong village, no one considered Lu Qing capable of any physical prowess. He was seen as a frail intellectual. Yet now Lu Qing had profoundly shocked Wu Fatsai. He understood the art of killing. It seemed the weakness Lu Qing had displayed over the years had merely been a facade. Are you all right? Wu Fatsai sought to calm himself. "I'm fine. What about the bandits?" Lu Qing expressed concern over the bandits. "They have been subdued," Wu Fatsai replied. "Then that is good." Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction. Emerging from the room, Lu Qing saw the two subdued bandits along with son, Megan, who was writhing on the ground coughing up blood. Lu Qing's strike had shown no mercy. "I cannot continue." Wu Fatsai assessed son Megan's injuries. "Deservedly. So Wu," he remarked, looking at son Megan on the ground. "Having brought the bandits here, such a fate was well warranted." Soon son Megan ceased his struggles. The gathered crowd placed the three corpses in the courtyard. "Do you know their origins?" "They claim to belong to Qinglong Mountain. This one is called Qianmeng." Qianmeng. Wu Fatsai was astonished. He had not paid heed moments ago, but now upon closer inspection it indeed was Qianmeng. "Qinggu, you have achieved greatness, having slain the second master of Qinglong Mountain, a formidable fighter. From now on, who would dare call you a frail scholar? You are now a hero in slaying bandits." Wu Hai gave a thumbs up. This Qianmeng was notorious. In the Luliang region, he had committed numerous heinous acts and the authorities had been pursuing him without success. It was unexpected that he had been killed by Lu Qing today. It's over, Lu Qing, you've killed the second master of Qinglong Mountain. Doesn't this mean we've completely offended them? What shall we do now? Indeed, what if the people from Qinglong Mountain retaliate against us? Some timid individuals began to worry. This was the second master of Qinglong Mountain. Killing him would surely not go unpunished. Nonsense. Wu Fatsai scolded. Is this your first day encountering bandits? Whether or not you offend them, do you think they would show mercy? Wu Fatsai reprimanded the frightened individual. Wu Fatsai, after all, was once a soldier. His very essence exuded a fierce tenacity. With a single utterance, he instantly quelled the crowd. The bandits intend to kill us. Do we merely stand idle and await our fate? Wu Fatsai spoke on behalf of Lu Qing. Hearing Wu Fatsai's words, the others fell silent, intimidated. Village chief. Village chief. At that moment, Lu Shitsai approached. Village chief Lu Qing has killed the second-in-command of Qinglong. Zhai. Someone stepped forward to inform Lu Shitsai of the situation. Village chief. At this juncture, Lu Qing also stepped forth. Village chief, it was son Megan who brought the men from Qinglong Zhai to kill me, and I ended up killing them in self-defense. Lu Qing interjected on his own behalf. Lu Shitsai glanced at the corpses on the ground. Well done. Lu Shitsai gave a thumbs up. The people of Monglong village should possess such spirit. Lu Shitsai supported Lu Qing. While Lu Shitsai had previously shielded son Megan, he showed no hesitation in praising Lu Qing regarding the bandit issue. Moreover, Lu Shitsai now harbored a deep-seated hatred for son Megan. Tomorrow send these corpses and the two bandits to the magistrate's office in Luliang County, Lu Shitsai commanded. Understood. Lu Qing nodded. The next day, Lu Qing, Su Fatsai, Wu He, Wu Hai, and Lu Shitsai arrived at the magistrate's office in Luliang County with the bandits' bodies. Who goes there? The constables, upon seeing Lu Qing and the others approach, immediately shouted. Sir, I am the village chief of Monglong village. Last night bandits attacked our village, and we killed them. We have come to present the bodies. Lu Shitsai stepped forward to explain their purpose. Bandits. The constables regarded them with skeptical eyes. What formidable beings these bandits were. They killed without a second thought. Even these constables trembled at the sight of those bandits. How could these villagers have slain them? Indeed. Lu Shitsai nodded. Sir, please take a look. All right. The constables advanced. Oh my, it's Qianmeng from Qinglong Zhai. While son Megan might not recognize him, the constables certainly did, as Qianmeng's likeness was still posted at the city gate of Luliang County. Is that so? Goodness, it truly is Qianmeng. You've killed Qianmeng. Several constables surrounded them, staring incredulously at Qianmeng's lifeless body, unable to comprehend that these villagers had managed to kill him. Qianmeng was notorious. Once his identity was confirmed, there was no further discussion. In the Daong dynasty, killing or capturing an ordinary bandit fetched 5 taels of silver, while taking down a notorious figure like Qianmeng was worth significantly more. Upon entering the city, Lu Qing had seen the posted reward. The bounty for Qianmeng was 30 taels of silver. For the 2 corpses and the 2 living bandits, Lu Shitsai and the others received a total of 50 taels of silver. After leaving the magistrate's office, Lu Shitsai handed 40 taels to Lu Qing, while the remaining 10 taels were given to Wu Fatsai, as Wu He and Wu Hai had captured the 2 bandits. Receiving the silver, Lu Qing immediately distributed 1 tael to each person. Lu Qing, what is this for? This is only right. Last night, I troubled everyone, and today you all accompanied me to the magistrate's office, Lu Qing explained. Lu Shitsai and the others initially refused, but ultimately could not counter Lu Qing's insistence, accepting the silver. Thereafter, Lu Qing treated everyone to a sumptuous meal. They feasted heartily, savoring every bite. Upon exiting the tavern, Lu Qing instructed Lu Shitsai to find a carpenter for making doors and windows. They agreed on a price, and it was decided that the carpenter would come to Monglong village the following day. With that settled, Lu Qing and the others returned to Monglong village. Qingga, what do you need this sheep for? Tian Wang inquired, puzzled by Lu Qing's purchase of a sheep. It has great significance, Lu Qing replied mysteriously. Upon returning to Monglong village, news of the 50 taels of silver rewards spread, and everyone looked at Lu Qing with envy. That was indeed a substantial sum. Lu Qing is incredibly fortunate, Zhao Taizhu remarked with envy. Indeed, ever since Lu Qing got married, his luck has changed. Why is it that we do not share such fortune? Fortune? If the bandits truly come, would you dare to confront them? Someone retorted to those envious of Lu Qing. Me? I wouldn't dare. They all shook their heads. What audacious beings the bandits were, they would not dare risk their lives. Is Xiaowan feeling a bit regretful? Aunt Zhang asked Meng Xiaojun. Now that Lu Qing had not only built a grand house, but also acquired wealth, he could be considered the richest man in Monglong village. Anyone who married Lu Qing would enjoy a life of comfort. Absolutely not. Meng Xiaojun stubbornly turned away, but a hint of despondency flickered in her eyes. She truly felt regretful. Had she known Lu Qing would undergo such a transformation, she would have married him without hesitation. As everyone dispersed, Lu Qing retained Wu Fatsai, Wu He, and Wu Hai. After all the days of interaction, Lu Qing felt he could fully trust Wu Fatsai, Wu He, and Wu Hai. Is there something you need? Wu Fatsai inquired. Uncle Fatsai, do you know the situation with Qinglong Zhai? Lu Qing asked about their circumstances. Qinglong Zhai is a bandit stronghold on Monglong Mountain comprising around 50 men. The leader is a big chief, and the second-in-command Qian Mang is his sworn brother. Beyond that I know little, Wu Fatsai answered. He then looked at Lu Qing. Lu Qing, why do you ask about this? Wu Fatsai sensed that Lu Qing had intentions. I've created this predicament, and I must find a way to resolve it. Having killed Qian Mang, Qinglong Zhai will not let this go lightly. It is likely that the entire Monglong village will be implicated, so I have decided to take the initiative. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Take the initiative. Wu Fatsai was taken aback. He regarded Lu Qing. He understood that Lu Qing had a plan. Yet he never anticipated Lu Qing would want to take the offensive. After all, Qinglong Zhai was a formidable force. The disparity between them was akin to a chasm. Lu Qing, have you thought this through? That is Qinglong Zhai. We are but a handful of individuals. Even if the entire Monglong village banded together, we would hardly stand a chance. Wu Fatsai solemnly cautioned Lu Qing. One should not let the death of a second-in-command like Qian Mang cloud their judgment into believing they could confront Qinglong Zhai. Qingge, my father is right. Qinglong Zhai is not something we can handle. In truth, you need not worry. If the bandits come, we can hide in the mountains. Wu He offered a suggestion. Wu He is correct, Wu Hai nodded. Even if the monk can run, the temple remains. We can hide, but what of our houses and fields? If the men from Qinglong Zhai can't find us, they might set our village ablaze. What then? Lu Qing countered Wu He and Wu Hai. At once Wu He and Wu Hai were left speechless. They had not considered that aspect. If their houses were burned down, they truly would be unable to survive. Thus I feel that rather than passively awaiting our doom, we should take the initiative. I am certain the people of Qinglong Zhai will never expect us to confront them heathen. Lu Qing gazed intently at Wu Fatsai. Lu Qing understood that Wu Fatsai was the decisive figure in this matter. After a moment of silence, Wu Fatsai turned to Lu Qing. The brief pause allowed Wu Fatsai to regain his composure, realizing that Lu Qing was not a man of impulsive temperament. Xiao Qing, do you have a plan? Wu Fatsai inquired slowly. This question alone was enough to confirm that Wu Fatsai had been swayed by Lu Qing's words. Father Wu Hai glanced at Wu Fatsai. His father's statement clearly indicated consent to Lu Qing's proposal. After all, it involved Qinglong Zhai, a notorious mountain stronghold. Father, how could we possibly contend with mountain bandits? Wu Hai said gravely. Warfare is a matter of cunning. The highest strategy lies in outsmarting the opponent. In battle, one cannot rely solely on brute strength. We can prevail through strategy. I have calculated that we possess 3 advantages. Lu Qing smiled. An excellent principle of strategy. Wu Fatsai's eyes gleamed upon hearing these words, which encapsulated the essence of military tactics. What advantages? Wu He looked at Lu Qing inquisitively. First, Qinglong Zhai is still unaware that Qian Mang has been eliminated by us, granting us ample preparation time and a temporal advantage. Second, we are familiar with Qinglong Zhai. While they know little of us, knowledge of the enemy and ignorance of oneself gives us an informational edge. Third, Qinglong Zhai would never anticipate our proactive assault. This is crucial, as we can catch them off guard. Lu Qing elaborated methodically. Indeed, Wu Fatsai nodded. I had no idea you understood military strategy. Xiao Qing. Wu Fatsai expressed his astonishment, increasingly aware of Lu Qing's hidden depths. As long as we are well prepared, I believe we can eliminate Qinglong Zhai. Lu Qing's expression turned serious. But we are merely a handful of people. Just as Wu He felt their numbers were insufficient, Wu Fatsai suddenly turned. Who's there? Step forward. At his command, Tian Wang and Zhao Taizhu emerged grinning. Uncle Fatsai. Wang Taizhu. What are you doing here? Wu Hai asked, observing the two. Uncle Fatsai, we know you and Lu Qing are devising a way to earn money. Why not include us? Tian Wang proposed cheerfully. As the group dispersed, Lu Qing intentionally kept Wu Fatsai, Wu Hai, and Wu He behind. Tian Wang sensed that Lu Qing might be contemplating a new scheme for profit. About what we just discussed, they didn't overhear Wu Fatsai whispered to Lu Qing, confident that Tian Wang and the others had just arrived. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Tian Wang is clever and Zhao Taiju is earnest. They are not without merit. Wu Fatsai introduced them to Lu Qing. Very well. With Wu Fatsai's endorsement, Lu Qing hesitated no longer. There is indeed an opportunity, but it is fraught with danger. It could very well cost you your lives. Are you willing to take that risk? Lu Qing regarded Tian Wang and Zhao Taiju earnestly. I am willing. Tian Wang clenched his fists. I am so impoverished that I can barely afford food. What do I have to fear? Indeed, Qing Ge, just lead us, and we shall not disappoint you, Zhao Taiju echoed, also tightening his fists. Then come forward. Lu Qing gestured for them to step closer. All right. Tian Wang and Zhao Taiju approached. If we are to go to Qinglong Zhai, do you dare? Qinglong Zhai. Tian Wang stammered upon hearing the name. Qinglong Zhai was a notorious stronghold in the Luliang region. What purpose could they have there? Wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? Indeed, Wu He affirmed. Do you dare? Wu Hai pressed again. Me? I fear not. You may leave now. However, this matter must remain confidential. Should anyone speak of it, Wu Fatsai will not hesitate to turn against them. Wu Fatsai's countenance darkened. The mission to Qinglong Zhai must remain absolutely secret. It could not be divulged. I dare. Tian Wang finally nodded after a moment. I also dare, Zhao Taiju chimed in. Good. For now, we shall establish 6 members: myself, Uncle Fatsai, Wu He, Wu Hai, Wang, and Taiju. We will consider whether to recruit others later, but the details of this venture must remain undisclosed even to your wives, Lu Qing instructed firmly. Understood. Zhao Taiju nodded. Although Lu Qing was aware that they had long suffered at the hands of bandits and despised them fiercely, he knew that even those who loathed evil could also fear for their lives. If word got out, their plan would be ruined. Over the next few days, everyone will be busy with their own affairs. Wu He and Wang will assist me, Lu Qing decided, selecting the two to aid him. Very well. Wu He and Tian Wang nodded in agreement. Once the matters were settled, they dispersed, and Lu Qing led Wu He and Tian Wang into the mountains. Qing, what are we doing in the mountains? Tian Wang inquired, puzzled. Collecting mushrooms, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Collecting mushrooms? Tian Wang questioned, bewildered by how this related to Qinglong Zhai. Before long, Lu Qing had gathered several mushrooms. Remember, we seek mushrooms like these. He held up a bright red mushroom. Isn't that a poisonous mushroom? Wu He recognized it immediately, as they often forage for wild vegetables. Indeed, we specifically want poisonous mushrooms. Lu Qing smiled mysteriously. The three began to harvest them. As poisonous mushrooms are generally avoided by evening, they had filled a large basket. Place the items here, Lu Qing instructed Wu He and Tian Wang as they returned home with the mushrooms. Qing, we're off. Take care. Lu Qing bid farewell to Wu He and Tian Wang. Sir, you have returned. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Han Xionyang and the others emerged from the inner room. Lu Qing nodded. Did you go mushroom hunting? Han Xionyang observed the basket full of mushrooms, but frowned. Sir, these are all poisonous mushrooms. Han Xionyang questioned Lu Qing. They are useful, Lu Qing replied with a smirk. Please clean these mushrooms and soak them in fresh water. I will need them later, Lu Qing instructed Han Xionyang and the others. Understood. Han Xionyang nodded. By nightfall, Han Xionyang and the others had cleaned the poisonous mushrooms according to Lu Qing's instructions, soaking them in water. Though they did not fully comprehend the purpose, they trusted that Lu Qing had a plan. The following day, the carpenter from Luliang County arrived at Monglong village to craft doors and windows for Lu Qing's house as agreed. Wow, what an impressive house. Indeed. I have been making doors and windows for years, and I have never seen such a magnificent house. Whose is it? It must have cost a few hundred taels of silver. The leading carpenter marveled at the house before him. It's mine, Lu Qing approached with a smile. So it belongs to young Master Lu. Truly affluent. I have never seen such a grand house in town either, the old carpenter exclaimed, giving Lu Qing a thumbs up. You are too kind. Lu Qing smiled. Soon the carpenters began crafting doors and windows. As for the materials, Lu Qing had already prepared everything, all to avoid delaying the progress of the project. How many years have you been a carpenter? Me. The old carpenter pondered for a moment. 30 years. You are indeed a senior. Lu Qing bowed respectfully. Do you also have knowledge of carpentry, young Master Lu? The old carpenter looked at the refined scholar before him, wondering if he understood the intricacies of their craft. Just a little. Lu Qing smiled faintly. Could you assist me in creating a few items? I am willing to pay you extra for your efforts. As their conversation progressed, Lu Qing began to get to the point. What items? The old carpenter gazed at Lu Qing with curiosity. Could it be that he wished to test the man's carpentry skills? Lu Qing produced a set of blueprints. These were drawings he had hastily sketched the night before. What is this? The old carpenter examined the drawings closely, noting they comprised various small components. Is this a crossbow? Despite the scattered nature of the designs, the old carpenter discerned some details. Indeed, I require them for hunting. Would it be possible for you to craft 10 of these? Certainly. The old carpenter nodded. However, I must insist that you personally oversee this work, and it must remain confidential. Lu Qing's demeanor shifted to seriousness. The precision required for these crossbows necessitated an experienced carpenter's touch. Understood. The old carpenter agreed with a smile. As time passed, within 3 days the old carpenter had crafted all the components Lu Qing needed. Thank you. Lu Qing produced a silver tail. This is for you. Oh dear, this is far too much. The old carpenter was taken aback by Lu Qing's generosity, feeling he had been overly compensated for merely a few small parts. Lu Qing reflected on society. Although many lived in poverty, there remained individuals who adhered to their principles, never taking more than what was rightfully theirs. In his previous life, they would have seized every coin on your person. It is well deserved. Your craftsmanship is impeccable, and I may seek your assistance again in the future. Lu Qing replied with a smile. On one hand, the old carpenter's skill was indeed commendable, leaving Lu Qing very satisfied. On the other hand, he genuinely wished to cultivate a rapport with the old man, as his expertise might prove invaluable in the future. Then I shall accept it. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. Thank you, esteemed elder. No need to be so formal. I am Zheng Laosan. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Uncle Laosan. Very well. Lu Qing sensed their relationship had grown closer. With the components in hand, Lu Qing returned home. He began assembling them one by one, and soon the first Juga crossbow was completed. Lu Qing carefully loaded the arrows into the crossbow. He examined it closely and then fired the crossbow. One by one the arrows were released, all 10 shots swiftly, each imbued with great force. Lu Qing believed that within 20 to 30 meters, the Juga crossbow could instantaneously take down an enemy. Then Lu Qing proceeded to assemble the others. Afterward, he sought out Wu Fatsai. Uncle Fatsai, Xiao Qing, is there something you need? Wu Fatsai, seeing Lu Qing, was certain he had come for a reason. I have crafted something remarkable. Given your military experience, I would like you to test it. Lu Qing revealed the Juga crossbow. What is this? This is a crossbow I have made named the Lu Qing Nu. It can fire arrows in rapid succession. Please test its power. Lu Qing unabashedly claimed the invention as his own, confident that in this world lacking Zhuge Liang few would disbelieve him. A crossbow. Wu Fatsai took the crossbow and examined it closely. He then began to operate it as Lu Qing had instructed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon the sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed, each one embedding itself into a tree trunk 10 meters away. What an extraordinary piece. Wu Fatsai was astonished. Having been a soldier, he recognized the uniqueness of this crossbow upon his first experience. The effective range should be around 50 meters, but its lethality decreases beyond that. At 20 to 30 meters, if aimed accurately, it can effortlessly eliminate an enemy. Wu Fatsai provided his assessment. Holding the crossbow, he felt an attachment to it. If only we had such a weapon at Naziguan, we would not have faced such a devastating defeat, Wu Fatsai suddenly lamented. In that battle, they suffered a crushing loss. With such a crossbow, one could release 10 arrows in an instant, perhaps altering the course of that encounter. War is unpredictable. My condolences, Uncle Fatsai. Lu Qing softly comforted, noticing the sorrow on Wu Fatsai's face. Indeed, after all these years I have come to terms with it. Yet seeing your crossbow, I am reminded once more. Lu Qing, this crossbow is truly remarkable. Wu Fatsai praised it again. With this crossbow, how confident do you think we are in our venture to King Longzai? 50%. Wu Fatsai replied. At the very least, they had a 50% chance. Well, this afternoon, we should begin training Wu He and the others with the crossbow. We do not expect to hit every time, we merely need to improve our accuracy. Lu Qing suggested. Agreed. Wu Fatsai nodded. In the afternoon, everyone gathered in the back mountains. Where is Zhao Taizhu? Why hasn't he arrived yet? They noticed Zhao Taizhu was the only one missing. Let us not wait any longer. Lu Qing decided they would begin practicing. Half an hour passed. I'm here. I'm here. Zhao Taizhu's voice rang out. Finally arrived. Lu Qing and the others turned to see Zhao Taizhu accompanied by Lu Feng and Tiniu. Them. Lu Qing, I apologize. I accidentally let it slip, and they want to join us at King Longzai. Zhao Taizhu said, his expression one of regret. Don't worry, Brother Qing. Taizhu only told us, no one else knows. Lu Feng assured him. That's right. Tiniu nodded in agreement. You. Never mind. Lu Qing looked at Zhao Taizhu in exasperation. Since you are here, we shall practice together, but only this once. Lu Qing warned Zhao Taizhu. Wu He, lead everyone in practicing with the crossbow. Uncle Fatsai, Wu Hai, come with me. Lu Qing directed Wu Fatsai and Wu Hai to follow him down the mountain back to his home. What's going on? Wu Hai asked curiously. We're going to slaughter a sheep. Is this a treat for everyone? No. Lu Qing shook his head. He quickly procured a sheep and had Wu Hai place it into a large vat, then poured in the water used to soak mushrooms, ensuring the sheep was completely submerged in the mushroom-infused water. Isn't this the water used for poisonous mushrooms? Exactly. By soaking the sheep in this water, it will become toxic. Imagine what would happen if the people of King Longzai consumed it. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. Oh. Wu Hai was taken aback. He looked at Lu Qing, realizing he should never provoke him again. This was a truly cunning plan. Indeed, no true man would shy away from using poison. Brilliant. Although Wu Hai was shocked, he did not protest. The mountain bandits of Qinglongzai were notorious for their robberies, arson, and countless atrocities against innocent lives, including the defilement of many women. Thus, any measures taken against them bore no moral burden. At around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Qing retrieved the lamb that had been soaked in poisonous mushrooms from the large vat. At this moment, everything was in place. Darling, what exactly are we doing? Zheng Yulan gazed at the lamb, perplexed by its immersion in the toxic concoction. Significant matters, Lu Qing replied with a gentle smile. The following day, Lu Qing, accompanied by Wu Fatsai and others, departed from Monglong village armed with zhuge crossbows and the lamb. Upon exiting Monglong village, they made straight for Mengta Mountain. As they proceeded along the way, Zhao Taizhu looked around nervously. Brother Qing, can this truly work? I am uncertain, Lu Qing replied with a wry smile, hoping for an encounter. If they did not meet any bandits, they could always return the following day. He was confident they would eventually cross paths, which was precisely why Lu Qing had purchased several lambs. He did not fret over waste as long as they could extinguish Qinglong Zhai. Any perceived waste would be deemed a worthy sacrifice in the effort to eliminate Qinglong Zhai. There's movement ahead. At this moment, scouts Wu Hai and Tian Wang returned. Good. Lu Qing nodded. In that case, let us proceed according to plan. Wu He Tieju Tiniu Lu Feng, you will follow Uncle Fatsai from the rear. I Wu Hai and Wang will scout ahead. If anything seems amiss, I will signal you, and you shall use the crossbows to strike them down. Lu Qing instructed Wu Fatsai. Understood, please stay safe, Wu Fatsai cautioned Lu Qing in return. Of course, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Remember, we are merely going to Jinchuan to propose. With Lu Qing leading the way carrying the pack, Tian Wang and Wu Hai followed closely behind bearing the lamb as they advanced. Third Master, it's been several days, yet there isn't a single soul in sight, complained a small bandit from Qinglongzhai. It's all that scoundrel Qianmang's fault. His frequent robberies have scared everyone away from this route. Who knows where that Qianmang has disappeared to? When he returns, I shall certainly report him to the chief, grumbled Xing Dagu, the third master of Qinglongzhai. He was a stout man with an unpleasant appearance, featuring bulging eyes, a bulbous nose, and a crooked mouth, earning him the nickname Mad Dog. The second master must be off gallivanting in Jin Chuan, someone chimed in, echoing Daga's sentiment. Indeed, he always disappears to Jin Chuan after a successful haul. The chief never says a word about it. What can we do? He and the chief are sworn brothers. The others exchanged banter, passing the time. Hey look, someone's coming. Really? Xing Dagu sprang to his feet, peering towards the approaching Lu Qing and his companions. Lo and behold, a plump lamb. Dagu exclaimed upon sighting the lamb being carried by Tian Wang and Wu Hai. If they brought it back, it would surely provide a feast for the brothers in the lair. Let's go, Dagu commanded his men. Stop. With a fierce shout, Dagu and his band intercepted Lu Qing and his companions. You. Lu Qing observed the fear on Daga's face, sensing their intimidation. We are from Qinglongzhai. Hand over all your valuables, or I'll chop you to pieces today, Dagu threatened, brandishing his large knife with a menacing expression. Qinglongzhai. Lu Qing exclaimed in alarm. Kind sirs, could you show us mercy? I am merely going to Jinchuan to propose. If I give you everything, I fear I shall never marry. Lu Qing's tone was pleading. Your marriage is of no concern to us. If necessary, I'll marry your bride myself. Let's talk. Quickly hand over your belongings. Dagu stepped closer. Brother Qing. Tian Wang glanced nervously at Lu Qing. Put everything down. Lu Qing instructed Wu Hai and Tian Wang to lower their possessions. Brave men, we offer you our belongings. We shall take our leave, Lu Qing said as he began to slowly retreat, with Wu Hai and Tian Wang tossing his 30 coins onto the ground. Lu Qing kept a watchful eye on Dagu, ready to signal for Wu Fatsai and the others at the slightest indication of danger. Fortunately, both parties gradually distanced themselves without incident. Run. Lu Qing turned and gestured for Wu Hai and Tian Wang to follow him as they fled. Wu Hai and Tian Wang obeyed, and the three of them sprinted away. Ha! Dagu laughed heartily as he watched Lu Qing and his companions scurry away like frightened rabbits. After running a fair distance and realizing Dagu and his band did not pursue, Lu Qing signaled for Wu Hai and Tian Wang to halt. That was exhilarating. I thought I was a goner, Tian Wang exclaimed, trembling. Lu Qing observed Tian Wang's shaking legs. It appears our plan has succeeded, Lu Qing remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Before long, Wu Fatsai and the others joined Lu Qing and the trio. That was truly perilous, Wu, he said, casting a glance at Lu Qing. Who knew if Dagu would suddenly attack? Everything is fine now. We shall wait, Lu Qing replied, turning his gaze towards Wu Fatsai. I understand, everyone follow me. Wu Fatsai acknowledged Lu Qing's intentions. As Dagu and several bandits returned to Qinglongzhai with the stolen lamb, Lu Qing and his companions quietly trailed behind. Third Master has returned. Indeed. Lamb. Third Master, you've hit the jackpot this time. The brothers haven't had a proper meal in over half a month. That's right. The rats in the lair have all been roasted and eaten. They all eyed the lamb, swallowing hard. Notify the others, today we feast on lamb. Good. Cheers erupted among the crowd. Lu Qing and his companions found a vantage point to observe Qing Longzhai. Wu Fatsai, having been a soldier, had no trouble locating a suitable spot. Rejoice, this shall be your last meal, Lu Qing said with a smile as he settled into a spot. The time passed in anticipation. Soon the enticing aroma of lamb soup wafted from within Qing Longzhai as an entire lamb was divided and stewed. As time ticked by, the members of Qing Longzhai eagerly lifted their bowls, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the savory lamb soup. I can't take it anymore. Neither can I. Some grew impatient, yet with Dagu overseeing, no one dared to advance. The chief is here. At that moment someone announced. A burly figure emerged from the discussion hall of Qing Longzhai. Chief. Everyone immediately bowed. Chun Tong nodded, approaching Dagu. Well done, third master. Thank you, Chief, Dagu replied with a grin. Have you seen the second master around these days? Not at all, he's likely off in Jinchuan again, someone speculated. The second master is becoming increasingly unruly, Chun Tong lamented. Chief, the lamb is ready. Someone called out at that moment. Upon hearing that the lamb was ready, everyone immediately gathered around. Let's begin. Chun Tong pressed his lips together. Recently, the local authorities of Luoyang County and Jinchuan County had jointly targeted them, causing the people of Qing Longzhai to refrain from being overly arrogant. Had it not been for this, he would have already led a group out to plunder. Now, gazing at the large pot of lamb, even as the leader, it was hard for him to maintain his composure. Time to feast. At this moment, Wu He observed everyone indulging in their meal and promptly reported to Lu Qing and the others. Excellent. Lu Qing nodded. Everyone, please inspect your crossbows. Once we charge, and no matter if they are dead or alive, ensure to finish them off. We must not allow any to escape. Lu Qing instructed firmly. Understood. Tian Wang and the others nodded seriously. Soon Lu Qing and his group began to edge closer to Qing Longzhai. Before long, the large pot of lamb was devoured entirely with not a drop of soup left behind. It had been far too long since they had savored meat. At that moment, the pot of lamb was a culinary delight in their eyes. How satisfying. Xing Degu grinned broadly. But the next second, he suddenly frowned. What's happening? Why are there bubbles all around me? Me too. Beauty. Not good, I'm going to drown, help. One by one, they started to utter nonsensical phrases. I am the leader of Qing Longzhai. Qin Tong, kneel before me. Some even began to hallucinate, believing themselves to be the leader of Qing Longzhai. Chaos ensued within Qing Longzhai, and soon everyone collapsed to the ground. Charge. Lu Qing and his team rushed in. Seeing the bandits sprawled on the ground, Lu Qing wasted no time and shot a crossbow bolt directly into one's forehead. What? Tai Nyo shuddered throughout. He had not anticipated that they would actually kill. They are bandits. We must show no mercy. We are now in a battle, and to be lenient to the enemy is to be cruel to ourselves, Lu Qing reminded everyone sternly. At this moment, there could be no room for compassion. Lu Qing was no saint, nor was he a paragon of virtue. As long as they were enemies, he cared not if they could resist. The priority was to eliminate them. Villains perish from excessive talk. The righteous perish from foolishness. Adhering to the principle of not killing the unarmed often find themselves ambushed by their adversaries, ultimately relying on luck to survive. However, Lu Qing did not consider himself to possess any protagonist's aura. This was not a television drama. Lu Qing is right. Wu Fatsai followed suit and struck. Dealing with enemies should indeed be ruthless. With Lu Qing and Wu Fatsai's words, everyone ceased their hesitations and began to strike down their foes. Lu Qing approached Qin Tong. At this moment, Qin Tong was still somewhat lucid. You, Qing Longzhai. The name you chose is evidently designed to provide experience points to the protagonist. Lu Qing stepped on Qin Tong's chest and ended his life with a single arrow. Half an hour later, Qing Longzhai was thoroughly swept by Lu Qing and his team. Assured that no threats remained, they finally relaxed. Wu Hai. Yes, you and Tian Wang Tai Nyo immediately contact the local authorities of Luoyang County and inform them we have eradicated Qing Longzhai. Have them come for an inspection. Understood. Wu Hai did not dare to delay and promptly contacted the authorities. Let's move these bodies aside. Lu Qing instructed the others. Luoyang County's local authorities. What? You have eradicated Qing Longzhai. The bailiff gazed at Wu Hai and the others in terror. Indeed. Do not jest, that place was beyond the capabilities of both Luoyang County and Jinchuan County's joint forces. How could you accomplish it? The bailiff was clearly skeptical. Truly, this was all Lu Qing's strategy. Following his plan, we easily eradicated Qing Longzhai, and our men are still there awaiting your arrival, Tian Wang stated earnestly. Do you understand the crime of deceiving the authorities? What we say is true. Tai Nyo was at a loss for words. Why did they not believe them? It was not that the bailiff was disbelieving, but rather that the situation was too astonishing. Are you not from Monglong village? At that moment, the head bailiff appeared momentarily stunned upon seeing Wu Hai and the others. It was not that they had a personal relationship, but rather that he remembered them from when they had delivered the corpse of Qian Mang last time. Indeed, we are from Monglong village. Head bailiff, we have eradicated Qing Longzhai. Please take your men there immediately. What? The head bailiff looked at Wu Hai in astonishment. Is that true? Of course, we would not joke about this matter, Wu Hai replied, genuinely unsure of how to prove it, having repeated himself several times. Very well. The head bailiff perceived that Wu Hai did not appear to be lying. An ordinary citizen would not dare to jest with the authorities. Immediately notify everyone to head to King Longzai. Head bailiff, you believe them? At that moment, a bailiff was taken aback. The last time they were the ones who killed Qian Meng. I believe it's possible. The head bailiff stated sternly. 2 hours later, Wu Hai and his companions brought the local authorities of Luliang County along. As the bailiffs approached King Longzai, each wore a grave expression. Upon entering, they were left speechless. They were indeed not lying. The ground was littered with corpses. Investigate. The head bailiff immediately ordered an inspection of the bodies on the ground. It's Qintong. It's Xing Degu. Someone shouted. The head bailiff approached for a closer look. It was indeed the leader Qintong and the third leader Xing Degu of King Longzai. The head bailiff gazed at Lu Qing and the others in disbelief. How could just a few of them have destroyed King Longzai? How was this achieved? Since you few dared to attack King Longzai, I truly don't know if you are exceptionally skilled or simply unaware of the danger. The head bailiff was sweating profusely. Just fortunate. Lu Qing smiled. If Qian Meng was luck, then this time it was certainly not mere luck. My name is Chao Song, head bailiff of Luliang County. Chao Song introduced himself. To kill Qian Meng and eradicate King Longzai, such a person must be befriended. Lu Qing. You are Lu Qing. Chao Song looked at Lu Qing, surprised by his refined demeanor. Head bailiff Han knows me. I do not, but on the way here I heard much about you from villagers of the same village. Chao Song replied with a smile. During the journey, Chao Song had learned the details of the events from Wu Hai and the others. Every step of the plan had been meticulously crafted, from purchasing the lamb, gathering mushrooms, crafting crossbows, feigning robbery, to finally storming King Longzai. The entire scheme was tightly interconnected, leaving no room for survival for the people of King Longzai. You are too kind. It was merely a trifling strategy. Lu Qing humbly waved his hand. The head bailiff has completed the examination. There are a total of 53 individuals, all slain. Good, bring all the heads back and bury the bodies on site. I will report your merits to the officials. Chao Song instructed his subordinates, while assuring Lu Qing and the others. Thank you, my lord. Lu Qing and his companions followed Chao Song to the government office. The eradication of King Longzai even stirred the attention of the esteemed county magistrate. Indeed, it was King Longzai, a malignant tumor that had plagued Luliang County and Jinchuan County. Now it had been vanquished by several villagers from Monglong Village. Your Excellency has arrived. With a loud proclamation, Lu Qing and the others immediately rose to their feet. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in official attire entered the room. He appeared to be around 40 years of age, with a rather portly physique, a common trait among county magistrates who enjoyed a more sumptuous lifestyle than the average individual. This is our county magistrate, Feng Zhijia. Chao Song introduced the man to Lu Qing and his companions. Your Excellency, these are the villagers from Monglong Village I mentioned. This is Lu Qing, the scholar. He orchestrated the entire plan. Chao Song spoke with great detail. I have the pleasure of meeting you, Your Excellency, Lu Qing stated with a respectful bow. Well done, well done. Young and accomplished. If only everyone could be like you. How could there be bandits in Luoyang? Feng Zhijia praised with a warm smile. This is merely our duty, Lu Qing replied with a modest smile. Lu Qing, would you be interested in working at my government office? Feng Zhijia inquired cheerfully, having learned from Chao Song of Lu Qing's talents. Wu Fei and the others turned their gaze towards Lu Qing, stunned that the county magistrate personally extended an invitation to work in the government office akin to enjoying the imperial provisions. This was an opportunity coveted by many. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, but I am accustomed to a more free-spirited life, Lu Qing gently declined. Wu Fei and the others were taken aback. Even Chao Song did not anticipate Lu Qing's refusal. This was a dream opportunity that many would yearn for, yet Lu Qing was willing to forego it. Lu Qing, have you truly considered this? Chao Song could not help but urge Lu Qing. Not at all, Lu Qing waved his hand. In his previous life, he had toiled endlessly, and in this life, he wished to live freely. Joining the government office would likely entail ceaseless duties. What freedom would he have left? Moreover, such places often incurred the ire of others, rendering one's efforts unappreciated. Why would he willingly seek out such tribulation? Is that so? Feng Zhijia chuckled, waving his hand. Since that is the case, I shall not press the matter further. He did not insist on persuading Lu Qing any longer. Half an hour later, Lu Qing and his companions emerged from the government office, their hands laden with rewards. Zhao Tiezhu, Tian Wang, and the others gazed enviously at the bundle in Lu Qing's possession. Chen Tong received 100 taels, Xing Dago 30 taels, while the remaining 52 individuals received 5 taels each. The total amounted to 390 taels of silver. They were additionally rewarded 10 taels, bringing the grand total to 400 taels. Finding a suitable spot, Tian Wang rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement. Finally, we have money. This is the first time I have seen silver. Gentleman Wu Fa Kai interjected. As you all know, Lu Qing was the mastermind behind the entire operation, while we were merely laborers. The adversaries posed no threat. Even without us, Lu Qing could have single-handedly vanquished King Longzai. It was merely a matter of time. His tone turned serious. Thus each of us should receive 15 taels of silver, while the remainder shall belong to Lu Qing. Wu Fa Kai proposed a fair distribution plan. After all, the entire venture was orchestrated by Lu Qing, and equal sharing would not reflect the true order of merit. I concur. Zhao Taizhu nodded. Indeed, it is proper for Qing Ge to receive a larger share. Lu Feng chimed in. I have no objections, Tai Niu added promptly. Tian Erwang grinned. What is there to debate? This is only fitting. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, he recognized that following Lu Qing would eventually lead to greater fortunes. It was best to begin cultivating goodwill now. Uncle Fa Kai. This Wu Fa Kai's statement made Lu Qing realize that he was playing the role of the villain for his sake. Let us heed my suggestion, Wu Fa Kai said, looking towards Lu Qing. Very well. Lu Qing acquiesced without hesitation. They would distribute the funds accordingly. Each person received 15 taels of silver. After distributing 105 taels, Lu Qing retained 295 taels for himself. As they divided the silver, Wu Hai excitedly asked Qing Ge, what is our next plan? Should we seek out more bandit strongholds? Have you lost your mind? Wu Fa Kai admonished, slapping Wu Hai on the head. Seeking other bandit strongholds was absurd. Father, I was merely suggesting, Wu Hai replied, feeling aggrieved. After enjoying a meal in Luliang County, Lu Qing and his companions returned to Monglong Village. Upon their return, it was already evening, and everyone returned home. Tonight, Monglong Village was destined for an extraordinary night. Darling, you've returned. Upon seeing Lu Qing, Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, Cheng Su, and Dong Chunhua, all rose to greet him. Where have you been today? The doors and windows have been installed and are waiting for your inspection. Han Xionyang inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Lu Qing, who had vanished for an entire day with a complete sheep. Not only Lu Qing, but also Uncle Fa Kai, Wu Hai, Wu He, Lu Feng, Tian Erwang, Zhao Tieju, and Tai Newell. The villagers had gone mad searching for him. I went to earn a bit of money, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Did you sell mutton? But that meat must be inedible now. Zheng Yulan assumed they had sold the sheep. No, Lu Qing waved his hand. I took a trip to King Longzai. Oh. The four women were taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. King Longzai. That was a place that instilled fear in many. What were you doing at King Longzai? It is far too dangerous. What if something happened to you? How could we possibly live? Though Han Xionyang saw Lu Qing standing unharmed before her, her heart was still heavy with trepidation. There were no mishaps, and there shall be none in the future, Lu Qing explained. What do you mean? Dong Chunhua inquired, confused. I led Uncle Fa Kai and the others to dismantle King Longzai, Lu Qing stated casually. What? The four women exclaimed in unison, their astonishment deepening. They had toppled King Longzai. How could that be? After all, what kind of place was King Longzai? How could a handful of them have brought it down? My dear, please do not jest with us, Zheng Yulan said, her disbelief palpable. How could I? Lu Qing opened his bundle, revealing it filled with glistening silver. Silver. Cheng Su gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the wealth before her. This is the reward we received for dismantling King Longzai, granted by the government office of Luliang County. A total of 400 taels. Uncle Fa Kai and the others received 15 taels each, and the remaining 295 taels are all right here, Lu Qing disclosed, having no reason to conceal the truth from Han Xionyang and the others now that the task was completed. Han Xionyang stared in astonishment at the silver before her. The sight of such wealth confirmed that Lu Qing spoke the truth. It was indeed real. So much money. Dong Chunhua felt her breath quicken. Silver. She had never imagined she would lay eyes on such a sum. In comparison to Dong Chunhua's shock, Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Cheng Su appeared slightly less affected, as they had already been astonished by Lu Qing several times before. But this is far too dangerous, Han Xionyang said, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at Lu Qing. Lu Qing chuckled softly. There was no other choice. An arrow on the bowstring must be released. He had killed Qinmong. Qing Longzhai would eventually seek revenge. Thus he could only take the initiative. It will not happen again. Lu Qing reassured Han Xionyang. How much do we have now? Lu Qing inquired. Let me see, we have over 400 taels of silver. Han Xionyang calculated, roughly, her heart swelling with joy at this thought. With over 400 taels of silver, they could say their lives would be free from want. A family with merely 101 would be considered wealthy. But now, they possessed a substantial 400 taels of silver. Is it really that much? Dong Chunhua was astonished. He had not expected Lu Qing to be so affluent. His decision to stay by Lu Qing's side was indeed the right one. It truly meant no more worries about food and drink. Not bad, Lu Qing replied, prompting the three women to exchange glances of disbelief. What did he mean by not bad? This was 400 taels of silver. Let alone Luliang County, they could live comfortably even in Guang'an Prefecture. My husband. What is it? Lu Qing turned to Han Xionyang. My husband, I wish to return to my family home. Han Xionyang expressed her intention, looking at Lu Qing, unsure of his agreement. My husband, it has been a month since our marriage, and we have not yet visited. Han Xiaonyang tentatively observed Lu Qing, as if seeking his approval. Though it is said that a married daughter is like spilled water severing ties with her family, human emotions are complex, and her family home is where she grew up. That is only right. Lu Qing nodded. It was my oversight. Lu Qing admitted his fault. After the wedding, one should indeed return to the family home, yet Lu Qing had overlooked this matter. Reflecting on it now, he recognized his neglect. No, it is not your fault, my husband. Han Xiaonyang hastily waved her hand. You little girl. Lu Qing could not help but smile wryly. Tomorrow we will go to Luliang County to buy some items before heading to Xiahe village. Su-e, will you return with us? Lu Qing recalled that Ching Su-e and Han Xiaonyang were from the same village. Yes. Ching Su-e nodded. Then it is settled. Tomorrow the three of us will go to Xiahe village, and we will leave the household to Chuanhua and Yulan. Lu Qing looked towards Jing Yulan and Dong Chuanhua. Rest assured, my husband. We will take good care of the house. Dong Chuanhua and Jing Yulan assured Lu Qing. After a night's rest the next day, Lu Qing took Han Xiaonyang and Ching Su-e to Luliang County to purchase some necessities: cloth, grain, and pork. One cannot appear too shabby when visiting one's mother-in-law for the first time. My husband, that is enough. Han Xiaonyang stopped Lu Qing. In the blink of an eye, they had already spent 2 or 3 silver taels, and the cart was nearly overflowing. Is that sufficient? Yes. Ching Su-e nodded. Then let us go. Lu Qing led Han Xiaonyang and Ching Su-e towards Xiahe village. By the time they arrived at Xiahe village, it was already afternoon. We must buy a cart. Lu Qing gritted his teeth. Traveling on foot was indeed exhausting, and having a cart would be much more convenient. A cart? Han Xiaonyang looked at Lu Qing. Such carts were few and far between in Luliang County. To purchase one, they would need to go to Guang'an Prefecture, which was the only place with such vehicles. Moreover, a cart seemed to require dozens of silver taels. My husband, this unicycle is quite decent already. Han Xiaonyang said contentedly. That will not do, it is too tiring to travel. Lu Qing waved his hand. Soon the three of them pushed the unicycle to the entrance of Xiahe village. Isn't that the calamity of the Han family? Why have they returned? And look, there's Ching Su-e. I heard her cousins married someone. Have they both been dismissed? It seems so. It appears they have been sent back, and with all those bundles it must be true. In Xiahe village, Han Xiaonyang's misfortunes were widely discussed, and as a result, she had become a figure of ill omen, believed to be bringing misfortune upon the village. Many young women were too afraid to pursue marriage due to Han Xiaonyang's reputation. Quickly go tell Han Xiaonyang there will be a good show to watch. A mischievous smile spread across their faces. Han Xiaonyang was the wife of Han Xiaonyang's brother Han Baozhu. Back then, the Han family had spent considerable money on this marriage arrangement. After Han Xiaonyang married into the Han family, she was indeed capable managing the household efficiently. However, since the incident involving Han Xiaonyang, she seemed to have transformed entirely. If Han Xiaonyang could not find a husband, the Han family would face confiscation of property, and the men would be conscripted, while the women would be sent to pay tribute. Thus, Han Xiaonyang and Han Xiaonyang were like fire and water, leading her to rush and notify Han Xiaonyang. The villagers do not appear very friendly. Lu Qing observed the crowd around them. Han Xiaonyang offered a bitter smile. It was only Lu Qing who did not mind her reputation. I am sorry, my husband. Han Xiaonyang looked at Lu Qing with guilt. What is there to apologize for? Do not concern yourself with them. Oh, we have not eaten their rice, Lu Qing comforted her. Yes. Han Xiaonyang nodded. My husband, just ahead is my home. Good. Lu Qing pushed the unicycle forward. Soon they arrived at Han Xiaonyang's house. Mother. Han Xiaonyang called out upon seeing the busy middle-aged woman in the yard. Oh. Upon seeing Han Xiaonyang, Jingshi gasped. Why have you returned? Jingshi's expression turned anxious. A month had passed since Han Xiaonyang and Ching Su-e had been taken by the officials for marriage arrangements, and everyone had assumed they had been wed. Their families were rejoicing now. Why had they suddenly come back? Upon seeing Han Xiaonyang and Ching Su-e, Jingshi felt as if struck by lightning. Could it be that their families truly could not escape disaster? Mother, how have you returned? Did you not get married? Oh dear, what should we do? Is heaven truly intent on punishing us? Jingshi did not exhibit the affection typically seen between a mother and her daughter upon her first return home after marriage. Instead, she began lamenting. Lu Qing wondered if this was really her mother. No, mother. Han Xiaonyang interjected. We are already married. This is our husband Lu Qing from Monglong village. Han Xiaonyang helped the despondent Jingshi, who was seated on the ground, her face filled with worry. Really? Jingshi could hardly believe it. It is true, Han Xiaonyang nodded with a smile. Greetings, aunt. Lu Qing stepped forward to pay his respects. You're not deceiving me. Of course not. Han Xiaonyang was somewhat speechless, wondering why her mother doubted their words. Very well, please come inside. Jingshi managed a somewhat awkward smile. All right. Just as Lu Qing and the others were about to enter, stop. A sharp voice rang out. Lu Qing turned to see a woman in a coarse garment rushing toward them, followed by dozens of others. Stop. Who allowed you to enter? The woman stood at the entrance, blocking Lu Qing with an imposing demeanor. Sister-in-law. Just as Lu Qing was perplexed, Han Xiaonyang exclaimed. Sister-in-law. Oh dear, I cannot accept that title. A dear lady, you are my sister-in-law. Did you not go with the officials? Why have you returned? Do you intend to drag us down with you? Pan Xiaonyang glared at Han Xiaonyang. In Pan Xiaonyang's eyes, Han Xiaonyang had become a venomous serpent. Sister-in-law, how can you say such things? Cheng Su, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up for Han Xiaonyang. What should I say then? Pan Xiaonyang fixed her gaze on Cheng Su. If you two sisters fail to find husbands, we will all be implicated. Our family could be destroyed. I could perish from this stress. How do you expect me to respond? Pan Xiaonyang's words were sharp, her speech reminiscent of a machine gun. Han Xiaonyang and Cheng Su were no match for her. Enough. At this moment, Han Qianyang's elder brother Han Baoshan stepped forward to intervene. What do you want? Pan Xiaonyang glared at Han Baoshan. Han Baoshan, if you continue to throw a tantrum, believe me, I will return to my mother's house and leave this family behind. Han Baoshan was left speechless. Do you want everyone watching to witness this farce? A farce? Having everyone watch a farce is certainly better than waiting here to die, right? I devoted myself to your Han family, and in the end, I am to be sent off as a tribute. Do you think I owe your Han family something? Pan Xiaonyang looked at Han Baoshan with indignation. Han Xiaonyang, Cheng Su, you have already been taken by the authorities to marry. You are no longer part of our Han family. Pan Xiaonyang fixed her gaze on Han Xiaonyang and Cheng Su. It seemed today was destined for a confrontation. As long as Pan Xiaonyang remained here, no one could allow Han Xiaonyang to step into the Han household. Xiaonyang. At this moment, Zheng Shi spoke up. They have already married to Lu Qing from Monglong village. Today he has come to see us. Zheng Shi explained at that moment. Married. Pan Xiaonyang was taken aback, finally turning to the silent Lu Qing beside her. You. I am Lu Qing. Lu Qing introduced himself. Are you sure you brought them here to see us rather than to return them? Let me remind you, since they have married, they have no ties to us anymore. Pan Xiaonyang spoke with caution. What if Han Xiaonyang and Cheng Su were unwanted and sent back? After all, Han Xiaonyang was notorious for being a husband killer in the surrounding villages. That is not the case. Lu Qing shook his head with a smile. Xiaonyang and Su are wonderful. After our marriage, I found that everything I do goes smoothly. Lu Qing replied with a smile. This statement was also meant to inform everyone that Han Xiaonyang was not a husband killer, but rather a blessing for her spouse. What? Pan Xiaonyang was momentarily stunned. Sister-in-law, we did not deceive you. We truly came to see you. Cheng Su was nearly stamping her feet with urgency. We even brought gifts. Cheng Su pointed to a nearby unicycle. Gifts. At that moment, Zheng Shi, Pan Xiaonyang, Han Baoshan, and the villagers of Xiahe all turned to the unicycle. On it were bags of rice flour, pork, chickens, ducks, fish, cloth, and other daily necessities. Oh my, so many items. How much did this all cost? At least 3 taels of silver. Impossible. Just look at that cloth, it's clearly fine material. One piece alone is worth 2 taels. Look at this unicycle. Oh, our entire Xiahe village doesn't have one. The crowd began to murmur. Especially the unicycle, which elicited envious glances from many men. To possess a unicycle was to be regarded as a successful individual. Hearing the discussions around her, Pan Xiaonyang gazed at the gifts, uncertain of what to say. Look, little sister has come to see us. Perhaps we misunderstood her, Han Baoshan interjected. Lu Qing, come in. We've made a spectacle of ourselves. It's fine. Lu Qing calmly waved his hand. Everyone entered the house together. Come, let's have tea. Pan Xiaonyang cheerfully poured tea for Lu Qing, her demeanor a stark contrast to before, treating him like an esteemed guest. Thank you. Lu Qing nodded. Why be so polite? What would you like to eat? I will prepare it for you right now. Pan Xiaonyang was so eager that Lu Qing thought she might be experiencing a form of split personality. Han Baoshan cleared his throat, seemingly indicating that Pan Xiaonyang was being overly enthusiastic. What's with the coughing? This is our Han family's son-in-law. He has a promising future, and we should be happy. Indeed. Han Baoshan nodded. You hurry to the kitchen and prepare a meal. Sister-in-law, I'll help you. Cheng Su quickly followed Pan Xiaonyang outside. As the two exited, Zheng Shi looked at Lu Qing. We made quite the spectacle for you. Not at all. Lu Qing was unsure of what to say. Actually, my sister-in-law is quite kind, albeit a bit hot-tempered and straightforward. She has always worked diligently in our Han family. The clothes she wears are even her bridal garments from her family. It is because of me that she has become this way, Han Xiaonyang said with a sense of shame. Due to her circumstances, she nearly failed to marry and brought misfortune to the Han family, naturally causing Pan Xiaonyang to be upset. She had married into the Han family hoping for a good life. Why should she suffer the consequences of the Han family's downfall? All this is in the past. Lu Qing smiled gently. In truth, Lu Qing discerned that Pan Xiaonyang was a forthright person, one who easily offended others, but had a good heart. Are you from Monglong village, Lu Qing? Yes. Do you have anyone else at home? Zheng Shi began to inquire. I am the only one in my family. What do you do? Zheng Shi continued her questioning. Lu Qing found himself at a loss for how to answer that question. Your husband is a scholar, Han Xiaonyang answered for him. A scholar? Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. Studying is commendable. If you can become a jinsher, you will make a name for yourself, Zheng Shi said with a joyful smile, surprised to learn that Lu Qing was an educated man. Zheng Shi asked a question and Lu Qing answered. Xianyang, bring out the items we brought. Yes. Han Xianyang suddenly realized. Mother, these are gifts for you, father, my brother, and my sister-in-law from Luoyang County. Han Xianyang began to present the items one by one. Why did you buy so many things? Zheng Shi looked at Han Xianyang with concern. These items must have cost quite a bit. How much better it would be to save up for daily living. Not much, just a few taels of silver. Clang. The sound of a teacup shattering interrupted them. While drinking, Han Baoshan accidentally dropped his cup, causing it to break on the floor. What happened? Hearing the commotion, Pan Xianyang immediately rushed in. Upon seeing the shattered cup, she exclaimed, what's going on? Han Baoshan, have you become skilled enough to break cups? Do you know we only have a few? Pan Xianyang looked sorrowfully at the pieces on the ground. It wasn't me. I didn't drop it, it slipped from my hand. Han Baoshan protested, feeling wronged. He intended to blame Han Xianyang. If it weren't for her, he would have steadied it. Slipped. How can you be so careless? Pan Xianyang was about to continue when she noticed Lu Qing's presence and forced a smile. Don't let him mock you, he can't even hold a cup. Han Baoshan's constrained explanation was, this is something brought by Xianyang. What is it? Pan Xianyang looked on with curiosity. Sister-in-law, this is for you to make a new outfit. You ought to change out of this old garment, Han Xianyang said, handing the fabric to Pan Xianyang. How can I accept this? Pan Xianyang hesitated, glancing at her hands, which were too dirty. If she were to take it directly, it would likely soil the fine material. There is no need for such hesitation. Xianyang has said that over the years you've been diligent and selfless in the Han household. This is merely a token of her appreciation, Lu Qing interjected on Han Qianyang's behalf. Lu Qing's unexpected remark left Han Xianyang momentarily at a loss for words. Then please set it aside, and my hands will surely dirty it. Pan Xianyang gestured for Han Xianyang to place the fabric down. And so many other things. This is too extravagant. Pan Xianyang observed the additional items, most of which she had only seen from a distance in Luoyang County. Now that Han Xianyang and the others had purchased them, Xianyang mentioned it cost several taels of silver. Han Baoshan seemed to take pride in this, feeling vindicated as he returned home with gifts worth several taels, silencing any who might claim his sister was unlucky in marriage. Oh, Pan Xianyang exclaimed in surprise. Several taels of silver. This is far too valuable. We should quickly wrap it up and return everything tomorrow. It's better to save the money, isn't it? Pan Xianyang immediately thought of asking Lu Qing and Han Xianyang to return the items. Han Xianyang smiled softly, sensing a wave of satisfaction wash over her. As long as my husband earns this silver is his hard-earned money, so sister-in-law, you need not worry about us. Han Xianyang explained. Pan Xianyang turned her gaze toward Lu Qing. Earning money. Earning several taels of silver. This must be an outstanding son-in-law. Lu Qing. Oh, you say we are now one family. Pan Xianyang looked at Lu Qing. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. Then could you perhaps take your elder brother along with you? Sister-in-law does not wish for your brother to earn several taels of silver. Even a few dozen coins would suffice. Pan Xianyang hoped Lu Qing would include Han Baoshan in his endeavors. Why do you say such things? Han Baoshan thought to himself, incredulous that on his first day as a son-in-law he was being asked to take on responsibilities. Lu Qing smiled. Of course I shall take him out whenever the opportunity arises. Lu Qing did not refuse. Lu Qing, are you not studying? How do you earn money? Han Baoshan inquired, wanting to remind Lu Qing to prioritize his education, for passing the Imperial examination was paramount. By eliminating the Qinglong Zhai and receiving the reward, Lu Qing replied nonchalantly. Oh, so you eliminated the Qinglong Zhai. What? Qinglong Zhai. Silence fell over the room, and aside from Han Xianyang, the others were left dumbfounded, believing they had misheard. Are you referring to the Qinglong Zhai of Mangta Mountain? Han Baoshan clearly recognized the infamous bandit stronghold. Yes. Lu Qing nodded. Han Baoshan and the others were once again taken aback. That was indeed the Qinglong Zhai, renowned far and wide. Looking at Lu Qing, who appeared to be a frail scholar, they were astonished to learn he had single-handedly vanquished such a notorious band of outlaws, leaving them to reconsider their impression of him. Why is there a unicycle in the courtyard? Han Mankang's voice drifted in from outside. Father is back, Han Xianyang announced. Everyone exited the room. This is ours. Han Xianyang stepped forward to respond. Xianyang, when did you all return? Just now. Han Xianyang replied with a smile. Father, let me introduce you. This is my husband Lu Qing from Monglong village. Oh. Han Monsong scrutinized Lu Qing from head to toe. A scholar, is it? One glance at Lu Qing's demeanor revealed his scholarly background. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. Although scholars are admirable, judging by your appearance, you likely cannot undertake labor. Han Monsong seemed less than impressed. In the countryside, a robust, sturdy figure was prized, while someone like Lu Qing, appearing delicate and incapable of hard work, was less appealing. Without the ability to labor, one would face hunger. Hearing Han Mankang's words, Han Baoshan and the others trembled slightly. Was this not a preconceived notion? They needed to remember that the man before them had taken down the Qinglong Zhai. Do not be deceived by his scholarly appearance. He was a force far more formidable than any mountain bandit. Father. Han Xionyang cast a reproachful glance at her father. When she was unmarried, he had found her overly demanding. Now that she was married, it seemed he had begun to criticize her husband. Father Lu Qing is capable. Even if he does not labor, he can provide for Xionyang and the rest. You need not worry. Han Baoshan spoke on Lu Qing's behalf. After dinner, in a bit of conversation, while the evening was still young, Lu Qing decided to visit the Qing family with Cheng Su. Han Xionyang remained at home. As soon as Lu Qing and Cheng Su departed, Zheng Shi and Pan Xianyang quickly gathered around. Mother. Han Xionyang looked at her mother and Pan Xianyang. Why are you all whispering as if hiding something? Han Monsong seemed displeased, insisting they wait for Lu Qing to leave before speaking, making him feel like an outsider. Mother, is there something you want to discuss? Han Xionyang asked Zheng Shi. Is there something that you cannot say in front of Lu Qing? It makes it seem as though we are being guarded against him. Han Xionyang said, a hint of irritation in her voice. Silly girl, do you think your mother is that kind of person? Zheng Shi shot her a disapproving glance. You tell me you've been married for a month and have not consummated the marriage. What is going on? Zheng Shi looked sternly at her two daughters. If one of them had not consummated the marriage, it could be attributed to her daughter's issue. But clearly Cheng Su had also not consummated. Could this be Lu Qing's fault? Is this Lu Qing's problem? Zheng Shi scrutinized Xionyang. Her hopes for her daughter's marriages were high, yet she did not want them to become mere shadows of their former selves. Mother, you're being ridiculous. There's nothing wrong. Han Xionyang quickly waved her hands in denial. Then it must be an issue with the two of you. Pan Xianyang fixed her gaze on Han Xionyang. Her younger sister-in-law seemed fine. Neither is it. Han Xionyang shook her head, blushing. Then whose issue is it? Zheng Shi was flabbergasted. If neither side had a problem, why had they not consummated? Had they both become indifferent to desire? How would they fulfill their obligations to the state? When we first married, our house was drafty, and we had nothing, thus we did not consummate. Now we are building a new home, and once that is complete, we should be able to. Han Xionyang shyly expressed her thoughts. You are building a house. Pan Xianyang looked on with envy. Their current residence was also nearing the point of being unlivable. Everyone cramped together made life exceedingly difficult. Yes. Han Xionyang nodded. Mother, sometimes you need to be a bit more proactive. Don't be like a blockhead. If a woman takes the initiative, very few men can resist such a lure. Mother. Han Xionyang was at a loss for words. Do not feel ashamed. Oh, I speak for your benefit. I see that Lu Qing is certainly no ordinary man, and he may attract other women in the future. Thus you both must be the first to bear his children, as this will secure your status in the family. Pan Xianyang advised Han Xionyang. How does a woman establish her position in life? Regardless of whether one comes from an ordinary family or royal lineage, it has always been understood that a mother's value is determined by her children. Your sister-in-law is right. You must take this matter seriously and have a child soon, as it will be beneficial for you. Zheng Shi solemnly advised Han Xionyang. Understood. Han Xionyang nodded. In the afternoon, Lu Qing and Cheng Su returned, finding Han Monsong and Han Baoshan deeply engrossed in examining a unicycle, which was akin to a Rolls-Royce Phantom in their eyes. I believe the unicycle should be a bit wider, one suggested. No need for that. It would appear cumbersome and difficult to push, came the retort. But if it's too narrow, wouldn't it easily get stuck in the mud? Was the counter-argument. Their banter flowed seamlessly, revealing that a man's delight often lies in vehicles, even if it's a unicycle. Darling, Han Xionyang emerged from the house. Let us depart. Lu Qing beckoned her to return. All right. He bid farewell to the others, and the trio pushed the unicycle away from Xiao village. In Monglong village, Dong Chunhua anxiously surveyed the crowd gathered in the courtyard, which was filled with all the villagers. Chunhua Yulan, do you think Lu Qing and the others will return today? Zhao Taizhu inquired excitedly. Not sure. Dong Chunhua shook her head. Lu Qing had not mentioned whether he would return before leaving them in uncertainty. Why don't we head back for now? We can return to find Lu Qing once he comes back. Someone proposed, suggesting they leave rather than wait idly. I think I shall wait a little longer, another replied. I will wait too, echoed another voice. They exchanged glances, and in the end no one left, for all were eager for wealth. Wu Fai returned home with silver, creating a lively atmosphere among several families, for the silver gleamed brightly. Soon word spread that it was Lu Qing who led the effort to eliminate Qinglong Zhai and was rewarded with silver. The news circulated through Monglong village like wildfire. Who could resist the allure of gleaming silver? Some murmured grievances against Lu Qing for not bringing them along, while others regretted not noticing the peculiarities surrounding his actions. Had they known that joining Lu Qing could yield silver, they would have eagerly followed him. As dusk fell, Lu Qing and his companions arrived at Monglong village. Why is it so quiet? Lu Qing furrowed his brows. In the past, he would see children playing at the village entrance, but now it was eerily deserted. Lu Qing. It's Lu Qing returning. Someone exclaimed upon spotting them. Lu Qing, Han Xionyang, and Cheng Su were suddenly met by a throng of villagers rushing towards them like a tidal wave. Darling. Han Xionyang, startled, stepped back behind Lu Qing. Fear not, Lu Qing reassured her. In an instant, the villagers surrounded them. Lu Qing, how could you be so inconsiderate? Indeed, you embark on profitable ventures without us. I still remember when I used to carry you as a child, a village elder complained. Qinggu, although our relationship isn't particularly close, we grew up together. You can't neglect me, another chimed in. Exactly, Lu Qing, you must not forget us. Meng Dahu joined the fray. What is going on? Lu Qing asked, utterly bewildered. Lu Qing, we all know you led Fa Kai and others to annihilate Qing Longjai and received 15 taels of silver each, Meng Xiaojun informed him. This matter. Lu Qing smiled wryly, thinking they were discussing something significant. Why didn't you bring us along for such a wonderful opportunity? Meng Xiaojun reproached, as the Meng family was prominent in Monglong village and had men who could have joined for the silver. I had no inkling the situation would unfold so smoothly. Had it turned dangerous, I couldn't have guaranteed anyone's safety, hence I did not inform anyone, Lu Qing explained, a hint of irony in his tone. Who could predict the outcome with certainty? Ungrateful wretch, our Meng family treated you well. Meng Xiaojun glared at him fiercely. Return our winter vegetables that you received from us, she demanded, clearly viewing Lu Qing as an ingrate. Xiaojun, do not be angry. We will repay the vegetables we received from you, Zheng Yulan interjected, having gathered enough wild vegetables to return. Who are you? I am speaking to Lu Qing. Silence yourself, you husband-wrecking woman, Meng Xiaojun snapped. At her words, Lu Qing's expression turned icy. What is it? Meng Xiaojun glanced at him. She is my wife, Lu Qing stated firmly. And so what? Meng Xiaojun raised her chin defiantly. Lu Qing, do not think yourself superior for having eliminated Qing Longjai. Oh, I am about to marry Wang Xiaocai, who will soon take the Imperial examination. I shall become a lady of distinction, she boasted. Insane, Lu Qing replied, staring incredulously at Meng Xiaojun. Meng Shu, it is her fault for attacking like a rabid dog, but it is yours for unleashing her upon us, Lu Qing remarked, directing his gaze at Meng Do. The Meng family had always looked down upon Lu Qing, and now they dared to insult him. Do you dare to insult me? Meng Xiaojun's face flushed with anger as she attempted to claw at Lu Qing's face. Enough. Meng Dahu intervened, stopping her. Father, such disgrace, return home. He scolded Meng Xiaojun. At this moment, Lu Qing's reputation in Monglong village had surpassed Lu Shizai. Offending him was unwise. Lu Qing, I apologize, I have failed to educate Xiaojun properly. Please, as an elder, do not hold it against her. Meng Dahu sought to smooth things over. She must apologize to Yulan, and I shall overlook it, Lu Qing stated, fixing his gaze on Meng Xiaojun. Darling. Zheng Yulan looked at Lu Qing anxiously. Lu Qing, do not push it too far, Meng Xiaojun retorted, taken aback by his demand for her apology. It was you who spoke insolently first, as shouldn't you apologize? If Wang Xiaocai knew he was to marry a fiery woman, how do you think he would react? Lu Qing calmly reminded her. You. Meng Xiaojun felt a wave of panic. She needed to maintain her reputation. Very well, I apologize, she conceded to Zheng Yulan before turning to leave. Darling. Zheng Yulan looked at Lu Qing nervous. It is all right, Lu Qing reassured her. Everyone, the situation with Qing Longjai is fraught with instability, which is why I did not bring you along. However, rest assured there will be ample opportunities for profit in the future, and I, Lu Qing, shall seek you out, Lu Qing promised, gesturing for everyone to be at ease. Really? A gentleman's word is as good as a bond, Lu Qing assured them. What a joke, these were mere laborers, and he intended to develop their potential for his own benefit. Persuade the crowd to disperse. Lu Qing led Han Xionyang and a few others home. Jinchuan County. Lihuazhai. What did you say? Qing Longjai has been destroyed. The leader of Lihuazhai, Lung Lihua, gazed incredulously at the returning individual. Indeed, I heard it directly from the officials of Jinchuan County. The messenger appeared equally incredulous. Yet the county officials would not deceive them. A month prior, Luliang County and Jinchuan County had united to eradicate Qing Longjai, but failed, leading them to seek collaboration with Lihuazhai. All arrangements had been made. Lihuazhai would assist the officials in annihilating Qing Longjai, with all spoils reverting to Lihuazhai. However, today, when Lung Lihua sent someone to the county, she was informed that Qing Longjai had indeed been destroyed. How can this be possible? A man beside Lung Lihua looked at the messenger with disbelief. Did you mishear? Absolutely not, I confirmed it several times. Is it possible that reinforcements were sent from above to eliminate Qing Longjai? The man looked at Lung Lihua, fully aware that neither Jinchuan nor Luliang County possessed the capability to vanquish Qing Longjai. Otherwise, they would not have sought assistance from Lihuazhai. Reinforcements from above. How could there be no news of such an event? Lung Lihua furrowed her brow. The destruction of Qing Longjai appeared utterly inexplicable. It seems that it was not reinforcements from above. I've gathered information suggesting that Luliang County acted independently to destroy Qing Longjai. The messenger offered further clarification. Impossible. The man waved his hand again. If Jinchuan and Luliang County together could not succeed, how could Luliang County alone possibly annihilate Qing Longjai? I find this situation exceedingly strange. His expression was grave. The more they discussed, the more mysterious it became. Why not claim that a few villagers had destroyed Qing Longjai instead? Luliang County. Lung Lihua narrowed her eyes slightly. Regardless, the malignant tumor that was Qing Zhai has been eradicated, which is certainly a blessing for the common people, she said calmly. While Zhai was indeed situated within Luoyang's territory, it had never engaged in wrongdoing. In fact, Zhai had actively protected the surrounding villages. Thus, Jinshuan and Luoyang County had sought to collaborate with Zhai to eliminate Qing Zhai. Do you truly believe that Luoyang County could independently annihilate Qing Zhai? The man looked at Leng Lihua. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Qing Zhai could not be so easily subdued, otherwise Lihua Zhai would not have engaged in numerous confrontations with Qing Zhai without achieving its destruction. Whether it is true or not, we will discover the facts soon enough. Leng Lihua turned her gaze towards the man. You stay at Lihua Zhai while I proceed to Luoyang County, she declared with a smile. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Leng Lihua arrived in Luoyang County with 2 subordinates. Upon entering a tavern in Luoyang County, waiter, has anything significant occurred recently in Luoyang County? While dining, Leng Lihua inquired of the tavern attendant. To gather information, one must approach the tavern staff, for they are often well-informed amidst the bustling patrons. Indeed, there is a significant event. Qing Zhai has been destroyed. From now on, everyone can travel to Jinshuan County without the need to traverse mountains and detours. They may use the official road instead. The attendant responded with enthusiasm. This was indeed a momentous event. The officials of Luoyang County had already posted a notice. Then it appears that the officials of Luoyang County are quite impressive. Leng Lihua nodded. What is so impressive about the officials? I have heard that it was not the government that eliminated Qing Zhai, but rather a few villagers. What? Leng Lihua was taken aback. This news was becoming increasingly sensational. In Luoyang County, the destroyers of Qing Zhai were reportedly merely a handful of villagers. This was utterly absurd. A few villagers? How could that be? Leng Lihua shook her head. You may not believe it, but it is true. I believe it was the villagers from Monglong village. The attendant continued, for there are no secrets that can be kept in this world, especially regarding an event as significant as the destruction of Qing Zhai. Though Lu Qing and his companions maintained a low-profile, word had spread that they hailed from Monglong village. Now Monglong village had become quite renowned throughout Luoyang County. Monglong village. Leng Lihua noted the name. After finishing their meal, Leng Lihua exited the tavern. Where shall we go now, leader? To Monglong village. Leng Lihua resolved to visit Monglong village. If it were indeed the case that Monglong village had vanquished Qing Zhai, there must be extraordinary individuals within the village. If such individuals could be allied with Lihua Zhai, would be secure. Lihua Zhai had always protected the common folk, thus becoming a unique entity among the bandit strongholds in Luoyang County. Many bandits sought to eliminate Lihua Zhai. Currently, Lihua Zhai found itself besieged on all sides. Monglong village. Leng Lihua and her companions arrived at Monglong village. This remote area possesses such remarkable housing. Those following Leng Lihua marveled at the houses constructed by Lu Qing, which stood out amidst the many earthen and straw structures, making them impossible to ignore. Such a construction would cost several hundred taels of silver. Could it be that all the reward for destroying Qing Zhai was spent on building these houses? Perhaps. The two speculated. Let's take a closer look. Leng Lihua headed toward the houses occupied by Lu Qing and his companions. At that moment, Lu Qing was busy arranging the layout inside the house with several villagers. The heated Kong is built this way. Lu Qing decided against placing a bed in the room, opting instead for a large heated Kong, knowing that if winter grew cold they could warm it. After arriving in this era, Lu Qing had truly felt the chill of winter, fearing he might freeze to death. Dear, what is a heated Kong? It is a type of Kong that can be heated, making it very warm to sleep on in winter. Lu Qing smiled as he explained to Han Xionyang. Warm, even in winter. Han Xionyang looked curiously at the construction of the heated Kong. Is anyone there? Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look out the window. Although the bed had been installed, it had not yet been papered, allowing them to see everything outside. Who is it? We are just passing by and stopped for a drink of water. Come in. Han Xionyang smiled as she stepped out. Thank you. Leng Lihua took a sip from the water bowl brought by Han Xionyang, her eyes scanning the impressive house before her. This house is truly magnificent. Did your family build it? Yes, my husband designed it. Han Xionyang beamed with happiness. Everyone who saw the house remarked on its grandeur. Naturally, Han Xionyang was delighted. That must have cost a considerable amount of money, right? Not too much. It was mostly the help of our fellow villagers. Altogether, it only cost about 20 taels of silver, Han Xionyang explained while gazing at the house. What? Leng Lihua and the others were taken aback. 20 taels of silver. Did they think the three of them were naive? Was this not an outrageous claim? Could such a splendid house truly be built for 20 taels of silver? If that were the case, then everyone in the world could reside in such splendid houses. 20 taels of silver. Your claim is far too exaggerated. I doubt even a corner of this house could be constructed for 20 taels, one of Leng Lihua's companions remarked mockingly. They felt that while Han Xionyang was beautiful, her intelligence was lacking. If you said 200 taels, it might be somewhat credible. But 20 taels. Indeed, these blue bricks and gray tiles must have incurred some cost. No. In response to the skepticism, Han Chunyang offered a gentle smile. These truly did not cost us anything. My husband constructed a brick factory, and our Monglong village produces its own bricks and tiles, Han Chunyang patiently elaborated. The two companions of Lung Lihua were rendered speechless in an instant. This small Monglong village actually possesses its own brick factory. Not even Luoyang County or Jinchuan has such an establishment. Is this truly a village? I see now. Lung Lihua appeared to suddenly comprehend. Sister-in-law, is Qing Gu present? As Han Xionyang and Lung Lihua were engaged in conversation, a voice arose. Yes. Han Xionyang nodded. Husband Wu He and Uncle Fatsai have arrived. Uncle Fatsai. Lu Qing promptly emerged from the room, and Lung Lihua and her companions turned to observe the newcomers. Upon seeing Wu Fatsai, Lung Lihua's delicate brows slightly furrowed. Wu Fatsai approached, and as he laid eyes on Lung Lihua, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his gaze, as if witnessing something incredible. We are merely passing through. Lung Lihua interjected first. Oh. Wu Fatsai ceased further remarks. Wu He, what is the matter with Uncle Fatsai? Lu Qing stepped forward to inquire. This is our hunted game as per our agreement, Wu He and Wu Fatsai declared, placing their catch upon the ground. Returning from King Longzai, Lu Qing had stored his crossbow. Yet Wu Fatsai had borrowed 2 crossbows from him, as they too desired to construct a house. If one intends to build, one must prepare meals for the laborers. It cannot always be simple fare. Thus Wu Fatsai resolved to venture into the mountains for hunting with Wu He. Having experienced the power of the crossbow, Wu Fatsai was keen to seize the opportunity. Therefore, as per their arrangement, should they hunt 3 or more game, they would present one to Lu Qing as remuneration for the use of the crossbow. After all, the crossbow does have a limited lifespan. Fortune smiled upon them today as they had captured 4. Excellent. Lu Qing did not hesitate. This was a transaction. In a transaction, there was no need for mutual pretenses. Then we shall take our leave. With their remaining game, Wu Fatsai and Wu He departed. We shall also bid farewell. Lung Lihua followed suit. Upon exiting Lu Qing's residence, Wu Fatsai instructed Wu He to return alone with the game, while he turned his attention to Lung Lihua, who had followed him out. Emerging from Monglong village and entering the forest beyond here, it seemed Lung Lihua awaited Wu Fatsai amidst the trees. Qianjun Ing. Wu Fatsai pays his respects to the young lady. Wu Fatsai bowed to Lung Lihua. Uncle Fatsai, please rise. There are no longer any young ladies in this day and age. Being addressed as a young lady stirred something within Lung Lihua. No, in my eyes you shall forever remain the young lady. Were it not for the marquis, I fear I would have perished on the battlefield long ago, Wu Fatsai replied with a tone of reverence. Lung Lihua, the chieftain of Lihuazhai. Everyone knew her as the chieftain, yet none were aware of her true identity as the young lady of the Lord of the North. 5 years prior, the defense of Yanmen Pass faltered. Lung Qiji, as the commanding general, was the first to be held accountable. The Lord of the North's estate was confiscated, and all faced exile. Fortunately, the left chancellor intervened, resulting in only Lung Qiji being exiled, while the rest of the Lord of the North's household escaped such fate. However, the estate fell into decline. Emerging from the Lord of the North's estate, Lung Lihua founded Lihuazhai. During this time, she sought out Wu Fatsai several times, hoping to recruit him into Lihuazhai, for Wu Fatsai had once been the deputy commander of her father's Qianjun Ing, a fierce warrior. Yet Wu Fatsai had declined her invitation. He was no longer the man he once was. Now a cripple, and with a family, he had to turn down Lung Lihua's offer. Why has the young lady come to Monglong village? Wu Fatsai inquired curiously. Since his rejection, Lung Lihua had ceased to disturb him. I did not come for you, Lung Lihua admitted candidly. Lihuazhai was originally allied with Luoyang County and Jinchuan to eliminate King Longzai, but unexpectedly King Longzai was eradicated. After inquiring further, I learned that it was your Monglong village that had vanquished King Longzai, hence my curiosity to come and see. Lung Lihua sought information from Wu Fatsai. You have indeed heard correctly, it was indeed our Monglong village that defeated King Longzai, Wu Fatsai confirmed. Is that truly so? How could this be? How could your Monglong village possess the capability to annihilate King Longzai? The companions behind Lung Lihua were skeptical. Had it not been for the acquaintance between the two, they would have assumed they were merely humoring them. Surprised, Wu Fatsai smiled faintly. Initially, I too found it shocking, considering that our Monglong village's victory over King Longzai seemed a fanciful notion, yet in the end it was astonishingly successful. As Wu Fatsai spoke, admiration filled his gaze. Lu Qing was indeed remarkable. The last person to earn such respect from Wu Fatsai had been Lung Lihua's father, Lung Qiji. Years ago, Lung Qiji led their Qianjuning deep into the northern desert, defeating the Jurchen armies with great valor. Alas, those memories are now but a distant echo. May I inquire further? Lung Lihua's curiosity deepened. Certainly. Wu Fatsai nodded, and then began recounting the tale, starting with son Megan and the underlings of King Longzai. Purchasing sheep, gathering mushrooms, soaking mutton in poisonous water, and manufacturing crossbows. What a brilliant plan. This scheme is not only ingenious, but audacious. Lung Lihua declared, her face displaying astonishment upon hearing the entirety of the tale. Indeed, the plan is both clever and daring. Wu Fatsai concurred with her assessment. Is the crossbow you mentioned the one on your person? Lung Lihua inquired, her eyes having inadvertently lingered on the crossbow at Wu Fatsai's side. She had seen crossbows before, but never one like this. Indeed, Wu Fatsai produced the crossbow. This was invented by Lu Qing. He refers to it as a crossbow that can fire consecutively. Demonstrating, Wu Fatsai showcased the rapid-fire capability of the crossbow, causing Lung Lihua and her companions to be left speechless in awe. What an astounding invention! Lung Lihua's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at the crossbow in Wu Fatsai's hands. Truly, it was a remarkable asset. If this were equipped within the army, my father might not have succumbed to defeat against the Dongxiang during the battle at Yinmen Pass. She lamented, a shadow of worry crossing her features. She could only wonder how her father fared now. Do not grieve, young lady. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. Moreover, the Dongxiang have only been quiet in recent years. Their ambitions will soon resurface, and the Marquis will undoubtedly regain the court's favor. Wu Fatsai expressed unwavering confidence in Lung Qiji. This was no exaggeration on Wu Fatsai's part. The Daiyong dynasty favored civil over military pursuits, leading to a decline of martial talent. Very few capable generals remained merely decorative figures. Should the Dongxiang descend once more, Lung Qiji would surely reclaim his military authority. To regain military power, Lung Lihua revealed a faint, bitter smile. What difference would it make to restore military authority? Ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged. The Daiyong dynasty has consistently faced more defeats than victories against the Jurchens, Turks, and Tanguts. The court attributes this situation to the incompetence of the commanding general. They assert that the general is inadequate. Even if the general bears some responsibility, it is minor. The greater issues lie with the court. Firstly, the court's faction that favors peace possesses excessive power, ruthlessly suppressing the pro-war faction. Secondly, the court prioritizes civil affairs over military matters, resulting in a dearth of capable generals. Many military positions are occupied by aristocratic youths seeking prestige who are utterly ignorant of warfare. When the enemy arrives, they flee in panic. Thirdly, the situation in the Luliang region has compounded the issue. Due to years of warfare, banditry has surged, and these brigands are not to be trifled with. They act solely for their own gain. Thus, whenever war erupts, they seize the opportunity to profit. Some among them have been bribed by the enemy, plundering military resources and causing delays in supply lines for the soldiers at the front, leading to defeat. 5 years ago, the battle at Yinmen Pass suffered precisely because a coalition of bandit strongholds in Luliang raided provisions, forcing Lung Qiji to endure starvation while defending Yinmen Pass for over 10 days, ultimately resulting in loss. The Ho residence of the north was thus plunged into peril. Lung Lihua established Lihua Zhai after leaving the Ho residence in hopes of avenging her father's exile. Regrettably, over 5 years while Lihua Zhai has progressed, it remains unable to shake the influence of the larger strongholds, and now it finds itself besieged on all sides. With internal strife and external threats, should the enemy approach, the bandits of Luliang will seize the opportunity to enrich themselves. If we cannot quell these bandits, even the emperor's personal campaign would be futile. Lung Lihua clenched her fists. You speak truly, miss. Wu Fatsai concurred with Lung Lihua's assessment. When foreign adversaries arrive, the bandits in Luliang often pose a greater danger. They may strike from behind, leaving you defenseless. The court has long urged the officials and citizens of Luliang to unite against the bandits, yet the results have been dismal. In recent years, the only notable success has been the eradication of Qinglong Zhai. Miss, have you come to Monglong village for a particular reason? Wu Fatsai seemed to grasp Lung Lihua's intentions. Indeed, I have come to Monglong village to ascertain the truth of the rumors. Have you truly eradicating Qinglong Zhai? If such capable individuals exist, might they join Lihua Zhai to aid in eliminating these malignant forces? Lung Lihua gritted her teeth, driven by the desire to make those responsible for her father's exile pay the price. Lu Qing. Wu Fatsai fully understood now. Her focus was on Lu Qing. What are your thoughts on Lu Qing, Uncle Fatsai? Lung Lihua sought to learn more about Lu Qing. Do not regard him merely as a scholar. He is no feeble scholar devoid of strength. He is exceptionally calm and at times ruthlessly shrewd. He approaches tasks with meticulousness and never engages in ventures without certainty. Wu Fatsai shared his reevaluation of Lu Qing with Lung Lihua. Miss, if you wish to recruit him to Lihua Zhai, I fear it may be in vain. Wu Fatsai believed Lu Qing would not join any faction. How could that be? Wouldn't it suffice for our chieftain to personally invite him? Those beside Lung Lihua felt that Lu Qing, being merely a scholar, would see the visit as a significant honor. Was he really so aloof? Cease such foolish talk. Lung Lihua admonished. All capable individuals possess their own pride. Yet she seemed to comprehend this sentiment. If you wish to win over Lu Qing, it may be wise to first engage with him and understand him better, Wu Fatsai suggested, clearly implying that even if she could not recruit Lu Qing, forming a friendship might be beneficial in the future. Very well. Lung Lihua acquiesced to Wu Fatsai's counsel. Then please, Uncle Fatsai, find me a place to stay in Monglong village. Certainly. Wu Fatsai did not refuse. Wu Fatsai led Lung Lihua and her companions to seek Lu Shizai. Village chief. Fatsai, what brings you here? Chief, they have come to our village to gather medicinal herbs and seek my assistance in finding accommodations. What do you think? Wu Fatsai inquired. Gathering medicinal herbs, you say? Indeed. Lung Lihua smiled and nodded. For the common folk in Lu Liang, besides foraging for wild vegetables, gathering herbs is a primary source of income. Upon learning they were herb collectors, Lu Shizai immediately became enthusiastic. Not a problem. Lu Shizai promptly instructed Lu Erju to assist them in finding suitable lodgings, as those who collect herbs typically stay for about half a month. After a bustling day, Lu Qing finally completed the construction of the heated Kong. Let's test the fire. Lu Qing instructed Chung Su to bring a bundle of firewood, igniting it, and stepping inside. The Kong emitted no smoke. Stepping outside, he observed the smoke curling from the chimney, and a smile graced his lips. He knew he had succeeded. Well done. Lu Qing applauded himself. Returning home, Zheng Yulan had prepared a bountiful meal. The spread was lavish, featuring fish and meat. The house is nearly finished. Next we will attend to the doors and windows. Lu Qing remarked as he savored his meal. Sealing the windows will likely require considerable animal hides and grass curtains, Zheng Yulan responded, following Lu Qing's statement. Lu Qing's house was quite spacious, and sealing all the doors and windows would indeed demand a significant amount of materials. Indeed. Chung Su nodded. In the Daiyong dynasty, ordinary citizens cannot afford to use hemp paper or gauze curtains for sealing windows. They must resort to animal hides and grass curtains. Animal hides emit odors. Grass curtains allow light but are ineffective. Thus rooms tend to be dim, cool, and carry a certain smell. Winter is manageable, but in summer the rooms become uninhabitable. We need not use grass curtains or animal hides. Lu Qing replied with a smile. What? Han Xionyang and the others looked at Lu Qing bewildered. My dear, if you won't use hides or curtains, then what will you use? Surely you aren't considering hemp paper or gauze curtains. Han Xionyang queried, her eyes wide with disbelief. Such materials are only attainable by the affluent. Even with their current wealth of several hundred taels of silver, they could not afford such extravagance. Hemp paper. Lu Qing waved his hand. Han Xionyang and the others exchanged confused glances. If not hides or curtains, nor hemp paper or gauze, what then? Hemp paper disintegrates in the rain and has poor light transmission. Hence, I have decided to manufacture my own paper and create oiled paper which will withstand water. A grin spread across Lu Qing's face. Manufacturing paper. Han Xionyang, Zheng Yulan, and Chung Su were left speechless. Could Lu Qing truly understand the process of papermaking? Paper is exceedingly precious in the Daiyong dynasty. My dear, you must be jesting. Not at all. Using paper to seal the windows is merely a temporary solution. In the future, I will use glazed windows, allowing sunlight to stream directly in. Lu Qing patiently explained to Han Xionyang and the others. He would never jest about such matters. When he spoke of making paper, he was indeed intent on doing so. Moreover, the paper created could be sold for profit. Lu Qing's lips curled into a smile as he seemed to have stumbled upon yet another business opportunity. After the meal, the group began to tidy the table. It's best to rest early. Everyone is quite exhausted today. Lu Qing advised Han Xionyang and the others. Xianggong. Han Xionyang suddenly looked at Lu Qing with a hint of shyness. What is it? Lu Qing noticed that Han Xionyang seemed somewhat constrained. After returning from her family home, Lu Qing sensed something unusual about Han Xionyang. Could it be that she had something she wished to request of him? Feel free to speak. I will certainly help if I can. Lu Qing encouraged her with a smile, urging her to relax. Xianggong, you must be able to assist, and only you can. Han Qiunyang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What is it? Lu Qing stood up and walked over to her side. Xianggong, it has been a month since our marriage, and we have yet to consummate our union. I fear the villagers may already be gossiping about us. Han Xionyang spoke hesitantly, her cheeks flushing as she reached the end of her statement. The observant women of the village could easily deduce that Han Xionyang, Chung Su, and Zheng Yulan were still maidens. How could this fail to spark rumors? Is that all? Lu Qing, initially expecting something more serious, was taken aback. Han Xionyang nodded. Xianggong, do you perhaps find us unappealing? Chung Su looked at Lu Qing. Not at all. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. It wasn't that he lacked the time, he had been so busy that he scarcely had the opportunity to ponder such matters. Then might it be that you cannot? Zheng Yulan gasped, covering her mouth in fear. Was Lu Qing to be compared to that Sun Ma Gan? You. Lu Qing was left speechless. No. He felt a surge of frustration at the extent of their imaginations. Since there is no problem, we request that you share a bed with us. Han Xionyang looked up at Lu Qing, seemingly determined to share a bed with him that very night. Really? Lu Qing surveyed the eager faces of Han Xionyang and the others. Tonight, Xianggong, you will sleep in bed with your cousin, while we shall sleep on the floor. Zheng Yulan chimed in. The women spoke in unison, leaving Lu Qing with no chance to refute their demands. Suddenly, Lu Qing felt as if he had fallen into a trap. He noticed a curtain had been hung in the inner room, dividing it into two. The inner section housed a bed while the outer area had Zheng Yulan and the others laying out straw mats on the ground. Now it dawned on Lu Qing. No wonder Han Xionyang and the others had been acting strangely all day. They had been secretly preparing for this arrangement. Xianggong. Seeing Lu Qing silent, Han Xionyang moved closer. Very well. Lu Qing smiled lightly. It was indeed against the law to disregard a woman's wishes. The next day, as the sun rose, the laborers arrived at Lu Qing's new house at the appointed time, yet Lu Qing was nowhere to be seen. What is going on today, Qing Gu? Tian Erwang inquired of the others, for Lu Qing was known for his punctuality and could not possibly be late without reason. Uncertain, they all shook their heads. Lu Qing's aura became increasingly enigmatic. Apologies. A voice interrupted the murmurs. Cheng Su approached the gathering. Xianggong has matters to attend to this morning and cannot come. He asked me to relay that work will resume in the afternoon. Cheng Su explained to the crowd. What is the matter? Do you require our assistance? Zhao Taizhu stepped forward to inquire. Surely whatever had delayed Lu Qing was of great importance, and he might be overwhelmed on his own. No need. Cheng Su replied politely with a smile. At home, Lu Qing struggled to rise from bed, gratefully accepting help from Zheng Yulan, who dressed him, while looking at him with a knowing smile, as if everything was understood without words. You girl. Lu Qing lightly tapped her forehead in exasperation. Take good care of Xionyang. Lu Qing instructed before supporting himself and exiting the room. In the afternoon, Lu Qing gradually regained his composure and arrived at the new house. Qinggu. Lu Qing greeted the waiting Tian Erwang and the others. What happened to you, Qinggu? Tainyo asked curiously. Need I say more? It's obviously due to my wife, Tian Erwang chuckled, teasing him. Since the events at King Longzai, the young men of the village, including Wu He Wu Hai and Tian Erwang, held Lu Qing in high esteem, their relationships having grown closer. Enough, Lu Qing waved his hand. Last night had felt like a near crisis. Today we shall lay the floor tiles. Lu Qing led the group into the room to direct them on the task. 2 busy days later, they finally completed laying the tiles, signifying the house was fully constructed. It's done. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction. He led everyone back home for a meal. Lu Qing noticed that Leng Lihua was also present at home. This woman had been in Monglong village for 2 days. Wu Yi had informed him that she was there to collect medicinal herbs, but Lu Qing was certain that she was not merely a buyer. At first glance, he discerned that Leng Lihua was disguised as a man. Despite a woman's efforts to masquerade as a man, certain traits remain unalterable, such as the Adam's apple and skin texture. In the Daong dynasty, women held little status. Upon reaching maturity, they were often forcibly married as wives or concubines, and some were even sent to brothels or offered as tribute. In such an environment, a woman boldly disguising herself as a man to wander freely indicated a certain status. What could possibly draw someone of her stature to Monglong village? Lu Qing pondered. For 2 days he considered the possibilities. The only events that might pique the interest of someone of her standing were the happenings at King Longzai. Nothing else had occurred in Monglong village. If it were a person, Lu Qing suspected it might be Wu Fatsai, as he was the only one in the village with military experience. In Monglong village, Wu Fatsai was seen as a person of significance. The rest had hardly ventured beyond the village. Crucially, Wu Fatsai had accompanied this woman to find Lu Shizai, arranging her accommodation in Monglong village. Thus, the only possible connection was Wu Fatsai. King Longzai. Wu Fatsai. One of them must be the reason. Nevertheless, Lu Qing chose not to concern himself. As long as she did not provoke him and remained unrelated to his affairs, he saw no reason to complicate matters. Let her continue her masquerade as she pleased. Xianggong, they are here to purchase medicinal herbs. Han Xionyang, lacking Lu Qing's discernment, harbored no doubts about Leng Lihua's intentions. Medicinal herbs. Indeed, Uncle Fatsai mentioned that you might possess some herbs, so we came to take a look. Leng Lihua referenced Wu Fatsai, though her true purpose today was to observe Lu Qing's living conditions, for understanding a person often begins with understanding their environment. Upon arriving at Lu Qing's residence, Leng Lihua began to comprehend the words spoken by Wu Fatsai. Indeed, Lu Qing was a man of meticulous thought and ruthless disposition. Within the courtyard alone, Leng Lihua discovered over 10 traps crafted from crossbow bolts, and similar contraptions existed within the house. It could be stated that anyone daring to behave insolently here would meet with immediate death at Lu Qing's hands. Was this individual truly a scholar? The stereotype of scholars as virtuous beings did not hold true in his case. What she perceived in Lu Qing was a fierce, restrained, and composed demeanor akin to a venomous serpent lurking beneath the surface of calm waters. Sensing Leng Lihua's gaze upon him, Lu Qing felt a slight jolt of surprise. Why did this woman regard him with such intensity? Was she perhaps drawn to him, enchanted by his handsome exterior? It seems that it was Uncle Fatsai who sent you here. Unfortunately, we have only wild vegetables, not medicinal herbs, Lu Qing remarked, revealing a sheepish smile. That is of no concern. The absence of medicinal herbs is merely an opportunity for us to become acquainted, she replied. Very well, Lu Qing nodded. Yulan Su Chuanhua, once the meal is prepared, please bring it forth quickly. Everyone is hungry. Lu Qing then turned to Tian'er Wang and Zhao Tieju, who had been busy alongside him throughout the day, indicating it was time for them to eat. Understood, Yulan responded. Soon the table was set, adorned with a sumptuous feast of fish meat and fluffy white buns. Both Ling Lihua and her companions were left in astonishment. What sort of meal was this? Ling Lihua was speechless. Not only was this fare unheard of in their Lihua village, but it was also a rarity even at the residence of the Marquis of Jinbei. Do you truly have such lavish dishes? One of Ling Lihua's companions asked, swallowing hard. Their village had not tasted meat in over a month, and the sight of such a feast was overwhelming. Of course, Zhao Tieju chuckled. With our Qingji, every meal is a banquet. Every meal. Ling Lihua's companion gazed at Lu Qing with wide eyes, fantasizing about joining him, particularly if Ling Lihua were not present. Brother, you jest. Every meal with fish and meat. Not even the magistrate of Luoyang County could manage that, another companion protested, incredulous at the exaggeration. Such a banquet, especially for 10 or more individuals, would cost at least a full tael of silver. How could a rural family afford such lavish meals? Even if Lu Qing had rewards, it was insufficient for such extravagant spending. The magistrate. How could the magistrate be compared to our Qingji? Let me tell you, this fish and meat cost nothing. They were all hunted by Qingji himself, Tian'er Wang explained, grinning. What? Ling Lihua and her companions turned their attention to Lu Qing, pondering whether he was truly a scholar or a hunter. Why don't you join us for the meal? Han Xianyang, seeing Ling Lihua and her companions eyeing the food, eventually softened and invited them. Oh no, we couldn't possibly, Ling Lihua gestured modestly. There is nothing to feel embarrassed about, it is merely a matter of adding a few extra bowls and chopsticks. Since Han Xianyang had spoken as the head of the household, Lu Qing felt compelled to support his wife. With Lu Qing's encouragement, Ling Lihua and her companions took a seat to dine together. I have an announcement to make today, Lu Qing began. Tian'er Wang and the others immediately turned their attention to him, as did Ling Lihua and her companions. I have completed the construction of my house. However, I fear I can no longer manage the brick factory. It has now entered a stable phase, requiring no further oversight from me, thus I have decided to lease it out. Lu Qing articulated his intentions. Qingji, what does leasing mean? Tianyo asked, puzzled by Lu Qing's words. It means I will no longer oversee the brick factory. I will find someone else to manage it. To put it plainly, it refers to a partnership. They will manage the factory, and the profits will be divided 70-30, with me receiving 70% and them 30, while all expenses and employee wages will still be my responsibility. Lu Qing elaborated slowly. The listeners fell silent, absorbing Lu Qing's words, until finally Tian'er Wang spoke up. Qingji, aren't you essentially giving that person 2 portions of profit for free? Tian'er Wang deduced from Lu Qing's explanation that he was offering 3% of profits without justification. It is not as simple as it appears. The person responsible for the brick factory will handle management, business dealings, labor oversight, and a host of other responsibilities. Lu Qing smiled, clarifying that the 30% was not easily acquired. And what is the current profit margin? We have 40 workers in the brick factory, each earning 1 won per day, totaling 41. Including meal costs and material expenses, we estimate daily expenses at about 101. Presently, we can produce 5,000 bricks per day, which we can sell at the current price of 1 tael of silver for that quantity. Can anyone calculate how much profit we stand to gain? Lu Qing surveyed the crowd. He believed the potential profits were evident to all. Tian'er Wang and the others were left speechless, while Ling Lihua and her 2 companions felt their minds go blank. Everyone seemed to envision mountains of gold and silver. The brick factory was extraordinarily lucrative. For an expenditure of 101, one could earn a tael of silver in a day. Such earnings. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Qingji, is 1 tael of silver for 5,000 bricks not excessive? Who here can afford that? Zhao Tieju looked at Lu Qing with concern. Just because it is not feasible now does not mean it won't be in the future. For instance, Uncle Fatsai and the others are already preparing to build new houses. Could you have imagined that they would undertake such projects? Lu Qing reassured Zhao Tieju. In business, one must not focus solely on immediate gains, we must think long-term. Currently, I am constructing a house, and Uncle Fatsai is doing likewise. Soon the entire Monglong village will be building houses. Do you not think that will be profitable? Lu Qing asked with a smile. Moreover, bricks can be produced when needed and left unburned when not required. Once fired, they remain intact without deterioration, ensuring no losses. Lu Qing patiently explained to everyone. At that moment, Tian'er Wang raised his hand. Qingji, I am willing to be that partner. He declared. Do you not have any regrets? None whatsoever. Is there anyone else who wishes to join? Lu Qing inquired again, but silence reigned among the crowd. Then from today, Tian'er Wang shall be the head of our Monglong village brick factory. Any matters regarding it should be directed to him. If he cannot resolve them, he may come to me. Lu Qing appointed Tian'er Wang Yes, Tian Erwang nodded. Having arranged matters concerning the brick factory, Lu Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Leng Lihua observed Lu Qing and through his management of the brick factory realized he was an individual capable of grasping the hearts of men, exemplifying an exceptional leader. Such a person was indeed rare and should be brought into Lihua village. After the meal, everyone dispersed. Xianggong, can you really leave such a profitable brick factory? To Tian Erwang. Cheng Su expressed her concerns. There's no need to worry. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. I may not have the energy to manage the brick factory in the future, so it is better to hand it over in advance. He smiled, recognizing this as a subtle way to garner support. The next day dawned clear and bright. Lu Qing ventured into the mountains in search of raw materials for papermaking. After wandering through the woods, he finally discovered the ideal materials. Marking the location, he made his way back down the mountain, where he encountered Wu Fatsai, who was out hunting. Lu Qing. Uncle Fatsai, what brings you here? I went into the mountains to take a look. Oh, Wu Fatsai nodded. Let's head down together. Sure. Lu Qing accepted without hesitation. As they descended, Lu Qing asked Uncle Fatsai, do you know that cold young lady? He had pondered over her unusual gaze towards him the previous night and decided it was prudent to inquire. The mention of the cold young lady caused Wu Fatsai to pause momentarily, revealing more than he intended. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Wu Fatsai smiled, gesturing to a nearby spot. Let us sit and rest. All right. Lu Qing understood that a story was about to unfold. You should know that I was once a soldier. Yes, Lu Qing nodded, aware that everyone in Monglong village was familiar with this fact. I was the deputy commander of the Qianjun camp, the personal guard of the Duke of Jinbei Lung Qiji. Lu Qing was taken aback. He had known Wu Fatsai served in the military, but had not anticipated his high rank as a deputy commander of a noble's guard, likely holding more power than a county magistrate. The cold young lady you mentioned is Leng Lihua, the daughter of Duke Leng. 5 years ago, the Duke was stationed at Yinmen Pass to fend off the invading Dongxiang, but due to treachery within the court and rampant banditry in the Luoyang area, the army supplies were intercepted, and he ultimately lost the pass after prolonged battles. After the fall of Yinmen Pass, the Duke was held accountable, stripped of his position, and exiled. The house of the Duke of Jinbei fell into decline, and the young lady established Lihua Zhai in an effort to avenge her father and eliminate the bandits plaguing Luoyang. Wu Fatsai recounted the events to Lu Qing. I see. The cold young lady is truly remarkable. Lu Qing expressed his admiration. In this era, for Leng Lihua to establish a stronghold and thrive in Luoyang was no small feat. Originally, Lihua Zhai was to join forces with Jinchuan County and Luoyang County to eliminate Qinglong Zhai, but before they could act, you had already dismantled it. Wu Fatsai regarded Lu Qing intently. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. So Leng Lihua came to Monglong village because of the Qinglong Zhai incident. Exactly. Wu Fatsai confirmed. The young lady is looking for you. She wishes to recruit your assistance in eliminating the bandits. Wu Fatsai conveyed Leng Lihua's intentions. Lu Qing was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. No, I am merely a scholar lacking the capability for such endeavors. Lu Qing had not anticipated that Leng Lihua would seek his help to eradicate bandits. It was an overly flattering view of his abilities. Moreover, he had no desire to become entangled in such affairs, as it would likely lead to a quagmire of troubles. I knew you would refuse. I conveyed the same sentiment to the young lady. Wu Fatsai did not press the matter, knowing Lu Qing was a person of strong convictions. If Lu Qing was willing, persuasion was unnecessary. If he was unwilling, no amount of urging would suffice. Thank you, Uncle Fatsai. Do not mention it. Wu Fatsai waved his hand as they continued their descent. As they reached the village entrance, they spotted Leng Lihua approaching with a serious expression, indicating something troubling had occurred. What happened? Wu Fatsai inquired. Leng Lihua glanced at Lu Qing, as if harboring a secret. Lu Qing is already aware of your identity and the situation. Wu Fatsai indicated to her. I see. Leng Lihua breathed a sigh of relief. Lihua Zhai has reported a betrayal within its ranks. I must return to address it. Very well. Wu Fatsai acknowledged the gravity of the situation and did not attempt to detain her. Before you go, may I take the crossbow with me? Leng Lihua turned to Lu Qing. She had taken a liking to his crossbow, believing it would aid her in swiftly quelling the unrest in Lihua Zhai. Of course, Lu Qing agreed with a nod. As the daughter of the Duke of Jinbei, even in decline, forging a favorable relationship with her could prove beneficial in the future, especially given Wu Fatsai's words about her father's likely resurgence. Thank you. I will remember this favor, Leng Lihua stated, surprised by Lu Qing's willingness. The crossbow was soon handed over to her. Thank you. Leng Lihua expressed her gratitude, her appreciation for Lu Qing growing. Not at all. With your abilities, it would be a waste for you to remain in Monglong village, Leng Lihua remarked before departing, clearly hoping to entice him. If Lu Qing chose to accompany her, he could potentially serve under her father in the future. I am but a scholar of little use beyond my books. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Leng. Lu Qing said with a smile, bowing respectfully. Lihua Zhai will always welcome you, Master Lu, and even the Duke of Jinbei, she declared as she left. Lu Qing felt somewhat at a loss. It seems the young lady genuinely wishes to cultivate your talents. If you were to go, it could lead to a significant opportunity to serve under the Duke Wu Fatsai hinted, suggesting Lu Qing might be overlooking something valuable. Such an opportunity could elude many for a lifetime, yet Lu Qing chose to pass it up. He believed he understood precisely what he was relinquishing. I am accustomed to the leisurely life of a recluse. Rather than serve under another, I prefer to enjoy my freedom here, Lu Qing stated with a carefree demeanor. He had no desire for fame or fortune. You rascal, Wu Fatsai chuckled, surprised by Lu Qing's nonchalance. It seemed to reflect the pride of truly talented individuals, as Lung Li Hua had suggested. Upon returning home, Lu Qing was greeted by Han Xionyang and others. Xianggong. Yes, I plan to go to Luoyang County to purchase some items. Is there anything you wish to buy? Lu Qing inquired of Han Xionyang and the others. Lu Qing inquired about the number of people with Han Xionyang. None. Zheng Yulan shook her head in response. Is that true? Indeed. Very well. Lu Qing chose not to press further. He perceived that Zheng Yulan and her companions were intent on saving money. Though they had several hundred taels of silver, they were all too aware that it would eventually run out. Living off past riches would not suffice. What would they do then? Thus it was prudent to save wherever possible. Lu Qing sighed, realizing that these young women underestimated him. They had yet to recognize his ability to generate wealth. It seemed he must demonstrate his worth. Xionyang, come with me. Lu Qing finally turned to Han Xionyang. Me? Yes, we may need a bit more help with our purchases. All right. Han Xionyang had no objections. Together they journeyed to Luoyang County. Lu Qing then began to shop extensively with Han Xionyang. Although Luoyang County was not very large, fortunately, everything Lu Qing desired was available, albeit in limited quantities. Before departing, Lu Qing spoke with the shopkeeper, requesting that additional supplies be ordered, even leaving a deposit. Before long, the handcart was filled to capacity. Are you hungry? Lu Qing glanced at Han Xionyang, who had accompanied him. Since her transformation into a woman, he found her increasingly alluring, exuding an innate charm. I am not hungry. You stubborn girl, let's go. Lu Qing led Han Xionyang into a tavern in Luoyang County. After their meal, Lu Qing and Han Xionyang pushed the handcart back to Monglong village. They maneuvered the handcart into the courtyard. Without delay, Lu Qing ventured into the mountains to retrieve the chosen materials for papermaking. The following day, he commenced the papermaking process. Days passed, each one blending into the next. Han Xionyang and her companions busied themselves with their respective tasks. Lu Qing, however, devoted himself entirely to the art of paper production. It's done. It's done. Suddenly, Han Xionyang and her friends heard Lu Qing's voice. What is it? The three women rushed from their room to find Lu Qing in the courtyard, exuberantly brandishing a sheet of paper he had crafted. Darling, come and take a look. Let us see. Lu Qing presented the sheet of paper to Han Xionyang and her friends, eager for their appraisal. Cheng Su gently caressed the surface of the paper. It truly is paper. You've really done it, my dear. Cheng Su gazed at Lu Qing with excitement. What else did he have up his sleeve that they were unaware of? Zheng Yulan took the paper in her hands. Is this the kind of paper used by the wealthy to cover windows? Zheng Yulan found it hard to fathom that they could use such paper for their own windows. As she slowly raised the paper, the sunlight illuminated it, revealing its pristine whiteness akin to fresh snow. We have succeeded. Starting tomorrow, we shall expand our papermaking operations. Lu Qing held the paper aloft. Not only could it serve as window coverings, but most importantly, it meant he would no longer need wooden slats or stones. Indeed. Han Xionyang nodded in agreement. Lu Qing, along with Han Xionyang, Cheng Su, Zheng Yulan, and Dong Chuanhua, began the papermaking process. They applied a coat of tung oil to the finished sheets. Once dried, they would apply another layer. This process continued day after day. After 10 days, the paper had become sturdy and smooth. Water poured onto it would slide off instantly, leaving no trace of dampness. Han Xionyang and her friends looked on in astonishment. They could hardly believe that this paper was indeed resistant to rain. Let us seal the doors and windows, and then we can officially move in. Lu Qing urged Han Xionyang and her companions to help cover the new home's openings with the freshly made paper. The four of them busied themselves. Goodness, Brother Qing, you are quite extravagant using paper to seal the windows. Tian Wang and his friends, upon witnessing their activity, approached only to be astonished that Lu Qing was indeed using paper for such purposes. Only the wealthy could afford such luxuries. Typically, they made do with animal hides and straw curtains. Brother Qing, you need not squander your resources so. Zhao Taizhu remarked, his heart aching at the thought of the expense. How much must all this paper have cost? In the Daong dynasty, paper was an incredibly precious commodity. It was said that high-quality paper was worth its weight in gold, a luxury that was far beyond their reach. Indeed, Wu Hai also felt that Lu Qing was being wasteful in this regard. Who says I spend any money? Lu Qing chuckled as he approached the group. The others were taken aback. What do you mean, Brother Qing? I mean, I didn't spend a dime. This paper was all made by me. Lu Qing wore a proud expression, reveling in the power of knowledge. What? Brother Qing, you can make paper too. Tian Wang and his companions were momentarily dumbfounded. They looked at Lu Qing, thinking, what else can you do? Of course. Lu Qing shrugged casually. I have decided to establish a papermaking factory in Monglong Village. He announced his plans for the future. A papermaking factory, precisely one dedicated to producing this window-sealing paper. Lu Qing lifted a sheet for everyone to see. What do you think of this paper? Wu Hai and the others examined it. It's thick, heavy, and incredibly smooth. Wu Hai shared his impressions. Correct, this is specifically designed for window protection. I am confident that this paper will be immensely popular once available. Lu Qing held steadfast in his conviction. Wu He, here. Tomorrow gather about 30 people for me, and we will begin constructing the papermaking factory. I have already selected a location beside the pond to the west of our village, and the pay will be one a day along with 2 meals. Lu Qing instructed. He had no concerns regarding labor. Many had been without work since they completed their homes. Understood. Wu nodded. The next day Wu He easily gathered over 30 individuals. Those seeking work were eager to sign up, and there was no need to search far and wide. Wu He led the group in constructing the papermaking factory. Meanwhile, Lu Qing and his companions settled into their new home. The spacious house was brighter than any they had known thanks to the paper-sealed windows that allowed light to flood in. Is this truly our house? Han Xionyang gazed at the dwelling. After 2 months of anticipation, they had finally moved in. Indeed, but even better houses await us in the future. Lu Qing replied with a smile. Given their current limited conditions and technology, this was the best they could achieve for now. There are even better houses than this. Zheng Yulan expressed disbelief, wondering what could surpass such a fine residence. With its blue bricks, gray tiles, spaciousness, and cleanliness, the windows sealed with paper represented the pinnacle of their aspirations. What could possibly be better than this? I am already quite satisfied. Cheng Su exclaimed with excitement. For her and the others, living in such a house was a dream they had never dared to entertain, yet it had come true. In the span of a few days, the construction of the paper mill progressed swiftly. Lu Qing decided to visit Luliang County once more. I am heading to Luliang County. Who will accompany me? Lu Qing inquired of Han Xionyang and a few others, as he always needed to take one of his several wives with him when venturing outside. What was the purpose of marrying so many wives otherwise? Let Su accompany you, Han Xionyang suggested, looking towards Cheng Su. Having gone with Lu Qing on the last trip, it was only fair for another to have the opportunity. This time the benefits of the journey should not solely be hers. Next time it will be Yulan and Chunhua's turn. Han Xionyang seemed to have already organized a rotation. Lu Qing mused that if he were to marry more wives, he would enjoy a fresh face every day. Me? Cheng Su was taken aback. Let us go? Lu Qing smiled, gesturing for Cheng Su to join him on the journey to Luliang County. All right. Cheng Su obediently followed Lu Qing's side. Upon their arrival in Luliang County, Lu Qing located the shop they had previously agreed upon. Shopkeeper. Master Lu, you have arrived. The moment the shopkeeper spotted Lu Qing, a smile spread across his face. Lu Qing had paid a deposit for goods, but after waiting several days without seeing Lu Qing, the shopkeeper began to feel anxious. Could he have been deceived? Desiring a mere deposit, acting rashly to procure goods, only to find himself unable to sell them, what a disaster that would be. However, upon seeing Lu Qing, the shopkeeper's countenance brightened. He felt that his fortune had returned. I am here to collect the goods. Very well. The shopkeeper nodded enthusiastically, leading Lu Qing to the storage room in the back where the items he had purchased were stored. It seems a bit insufficient. Lu Qing furrowed his brow. Now that the paper mill was established, the materials before him were entirely inadequate for the sustained operation of the facility. Please forgive me, Master Lu, I have done my utmost. It is nothing to be concerned about, I merely hope for as many as possible. Lu Qing smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Having something is better than nothing. Shall we deliver them, or would you prefer to take them yourself? The shopkeeper was eager to assist. Lu Qing was surprised to discover that such a delivery service existed. In ancient times it appeared there were indeed those who understood the art of business. Please have them deliver it. Lu Qing surveyed the goods before him, realizing that relying solely on their cart would require numerous trips. Not a problem. The shopkeeper immediately summoned his assistant to bring the cart. Upon sighting the cart, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Qing's eyes. Do you have this cart for sale? Lu Qing inquired. Oh, that is not possible. This is the only cart my shop possesses. If you wish to acquire a cart, you would need to go to Guang'an County. The shopkeeper replied with a rueful smile. This cart was the foundation of his earnings. It was because of this cart that his business thrived in Luliang County. Selling it would jeopardize his livelihood. I understand. Lu Qing nodded. Deliver it to Monglong Village. You may ask for Han Xionyang or Zheng Yulan. They will know the items purchased by Lu Qing. Monglong Village. Lu Qing. The shopkeeper glanced at Lu Qing in surprise. Yes, is there a problem? Lu Qing responded, taken aback. Oh. Are you the very Lu Qing who led the charge against the Qinglong stronghold alongside the people of Monglong Village? The shopkeeper gazed at Lu Qing in astonishment. Within Luliang County, Lu Qing was a household name. Yet no one had anticipated that he would appear as such a delicate scholar. To vanquish the Qinglong stronghold, many had imagined a burly and robust figure. Indeed. Lu Qing smiled modestly. So you are the great hero. My apologies for not recognizing you. Thanks to you, we have been liberated from a significant threat. Conducting business in Jinchuan County is now much more convenient. For today's goods, I shall give you an 80% discount. The shopkeeper was generous. Upon learning of Lu Qing's identity, he immediately offered a discount. On one hand, it was an act of genuine gratitude. On the other hand, the shopkeeper sought to foster a connection with Lu Qing. That is too generous of you. There is no need for such modesty, it is settled. The shopkeeper would not entertain any refusal from Lu Qing. Then thank you very much. Lu Qing accepted graciously. With someone wanting to befriend him, there was no need to distance himself. Having an ally in Luoyang County was far preferable to acquiring an enemy. I shall take my leave. Safe travels. The shopkeeper bid farewell with a smile. Let us eat first. Lu Qing brought Chung Su to the finest tavern in Luoyang County. Since his earnings began whenever he visited Luoyang County, he made it a point to dine here, honoring his own appetite. Is this all right, husband? Do not worry about expenses, you need not be frugal for me. Lu Qing reassured Chung Su with a smile. The two entered. Eat. Be sure to eat your fill. They found a place to sit. Suddenly a voice interrupted them. Lu Qing noticed a middle-aged man sitting across from a young woman of similar age to Chung Su, who was tearfully consuming her meal. Father, can we? No, it is beyond my means. The middle-aged man sighed with resignation. Aunt. Chung Su suddenly spoke up. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback. To encounter a relative here was unexpected, yet he quickly reconciled this notion. Luoyang County was not vast, and it was not uncommon for relatives to reside within neighboring villages. Su. The middle-aged man expressed shock upon seeing Chung Su. What brings you here? I am here with my husband to purchase some items in Luoyang County. You are married. Her uncle clearly had not anticipated this development in Chung Su's life. However, there was little he could say. After all, Chung Su's aunt had passed away 3 years ago, severing the bond between the two families. Their encounters had become mere formalities, a surface-level acknowledgement of kinship. Yes. Chung Su and Lu Qing approached. This is my husband Lu Qing from Monglong Village. Lu Qing. I have heard of you, the scholar from Monglong Village. I never imagined you would marry Su. How fortunate she is. Chung Su's uncle smiled. Go and enjoy your meal. He waved his hand, clearly hesitant to join them at the table. Lu Qing discerned the misunderstanding. Her uncle assumed they had come solely for the feast before them. Very well. Lu Qing nodded. He led Chung Su back to their original position. Chung Su glanced at her uncle and cousin. What troubles your cousin? Chung Su observed her cousin, whose eyes glistened with tears, perplexed by the situation. Was she crying over the food? Another cousin. Your uncle and their family seem to be doing quite well. Lu Qing remarked. Having the means to dine out indicated some financial comfort. Just as Lu Qing finished speaking, 3 individuals entered from outside, 2 burly men and a middle-aged woman. Who is Shin Qishan? I am. Chung Su's uncle Shin Qishan stood up quickly. It is you. The middle-aged man approached, but his gaze was fixated on Shan Yinping, who was eating across the table, scrutinizing her closely. Stand up. The middle-aged woman commanded. Shan Yinping glanced at Shin Qishan, and with his nod she obediently rose to her feet. Turn around. Extend your hands. Show me your tongue. A middle-aged woman commanded one after another. Shan Yinping complied, without hesitation, while Lu Qing observed with growing curiosity what was this all about. Were they purchasing vegetables? Rest assured, she has been raised at home since childhood and has never been touched by a finger. Shin Qishan stepped forward to explain. Every seller of daughters claims that. Once bought, 7 out of 10 turn out to be worthless. I run a business and I must ensure that my investment is worthwhile, that it brings me benefits. The middle-aged woman spoke while casting another glance at Shan Yinping, gripping her shoulder. Too thin, her skin is also dry. I would need to nurture her for half a year before I could even break even. She wore an expression of disdain. This is the nature of business. One cannot reveal their fondness for the goods at first sight. You must learn to conceal your true feelings to negotiate a better price. It seems your uncle is indeed selling his daughter. Lu Qing remarked calmly. Having seen such scenarios on television before, he now witnessed at firsthand the stark reality of wealth and poverty. In the Daiyong dynasty, such transactions likely occurred daily. Chung Su appeared frantic. Listening to the middle-aged woman's words, it seemed they intended to sell her cousin to a brothel. If that were the case, her cousin's life would be ruined. I offer you 3 guan. The middle-aged woman stated her price. 3 guan. Shin Qishan was taken aback. What about 5 guan? He attempted to raise the price, seeking a fairer deal. I have raised her for over 10 years. She has consumed my resources for that long. You cannot expect me to incur a loss. Shin Qishan's tone was filled with frustration. Then 4 guan. If you raise the price again, I will leave. The middle-aged woman offered a compromise. It's not that I am unwilling to pay 5 guan. Your daughter is simply worth 4. If you refuse to sell, there are others waiting for me. It seems she was giving Shin Qishan one last opportunity to consider. Sir. Chung Su turned to Lu Qing. Could they really watch her cousin be sold away? What is it? Lu Qing replied. What do you think of my cousin? Chung Su asked quietly. She is beautiful. That's right. Why don't you pay to buy my cousin and let her serve as your concubine? Chung Su realized that only Lu Qing could assist them now. I am not the sort to take advantage of misfortune. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. Sir, my cousin is educated. Oh. Lu Qing's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. He had not expected Cheng Su's cousin would also possess hidden talents. Cheng Su explained, my uncle's neighbor is an old scholar and they live close by, so my cousin often learned from him. Thus she can be considered educated. Shin Shishan added, my daughter has also received an education. Oh, she is educated. The middle-aged woman looked at Shun Yinping in surprise. It was quite unexpected to find a woman educated in such a remote area. Yes, Shun Yinping nodded. However, a woman's lack of talent is her virtue. The middle-aged woman chuckled. Yet Lu Qing had already perceived that Shun Yinping's literacy had piqued the middle-aged woman's interest. Though it is said that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue in a brothel, a woman with knowledge would be even more valuable. Historically, the courtesans were all well-versed in the arts. 5 guan. As the woman finished speaking, Lu Qing slowly raised his hand. What? Everyone turned to Lu Qing. He raised his hand and looked at Shun Yinping. I said I will pay 5 guan for her. Lu Qing pointed decisively at Shun Yinping. Both Shin Shishan and Shun Yinping were momentarily stunned. They never expected Lu Qing would bid 5 guan. Shin Shishan looked bewildered at Cheng Su. Could it be that Cheng Su had married a wealthy man? However, Monglong village was like theirs. Where could a wealthy man be found? I see you are deliberately causing trouble. The middle-aged woman narrowed her eyes, a glint of menace flickering within. Just as she was about to secure the deal, out of nowhere came this disruptor. The girl is beautiful and educated. You offer 4 guan. That is truly unfair. I offer 5 guan. Lu Qing remained unaffected by the middle-aged woman's intimidation. He was no delicate scholar. You. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth. Young man, I advise you to be sensible. You dare to cause a ruckus here, and I will have you carried out on a stretcher. Do you believe me? A burly man glared at Lu Qing. It was clear he intended to resort to violence. Under the broad daylight in the open streets, are you truly going to commit such a crime? Lu Qing smirked. To be frank, I am a scholar, and you should know well that in the Daiyong dynasty, assaulting a scholar without cause warrants punishment and forced labor. Lu Qing was not exaggerating. Such rules indeed existed. Scholar. The middle-aged woman scrutinized Lu Qing. Shin Shishan, this is not one of your schemes to play tricks on me, is it? She ignored Lu Qing and turned to question Shin Shishan. Me? Is this true? Shin Kishan's face bore a bitter expression. Alas, Su, I implore you, do not cause a commotion here. Shin Shishan approached Lu Qing and Cheng Su, pleading earnestly. Uncle, how can you say that? Regardless of the circumstances, you should not sell your daughter. Cheng Su frowned. What does this have to do with you? I am willing to sell my children and my daughter has no objections. Why are you wasting your breath here? Shin Shishan glared angrily at Lu Qing and Cheng Su as if warning that should anyone disrupt this matter, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Yinping. Cheng Su looked at Shin Yinping. Shin Yinping lowered her head in silence, seemingly resigned to the situation. How can you say such a thing? If you choose to sell your daughter, selling to whom is not a matter of profit. Is her money less valuable than mine? Is it burning a hole in your hands? Faced with Shin Kishan's attitude, Lu Qing also grew less courteous. Are you truly willing to pay 5 guan? Shin Shishan, upon hearing Lu Qing's words, felt his emotions soften. Lu Qing's reasoning made sense. After all, everyone's money had value. But then he regained his senses. Do you have the funds? I do. Lu Qing nodded. What do you mean, Shin Shishan? Are you trying to fool me? At this moment, the middle-aged woman approached Lu Qing and his companions, her face displaying anger. After all this effort to find a promising prospect, was it really slipping through her fingers? No, that is not what I mean. Shin Shishan hastily waved his hands. Listen here, young man, I make it clear today that I have purchased this young lady. Should anyone attempt to take her from me, I cannot guarantee their safety. The middle-aged woman even began to threaten Lu Qing. Looking at Lu Qing, who appeared as nothing more than a frail scholar, she assumed he was inherently timid, and that a mere warning would render him as docile as a little bird. Is that so? A smile graced Lu Qing's lips as he produced 5 guan of silver. I have bought her. Upon seeing the 5 guan, Shin Kishan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that Lu Qing and his companions truly possessed such wealth. They were not lying. Very well. At this moment, Shin Shishan did not consider the possibility of offending the middle-aged woman. The money was in hand. He had no intention of concerning himself with anything else. Yinping. Father. Shin Yinping gazed at Shin Shishan. From now on, you will live with your cousin and her companions. Holding the 5 guan, Shin Shishan turned to Shin Yinping, showing no trace of the sorrow one might expect from selling a child, as if she were merely an ordinary commodity in his eyes. Understood. Shin Yinping looked towards Lu Qing and Cheng Su. After a moment's hesitation, Shin Yinping regained her composure. Following Lu Qing and her cousin was certainly preferable to being in a brothel. From now on, you shall accompany us. Cheng Su stepped forward, taking Shin Yinping's small hand. I am leaving. Shin Shishan swiftly departed the tavern with the 5 guan in hand. Only Lu Qing, Cheng Su, and the middle-aged woman remained in the establishment. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on Lu Qing, filled with a hatred so intense it seemed she wished to see him utterly destroyed. Lu Qing's interference had effectively severed her source of income. To cut off someone's means of livelihood is akin to slaying their kin. Yinping. Cheng Su stepped forward, shielding Shen Yinping behind her. Is everything all right, cousin? Do not worry. Though Cheng Su felt anxious, she had faith that Lu Qing would resolve the situation. You seem to be asking for trouble, young man. As he spoke, a burly man approached Lu Qing, cracking his knuckles. Captain Chow. Lu Qing slowly sheathed the dagger hidden within his sleeve and called out towards the entrance of the tavern. Chow Song was patrolling the streets with his men. Hearing his name, Chow Song glanced around before quickly spotting Lu Qing inside the tavern. Brother Lu Qing. Chow Song entered, greeting Lu Qing with warmth. Since the incident at Qinglongzhai, Lu Qing had become a notable figure in the local government, and Chow Song had long wished to forge a friendship with him. Unfortunately, Lu Qing did not reside in Luoyang County. To his surprise, they had met today. Captain Chow. Do not be so formal. I am your senior. Just call me Brother Chow, Chow Song replied enthusiastically. The patrons within the tavern were taken aback. Cheng Su and Shen Yinping were equally stunned, never having imagined that Lu Qing shared such a close relationship with the captain of the local garrison. Cheng Su regarded Lu Qing, perplexed as to why she had never heard of this before. The middle-aged woman's expression darkened. She had intended to teach Lu Qing a lesson, but to her astonishment, he was acquainted with Chow Song, and their rapport appeared solid. What is happening here? Chow Song quickly sensed that something was amiss. They wish to punish me, Lu Qing indicated towards the middle-aged woman and her two hulking companions. Isn't that Mama Luo? Brother Lu Qing is my friend, so if there is any trouble today, Chow Song will apologize on his behalf. Chow Song directed his gaze towards the middle-aged woman. Mama Luo from Yanhua Lane in Luoyang County. Fuming internally, Mama Luo cursed Lu Qing's ancestors for summoning the constable. No, we were merely joking with this young gentleman. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave. Mama Luo explained with a smile before departing, casting a furtive glance at Lu Qing. With Mama Luo and her entourage gone, Chow Song turned curiously to Lu Qing. How did you come to be at odds with Mama Luo? This is my cousin Shen Yinping. Mama Luo intended to purchase her, and my interference likely caused the issue. Lu Qing briefly recounted the situation to Chow Song. Now I understand. Chow Song grasped the situation. Though Mama Luo may not be a significant figure, she possesses some influence in Luoyang County. Be cautious. Chow Song did not forget to warn Lu Qing. Understood. Lu Qing nodded. He was no novice and was well aware that offending such individuals could lead to trouble. However, having taken action, he felt no inclination to regret his decision. Brother Chow, have you eaten? If not, let us dine together. Sounds good. Chow Song readily agreed. After their meal, Lu Qing and his companions parted ways with Chow Song at the tavern entrance. Darling. Cheng Su followed closely behind Lu Qing. What is it? Lu Qing noticed Cheng Su's serious expression, sensing that she had been preoccupied. Have I caused you trouble? Cheng Su fell into self-reproach. From Chow Song's words, Cheng Su had discerned that Mama Luo was a prominent figure in Luoyang County with a cadre of thugs at her disposal. What if they sought revenge against them? Do not fret. Lu Qing smiled reassuringly. Cousin, it is I who am at fault for involving you both and provoking that Mama Luo. At this moment, Shen Yinping spoke softly. You are not to blame. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. By the way, why did your father choose to sell you? It seems you did not resist. Lu Qing had always been curious about this matter, but had refrained from asking earlier due to Chow Song's presence. Indeed. Cheng Su looked at Shen Yinping with surprise. I recall your uncle and aunt treating you quite well. How could they resort to such actions? Both Cheng Su and Lu Qing shared the same curiosity. This year we cannot afford to pay the taxes. If we fail to do so, the local government will seize the male members of our family for military service, while the females will be sold off as tribute. Shen Yinping revealed the plight of the Shen family. They were indeed in a dire situation. Ultimately, they had made the heartbreaking decision to sell Shen Yinping, using the proceeds to pay the taxes. One sacrifice was preferable to the suffering of the entire family. I see. Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh after hearing her explanation. It will be all right, as such occurrences will not happen again. From now on, you shall stay with us. Cheng Su comforted Shen Yinping, reflecting on her long-held belief that the Shen family was relatively affluent, unaware that they had fallen to such a state that they were forced to sell their children. Truly, life is unpredictable. The three of them pushed a cart as they exited Luoyang County. Su, darling, you and Yinping go ahead and return to Monglong Village. Find Wu He and the others to come back for me. Lu Qing instructed Cheng Su. Oh, Cheng Su was taken aback, not understanding Lu Qing's intention. Darling, we can manage to carry these items back without troubling Wu He and the others, can't we? Cheng Su thought Lu Qing was worried they couldn't transport their purchases. She believed such concern was unwarranted. If necessary, they could take a few breaks along the way and return to Monglong Village a bit later. No. Lu Qing waved his hand. We are being followed. It must be those people from Mama Luo. I suspect they will come out of Luoyang County to cause us trouble, so I want Wu He and the others to assist. Lu Qing did not conceal the situation. Cheng Su and Shun Yinping were instantly struck with fear, their faces paling. Being followed. Seeking revenge against them. And you. Once you two have left, I can confidently deal with them alone, and I can easily wait for Wu He and the others to come assist me. Lu Qing smiled faintly, his words sincere. Indeed, if Cheng Su and Shun Yinping remained by his side, he would inevitably be constrained by the need to protect them, and they could become leverage against him. Thus it was best for Cheng Su and Shun Yinping to depart. All right. Cheng Su quickly grasped the situation. Their presence around Lu Qing was indeed a burden. Please be careful, my lord. We will seek out Wu He. Cheng Su and Shun Yinping hastily departed, leaving Lu Qing to advance forward with the unicycle. Luoyang County. Yanhua Lane. Mother Luo, our people have returned. They say that the young man has already left the city. Should we follow him? And Huang Tu made a gesture across his throat. Mother Luo nodded grimly. Make it clean. This young man knows Chao Song. We must leave no traces. As for the two women beside him, capture them alive and deliver them to He Huzhai. The village chief's birthday is approaching, and we should show our respect. Mother Luo instructed those before her. She had established her position in Luoyang County, and it was not without support. Her backing was He Huzhai. Yanhua Lane could be considered a stronghold of He Huzhai in Luoyang County. Understood. Huang Tu grinned. They had executed such tasks numerous times and had become adept at it, ensuring no one would discover their actions. Go. Mother Luo waved her hand and then turned to enter her room. 3 individuals set out from Luoyang County. Huang Gu, where's the person? Huang Tu inquired of the individual responsible for the surveillance. The person just left of our people are still following him. Let's go. Huang Tu signaled for the others to lead the way. The 4 quickly quickened their pace and soon caught up with the one tracking Lu Qing. Huang Gu, where is he? The man is resting just ahead, but the 2 women beside him have disappeared. The follower wore a distressed expression. What? Huang Tu was momentarily speechless. The women are missing. Mother Luo said to bring those 2 to the village chief. Oh, we must find them. Huang Tu narrowed his eyes. He pointed in the direction, spotting the unicycle resting beneath a tree, with Lu Qing leaning against it resting. What shall we do? Charge in and capture him first. A glint of malice flashed in Huang Tu's eyes. They would seize him and then interrogate him rigorously to extract the whereabouts of the 2 women. Understood. The 5 charged forward. As they approached, Huang Tu sensed something amiss. The commotion they created had garnered no response. Something's wrong. Huang Tu arrived beside the unicycle, realizing that it was merely a decoy. The real person had long vanished. Where is he? Huang Tu scanned the surroundings. What is this? I've been watching closely. How could he just disappear? This is impossible. The follower tracking Lu Qing displayed a look of confusion, having kept a constant watch, yet witnessing his sudden disappearance. At that moment, Lu Qing had already concealed himself behind a massive tree trunk. He must be nearby, though everyone spread out and search. Huang Tu commanded his men to disperse in search of Lu Qing, refusing to believe that a living person could simply vanish. Yes. Upon hearing this, the group immediately scattered to locate Lu Qing. As they spread out, Lu Qing noticed one individual approaching his direction. Lu Qing slowly crouched down. His body maintained a poised diving stance. 1, 2, 3. Lu Qing counted silently, listening to the sounds. Crack. The sound of a dry twig snapping echoed. In an instant, Lu Qing lunged forth like a fierce tiger. You. The newcomer was clearly taken aback by Lu Qing's sudden emergence, caught completely off guard. Lu Qing swiftly closed the distance, seizing the man around the waist and executing a throw. Bang. The 2 crashed heavily to the ground. The man instinctively lost consciousness. However, the commotion attracted the attention of others. Huang, go over here. Where is he? Some shouted as they rushed toward Lu Qing. Upon standing, Lu Qing dashed into the depths of the forest. Chase him. Huang Tu's eyes glinted with intensified malice upon witnessing his subordinate being attacked. The 2 sides commenced a chase through the woods. How can this scholar be so physically capable? One of Huang Tu's subordinates gasped for breath. Huang Tu too appeared astonished. He had anticipated easily capturing Lu Qing, only to discover that the young man possessed unexpected skill. He is already at his limit. Huang Tu smiled confidently. He could hardly believe that they could not capture a single person. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, running ahead, felt himself growing increasingly breathless, sensing that he was nearing his physical threshold. You cannot escape. Stop now, and I might grant you a quick death. Otherwise, if I catch you, I will make your life a living hell. Huang Tu taunted as he pursued Lu Qing. Lu Qing ignored him. He continued to run forward, steadfastly adhering to his plan. He aimed for Monglong village. This way he would reduce the time needed to reunite with Wu He and the others. On the other hand, Cheng Su and Shun Yinping returned to Monglong village, immediately seeking out Wu He and the others. Upon learning of Lu Qing's peril, Wu He, Wu Hai, and Zhao Taiju wasted no time, each grabbing farming implements and setting off to find Lu Qing. Time slowly passed. In the woods, Lu Qing and Huang Tu engaged in a game of hide and seek. What is this boy, a rabbit? Huang Tu grew impatient. Once they entered the forest, Huang Tu and his group felt as if Lu Qing had led them in circles, toying with them. What now, Huang Gu? What do you think? We must find him. Huang Tu clenched his fists. Today it would either be Huang Tu's demise or Lu Qing's. Lu Qing concealed himself behind a mound of earth, allowing himself a moment of respite. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. Lu Qing mentally gauged the passage of time. Indeed, in no time Lu Qing spotted Wu He and the others. Wu He, Wu Hai, Zhao Tieju, and a dozen others. Qinggu. Wu He approached, his gaze fixed on Lu Qing's ashen face. I'm fine, you all arrived just in time. Lu Qing managed a wry smile, patting Wu He's shoulder before swiftly losing consciousness. His body had truly reached its limit. When Lu Qing regained consciousness, my lord. Han Xuanyang sat by the bedside, her face etched with worry as she gazed at Lu Qing. Xuanyang, what happened to me? Wu He and the others said that you fainted upon meeting them, and when the adversaries saw their numbers they fled. Han Xuanyang recounted the events to Lu Qing. That is a relief. Lu Qing exhaled softly. By the way, have all the items I purchased arrived? Lu Qing quickly realized and inquired of Han Xuanyang, as those items were crucial for paper production. Indeed, they have arrived. I have already asked Wu He and the others to assist in placing them in the warehouse, Han Xuanyang reassured Lu Qing, indicating that he need not worry about such matters. When Wu He and the others returned carrying the items for Lu Qing, Han Xuanyang and the others were taken aback. That's good to hear. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Darling. At that moment, Cheng Su approached Lu Qing. What is it? I'm sorry, it was because of me. Cheng Su expressed her guilt, feeling that her presence had led Lu Qing into danger. If anything were to happen to him, she feared she would never find peace. How could I possibly blame you for this? Lu Qing gently took her soft hand, patiently comforting Cheng Su. You are truly kind-hearted, my dear. If anything were to happen to you, I would certainly follow you, Cheng Su vowed, as she gazed at Lu Qing. In the following days, Lu Qing refrained from work and rested at home, attended to by Han Xuanyang, Cheng Su, Zheng Yulan, Shin Yinping, and Dong Chunhua in turns. The wives were never repetitive in their care. The emperor himself cannot compare to me. Qinggu. Wu Hai came searching for Lu Qing. According to your instructions, we have completed all the necessary facilities. After Lu Qing drew up the blueprints, he had instructed Wu Hai to enlist Zheng Laosan from Luoyang County to assist in constructing the facilities. All the doors and windows were crafted by Zheng Laosan. Lu Qing was highly satisfied with Zheng Laosan's craftsmanship. Young Master Lu Zheng Laosan greeted him with a smile upon seeing Lu Qing. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all, Zheng Laosan waved his hand modestly. Lu Qing meticulously inspected everything, finally nodding in approval. Starting tomorrow, we will be recruiting 60 workers for the paper mill. The wages will be the same as at the brick factory, 1 coin per day, with 2 meals provided. Lu Qing instructed Wu He to notify the villagers of Monglong. Anyone interested was welcome to apply for work at the paper mill. Indeed, within moments of the recruitment announcement, Lu Qing's home was encircled by villagers from Monglong. Lu Qing, you must choose me this time. Pick me. Choose me. One after another they rushed forward. With 1 coin plus 2 meals, none were willing to let this opportunity slip away. Qinggu, since we are responsible for constructing the paper mill, can we not work directly at the paper mill? Tai Nyo eagerly looked at Lu Qing. He had missed the chance at the brick factory. He was determined not to miss out on this opportunity at the paper mill. If you can build houses, that will suffice. We have other arrangements for you, Lu Qing told Tai Nyo, instructing him and about 30 others to withdraw from the competition, thereby easing the selection process for the paper mill. Lu Qing selected 60 capable individuals to be assigned to the paper mill. You 60 will gather at the paper mill tomorrow. Yes. The crowd dispersed upon hearing Lu Qing's words. Qinggu, what about us? Tai Nyo and his companions gazed at Lu Qing. Surely he would not leave them without any tasks. Construct a cafeteria for me, Lu Qing declared, revealing his third proposed building. That would be the cafeteria. With over 100 employees between the brick factory and the paper mill, it was unreasonable for everyone to return home for meals. Han Xuanyang and the others would likely be overwhelmed. Thus, Lu Qing resolved to build a cafeteria. A spacious cafeteria. Lu Qing was not only concerned about being financially drained by everyone's meals, but also envisioned the profits that would follow. A cafeteria, precisely a place for everyone to dine. When mealtime arrives, they can go to the cafeteria, and its establishment will allow many women in our village to assist in cooking, thus providing them with income as well. Lu Qing patiently explained the purpose and benefits of the cafeteria to Tai Nyo and the others. Qinggu, this idea of yours is truly magnificent. Lu Feng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. At this point, Lu Feng's admiration for Lu Qing had reached its zenith. I will prepare the blueprints this evening. Tomorrow we will select a site to commence work. Excellent. Wu He and the others nodded in agreement. Wu He, something terrible has happened. Your father has returned covered in blood. Aunt Zhang urges you to hurry. Just as Lu Qing was discussing the cafeteria plans, Tian Wang rushed in. Father. Upon hearing that Wu Fachai was covered in blood, Wu He immediately dashed home. Come, let us also see what has transpired. Lu Qing led the others to follow. Upon arriving at Wu Fachai's home, they heard Aunt Zhang weeping. You heartless one. I forbade you from going, yet you insisted. Now look at the state you're in. How are we to survive this? Aunt Zhang lamented over Wu Fachai. Zhang Auntie Lu Qing entered the room. He saw Wu Fachai lying on the bed, his complexion pale, his clothing stained with blood, and several wounds on his body. Lu Qing, we'll take a look. Lu Qing approached to assess Wu Fachai's injuries. Having been a soldier, Wu Fachai had managed to treat some of his wounds himself. It is nothing serious, merely some superficial wounds. Uncle Fachai, your pale complexion is a result of blood loss. With some rest you will recover. Aunt Zhang, please boil some water to clean the blood from Uncle Fachai's wounds. Also remember to avoid letting the wounds come into contact with water. Use alcohol to disinfect them. Lu Qing calmly instructed Aunt Zhang. Is Uncle Fachai truly all right? Aunt Zhang anxiously inquired, her eyes fixed on Lu Qing. Lu Qing smiled reassuringly. Do you not trust me, Zhang Auntie? I assure you he will be fine. Lu Qing confirmed once more. Very well, I will go boil some water now. Aunt Zhang hurried out with Wu He to prepare hot water. Lu Qing looked at Wu Fachai on the bed. Tai Zhu Er Wang. Here, go to Luoyang County and buy me some hemostatic medicine and clean bandages, Lu Qing said, handing some silver to Tai Zhu and Tian Er Wang. Understood. Tai Zhu and Tian Er Wang departed. Lu Qing, how can I trouble you like this? Wu Fachai regarded Lu Qing with gratitude. Do not mention it, Uncle Fachai, you have helped me as well. Lu Qing comforted Wu Fachai. What exactly happened to cause your injuries? Lu Qing noticed that Wu Fachai's wounds appeared to be caused by sharp instruments. Could it be that Wu Fachai had been in a fight? Yet he was well liked in Monglong village. Please everyone else step outside. Lu Qing instructed the remaining individuals in the room to leave. I went to Li Huazhai, Wu Fachai revealed. Li Huazhai. Lu Qing understood. Wu Fachai had gone there worried about Lung Li Hua and had followed her to Li Huazhai quietly. What was the situation like? Though Lu Qing asked, observing Wu Fachai's injuries, it seemed that the circumstances at Li Huazhai were not very optimistic. Alas, the second-in-command at Li Huazhai colluded with He Huazhai, causing heavy casualties. By the time the young lady arrived, Li Huazhai had already fallen to He Huazhai. They had prepared for the young lady's arrival, awaiting her to walk into their trap. Thankfully, with your crossbows, the young lady and her companions managed to retreat safely. Unfortunately, we encountered other ambushes from He Huazhai on the way. We fought our way out. The young lady and I were separated during the chaos. I searched for her for 2 days, but ultimately had to return. Wu Fachai recounted the events that had transpired to Lu Qing. Lu Qing, could you assist me in bringing back the young lady? Wu Fachai gazed at Lu Qing, seemingly placing all his hopes upon him. He understood that his request was somewhat excessive for Lu Qing. However, he truly had no one else to rely on. Lu Qing was his sole support. Years ago, the Lord saved my life, yet I have never had the chance to repay that debt. Now with the young lad's fate unknown, how can I remain indifferent? Wu Fachai felt a pang of guilt. If only he were not a cripple, if only he possessed greater abilities, perhaps he could have rescued Lung Li Hua. Uncle Fachai, take care of your injuries. Leave this matter to me. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Thank you. I must clarify that I can search for her, but I cannot guarantee her return. Lu Qing stated, aware that he was no radar, he could only rely on his judgment, hence he lacked absolute confidence. It's all right. We shall do our utmost, and leave the rest to fate. At least we will have tried. Wu Fachai did not question Lu Qing's capability to locate Lung Li Hua. The possibilities of finding her, or failing to find her, were distinct matters. Soon Aunt Zhang brought in hot water. First, remove Uncle Fachai's clothing and cut the areas where it is stuck to the wounds with scissors. Then gently remove the cloth with alcohol. Remember, do not use water as it can easily lead to infection and fever. Lu Qing reiterated his instructions to Aunt Zhang. Yes, yes, yes. Aunt Zhang nodded vigorously. Upon leaving Wu Fachai's home, Lu Qing returned home directly. Darling, you have returned. Lu Qing nodded. How is Uncle Fachai? He's fine. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. Someone has come to see you at home. Who is it? Lu Qing entered. By the heavens. Lu Qing could not help but curse. This was indeed an effortless turn of events. What are you doing here? He stared at Lung Li Hua. I split from Uncle Fachai to break through, and we agreed to meet at Manglong village. Lung Li Hua gazed weakly at Lu Qing. I listened to your advice, and Uncle Fachai is back as well. Lu Qing examined Lung Li Hua. You are injured. A minor wound. Lung Li Hua looked at her injuries, showing no concern whatsoever. Xionyang, please fetch some hot water. Yulan, bring a clean garment. Su Yi, prepare a bowl of porridge. Yin Ping, assist me in helping her to the bed. Lu Qing directed with measured calm. Before long, hot water was brought in. Lu Qing observed Lung Li Hua on the bed. Xionyang, please help me clean her bloodstains. Do not touch the wounds. Me. Han Xionyang glanced at Lung Li Hua, aware of the gender distinctions. She is a woman. Lu Qing sensed Han Xionyang's confusion regarding Lung Li Hua's gender and promptly explained. Oh. Han Xionyang was astounded. She had not expected the person before her to be a woman. Understood. Once she realized it was a woman, Han Xionyang hesitated no longer. Soon Leng Lihua's clothing was removed and Han Xionyang began to clean the bloodstains with hot water. Lu Qing then guided Han Xionyang in a simple treatment of the wounds, wrapping them with clean cloth strips. Subsequently, Leng Lihua donned the garments brought by Zheng Yulan. Darling, the porridge is ready. Please eat something. Lu Qing looked at Leng Lihua. Thank you. Leng Lihua took the bowl of hot porridge and began to eat. After 2 days of evading capture in the mountains, she was ravenous. Days passed. Leng Lihua's health had nearly recovered. Lu Qing took her to visit wide.His. Seeing Leng Lihua brought a sigh of relief. As Lu Qing and Leng Lihua left wide.His home. Now that you are better, when do you intend to leave Miss Leng? Lu Qing did not beat around the bush. His instincts told him that if this woman remained in Mang Long village, trouble could very well befall them, so it would be best to encourage her departure. Are you urging me to leave, young Master Lu? Indeed, Miss Lihua, your presence in the territory of Lu Liang is a thorn in the side of many bandit factions. Should news of your location spread, we will find ourselves in peril. Lu Qing expressed his concerns. He was no sage, he was merely an ordinary man. In this society, one must first ensure their own safety before safeguarding others. I will make haste to depart. Leng Lihua smiled, indicating her understanding. Darling, someone from Luliang County has arrived claiming to have urgent news for you. Zheng Yulan found Lu Qing her demeanor, suggesting the matter was pressing. Very well. Lu Qing nodded. Upon returning home, young Master Lu, it is you. Lu Qing recognized the person before him. He was a clerk from the Tonghe shop from which he procured many supplies for his papermaking endeavors. The shopkeeper even offered him a discount. You are in serious trouble, young Master Lu. The clerk's face was filled with worry. What do you mean? Lu Qing was perplexed. How could he possibly be embroiled in trouble while living so quietly? Yesterday, our shopkeeper received news from Yanhua Alley stating that Luo Ma has located the He Hu Zhai and intends to have them deal with you. He Hu Zhai? Lu Qing's expression darkened. This was truly unavoidable. He had hoped that sending Leng Lihua away from Manglong village would allow them to remain unscathed, yet Luo Ma seemed to have ties to He Hu Zhai. Have you offended Luo Ma, young Master Lu? The clerk looked at Lu Qing. If He Hu Zhai intervened, the entirety of Manglong village would likely suffer. Darling. Cheng Su-yi gazed at Lu Qing. This matter must surely be connected to Shen Yinping. Realizing this, Cheng Su-yi's face bore a look of concern and guilt. I am sorry, darling. This is because of me. I will confront Luo Ma immediately. Shen Yinping stepped forward, feeling responsible, unable to pretend as if she were uninvolved. Addressing him as darling was due to Lu Qing having taken her as his concubine, thus she naturally referred to him as such. No need for concern. Lu Qing reassured the two women. I, Lu Qing, have yet to reach the point where I allow women to face danger on my behalf. Lu Qing encouraged Cheng Su-yi and Shen Yinping to remain at ease. Young Master Lu, our shopkeeper believes it would be best for you to meet with Luo Ma. If you agree, our shopkeeper is willing to mediate. The clerk continued. Thank you, I'll allow me to consider this matter, but I acknowledge your effort in delivering the message. Lu Qing expressed gratitude to the shopkeeper and the clerk. Very well. The clerk nodded and departed from Manglong village. Silence enveloped the room as Han Xionyang, Cheng Su, Yi Zheng Yulan, Dong Chunhua, and Shen Yinping looked at Lu Qing, seemingly awaiting his decision. Leng Lihua also regarded Lu Qing with calm anticipation. After a long pause, Miss Leng, might you be interested in making a deal? Lu Qing inquired. Young Master Lu, you are not urging me to leave. Leng Lihua immediately adopted a proud demeanor, casting an indignant glance at Lu Qing, suggesting her displeasure at his earlier suggestion to depart. Leng Lihua 无奈地望着陆庆，质疑到放人的是你，如今又要合作，难道作为梨花寨的寨主就没有脾气吗？此一时彼一时。陆庆微笑着解释。哼，冷梨花冷哼一声，说吧，让我听听你的想法。冷梨花觉得陆庆定有妙策，这不能算是坏主意，而是对我们双方都有利的提议。陆庆示意冷梨花坐下，并为他倒了一杯茶。我们为何不合作呢？如何合作？冷梨花注视着陆庆。我们联合剿灭黑虎寨。陆庆的话音刚落，房间内众女皆露出震惊之色，甚至不由自主地惊叫出声。剿灭黑虎寨，韩秋娘等人彻底愣住。黑虎寨的威名远胜青龙寨。冷梨花愣愣地盯着陆庆，半晌才开口：“陆公子可知黑虎寨的强大？他们绝非青龙寨可比，轻易便可灭我梨花寨，其实力不可小觑。”冷梨花决定向陆庆阐明黑虎寨的情况。在他眼中，陆庆显然对黑虎寨一无所知，才会如此轻言剿灭黑虎寨。冷梨花心中暗想，这几乎是不可能的，至少需要数倍于黑虎寨的实力。而如今，陆庆似乎毫无准备，即使与自己合作，梨花寨如今四分五裂，能聚集的人屈指可数。去对抗黑虎寨，不过是自投罗网罢了。面对冷梨花的质疑，陆庆微微一笑：“黑虎寨，在我看来不过是微不足道的势力，若我愿意，轻而易举便可将其消灭。”陆庆云淡风轻：“你？”冷梨花无言以对。如此狂妄之言，连他父亲冷气急也未必敢言。 冷债主，我只需你一句话，愿不愿意合作？陆庆继续说道。剿灭黑虎寨的计划由他来主导，是否合作则由冷梨花决定。如何合作？你立刻召集梨花寨的成员，到时一切听从我的命令，违令者杀。陆庆明确提出自己的要求。冷梨花无奈的苦笑，万一你害了我梨花寨的兄弟们怎么办？那么你来指挥，难道你能剿灭黑虎寨吗？你，冷梨花被噎得说不出话来，盯着陆庆，没想到这家活口才如此犀利，令人哑口无言。那我们能得到什么？冷梨花问。名声。陆庆回答。梨花寨在吕梁地界虽然立足，却名声不显。若能剿灭黑虎寨，必将声名大噪，这对冷姑娘而言必是好事。陆庆的目光投向冷梨花，冷梨花沉默了。显然，陆庆的话说到了他的心坎里。若梨花寨声名显赫，其在吕梁地界的影响力必将大增，届时必有众多山寨之父，从而逐渐掌控这些势力，或许能平息吕梁地界的匪患。那你们呢？我们得力，剿灭黑虎寨，名声归你们梨花寨，但赏金为我所有。陆庆的立场十分明确，他要的是财富，你不要名声。冷梨花惊讶于有人为钱而非名声。木秀于林，风必摧之，过于显赫一招嫉妒，因此低调才是王道。陆庆微笑着说，此次剿灭黑虎寨，我们借梨花寨的名号，一方面可隐蔽身份，另一方面也因梨花寨与黑虎寨曾有过节，算是师出有名。陆庆继续解释。冷梨花思索片刻，点头同意。那我现在就去召集人马。好。陆庆送走了冷梨花，回到家中，见舞女正盯着自己。怎么了，公子？您真的想剿灭黑虎寨？韩秋楠关切地询问。人不犯我，我不犯人。既然黑虎寨要对我动手，我自然要先发制人，而且我认为黑虎寨并非良善之辈。陆庆解释道。剿灭黑虎寨在保护自身安全的前提下，也是件功德之事。可是这太危险了，要是您出什么意外呢？韩秋楠仍心存担忧。陆庆轻轻捏了捏韩秋楠的手，别担心，我会保护好自己。更何况我并非独自一人，梨花寨也在。对了，梨花寨是？韩秋楠想起冷梨花。陆庆与冷梨花讨论梨花寨的事情，难道这个寨子很厉害？陆庆为何会与其合作？吕梁地界的山寨能有几个是好的？他叫冷梨花，是吕梁地界梨花寨的寨主，实际上她是镇北侯府冷气级的女儿。什么？韩秋楠五人愕然。侯府嫡女，这个身份对他们而言简直遥不可及。在他们眼中，村长已是最大的身份，再往上便是府衙的衙役，连知县大人都未曾见过的他们。想来冷梨花既是侯府嫡女，自然惊讶不已。他，程素娥震惊地说不出话来，没想到竟有如此背景。他为何要创立山寨？郑玉兰不解。为了宏伟蓝图。陆庆简短解释，关于他的身份，你们只需知晓，不可外传，免得引来麻烦。陆庆提醒众女，他之所以提起，是希望他们安心，不必为他担忧。但陆庆仍希望他们能守口如瓶。公子放心，我们绝不会说的。郑玉兰点头。那公子，我们能帮些什么？董春华向陆庆询问。既然陆庆要剿灭黑虎寨，他们身为陆庆的女人，自应有所作为。是啊，沈银平也附和。这样吧，你们为我准备大饼。陆庆提议。大饼？没错，此次剿灭黑虎寨，可能需要1-2天时间，不能让大家都饿肚子。陆庆简单估算，1-2天时间。韩秋楠几人愣住。你这说的是人话吗？ The eradication of Heihu Zhai, you mentioned it would only take a day or two. However, Heihu Zhai is no mere paper tiger. Understood. Yet Han Xionyang and her companions refrained from further discussion. The 5 women entered the kitchen and began their tasks. Fortunately, Lu Qing had the foresight to construct a spacious kitchen, otherwise the 5 of them working together would have made it exceedingly cramped. Han Xionyang and her companions prepared large pancakes. Lu Qing stepped out of his home. Wu He Wu Hai. Lu Qing located the brothers Wu He and Wu Hai. Brother Qing, is there something you need? They looked at Lu Qing with curiosity. Time to work. What do you mean? Wu He regarded Lu Qing expectantly. I have decided to eliminate Heihu Zhai. Will you join me? Lu Qing directly inquired of the Wu brothers. Of course we will go. Wu Hai clenched his fist, for Heihu Zhai had nearly killed his father. He must avenge that wrong. With Lu Qing ready to act, he could not hesitate. Excellent. Lu Qing nodded. Reach out to the others and ascertain their willingness. If they agree to join, they may come. If not, that is acceptable, but we must ensure that no one leaks information. Lu Qing tasked the Wu brothers with gathering more allies. Understood. Wu He and Wu Hai departed. Lu Qing entered the house to check on Wu Fatsai. Wu Fatsai had almost fully recovered, but still needed to avoid overexertion. Lu Qing, I just heard you intend to eradicate Heihu Zhai. Indeed. Lu Qing recounted the background of the situation to Wu Fatsai. What is meant to be a blessing is not to be shunned, and what is destined to be a calamity cannot be avoided. Since Heihu Zhai poses a threat to me, I shall uproot it. A fierce glimmer flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Wu Fatsai felt a chill run down his spine upon observing Lu Qing. One must never offend a man like Lu Qing, he is nothing short of a demon. Nevertheless, Wu Fatsai understood that figures like Lu Qing were necessary in the territory of Luoyang. If only Leng Qiji had possessed Lu Qing's ruthlessness back in the day, his defeat might have been averted. Do exercise caution for Heihu Zhai is not Qinglong Zhai. Understood. Lu Qing nodded. I have already coordinated with Leng Lihua to collaborate with Lihua Zhai in the name of eliminating Heihu Zhai. That's a commendable strategy. Although Lihua Zhai has been scattered, there are still remnants. They will be more formidable than our own, and using the name of Lihua Zhai will not bring any trouble to Monglong village. Your foresight is commendable. Wu Fatsai recognized the depth of Lu Qing's planning. Uncle Fatsai speaks wisely. Lu Qing smiled. By evening, over 100 people had gathered at Lu Qing's home, and the courtyard was nearly overflowing. Lu Qing, I heard you plan to eradicate Heihu Zhai. My entire family wishes to participate. Indeed, we all wish to join. One after another they surged forward. Lu Qing smiled at the crowd. Gentlemen, the endeavor of eradicating Heihu Zhai is no jest. It may not be as smooth sailing as with Qinglong Zhai. I cannot guarantee everyone's safety. It is quite possible that some may lose their lives. Lu Qing stated firmly. He could not allow just anyone to join. He must clarify the risks first. Upon hearing of the potential for death, many fell silent, clearly gripped by fear and hesitation. They had assumed it would be as easy as profiting from Qinglong Zhai. Furthermore, the elderly, children, and women are not to be considered at this time. Lu Qing surveyed the crowd, noting individuals well over 70 and those under 10 along with their spouses. Our mission to eradicate Heihu Zhai may require several days traversing mountain paths and enduring hardships. The elderly, children, and women could easily become burdens, and we cannot guarantee your safety. Bringing you along is a matter of protection or an endeavor to eliminate Heihu Zhai. Do not think that eradicating bandits is an easy task that everyone should simply join. Lu Qing understood that many had come merely to secure a spot for potential spoils. Last time the same was true for Wu Fatsai, Wu He, and Wu Hai. What now? Is that so? The crowd began to falter in their resolve. I seek only able-bodied young men who are not afraid of death. If you are willing, step forward and sign this life and death agreement. After signing, you may accompany me. Life and death are irrevocable. Lu Qing declared. Should anyone perish, he would not bear responsibility. This was purely voluntary. In mere moments, the 100-strong crowd fell into silence. Clearly, everyone was observing to see how others would choose. He'll go. Wu He was the first to step forward. It's just Heihu Zhai. I fear nothing. I shall join as well. Wu Hai followed suit. Count me in. Zhao Taiju attempted to step forward, but was stopped by Zhao Yud. Don't be impulsive. This could be deadly. Zhao Yud anxiously regarded Zhao Tieju, worried about what might happen if Zhao Taiju were to falter. Zhao Yud began to feel a wave of anxiety. Father, it's fine. Zhao Taiju dismissed the concern, believing he could navigate any dangers with caution. I will join. Tian Erwang stepped forward. Erwang. Tian Fengshuo watched with a grave expression as Tian Erwang volunteered. Yet without hesitation, Tian Erwang advanced and signed the agreement. As time passed, many withdrew, ultimately leaving only a few. Lu Qing surveyed the remaining individuals with a smile. Wu He, Wu Hai, Tian Erwang, Tai Niu, and Lu Feng remained, while Zhao Tieju, eager to join, had been pulled away by Zhao Yud. Brother Qing, is it sufficient with just the few of us? Lu Feng inquired. With over 100 initially, it was disheartening that only they remained, causing Lu Feng to worry. It will be fine. Lu Qing waved his hand reassuringly. Wu He. Yes. Take Erwang to the blacksmith shop in Luoyang County and have him forge arrowheads. Tell him it's urgent and needed overnight, the more the better. Understood. Wu He nodded. Wu Hai, take Lu Feng to Zheng Laosen's carpenter shop and have him craft the crossbow parts. I have prepared the blueprints, ensure they are completed overnight. Certainly. Wu Hai and Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Once you have completed these tasks, there is no need to return. Stay in Luoyang County and keep an eye on Yan Waxiang, especially on a man named Huang Tu. I suspect he might be the liaison between Luo Ma and Heihu Zhai. Understood. Wu He and Wu Hai assured Lu Qing they would keep watch. Days passed. Leng Lihua visited Lu Qing once more. Greetings, Miss Leng. Indeed. Leng Lihua nodded. I have gathered the people from Lihua Zhai, totaling around 50. She looked at Lu Qing, recalling that Lihua Zhai once boasted 200 members. Regrettably, she could now muster only 50. That is good. Lu Qing was satisfied with this number. And what about you? Leng Lihua countered. With 50 from Lihua Zhai, if Lu Qing could find 50 from Monglong village, they would possess over 100 in total. Even if the Monglong villagers were not as capable as the bandits, their numbers alone would lend them an imposing presence. Facing the inquiry from Leng Lihua, Lu Qing slowly extended his hand, spreading his fingers wide. You also have 50 men, so that makes a total of over 100. We might just be able to match Heihu Zhai, Leng Lihua remarked with a sense of satisfaction. However, Lu Qing smiled and shook his head. You are mistaken. Misunderstood. Could it be 500 men? Leng Lihua abruptly stood up. Lu Qing, do not jest with me. How many people does your Mong Longtsun have? You claim 500. Do you think me a fool? Leng Lihua fixed her gaze upon Lu Qing, incredulous that he could joke at such a critical moment. I am not joking, I am referring to 5 individuals. You have misconstrued my meaning. Lu Qing shrugged helplessly. You do not allow yourself to speak, but rather concoct your own interpretations. It is rather exasperating to say the least. 5. Leng Lihua stood rooted to the spot. This was hardly a jest. Is that truly the case? Leng Lihua could scarcely believe that Lu Qing had found only 5 people. It was akin to having found none at all. Lu Qing nodded. Lu Qing, this is no different from having found no one at all. Leng Lihua was perplexed. 5 individuals are still 5. Lu Qing corrected Leng Lihua's statement. If that is the case, I believe we need to reconsider our collaboration. With only 5 men, are you asking me and my brothers to march to our doom? Leng Lihua gritted her teeth, having initially thought Lu Qing reliable only to discover his utter lack of dependability. It was as if he treated the matter as a mere jest. How foolish of her to take it seriously. It seemed Lu Qing was not as formidable as she had imagined. The annihilation of Qing Longjai had merely been a stroke of good fortune for him. I never suggested that you should march to your doom, and warfare is not solely dependent on numbers. Strategy is paramount. Do you not understand that? Lu Qing observed the furious Leng Lihua before him. After all, she was the daughter of the Jinbei Ho, yet her vision was so limited. No wonder Lihua Zhai had been unable to expand. Look at his own situation, had transformed from a penniless bachelor into a man with 5 wives residing in a large estate with industries, such as a brick factory and a paper mill. This was the essence of ambition. You had better be true to your word, otherwise I will not hesitate to let you walk before He Huzhai. Leng Lihua clenched her fists. At this moment, she felt as though she had been toyed with by Lu Qing. No problem. Lu Qing nodded. In truth, there were over 100 who came, but after my introduction, they all became fearful. They are all ordinary folk, who would not fear going against bandits. Lu Qing recounted the events to Leng Lihua. Leng Lihua shot a glance at Lu Qing's words, unsure whether to believe him. After a while, Lu Qing, Tianyou, and Leng Lihua took the pancakes prepared by Han Xionyang and her companions. Darling. Han Xionyang looked at Lu Qing. Do not worry, I have everything under control. Lu Qing reassured Han Xionyang and the others. The 3 exited Mong Longtsun, and after walking a short distance, encountered the people of Lihua Zhai who were waiting for Leng Lihua. Great leader. Upon seeing Leng Lihua, they immediately approached her. Their gazes then fell upon Lu Qing and Tianyou felt somewhat anxious under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Great leader, where are their men? One person inquired curiously. They only have 6 individuals. This is Lu Qing. Leng Lihua introduced Lu Qing, exasperated. Greetings, noble heroes. I am Lu Qing, a humble scholar. I am honored by the great leader's esteem, allowing me the opportunity to collaborate with you all to eradicate Lihua Zhai. Lu Qing was quite forthright. Leng Lihua shot him a glare, inwardly thinking, who regards you with esteem? You are Lu Qing. The Lu Qing who annihilated Qing Longjai. I had imagined a burly man, instead you are a scholar. Great leader, are you certain he can eliminate He Huzhai? One voice questioned with skepticism. It was not that they doubted him. Lu Qing's appearance starkly contrasted with their preconceived image of the one who had vanquished Qing Longjai. He appeared to be nothing more than a frail scholar, utterly incapable of wielding any strength. Enough of this chatter, listen to Lu Qing. Should anyone be insubordinate, do not blame me, Leng Lihua. With Leng Lihua's declaration, everyone fell silent. Lu Qing noted that Leng Lihua possessed a considerable presence. Remember your words. Leng Lihua turned to look at Lu Qing. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. Tianyou, distribute the pancakes we prepared. Understood. Tianyou began handing out pancakes to the crowd. What does this mean? Is there food? As they gazed at the pancakes in their hands, expressions of bewilderment spread across their faces, not comprehending the significance of this gesture. This will serve as our provisions for the journey ahead. Once everyone has consumed their portion, there will be none left, so I urge you to eat sparingly. Lu Qing informed them. Military rations. Leng Lihua discerned the nature of the pancakes that Lu Qing was distributing. This, we can hunt instead. One person remarked, eyeing the pancake in his hand, believing hunting would yield better results as it would allow them to eat meat. Hunting is a waste of time. We are here to eradicate He Huzhai, not to hunt. Can you guarantee that you will catch prey every time? Even if you do, how will you prepare it? Grilling. That would easily expose our location and movements. Thus pancakes are the safest option. Lu Qing stated solemnly. If they were to eliminate He Huzhai, frivolity must be cast aside and any risky actions must be curtailed. For this involved the lives of all present. Confronted with Lu Qing's reasoning, the individual refrained from voicing further objections. To think you possess such knowledge. Leng Lihua observed Lu Qing, realizing from his words that he had some merit. This is merely common sense. Lu Qing retorted. The group arrived in Luliangxian. Wuha and Wuhai had gathered all the necessary supplies for Lu Qing. Lu Qing meticulously assembled the crossbow arrows one by one. Distribute this to your subordinates. Very well. Leng Lihua gazed at the crossbow arrows in her hands. Despite the destruction of Lihua, Zhai had witnessed the power of the repeating crossbow, which was indeed formidable. If only she had dozens more of these crossbows. In Lihua, Zhai might have been able to turn the tide. The group allocated the repeating crossbows. They proceeded towards Heihuzhai. In the meantime, Heihuzhai, great leader, who exactly is this Lu Qing? One person inquired of the great leader Luo, who, noting that if even Luo Mama could not handle him, was it truly wise to involve Heihuzhai? Do not underestimate him. At that moment, a young man beside Luo, who spoke slowly. When I was at Lihua Zhai, I received word that Qinglong Zhai had been annihilated. Initially, we believed it was a combined effort from Lu Liangxian and Jin Xuan. However, we later discovered it was the villagers of Lu Liangxian who accomplished it, and the leader appears to be one Lu Qing. Suan Bogu looked at Luahu. Oh. Upon hearing Suan Bogu's words, a smile formed on Luahu's face. What shall we do? Since that is the case, we shall observe what kind of individual this Lu Qing truly is. Luahu clenched his fist. The glint of murderous intent flickered in Luohu's eyes. It is precisely such individuals who bring a sense of satisfaction when slain. Inform everyone that tomorrow we shall head to Luoyang Xian's Monglong Tsuan to seek out this Lu Qing. Additionally, let the brothers plunder a bit. It has been far too long since our stronghold has been graced by the presence of women. Luo commanded with a smile. Evening descended. Leng Lihua led Lu Qing and his companions to the Heihuzhai. Lu Qing calculated the distance, surprised to find that Heihuzhai was not far from Luoyang Xian. Such a close threat, and yet the local authorities had chosen to ignore it completely. What do you think? Leng Lihua gazed ahead at Heihuzhai. Luo, who originally commanded over 100 men, now, with Suan Bogu's defection, he likely possesses at least 200. As for us, Leng Lihua remained somewhat apprehensive. Do not be anxious. After speaking, Lu Qing gestured for Leng Lihua to step aside. What is it? Leng Lihua regarded Lu Qing with curiosity. Is this Suan Bogu one of your people from Lihua Zhai? Certainly not. Leng Lihua coldly denied, clearly reluctant to acknowledge the truth, for Suan Bogu had betrayed her. How she had trusted him only to discover he was a traitor. Your expression suggests otherwise. Suan Bogu must have been one of your own, and you placed great trust in him. It is evident he held a significant position within Lihua Zhai. Lu Qing smiled. Leng Lihua fixed her gaze on Lu Qing. Is it amusing to expose someone's wounds? Even if he were once one of us, he no longer is. When I see him, I will personally ensure his demise. Leng Lihua declared with indignation. Lu Qing's words clearly struck a nerve. Do not let your temper dictate your actions. Everything we do now is for the purpose of confronting Heihuzhai. In warfare, anger is the greatest folly. Losing one's temper compromises rationality. Lu Qing patiently reassured Leng Lihua. No wonder Suan Bogu had betrayed Leng Lihua. Despite her position as chief, her temperament revealed the traits of a spoiled young lady with a hint of stubbornness. Perhaps the success of Lihua Zhai over the years was largely due to Suan Bogu's contributions. Enough of this. What do you truly intend to accomplish? Leng Lihua was exasperated, yet she sensed Lu Qing would not speak without reason. I need you to compose a letter to Suan Bogu. Not a chance. Leng Lihua replied, and turned to leave. Lu Qing swiftly grasped her delicate hand, finding it surprisingly pleasant. You. Leng Lihua looked at Lu Qing. This man was actually holding her hand. This is not the time for petulance. We must exploit Suan Bogu as a pawn. Even a misfortune can be turned to our advantage. Write him a letter to ensure it falls into Luohu's hands, and we will orchestrate a rift. Suan Bogu is already one of Lihua Zhai's defectors. Luohu will certainly be wary. With this letter, Luohu will believe Suan Bogu's defection is part of our scheme to eliminate Heihuzhai in concert with him. Eventually, Suan Bogu and Luo, who will surely turn on each other. Once they are at odds, we will seize the opportunity. This is akin to the clam and the snipe fighting with the fisherman reaping the rewards. Lu Qing laid out his strategy for Leng Lihua. It was not that Lu Qing sought to boast or reveal his plans, rather he understood that without clarity Leng Lihua would be unlikely to heed his counsel. Really? Leng Lihua appeared skeptical. Do you think I would deceive you for no gain? Then let go. Leng Lihua shot a glare at Lu Qing, annoyed by his grip. My apologies, I momentarily lost my composure. Rogue. Leng Lihua retorted. Lu Qing was rendered speechless. How had he earned such a dubious title? It was merely a gentle grasp of her hand. His own home provided ample opportunities for relaxation. What's to be written? Leng Lihua prepared the ink and paper. Does Suan Bogu harbor feelings for you? Lu Qing. Leng Lihua glared at Lu Qing, resembling a rooster whose tail had been stepped on. This pertains directly to our strategy. Lu Qing corrected, adamant in his sincerity. He has indeed expressed interest, but I rebuffed him. My family is in decline, and I have no time for romantic entanglements. Excellent. Lu Qing praised her focus on her endeavors. Now I understand Suan Bogu's betrayal. He must have felt he invested much only to be overlooked, making him feel insignificant. Thus he succumbed to betrayal born of unrequited affection. Lu Qing began to analyze the reasons behind Suan Bogu's treachery. Will you write or not? Leng Lihua was on the verge of exploding. What relevance did their personal matters have in the face of their objective to confront Heihuzhai? Right? Simply state that we will collaborate to eradicate He Hu Zhai, and upon success you will celebrate your wedding with Luo Hu's head. Lu Qing offered his suggestion. Wedding? Have you lost your mind? This is merely a ruse, not a genuine proposal. We aim to sow discord between Luo Hu and Suen Bogu. Lu Qing was at a loss. What had suddenly transformed this woman? He was genuinely curious if she had received visitors. Have you received visitors? What do you mean? Leng Lihua was puzzled by Lu Qing's remark. Lu Qing chuckled and whispered something in Leng Lihua's ear, causing her cheeks to flush and her eyes to shoot daggers at him. Get lost. Leng Lihua clenched her fist. Regardless of whether He Hu Zhai could be subdued, she vowed that Lu Qing would pay a price. Fine, fine. Please write it properly. Lu Qing urged her to proceed. Before long, Leng Lihua completed the letter. What now? Naturally, we must deliver it, so that Luo Hu can see it. Lu Qing's lips curled into a smile. Understood. Leng Lihua nodded and promptly summoned someone. Lihua Zhai also had its share of capable individuals. Deliver this letter to He Hu Zhai, but do so discreetly, it need only be discovered. Leng Lihua instructed the person before her. Yes. The messenger departed with the letter. Is this feasible? Lu Qing observed Leng Lihua's confidence. Do not underestimate him, he has been by my side, and is quite shrewd. Leng Lihua boasted, seemingly regaining her footing against Lu Qing. Following Leng Lihua's orders, the messenger swiftly infiltrated He Hu Zhai. Although He Hu Zhai was a stronghold, it lacked the rigorous discipline of a military camp. With careful observation, entry points could be found. Upon reaching He Hu Zhai, the messenger discreetly approached the main hall. Who goes there? Upon sighting the newcomer, someone called out. I am a new arrival. The messenger replied with a smile. A newcomer? From Lihua Zhai. The man scrutinized the messenger. For many from Lihua Zhai, including Suen Bogu, had recently defected to their ranks, resulting in a number of unfamiliar faces within the stronghold. Facing the inquiry, Xiaoqi grinned widely. Indeed, indeed. Xiaoqi nodded. The activity area of Lihua Zhai lies to the north of the village. How did you end up here? You must leave at once. Yes, yes. Xiaoqi hurriedly turned and departed, akin to a startled rabbit. However, before leaving, Xiaoqi instinctively dropped a letter. Watching Xiaoqi flee, the observer attempted to call out, but it was too late. Seeing the letter on the ground, the observer picked it up. To the esteemed second leader. Second leader. The observer furrowed his brow. Soon he located Zhang Jun, the second leader of He Hu Zhai. Second leader, a letter from someone in Lihua Zhai has arrived for you. A letter from Lihua Zhai. Is Sun Bogu not in my He Hu Zhai? He could have delivered it personally. Scholars are such a bother, sending me letters as if to boast. Zhang Jun took the letter with a face full of disdain. He truly could not comprehend what his elder brother Luo Hu was thinking. He had agreed to allow that fellow Sun Bogu into He Hu Zhai and even appointed him as a strategist. In Zhang Jun's eyes, scholars were far too cunning. Zhang Jun opened the letter. Gradually, his expression grew grave. What is it, second leader? What did Sun Bogu write in the letter? The person standing before Zhang Jun observed his increasingly serious demeanor and could not help but inquire about the contents of the letter. Notify the first leader immediately. What happened? Damn it, this is not a letter addressed to me. It is from that wretched woman Leng Lihua, directed at Sun Bogu. We may have been ensnared by Leng Lihua and Sun Bogu. Zhang Jun exclaimed furiously. Soon Zhang Jun met with He Hu in the main hall of He Hu Zhai. Brother, what is it that you wish to discuss? Luo Hu adjusted his clothing, enjoying the gifts sent by Luo Ma, and feeling somewhat irritated at the suggestion of an urgent matter. Brother, look at this. What is it? Luo Hu took the letter. This is a letter from Leng Lihua to Sun Bogu. They plan to collaborate in exterminating our He Hu Zhai tomorrow, Zhang Jun said with a grim expression. Fortunately, my men discovered it in time, otherwise we would have fallen into a trap set by Sun Bogu and Leng Lihua. Zhang Jun now harbored a deep desire to see Sun Bogu suffer 1,000 deaths. I have always said that these scholars cannot be trusted. Zhang Jun looked at Luo Hu. Luo Hu's eyes narrowed. No wonder Sun Bogu suddenly contacted me, expressing his willingness to ally with He Hu Zhai and seek my assistance. It turns out to be a ploy to deceive us. Leng Lihua and Sun Bogu, you are willing to destroy your own Lihua Zhai just to eliminate us. You are indeed ruthless. Luo Hu's tone turned icy. Initially, when Sun Bogu contacted him, he had sensed something amiss. However, since Sun Bogu was a scholar and offered to use Lihua Zhai as a bargaining chip, he had dismissed his suspicions. Now it seemed that everything was part of the scheme between Leng Lihua and Sun Bogu. Sun Bogu had brought people to ally with him only to conspire with Leng Lihua. Brother, what shall we do now? We must eliminate Sun Bogu and his followers. It is better to mistakenly kill than to let them escape. Luo Hu's expression darkened. In the territory of Lu Liang, he had established his reputation for being ruthless. Since Sun Bogu posed a threat, regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to be eliminated. Understood. Zhang Jun nodded. As they exited the hall, Zhang Jun immediately summoned his men. To the north of Lihua Zhai, Sun Bogu and the others were stationed. Second leader, does He Hu Zhai truly wish to accept us? Why do I feel that He Hu Zhai doesn't trust us? Everyone looked at Sun Bogu with concern. He Huzhai had placed them here, clearly indicating their wariness. Do not worry, Sun Bogu will ensure that you all enjoy a life of luxury, Sun Bogu said with a smirk, addressing the crowd before him. This was all due to the pressure from Lung Lihua. He was indeed a scholar. Unfortunately, after failing several examinations, he found himself in dire straits in Jinchuan, where he encountered Lung Lihua. Upon realizing he was a scholar, Lung Lihua had recruited him to Lihua Zhai. Over the years, in gratitude for Lung Lihua's recognition, he had diligently managed Lihua Zhai. He had hoped to gain her favor. Yet Lung Lihua had repeatedly rejected his feelings. She even sought out those to exterminate Qing Long Zhai. At that moment, Sun Bogu felt utterly abandoned by Lung Lihua. Since she did not value him, he would find a way to make her see his worth. Thus he reached out to Luo Hu. He intended to show Lung Lihua that he could manage Lihua Zhai, yet he could also destroy it. Everything that had been accomplished in Lihua Zhai was due to his efforts for her. We trust the second leader. Indeed. The crowd became animated, for they had witnessed Sun Bogu's abilities during his time at Lihua Zhai, and thus had no doubts about his words. Second leader Zhang Jun is approaching with his men. Zhang Jun. Sun Bogu stood up. Zhang Jun, the second leader of He Huzhai, wielded considerable influence, rivaling even that of Luo, who in certain matters Luo, who had to heed Zhang Jun's counsel. Very well. Sun Bogu nodded. However, it seems Zhang Jun comes with ill intentions. They are all armed. What? Sun Bogu frowned, bewildered by this development. I will inquire further. Just as Sun Bogu spoke, an arrow shot through the air, striking one of the men beside him, who fell to the ground with a cry. Today is your last day, Sun Bogu. Zhang Jun glared at Sun Bogu holding a spear. Zhang Jun, what is the meaning of this? We come sincerely to ally with He Huzhai. You dare to kill us. Do you not fear the first leader's wrath or the mockery from other factions? Sun Bogu's expression darkened. To kill one of his men before his eyes was a blatant disregard for his authority. Kill you. Zhang Jun pointed at Sun Bogu. Killing you is my elder brother's intention. Why? Sun Bogu's mind raced. He could not fathom why Luo, who would want him dead. Are you attempting to burn the bridge after crossing it? The only explanation Sun Bogu could conceive was that Luo Hu and Zhang Jun were using him. Burn the bridge after crossing it. Zhang Jun scoffed. Sun Bogu, even at this moment you maintain such composure. We have fully grasped your plans, and do you think we are unaware of the conspiracy between you and Lung Lihua? Zhang Jun regarded Sun Bogu as nothing more than a jester. Plans. Conspiracy. Sun Bogu was utterly bewildered. What sort of conspiracy existed between him and Lung Lihua? Zhang Jun, I do not understand what you are saying. Sun Bogu glared at Zhang Jun. You are attempting to slander me. Slander. Zhang Jun produced the letter. This is the letter that Lung Lihua recently had delivered to you. However, the messenger was somewhat foolish and was apprehended by our men. Lung Lihua stated that you were to collaborate in annihilating us at He Huzhai and even plan a wedding there. Do you think we are fools, Sun Bogu? Zhang Jun threw the letter at Sun Bogu. Sun Bogu, in a state of bewilderment, picked up the letter from the ground. Upon inspection, it was indeed a note from Lung Lihua, complete with the official seal of Lihua Zhai. The contents mirrored exactly what Zhang Jun had mentioned. What is this? How could this happen? I had no such plan with Lung Lihua. I am innocent. At this moment, Sun Bogu felt utterly speechless. He truly did not comprehend the origins of this letter or how it had come to be. Regardless of your innocence, you may now meet your demise. I demand to see the Grand Elder. My elder brother is currently unavailable. Kill him. Zhang Jun, resolute in his command, ordered his men to execute Sun Bogu and his companions. Kill. Faced with the oncoming hordes from He Huzhai, Sun Bogu hastily retreated a few steps. He'll fight to the end. Sun Bogu understood that this was not the moment for self-justification or a debate with Zhang Jun. He had no choice but to resist, lest they all perish here. Kill. Soon the forces of He Huzhai clashed with those of Lihua Zhai. Xiao Qi returned to report the situation to Lu Qing and Lung Lihua. Have they truly begun to fight? Yes. Xiao Qi nodded. Zhang Jun is intent on killing Sun Bogu, and the two sides have already engaged in battle. Xiao Qi was filled with excitement. He had never anticipated that a mere letter could incite a conflict within He Huzhai. An opportunity has arisen. Lu Qing declared. Let us go. Lung Lihua and Lu Qing led their group directly toward He Huzhai. Who goes there? The people of He Huzhai were caught off guard as Lung Lihua shot an arrow from her crossbow, striking down an opponent. Lu Qing was astonished at how adept Lung Lihua had become with the crossbow. Charge in and leave none alive. With a radiant glow, Lung Lihua thrust her Lihua spear piercing through a member of He Huzhai. Her strikes were precise and lethal. Lu Qing watched dumbfounded. This was the first time he had witnessed a woman exhibiting greater ferocity than a man. They surged into He Huzhai. Because Zhang Jun had led his men to the northern part of He Huzhai, they faced no obstacles as they burst through the gate. The defenders were ill-prepared. No one had anticipated that Lung Lihua would strike. Lu Qing and Lung Lihua fought their way to the main hall. Who is it? Hearing the commotion, Luo Hu emerged with his upper body bare. Luo Hu, prepare to meet your end. Upon seeing Luo Hu burst forth from the room, Lung Lihua charged at him. Lung Lihua. Luo who squinted. How bold of you, Lung Lihua. Last time I let you escape. Now you dare to create chaos in my Heihu Zhai. Today I shall capture you and make you my consort. Luo who fixed his gaze on Lung Lihua. Die. Without uttering another word, Lung Lihua leaped towards Luo who. Come on. Luo who swung his large blade. The two exchanged blows, and Lu Qing observed Luo, who despite his physical advantage he seemed to be struggling. Lu Qing curiously glanced into Luo Hu's quarters and saw several terrified women. So he has exhausted his strength. Lu Qing smiled faintly. No wonder Luo who appeared so drained. Go Lung Lihua. Zhang Jun has already been slain by Sun Bogu. Lu Qing shouted. Upon hearing that Zhang Jun had been killed, Luo, who momentarily lost focus. Lung Lihua seized the opportunity, thrusting her spear, its cold gleam striking true, sending a spurt of blood flying. The Lihua spear pierced Luo Hu's shoulder. Yet Luo, who was not easily vanquished. Though wounded, he still possessed the will to fight. Captain Chao, you've come as well. Lu Qing shouted again. Chao Song. Luo, who was distracted once more. Lung Lihua's spear swept across, landing a blow to Luo Hu's flank, causing him to stagger backward. You. Luo, who glared at Lu Qing. Twice this man had thwarted him. I will kill you. Luo, who abandoned his fight with Lung Lihua, charging at Lu Qing like a ferocious tiger. Be careful. Lung Lihua realized Luo Hu's intent and rushed forward, but it was too late. Luo, who had already lunged at Lu Qing. Just as Luo, who reached Lu Qing, the brothers Wu He and Wu Hai, who had been lying in wait, sprang into action. While Wu He and Wu Hai may not have matched Luo, who in a fair fight, their sudden ambush was a different matter. Seeing the brothers charge at him, Luo, who quickly halted his advance to confront them. As their weapons clashed, Lu Qing seized the moment to hurl a handful of lime powder. It struck Luo Hu's face without warning. Luo, who had closed the distance too quickly, leaving him no room for evasion. Oh! Luo Hu's vision darkened. Lu Qing's crossbow bolt struck Luo, who without hesitation eliciting a cry of pain. Lung Lihua charged in her spear, thrusting from behind Luo Hu. Luo Hu, the leader of Heihu Zhai, fell under the encirclement of Lu Qing and his allies. Lung Lihua glanced at Lu Qing. Were you intentionally using me as bait? She asked, recognizing his strategy to lure Luo Hu into a trap. Of course, Lu Qing replied with a shrug. In dealing with such adversaries, one must employ every tactic. We are here to eradicate Heihu Zhai, not to engage in a duel of honor. Eliminating the enemy is of utmost importance. Take him away. The brothers Wu He and Wu Hai dragged Luo Hu's corpse outside. With Luo Hu dead, drop your weapons, and you need not be killed. Lu Qing bellowed. The members of Heihu Zhai, upon seeing Luo Hu's lifeless body, instantly lost the will to resist. This area is yours. I will seek out Zhang Jun and Sun Bogu. Lung Lihua instructed her companions. Understood. Lu Qing nodded. Soon Lung Lihua returned with Sun Bogu and Zhang Jun, both clearly injured from their confrontation, having been captured by Lung Lihua. Lung Lihua. Zhang Jun glared at her. You did not foresee this, did you? Lung Lihua smiled at him. Back when you ambushed me outside Lihua, Zhai, who would have thought you would end up in my grasp today. As she spoke, she decisively ended Zhang Jun's life with a single thrust of her spear. Lu Qing felt compelled to applaud Lung Lihua. Though she could be somewhat headstrong, she was no naive saint. Having slain Zhang Jun, Lung Lihua turned her gaze to Sun Bogu. At that moment, Sun Bogu stood pale and trembling before her. He had believed that by aligning with Heihu Zhai, he could eliminate Lung Lihua. Even if she managed to escape, she would be but a cornered rat. Yet he had never expected her to storm into Heihu Zhai and so effortlessly dismantle it. Despair flickered in Sun Bogu's eyes. Sun Bogu, did you ever imagine this day would come for you? Lung Lihua's tone was icy. Just as he had betrayed her, so too would she seek retribution. Lung Lihua, I was wrong, truly I was wrong. Sun Bogu prostrated himself before Lung Lihua. Such a coward. Lung Lihua's expression was one of disdain. Had he shown even a hint of defiance, she might have regarded him with a modicum of respect. But in this pathetic state, Lung Lihua 心中自责，感叹自己当初为何会被孙伯古的表象所迷惑，主动接近他。我错了，我真的错了。孙伯古满心悔恨。冷梨花未做回应，只是转向旁边的陆庆。你认为应如何处理他？冷梨花询问陆庆的意见。冷梨花点头示意。我就不插手了，毕竟我只是个外人，梨花寨的事情我不想参与。陆庆摆了摆手，他不愿意卷入其中。这次与冷梨花的合作已是他破例而为，不参与。冷梨花轻笑一声。你认为你这样说能让自己信服？你与我们梨花寨共同剿灭黑虎寨，已无法置身事外。冷梨花露出了一丝调皮的微笑。通过这次剿灭黑虎寨，冷梨花真正见识到了陆庆的能力。陆庆所施展的离间计可谓高明，因此这样的人必须牢牢把握。无论陆庆如何变化，从今日起，他便要紧紧依附于他。什么意思？陆庆感到事态不妙。冷梨花笑着挥手，拜见二当家。靠！陆庆目瞪口呆，他早已预料到冷梨花的心思。 则会变成梨花寨的二当家。靖哥，你成了二当家。吴和在一旁看着陆庆，没想到他竟成了二当家。吃。陆庆向吴和头斥一瞪，这个时候不应随声附和，我可不是什么二当家。陆庆急切纠正，我不管，我曾说过，谁若为梨花寨报仇，便是梨花寨的二当家，因此你陆庆便是我梨花寨的二当家。冷梨花一脸得意，陆庆咬牙切齿，动手。他确实打不过这个女人，我并未出力，所有成就都是各位兄弟的辛勤付出，我并无功劳。陆庆摆手，陆庆，难道我梨花寨就如此不入你的眼？冷梨花委屈地看着他，心中满是委屈。陆庆竟如此不识趣，难道真要在众人面前让他失去颜面吗？并非如此。陆庆摆手，那么你是答应了？冷梨花顿时露出笑容。陆庆暗想，他果然是在此等候他。我性格向来自由，不喜任何官职，只想在莽农村安稳度日。陆庆表达了自己的意愿，这并无问题，你可以继续生活在莽农村，这与成为我们梨花寨的二当家并无矛盾，只需名义上是我们的二当家即可。冷梨花笑容满面，陆庆无言以对，心想你真是无赖，镇北侯府的女儿为何如此？靖哥，我觉得你还是答应为好，冷姑娘也是好心。怎么？陆庆看向田二王，心中一惊，这小子不会是收了冷梨花的好处吧？靖哥，我觉得二王说的有理，你算是挂名，有了梨花寨，其他山寨自然会对我们莽农村有所忌惮。吴海也开始劝说，你们？陆庆感觉兄弟们真不可靠。陆庆你怎么看？你就不担心我像孙伯古一样背叛你？陆庆问冷梨花，尽管吴海他们的劝说让他有些不快，但心中却有了另一种想法，如果与梨花寨建立联系，自己是否也能拥有一个靠山？尤其中冷梨花，在某种意义上，冷梨花可谓背景复杂。你不会的，我冷梨花对人向来见识独到，是吗？陆庆看向孙伯古，哎呀，你怎么这样？冷梨花对陆庆瞪了一眼。孙伯古目睹冷梨花与陆庆的互动，内心感到震惊。此刻的冷梨花在陆庆面前宛如一位柔弱女子，冷梨花在他面前一向严谨。我答应你了。陆庆点头，太好了，今后你便是我梨花寨的二当家。各位兄弟们听着，从今日起，梨花寨陆庆说的话便等同于我冷梨花的话。冷梨花对众人下达命令，是。众人纷纷点头。经过此战，大家也见识到了陆庆的能力，因此众人对他心悦诚服。你就是陆庆。此时，孙伯古抬头看着陆庆，怎么了？都是因为你，因你的出现，梨花才忽视了我的存在，今日的局面皆因你而起。孙伯古愤怒吼道：啊！陆庆觉得可笑，你是不是没吃药？今日的一切都是你自作自受，没人逼你背叛梨花寨，背叛梨花寨的决策完全是你自己。陆庆指着孙伯古，怪不得冷梨花看不上他，自己也不屑一顾。庆哥，杀了！陆庆毫不犹豫，既然自己成为了梨花寨的二当家，便要承担起二当家的责任。吴海迅速结束了孙伯古的生命。大当家，我们在黑虎寨发现了地牢，去看看。冷梨花与陆庆一同前往地牢，看到昏暗的牢房中关押着几名女子，这些女子满目愁苦，不知被囚禁了多长时间。打开。是。牢房门打开，里面的人不由得惊恐。大家不要担心，我们不是黑虎寨的人，黑虎寨的罗虎已被我们杀死。冷梨花安抚众人。听完冷梨花的话，几人面面相觑，似乎仍不敢相信是真的。冷梨花再次点头，命人将几人带出。见到罗虎的尸体，一名女子惊叫一声，扑了上去。哎！冷梨花欲要阻拦，但被陆庆拦住。啊！女子惊叫着，发泄内心的愤怒，绝望得到了彻底的释放。行了，最后冷梨花上前制止。现在罗虎已经死去，你们可以回家了。回家？女子看向冷梨花，露出一丝苦笑。我的家已经不存在了。女子泪流满面。我原本住在祁阳县，家中做生意。2个月前，我们来吕梁县做生意，罗虎带着黑虎寨的人拦路抢劫，我的家人都被杀了。女子眼中再次流露出绝望。虽然得以脱困，但此时她已成孤苦无依之人。We were all sold to Luo Mama of Luoyang County to celebrate Luo Ha's birthday. She sent us here. Another woman spoke, gazing at Lung Lihua. What should I do? Return? Where can we go back to? I fear we would be seized by the authorities to pay our tributes. Then it would be better if we died. The faces of several women turned pale. Upon hearing this, Lung Lihua sighed helplessly. This was the current predicament of the Daong dynasty. You cannot return, but I Lihua Zhai cannot take you with me either. Where will you go? Lung Lihua looked at the women before her, unsure of how to proceed. To send them back would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. That option seemed impossible. Lu Qing, why not take them in? Lung Lihua appeared to have conceived a brilliant idea. It would be best to settle these women with Lu Qing. Oh, Lu Qing was taken aback. Take them in. Did they think he was running a charity? He appreciated women, but that did not mean he would bring every woman he encountered home. Lung Lihua, do not jest with me. Ooh, I already have several at home, Lu Qing thought to himself. Even with 8 kidneys, he could not bear this. What are you afraid of as a grown man? Even if you suffer a loss, it is the young ladies who would ultimately bear the brunt. You could merely consume some ginseng to recover. Lung Lihua shot him a disdainful glance. Lu Qing thought to himself, what did she take him for? Precisely because I am a man that I am afraid. Can ginseng restore what is lost? Lu Qing was utterly speechless what was going through Lung Lihua's mind. What is your name? Little one's surname is Zhou, given name is Yuya. Zhou Yuya. Yes. Zhou girl, whether you can find a good home depends on your own efforts. Sometimes opportunities lie within your grasp. A half-smile adorned Lung Lihua's face. Then she gently patted Zhou Yuya's shoulder, as if saying something, yet remaining silent. Upon hearing Lung Lihua's words, Zhou Yuya seemed to comprehend something. Turning to Lu Qing, Zhou Yuya's demeanor shifted ominously. Young master. Zhou Yuya knelt before Lu Qing. Seeing that young master is a man of virtue, we beseech you to take us in. We are willing to serve you as cattle and horses for life. If we go against this, may we face eternal damnation. Zhou Yuya implored Lu Qing. Seeing this, the other women also knelt down in unison. Evidently, Zhou Yuya was the leader among them. We beseech you, young master, to take us in. If you do not take us in, we will have nowhere to go. If you are unwilling, we shall remain kneeling. As long as you accept us, we shall harbor no ulterior motives. You all. Lu Qing felt as if he were being cornered, glancing at the silent Lung Lihua, whose smile suggested she was enjoying the spectacle. This woman was certainly being deliberate. She was taking revenge on him. Indeed, women were creatures known for their pettiness. To be candid, I already have 5 wives at home, Lu Qing declared his situation, hoping Zhou Yuya and the others would withdraw. In that case, young master is even more of a good person. Zhou Yuya seemed unfazed. Oh, Lu Qing thought her comprehension was flawed. He was trying to convey that she should take heed and retreat. In the Daong dynasty, men are esteemed while women are demeaned. Women are treated like garments. Many men may take multiple wives, yet to avoid the head tax they are reluctant to take even one more. This illustrates that women are regarded as less than mere taxation. Given this situation, for you to possess 5 wives, it is evident you are a good man. Zhou Yuya expressed her understanding. Lu Qing was dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, thinking how could she possibly twist it around like that? This was incomparably more difficult than bending a steel bar into a joyful shape. What sort of mindset was this? Qinggu, I believe the more the merrier. You should take them all in, allowing Xiaonyang and the others to rest more. Tainyo said with a grin. Indeed, you are quite capable of earning. Your earnings can easily support us all. Wu. He also supported Lu Qing's decision regarding the women. Your paper mill and brick factory have already commenced production. Once business picks up, you need not fret over finances, so do accept them. Wu Hai echoed Wu He's sentiments. Young master, my family was once in trade. Oh, I understand the ways of business. Zhou Yuya seemed to have found an even more persuasive argument. You understand business. Lu Qing's eyes narrowed. Could he have possibly encountered someone with hidden talents? Yes. Zhou Yuya nodded. Very well, you may rise. Thank you. Zhou Yuya stood. What about them? Zhou Yuya glanced at the other women still kneeling. You may all rise as well. Lu Qing instructed the others to stand. Henceforth you will follow Zhou Yuya. Lu Qing directly entrusted the others to Zhou Yuya. He could not take them all in, as sometimes one must remain rational. Yes. The women dared not protest. Let us depart. Lu Qing led his group along with Zhou Yuya away. Second master, do take care of your health. Lung Lihua teased Lu Qing. Rest assured there is no one in this world who can harm me, but you, Lu Qing replied softly, causing Lung Lihua's face to turn crimson. This scoundrel dared to tease her. Lu Qing returned to Monglong village. As soon as Han Xionyang and the others saw Lu Qing, they rushed out to greet him, and soon noticed Zhou Yuya and her companions following behind. Darling, who are they? Han Xionyang was taken aback. Her husband had returned with 5 or 6 women. What was this situation? Was he so confident in himself? Han Xionyang looked at Lu Qing, her eyes questioning his self-awareness. After all, he could hardly rise from bed after sparring with her. Now with Yulan Su Chuanhua and Yinping still untouched, he had brought back so many more. It was a complete lack of self-awareness. Lu Qing discerned something from Han Xionyang's gaze. My dear, do not misunderstand. They are victims captured by the Heihu Zhai, and they have no one left at home, utterly helpless, so I brought them here. Lu Qing made an earnest attempt to explain. Why are you trying so hard to explain? We believe you are not that kind of person. Moreover, even if you were taken with them, we have no objections. All of us serving you together would only make things livelier. Zheng Yulan chuckled, leaving Lu Qing momentarily speechless. This young lady had started to joke with him. It seemed his next target was Zheng Yulan. I am Zhou Yuya, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Zhou Yuya politely greeted Han Xionyang and the others. All right. Han Xionyang nodded. Have you eaten? Let us prepare a meal. Go ahead. Lu Qing waved his hand. Zhou Yuya and the others followed Lu Qing into the house. Since arriving at Monglong village, the astonishment in Zhou Yuya's eyes had not diminished, especially upon witnessing the grandeur of the large house. She looked at Lu Qing, realizing he was indeed quite wealthy. Such a house. I fear it may require several hundred taels of silver. Zhou Yuya cast her gaze towards Lu Qing. She felt utterly unable to decipher the man before her. Soon Han Xionyang and the others had prepared the meal, a table laden with sumptuous dishes. Let us eat. Lu Qing observed Zhou Yuya and the others, clearly noting that they had not enjoyed much sustenance at Heihuzhai. Their eyes sparkled at the sight of the food. I never expected that such a small village could provide such lavish offerings, including fish and meat along with steamed buns made from fine white flour. Zhou Yuya could hardly conceal her astonishment. It is rather ordinary, Lu Qing said with a dismissive wave of his hand. After the meal, everyone took their own time to rest. Yulan, hubby, tonight I shall teach you a thing or two. Lu Qing grasped Zheng Yulan's small hand, and upon feeling Lu Qing's gaze, Zheng Yulan immediately blushed with shyness. The following day, Lu Qing gazed at the sleeping Zheng Yulan beside him. Her fair skin was smooth as jade, and she appeared to be in a deep slumber, likely due to last night's exhaustion. Lu Qing rose and donned his clothing. Hubby, you are awake. Han Xionyang brought over water for washing. Aren't you resting? Han Xionyang inquired with concern. A trivial matter, only you can make me feel a modicum of pressure. Although Yulan possesses some skills, they do not pose a significant threat to me. Lu Qing gently pinched Han Qianyang's cheek. After finishing the meal, Lu Qing proceeded to the paper mill. Everything at the paper mill operated in a systematic manner as sheets of paper were produced one after another. Brother Qing, what do you think? Zhao Taizhu asked with a smile, seeking Lu Qing's opinion. Lu Qing had left Zhao Taizhu in charge while he himself had not gone to Heihuzhai. Lu Qing took the paper. Not bad, not bad, you are becoming increasingly proficient. Lu Qing was quite satisfied. He returned home with several sheets of paper. He intended not only to sell that type of tung oil paper, but also to offer writing paper. Is this paper? Zhou Yuya gasped upon seeing the sheets in Lu Qing's hands. Indeed. Lu Qing lifted the paper. There is no need for such astonishment, is there? Lu Qing looked at Zhou Yuya. This. Zhou Yuya took the paper. This sheet is quite thick with a high degree of hardness. It feels somewhat coarse. Surely this is not meant for writing. Zhou Yuya, being a businesswoman, immediately discerned the paper's uniqueness. Clever. Lu Qing praised her. This paper is intended for tung oil paper. Look at my window. I used tung oil paper to seal it. Lu Qing pointed out the paper he used for the window. This is meant for writing. Lu Qing produced another sheet. The paper is refined and smooth, pure and flawless. It surpasses any paper available in the market. Zhou Yuya was once more astounded. The two sheets Lu Qing had presented left Zhou Yuya utterly amazed at how such remarkable paper could be produced in the modest Monglong village. What do you think these two sheets could fetch if sold? Certainly a profit can be made, Zhou Yuya responded with conviction. I believe the sealing paper could be sold for 20 taels of silver per jean, while the writing paper, being superior to our current offerings, should be valued at least 30 taels of silver per jean. Zhou Yuya estimated based on her judgment. Lu Qing nodded. Zhou Yuya's proposed prices aligned with Lu Qing's expectations. This woman is indeed impressive. It seems I have not suffered a loss. Where do you wish to sell them, hubby? Zhou Yuya's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Qing. What do you think? Guang'an County. Zhou Yuya suggested a location. Oh. Lu Qing regarded Zhou Yuya, expecting her to mention Qiang County, yet she had chosen Guang'an County instead. While Luliang County and Jinchuan County are options, the county towns are ultimately too small. Paper can be considered a luxury item, hence it must be sold in larger markets. Zhou Yuya elaborated on her rationale for choosing Guang'an County. Clever. Lu Qing applauded her insight. The paper is quite expensive. Lu Qing understood that a small place like Luliang County could not sustain a paper market. It appears I must make a journey to Guang'an County, Lu Qing mused. Time passed slowly. When Han Xionyang and Zheng Yulan saw Lu Qing, they resembled prey spotting a hunter. Although their relationship with Lu Qing had grown closer, his demands on them had also increased, causing them to behave like startled rabbits. A month went by. The West Wing had become filled with paper. Hubby, so much paper. Cheng Su expressed concern, wondering whether all this paper could indeed be sold. With daily labor costs and meals, what would happen if the paper failed to sell? Even with a few hundred taels of silver, it would not suffice for such extravagance. Rest assured. Lu Qing comforted Cheng Su. Lu Qing. Suddenly a voice called out. Lung Lihua. Lu Qing called her name directly. In his eyes, Lung Lihua was neither a formidable leader nor a noblewoman from a marquis house. To him, she was simply a friend. Address me as the leader. Impossible. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. You vanished for a month, and now you suddenly come here. For what purpose? Lu Qing inquired. Of course I have come to deliver silver. Have you forgotten our initial agreement? Lung Lihua replied with a smile, recalling their collaboration between Lu Qing and Lihua Zhai, where Lihua Zhai sought fame and Lu Qing sought rewards. By the way, I thought you had embezzled it. Get lost. Lung Lihua clenched her teeth. Lu Qing's words could be truly infuriating at times. How much did you bring? Lu Qing believed that Heihu Zhai must have delivered a substantial sum. 1,800 taels of silver. Lung Lihua ordered her people to bring in the silver. Not bad. Lu Qing surveyed the boxes of silver and suddenly contemplated that if he ever found himself in need, he could rob these bandits and potentially earn a fortune. I keep my word, not a single coin has been touched. Lung Lihua bore a proud expression. Most would be swayed by such an amount of silver, but she, as the daughter of the Marquis of Jinbei, remained unaffected. Then if there is nothing else, you may leave. Lu Qing issued a dismissal. You. Lung Lihua clenched her fists. Hubby. Cheng Su, standing beside Lu Qing, wore an astonished expression at the sudden appearance of 1,800 taels of silver. This is the reward I received for eliminating Heihu Zhai, Lu Qing explained with a smile. Lu Qing, besides delivering silver, I have something else to discuss with you. Lung Lihua suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Lu Qing regarded her. What is it? He was not in a playful mood. I must return. Not seeing you off. Lu Qing felt an urge to reprimand her. He had expected something significant, yet she merely announced her departure, which he would welcome. No, I mean I must return to the Marquis of Jinbei. The court has reinstated my father to his official position, Lung Lihua continued. Lu Qing's first reaction was to congratulate Lung Lihua, exclaiming congratulations. After all, he had been reinstated to his official position. The town North Marquis residence could be regarded as the highest authority in the Luoyang region. Are you so clever that you cannot discern the reasons behind this? Lung Lihua expressed her disbelief, knowing that Lu Qing was merely feigning ignorance. It seems war is imminent. Lu Qing chuckled softly. Indeed, the Imperial court has received news that the Tongxiang people have begun to amass a great army preparing to march southward. Lung Lihua's tone grew somber. Every battle for the Daong dynasty ushered in a tempest of bloodshed, and the Luoyang region was particularly chaotic. I firmly believe that the Marquis will be able to vanquish the enemy. Lu Qing conveyed his unwavering support for Lung Qiji. Thank you. Lung Lihua glanced at Lu Qing. I must take my leave. Initially, I intended to disband Lihua Zhai, but the others remain uncertain about what to do after its dissolution. As you are the second in command, I have decided to entrust Lihua Zhai to you. From this day forth it shall be yours. Oh, I see. Lu Qing smiled. Very well. Such prompt acceptance. Lung Lihua regarded Lu Qing with a hint of surprise, as this seemed inconsistent with his usually cautious nature. You are departing, and as a friend I wish to alleviate any burdens you may carry. Lu Qing refrained from revealing his own plans. As you wish. Lung Lihua shot him a knowing glance. She understood that his willingness was accompanied by his own agenda. However, since he chose not to elaborate, she refrained from probing. Her faith in Lu Qing's character assured her that he would not lead Lihua Zhai into any malevolent endeavors. Then I shall take my leave. Indeed. Lu Qing personally escorted Lung Lihua out of Monglong village. That evening, Han Xionyang and the others returned from the dining hall. In just over a month, the communal dining hall in Monglong village had been completed and was now in full operation. The brick and paper factories also had designated dining spaces. The dining hall could accommodate hundreds of people at once, thus Han Xionyang and the others devoted themselves entirely to the culinary tasks. Husband. Lu Qing nodded. What is this? Dong Chunhua noticed the wooden boxes in the room, each one brimming with uncertainty regarding its contents. These are the rewards I received for annihilating Heihu Zhai. Lu Qing gestured toward the boxes. So much. Shin Yinping could hardly believe her eyes. Each of those large boxes must contain an immense sum of silver. 1,800 taels. Lu Qing stated matter-of-factly. What? Han Xionyang and the others were left in stunned disbelief. 1,800 taels. A mere 100 taels was already an unfathomable figure for them, yet here they were faced with an astonishing 1,800 taels. Such wealth. When could one ever spend it all? Zheng Yulan felt that this amount of money could last a lifetime. Among this, some Wu Hiwu, Hai Tai Nyo Tianer Wang and Lu Feng each received 50 taels. Lu Qing decided to allocate 50 taels to each of them. That leaves over 1,000 taels remaining. Shin Yinping felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She had never dreamed that such a sum could materialize before her. What are your intentions, husband? Zhou Yueying inquired. I plan to set aside a portion of the funds to establish a shop in Guang'an County dedicated to selling our own crafted goods. Lu Qing directed his gaze at Zhou Yueying, confident she would grasp his meaning given her merchant background. Indeed. Zhou Yueying nodded. Having our own shop will undoubtedly prove more convenient. Furthermore, I intend to allocate another portion of the funds to establish Monglong Wei. Monglong Wei. Zhou Yueying was perplexed by this declaration. The Luoyang region is fraught with instability, and as we conduct business in Guang'an County, we will inevitably require our own guards to ensure the security of our merchandise. Lu Qing elaborated for the group. Monglong Wei will not merely protect our goods, it will also safeguard Monglong Village. He added, revealing the rationale behind his agreement with Lung Lihua. He aspired to transform the people of Lihua Zhai into Monglong Wei, an exclusive guard unit under Lu Qing's command. Husband, your considerations are astute. Indeed, in commerce guardianship is essential. Without our own guards, we would have to hire escorts, but many are already contracted by prominent families, making it challenging to find reliable escorts. Zhou Yueying's expression grew somber. Had the Zhou family possessed their own guards or escorts, they might have evaded the ambush by He Huzhai, and she would not have been left homeless. After a restful night, the following day, Lu Qing sought out Wu He and the others, distributing 50 taels of silver to each. Wu Fatsai and his family received a total of 100 taels. Aunt Zhang was beaming, unable to contain her joy. 100 taels was a sum she had never imagined they would ever possess. Lu Qing, I truly thank you. Aunt Zhang gazed at Lu Qing with gratitude. Ever since Wu He and Wu Hai had followed him, their family had consistently prospered. This is merely what Wu He and Wu Hai deserve. You need not thank me. Lu Qing felt somewhat bashful. Such words do not do justice. Those two brothers lack their father's capabilities. They have only been able to earn money by following you, Lu Qing. Indeed. Wu Fatsai wore a glum expression. Was it necessary to belittle others so? Uncle Fatsai is no ordinary man. Lu Qing regarded Wu Fatsai. Wu Fatsai, I wish to employ you as a trainer. Would you be willing? I shall offer you a monthly salary of 1 tael of silver. What say you? Lu Qing shared his intentions. Trainer. Wu Fatsai was taken aback. Indeed. What on earth are you plotting? Wu Fatsai was skeptical that Lu Qing would offer him such a position without reason. I aim to establish Monglong Wei. Lu Qing revealed his plan to Wu Fatsai. I see you are indeed meticulous in your considerations. Before the young lady departed, she informed me that the Marquis had been reinstated and you had no intention of. Upon hearing Lu Qing's plan, Wu Fatsai felt compelled to offer his counsel. Uncle Fatsai, please spare me. Lu Qing quickly waved his hand. Then let us leave it at that. Wu Fatsai chose not to press further. But I am merely a cripple. How could I serve as a trainer? Why not? You possess extensive experience and have served in the military. I want you to impart your knowledge to them. Lu Qing spoke earnestly. During the assault on He Huzhai, I observed that the folks of Li Huazhai are quite capable, yet they lack systematic training. They are merely self-taught. If we can train them properly, I am confident we will yield unexpected results. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Wu Fatsai. In that case, I shall accept. After hearing Lu Qing's explanation, Wu Fatsai felt a flicker of inspiration ignite within him. He had once commanded a legion. Now, as the trainer for Monglong Wei, it felt as though he had returned to his days in the military. Thank you, Uncle Fatsai. Lu Qing bowed in gratitude. Having reached a consensus, Lu Qing set off for Li Huazhai with the brothers Wu He and Wu Hai. After a day's journey, Lu Qing arrived at Li Huazhai. Second Master. Greetings, Second Master. Upon seeing Lu Qing, the people of Li Huazhai greeted him with warmth. Greetings, brothers. Where is Lung Lihua? Lu Qing noticed the absence of Lung Lihua. The chief has already departed. One person stepped forward to inform him. Oh. Lu Qing nodded in acknowledgement. He then surveyed the crowd. Gather everyone, I have matters to discuss. Understood. Soon the members of Li Huazhai assembled. Lu Qing estimated there were about 100 individuals. Before she left, Lung Lihua entrusted me with the responsibility of Li Huazhai. I intend to establish a Monglong Wei. Those willing to accompany me to Monglong Village shall be assured of 3 meals a day and a daily wage of 1 won. For those who choose not to join me, I will provide 5 taels of silver to assist them in finding their own path. Lu Qing regarded the crowd. Consider it carefully. He instructed Wu He to display the silver before them. Upon seeing the gleaming silver, many could not tear their eyes away. With silver in hand, they could indulge in a life of ease. Second Master, is what you say true? One person approached. Indeed, it is true, Lu Qing affirmed. Then I want the money. The individual pointed at the silver. 5 taels of silver seemed far more appealing than a mere 1 per day in Monglong Village, making it evident why the wise would opt for the silver. Silver once grasped belongs to you. Very well. A smile appeared on Lu Qing's face as he signaled Wu Hai to hand over the silver. Upon receiving the silver, the recipient beamed with satisfaction. 5 taels of silver would suffice for a lavish life in Jinchuan County. Are there any others? Lu Qing inquired. I want silver. I want silver too. Me. One by one they stood up. The silver vanished at a noticeable pace, leaving Wu He and Wu Hai distressed and puzzled by Lu Qing's approach. Eventually, fewer than 30 remained. These individuals exchanged glances, seemingly making a decision. Of course, the choice is silver. Exactly. Choosing silver is the only sensible option. Those opting for silver began urging others to do the same. Abstaining from the choice would mark one as foolish. I am willing to accompany you to Monglong Village. A young man stepped forward. What is your name? Lu Qing asked. Su-hu. He replied. Your name suits you, Lu Qing assessed Su-hu, noting his robust physique. If he possessed skills, he would undoubtedly become a formidable leader in battle. Good. Lu Qing gestured for Su-hu to stand aside. What a foolish choice by Su-hu. Indeed, many lamented. I too wish to go to Monglong Village. With Su-hu's declaration, others began to express their willingness as well. In the end, only about 20 agreed to join Lu Qing. Out of over 100, merely 20 chose to accompany him to Monglong Village. Only 1/5. However, Lu Qing felt elated. He had anticipated fewer than 10 companions, yet remarkably 20 were willing to join him. From this day forth, Su, who shall be your captain? Lu Qing announced, pointing at Su Hu. Me, second master. Su Hu asked, astonished. Do not worry, you must have faith in yourself. Lu Qing expressed great confidence in Su Hu. Let me conclude with this, since you have chosen to follow me, I have but one requirement. Never betray your brothers. Should anyone act treacherously, Lu Qing will not hesitate to exact vengeance. Lu Qing articulated his demand. He did not expect every individual to embody justice, nor did he require them to be gallant heroes. His sole expectation was loyalty to one's brothers. Understood. Su Hu and the others nodded. As for the rest of you, having chosen to depart, our paths shall diverge henceforth. Farewell until we meet again. Farewell until we meet again. They dispersed. In the span of half a day, Li Huazhai grew desolate. Brother Qing, why did you do that? Giving them silver for nothing, Wu He inquired, perplexed. What is your suggestion then? Lu Qing chuckled, glancing at Wu He. Are you not the second master? Simply command them. Can they truly refuse? Wu He believed Lu Qing should assert his authority more. Lu Qing shook his head with a smile. People regard me as the second master primarily due to Lung Lihua's influence. With her absence, my standing here is diminished, and many simply refer to me out of respect. Lu Qing was not naive enough to assume that everyone calling him second master meant he had gained true authority over Li Huazhai. Moreover, even if I could have taken everyone with me, can you guarantee that those who would abandon us today for 5 taels would not betray us later for 10? Lu Qing prompted Wu He to reflect deeply. At this point, Wu He seemed to grasp Lu Qing's intent. He was discerning loyalty. Those who remained were undoubtedly the most trustworthy individuals in Li Huazhai. You truly consider every detail, Brother Qing. Wu He marveled, realizing why his father had always advised him to follow Lu Qing. He was now aware of his father's wise intentions. Second master. Su Hu approached. We are ready and have gathered all we can take with us. Are you sure about this? Lu Qing teased Su Hu. There is nothing to hesitate about. A man's home is wherever he stands, Su Hu replied with a carefree demeanor, recalling that he had initially come to Li Huazhai merely seeking a place to settle. Su Hu, I assure you that your choice today is undoubtedly the right one, Lu Qing reassured him. Returning to Li Huazhai with Su Hu and the others, Lu Qing arranged for them to stay in the communal dining hall. The dormitory was already in the process of being constructed by Zhao Taizhu and his team, and he believed it would be ready soon, at which point Su Hu and the others would no longer need to reside. In the dining hall, Lu Qing, village chief, are those individuals you brought trustworthy? Lu Shizai inquired with concern, uncertain of the identities of the 20 or so newcomers. Rest assured, village chief, I will ensure that nothing goes amiss, Lu Qing assured Lu Shizai with a smile. That is good to hear. Lu Shizai nodded. The following day, Lu Qing introduced Wu Fatzai to Su Hu and the others. Upon learning that Wu Fatzai had once led the Qianjun camp under the command of the Duke of Beibei, Su Hu and his companions expressed admiration. From today onwards, we shall commence training. Uncle Fatzai will be your instructor, imparting combat experience. Do not find it tedious. We may soon engage with various bandit factions, and such experience will be vital for your survival. Lu Qing urged them to study diligently, without the slightest hint of laziness. After several days, everyone gradually acclimated to their new surroundings. In the room. Tomorrow, I shall visit Guang'anjun. Who among you wishes to accompany me? Lu Qing inquired of Han Xionyang and the others. Your Excellency, you plan to go to Guang'anjun? The women exchanged glances with Lu Qing. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded affirmatively. I have decided to establish a shop in Guang'anjun, so I must first assess the situation there. Lu Qing deemed it prudent to organize all matters before transporting the prepared documents for sale in Guang'anjun. The women remained silent. Noticing their reticence, Lu Qing smiled. Everyone shall come along. Understanding their unspoken thoughts, Lu Qing recognized that Guang'anjun was significantly larger than the so-called Luoyang County. Though they had only heard tales, the opportunity to visit Guang'anjun stirred their excitement, yet they were apprehensive that Lu Qing might prefer fewer companions. Thank you, Your Excellency. Smiles illuminated their faces. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Lu Qing, accompanied by Han Xionyang and others including Wu Hai and Su Hu, set off for Guang'anjun. Uncertain of what unexpected events might unfold along the journey, having additional company felt more secure. From Monglong Village, to Luoyang County, to Jinchuan County, and finally to Guang'anjun. After several days of travel, Lu Qing beheld Guang'anjun at last. Guang'an City. The towering city walls loomed high with the gates wide open, bustling with people coming and going, a vibrant atmosphere palpable even before entering the city. The group ventured into Guang'an City. Upon entering, they were greeted by the lively shouts of vendors. It was remarkably bustling and prosperous. Is this truly Guang'an City? Cheng Su gazed in awe at the thriving metropolis, a sight so extravagant it felt dreamlike, yet here they were. Yuya, Your Excellency. Zhou Yuya approached Lu Qing's side. You must have visited before, correct? Lu Qing asked. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the group save for Zhou Yuya, whose demeanor remained composed, as if nothing astonished her. Indeed. Zhou Yuya nodded. I accompanied my father here on several occasions. Zhou Yuya did not conceal this fact. Well, then we have our guide. Please help us find a place to stay. Once we are well rested, we can pursue other endeavors. Lu Qing felt utterly fatigued. After days of travel, he could hardly bear the weight of exhaustion. Understood. Zhou Yuya nodded. Soon she led Lu Qing and the others to an inn. While it might not be the finest establishment, it was certainly adequate. Are you all here to stay, Miss Zhou? The innkeeper recognized Zhou Yuya immediately. We wish to stay. Certainly. The innkeeper promptly ushered Zhou Yuya and her companions to their accommodations. Lu Qing surmised that Zhou Yuya must have frequented this inn in the past, given the warm reception. Upon entering their room, what do you think, Your Excellency? Quite good, quite good. Lu Qing surveyed the surroundings. Could you inquire if bathing facilities are available? That should be possible. Do you wish to bathe, Your Excellency? Zhou Yuya looked at Lu Qing. I am in no rush. You ladies should bathe first after several days on the road. Lu Qing observed Han Xionyang and the others, concerned they might have blisters from the journey. We are fine. You may bathe, Your Excellency. Zheng Yulan hastily waved her hand. Behave yourselves, each of you must bathe thoroughly. I will inspect you one by one, and should anyone be inadequate in their cleanliness, they shall face my wrath. Lu Qing issued his command sternly. Unable to counter Lu Qing's insistence, the women obediently complied and bathed. Upon finishing, they found that Lu Qing had prepared a meal. After dining, Lu Qing did not hasten to explore, but instead sought a moment of well-deserved rest. Your Excellency. At that moment, Zhou Yuya turned to Lu Qing, seemingly burdened with unspoken concerns. Feel free to express whatever is troubling you. I am your husband. Lu Qing smiled, gently encouraging Zhou Yuya to share her thoughts without hesitation. Truth be told, I have relatives in Guang'an City. Oh. Lu Qing was taken aback to learn that Zhou Yuya had relatives here, suggesting that the Zhou family had thrived before encountering the Black Tiger clan. Would you like to pay them a visit? Indeed. Zhou Yuya nodded. Following the destruction of the Zhou family at the hands of the Black Tiger clan, Zhou Yuya was uncertain of the current circumstances and wished to ascertain their well-being. There is no issue with that. Shall I accompany you? No need, Your Excellency has already endured enough fatigue on this journey. I can go alone, and in a few days I will introduce you to my uncle. Zhou Yuya waved her hand. She could see the weariness etched on Lu Qing's face. Thus she preferred to allow him to rest. Very well, go ahead. Do not worry, I will support you. Lu Qing stepped closer to reassure Zhou Yuya. Zhou Yuya nodded obediently, though internally her emotions remained subdued. Despite Lu Qing's esteemed reputation in Monglong village here in Guang'anjun, he might be just an ordinary man. Should any difficulties arise, he might not be able to offer much assistance. Yet Zhou Yuya felt content with Lu Qing's words. Zhou Yuya departed. Lu Qing turned his attention to Han Xionyang and the others. Do take some time to rest. Your Excellency, shall I remain here with you? Han Xionyang paused while Cheng Su and the others exchanged glances, silently conveying an understanding. Are you not weary? Lu Qing countered. Han Xionyang shook her head. Very well. Lu Qing did not refuse. The others withdrew. Only Lu Qing and Han Xionyang remained in the room. As time passed slowly, Lu Qing exhausted the last vestiges of his energy, collapsing onto the bed, utterly unwilling to move even if the sky were to fall. Han Xionyang nestled comfortably in Lu Qing's embrace. Your Excellency. Lu Qing turned to face Han Xionyang, a woman of remarkable fortitude. Have you decided on a candidate for the shop in Guang'an City? Han Xionyang asked softly. Lu Qing nodded. Indeed. Is it Zhou Yuya? Astute. Lu Qing gently tapped Han Xionyang's nose, appreciating her perceptiveness. It often requires effort for women to articulate their thoughts. What troubles you? You seem less than pleased. Lu Qing noticed a shift in Han Xionyang's expression. Rest assured, you are my foremost wife. No one else can surpass your importance. Lu Qing offered a comprehensive reassurance. Believing Han Xionyang was feeling jealous, he sought to soothe her. Your Excellency, where do your thoughts wander? I am immensely satisfied to be wed to you without a trace of jealousy. I merely feel that while Zhou Yuya is indeed clever and capable, her limited time with you raises concerns about hastily entrusting the shop to her. Han Xionyang voiced her apprehensions not from jealousy, but genuine unease. Lu Qing listened to Han Xionyang's words, embracing her tightly in his arms. My little girl has grown up seeing things comprehensively and thinking deeply. It brings me great joy. Lu Qing smiled. He felt no resentment towards Han Xionyang's doubts, rather he was pleased. Han Xionyang was taken aback. She had pondered her words for a long time, even considering them all the way here. Her greatest fear was that Lu Qing would be angry, thinking she was jealous of Zhou Yu. Yet to her surprise, Lu Qing remained calm. Are you not upset by what I've said? She inquired. Why should I be angry? I have called you my primary wife. You are thinking of my well-being, and that delights me. Lu Qing playfully pinched her cheek. I have considered your points as well, but at present I have no one capable by my side except for Zhou Yue, who is rather impressive. Lu Qing explained, aware that he had not spent much time with Zhou Yue. yet the circumstances left him with no alternative. You speak the truth. If we could alleviate your burdens, you wouldn't be so troubled. Han Xionyang realized, then, that she might not be of much assistance to Lu Qing. Such words should not be spoken. Your management of my daily affairs is already a significant help to me. Sensing Han Qianyang's disappointment, Lu Qing swiftly shifted the topic. It is acceptable for you to utilize Zhou Yuyue, but you must promise me one thing for my support. Han Xionyang bit her lip. What is that? Allow Zhou Yuyue to become your woman so she can wholeheartedly follow you. Han Xionyang proposed an idea to Lu Qing. Internally, Lu Qing wondered how such a notion came to her mind. I shall consider it, he replied with a smile. At the Su residence in Guang'an City, Zhou Yuyue arrived at the gates. Observing the closed doors, she approached and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Coming, who is it? The door creaked open. Is that you, cousin? The person who opened the door was stunned for a moment, incredulously gazing at Zhou Yuyue before regaining composure. Wang Bo. Zhou Yuyue greeted the steward of the Su household with a smile. Wang Bo recalled the news from a month ago about the Zhou family being attacked by bandits leading to their demise. The Su family had rushed to Qi County only to find that there were no survivors from the Zhou family. Yet here stood Zhou Yuyue alive and well. Are you unharmed, cousin? He asked in disbelief. I am well, she assured him as she followed Wang Bo into the Su residence. Zhou Yuyue noticed the house had become quite desolate. Many servants were absent. If the master knew you were alive, he would be overjoyed, Wang Bo said, his eyes glistening with tears of emotion. Zhou Yuyue had grown up in the Su household, thus their bond was profound. Is my uncle not here? She inquired curiously. Oh, it's a long story, Wang Bo sighed with a grave expression, hinting at the family's troubles. Zhou Yuyue discerned that the Su family was facing significant challenges. What has transpired? She pressed. The master fell ill upon hearing about your family's misfortunes in Qi County, and since then he has been bedridden. The Su family business has suffered due to lack of oversight, allowing the He family to seize opportunities. Many clients have also come demanding their goods which were not delivered on time. Wang Bo explained the situation to her. Recently, the master has just begun to recover and is seeking loans from friends to keep the Su family afloat, he added, his expression serious. Such is the nature of the world. When one is prosperous, allies abound. Yet in times of adversity, many turn a blind eye, and those who do not step on you are already showing great mercy. How could this happen? Zhou Yuyue's expression hardened as she realized the gravity of the situation. I trust my uncle will find a way. The Su family's textiles are renowned. Given the chance, we shall endure. Zhou Yuyue sought to reassure Wang Bo. That may no longer be the case. The He family has begun producing textiles identical to ours, Wang Bo replied, with a rueful smile. Once the He family targeted the Su family, they would not allow them the opportunity to recover. In the business world, competition is like warfare. No one grants their adversary the chance to strike back. How can the He family be so shameless? When they faced troubles, it was my uncle who extended a helping hand. Did they not also seek to marry into our family? Zhou Yuyue felt struck by disbelief, as this was not the scenario she had envisioned. Her expectations included her uncle's family thriving together, not descending into such despair. Wait, this doesn't add up. The He family always sourced their textiles from the Su family. When did they begin producing their own? Zhou Yuyue sensed something amiss. That is the shameful aspect of the He family. Their proposal was merely a ruse to deceive the master. Qing has been fooling our young lady and tricking her into divulging our family's unique weaving techniques. Wang Bo's demeanor grew increasingly despondent as he spoke. The Su family's greatest asset had been taken by the He family, leaving them on the brink of collapse. Even if they managed to survive this ordeal, the Su family would likely struggle to maintain a foothold in Guang'an, facing a slow decline and eventual disappearance. To reduce expenses, the master and madam have dismissed all the servants, even contemplating sending him away. Zhou Yuyue fell silent. And what of my cousin? The young lady is aware of the He family's actions. She has attempted to take her own life several times and has been confined to her room under the watchful eye of the master. I must see her, Zhou Yuyue insisted. Very well. Wang Bo led Zhou Yuyue to Su Yunyin's chamber. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Leave me alone. I do not wish to see anyone. Came Su Yunyin's voice from within. Miss, your cousin has come. Do you not wish to meet her? Wang Bo revealed Zhou Yuyue's identity. Cousin. Su Yunyin paused in shock. Nonsense. My cousin's family has perished. After a moment of reflection, she dismissed the notion as a trick of Wang Bo's. Dear cousin, Zhou Yuyue spoke gently. Inside the room, miss, it truly is your cousin's voice. A maid recognized Zhou Yuyue's tone, her face lighting with joy. Cousin. Su Yunyin hurried to open the door. The door swung open, revealing Zhou Yuyue. Cousin. Upon seeing Zhou Yuyue, Su Yunyin could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Although she had contemplated ending her life in despair, she had held on to her fortitude until this moment, when the sight of Zhou Yuyue shattered her resolve completely. Everything is fine, everything is fine. Zhou Yuyue immediately embraced Su Yunyin to offer her comfort. Wang Bo, you may leave now. Oh, I will take care of things here. All right. Wang Bo wiped away a tear from his eye and turned to leave. Zhou Yuya and Su Yunian stepped into the room. Cousin, my father mentioned that your family. How did you end up in Guang'an City? Su Yunian gazed at Zhou Yuya with curiosity. If Zhou Yuya was unharmed, did that imply the Zhou family was also safe? There is much to explain. Zhou Yuya recounted her story to Su Yunian, releasing the burden she had kept bottled up for days. With each word, a sense of relief began to wash over her. Lu Qing. Yes. Zhou Yuya nodded. What kind of person is he? Is he worthy of trust? Su Yunian was surprised by Zhou Yuya's seemingly hasty decision to marry. He is quite decent, and also a scholar. A scholar? Su Yunian looked at Zhou Yuya incredulously. There are countless scholars in the Daong dynasty. Unless he becomes a jiren, he wields no power. Is he planning to take the jiren examination this year? Su Yunian pressed further. Zhou Yuya chuckled and shook her head, admitting she was unaware of that detail. However, from what she had observed over the past few days, Lu Qing seemed more interested in commerce than in scholarly pursuits. I do not know. Oh. Su Yunian was left speechless. Though he is a scholar, I have noticed he hardly reads, Zhou Yuya explained with a smile. What does he do then? He appears to have a keen interest in business. Oh. Su Yunian was once again taken aback. A scholar interested in commerce. This might very well be the first scholar in the history of the Daong dynasty to have such inclinations. Did he not understand that engaging in business was considered inferior while scholarly pursuits were esteemed? Despite the Su family's prominent status, they still bowed to the scholarly elite, for wealth alone could not command respect in such circles. Whether one studies or not is of little consequence as long as one can live a life free from want. Zhou Yuya seemed to have gained profound insight. Having weathered this calamity, she recognized that nothing outweighed the value of peace and safety. Cousin, it is best to have an open mind. Your words have piqued my curiosity about Lu Qing's true nature. Su Yunian appeared to be growing interested in Lu Qing. I believe we shall meet him soon. Zhou Yuya contemplated that her marriage could no longer be kept a secret, and surely her uncle would wish to meet Lu Qing upon his return. Enough about my matters, how are things for you? Zhou Yuya inquired of Su Yunian. At this, a frown spread across Su Yunian's face. It is all my fault. If I had not divulged our Su family's ancestral craft to Qing, we would not be in this predicament. Su Yunian clenched her fists, her hatred for Qing palpable, wishing she could exact vengeance. At this moment, you cannot blame yourself. If the He family could deceive even your uncle, how could they not fool you? They must have conducted careful planning. Zhou Yuya sought to comfort Su Yunian. The He family's machinations were undoubtedly intricate, otherwise how could they have brought the Su family to its knees? Alas, Su Yunian sighed. Now all they could do was pray for the Su family to weather this storm with grace. In the evening, Su Baidu returned home. A cloud of worry hung over Su Baidu's face. He had met with several friends that day, but their ambiguous attitudes made it clear that they had subtly refused to assist the Su family. Yet he could understand their hesitation. After all, the He family was flourishing, having acquired the very skills necessary for fabric production that once belonged to the Su family. They could easily usurp the Su family's position. Master, has my wife returned? Not yet, Sir Wangbo replied. It seems the situation is dire on her end as well. While Su Baidu sought help from his acquaintances, his wife had gone to her family hoping for their assistance. Her absence indicated that matters there were equally grim. However, the young miss has returned. What? Su Baidu was taken aback. The young miss has returned. Is it Yuya? Yes. Wangbo nodded. Quick, take me to her. Su Baidu said excitedly. Soon Zhou Yuya and Su Yunian arrived in the parlor. Uncle. Zhou Yuya stepped forward to pay her respects. Indeed it is Yuya. Thank the heavens. My child, you have suffered. Su Baidu examined Zhou Yuya closely. From now on you shall reside with me. This will be your home. Tears glistened in Su Baidu's eyes. Seeing Zhou Yuya was the only bright spot he had encountered in recent days. Father cousin is already married. What? Su Baidu was momentarily stunned. He remembered Zhou Yuya was not yet married. How had this sudden change occurred? What on earth happened? Su Baidu inquired. Zhou Yuya recounted everything to Su Baidu. Since he is a scholar, why does he not focus solely on his studies instead of pursuing business? Su Baidu's expression darkened. He believed that studying should be the priority and that engaging in commerce might jeopardize one's future. Does he have any family left? He has no elders or siblings. He is quite alone. Zhou Yuya shared what she knew of Lu Qing. It seems he lacks proper guidance from his family, which has led to his somewhat reckless behavior. However, it is not too late. If he could redirect his focus towards becoming a jiren, he could still achieve success. Su Baidu stated with seriousness. Zhou Yuya felt somewhat exasperated. From her understanding of Lu Qing, he was very opinionated, and once he had made a decision, it was difficult for others to persuade him otherwise. What troubles you? Su Baidu noticed Zhou Yuya's distress. I fear that he will not abandon his business pursuits. Moreover, I have observed that the paper he produces is indeed of high quality, surpassing even that of the current Daong dynasty. I believe it will surely be profitable. Zhou Yuya considered the matter from a commercial perspective. Even if it is profitable, it cannot compare to the value of education. Su Baidu seemed to speak from personal experience. Looking at the current state of the Su family, they might be making money, but the He family had laid waste to them. If the Su family had a government official among them, would the He family dare to act so brazenly? How about this, have him come to me? I will speak with him. As his elder, I can offer him some guidance. Su Baidu resolved to address Lu Qing personally. Do not worry, I know how to handle this. I will not put him in a difficult position. Su Baidu reassured Zhou Yuya, promising to tread carefully. After all, if he pressed Lu Qing too hard, what would become of Zhou Yuya? One must remember that a son-in-law is often treated as a guest in his wife's family. With the Zhou family in disarray, the Su family now served as Zhou Yuya's family. Zhou Yuya nodded. I will summon my husband now. All right. Su Baidu smiled lightly. I shall go too. Su Yunian hurriedly rose and rushed to Zhou Yuya's side. Go ahead. Su Baidu did not stop her. Since the incident at the Su family, Su Yunian had not experienced such joy for quite a while. If today was indeed so, he would allow her to accompany them. With Zhou Yuya by her side, there was no need for concern. Let us proceed. Zhou Yuya led Su Yunian out of the Su residence. They arrived at the tavern where Lu Qing and the others were gathered. Lu Qing and his companions were preparing to dine when Zhou Yuya and Su Yunian entered. Husband, Zhou Yuya called out gently. You have returned. Yes. Zhou Yuya nodded. Allow me to introduce my cousin Su Yunian. Greetings. Lu Qing politely acknowledged them. Have you eaten? If not, we can all dine together. Lu Qing looked at Zhou Yuya and Su Yunian. No thank you. Zhou Yuya shook her head. Husband, my uncle wishes to see you. See me? Yes. Very well, when shall we meet? Lu Qing did not decline. Now. Lu Qing thought to himself that this seemed rather hasty. If you find it inappropriate, we can wait until tomorrow. Not at all, Autumn Mother, you all enjoy your meal. I will accompany Yuya outside for a moment. After instructing Han Xionyang and the others, Lu Chun followed Zhou Yuya out of the tavern. Initially, he intended to purchase some gifts. However, Zhou Yuya insisted that it was unnecessary. The three soon arrived at the Su residence. Lu Chun observed the Su family estate. It still appeared to be a prominent household. Yet upon entering, Lu Qing distinctly sensed an air of desolation. The Su residence did not exude the opulence it suggested from the outside. Had something happened to the Su family? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Qing kept them to himself. Upon reaching the main hall, Uncle, Zhou Yuya saluted Su Baidu, and Lu Chun promptly followed suit. You are Lu Chun. Su Baidu regarded Lu Chun, not offering him a seat, but directly inquiring about his identity. Lu Chun sensed the tone. It seemed he was meant to be put in his place. Indeed. Lu Chun nodded. I have heard from Yuya that you are a scholar. Yes. Lu Chun responded with calmness regardless of how Su Baidu questioned him. He remained composed without a hint of panic. This serene demeanor garnered Su Baidu's admiration. It was rare for someone so young to display such composure. I have heard you have always lived in Monglong village. Yes. Lu Chun answered once more. Monglong village is ultimately a small place, merely a village without much promise. Since you are to marry Yuya, you should move to Guang'an City. I shall help you find a place to reside where it will be much more convenient for you to study and take exams. As for your daily expenses, I can assist with that as well. Focus on your studies and strive to become a jinsher. That would indeed bring honor to your family. Su Baidu made comprehensive arrangements for Lu Chun. Lu Chun felt somewhat speechless. What is this? Lu Chun glanced at Zhou Yuya. Husband, uncle was merely joking with you. It is essential that you make your own decisions. Zhou Yuya said with a bitter smile. Her uncle was overly domineering. He immediately sought to dictate everything for Lu Chun. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate your intentions, but I, Lu Chun, am not cut out for scholarly pursuits, so I shall forgo that. Lu Chun declined with a smile. Su Baidu's eyes narrowed at once. This young man had dared to refuse him. Did he not realize that the conditions he offered would entice countless individuals? What can a person who does not study aspire to? Do you wish to become a merchant? Even if a merchant is wealthy, they remain merely a merchant. Su Baidu's tone grew serious. What you desire may not align with what I, Lu Chun, want. And if you believe that Yuya is suffering by following me, I can part ways with her right now. Rest assured I have not touched Yuya. Lu Chun's attitude shifted to one of firmness. His respect did not mean he would be easily manipulated. He had the courage to come from the small place of Monglong village to Guang'an City. He was not merely a timid scholar crossing a river. His arrival in Guang'an City was a testament to his abilities. Su Baidu was taken aback by the sudden assertiveness of the previously timid scholar. Uncle, Zhou Yuya hurriedly interjected. Uncle, my husband has his own plans. I believe being with him is the happiest thing in my life. Zhou Yuya spoke on Lu Chen's behalf. You this girl? Su Baidu shook his head in resignation. Very well, since you have said so, I have little else to say. However, remember, if you ever feel wronged, do not hesitate to come to me. Your uncle will stand up for you. Su Baidu gazed at Zhou Yuya with concern, for his niece was now alone, encountering a partner who did not value education. Thank you, uncle. Zhou Yuya nodded with a smile. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Zhou Yuya worried that lingering might lead to unforeseen circumstances as she sensed a shift in Lu Qing's demeanor. Will you not stay for a meal? No, thank you. Zhou Yuya shook her head. Let us go? Zhou Yuya led Lu Chun out of the Su residence. I am sorry, husband. I did not expect uncle to say such things. Perhaps it is due to the Su family situation that he believes commerce offers no future. Nevertheless, I support your choices, or whatever you decide I will stand by you. Zhou Yuya apologized to Lu Chun. Lu Chun smiled. Why are you apologizing, silly girl? This is a matter between me and your uncle. It has nothing to do with you. I can see that your uncle cares for you. His words stem from concern for your well-being, though they might not sound pleasant. Lu Chun concluded with a wry smile. Had he approached the conversation differently, he might have engaged in further dialogue. However, with the authoritative tone of an elder attempting to dictate his life's path, he had to regretfully assert his autonomy. After hearing Lu Chun's words, Zhou Yuya felt a great deal of relief. By the way, what has happened to the Su family? Since I entered, I sensed that although the Su family appears affluent from the outside, it feels very desolate inside, as if they are deeply in debt and on the verge of selling their assets. Lu Chun expressed his observations. Zhou Yuya was taken aback. Lu Chun's insights were indeed meticulous, many details she had only learned from Wang Bo and Su Yunyan, yet Lu Chun in such a brief time was able to deduce this solely from observation. He was truly exceptional. Zhou Yuya conveyed the circumstances currently faced by the Su family to Lu Qing with utmost sincerity. The Su family, which rose to prominence through textiles, now finds itself in dire straits. Even if they weather this storm, the Su family will likely struggle to maintain its standing in Guang'an County. Zhou Yuya expressed her concerns. Lu Qing remained silent. The two returned to the tavern. The following day, Lu Qing took it upon himself to guide the group in search of suitable shops. Have you heard? The Su family is putting their shop on Qingshui Street up for sale. That location is indeed excellent. Indeed. They've already put up the sign, and the He family has also sent people over. It seems the He family intends to completely eradicate the Su family from Guang'an City. In business as in warfare, one can only say that the Su family is unfortunate. The crowd began to murmur. Since my uncle. Zhou Yuya felt a pang of anxiety. My dear, I believe we should consider this shop. Qingshui Street is situated in a bustling part of Guang'an City with its thoroughfares extending in all directions, making it highly suitable for business. Zhou Yuya thought it wise to keep the profits within their own hands. Acquiring the shop would be far better than letting it fall into the hands of others. Upon hearing Zhou Yuya's words, Lu Qing agreed wholeheartedly. Before long, they arrived outside the Su family shop. Lu Qing took a moment to observe the surroundings and noted that it was indeed a prime location, with the shop appearing quite substantial. What brings you here, He Ying? The Su family does not welcome you. Upon seeing He Ying and the entourage from the He family approach, Su Yunyan's expression turned grave, for the He family had wronged the Su family and their presence was unwelcome. Su Yunyan, you ought not to speak thus. This shop belongs to the Su family, yet Qingshui Street is not solely yours. What business do I, He Ying, have here with you? He Ying wore a smile devoid of the gentleness he once exhibited. He now presented himself as someone of considerable superiority. Furthermore, your shop is up for sale, so what's wrong with my He family coming to take a look? He Ying's expression was one of triumph, relishing the sight of the Su family's struggle. You. Su Yunyan clenched her fists. You He family are deluded if you think we would sell our shop to you. Su Yunyan stated defiantly, as if this were her last vestige of resistance. Is that so? He Ying shrugged. Who else in Guang'an City can afford to pay the price but my He family? Even if you sell to someone else, my He family will acquire it from them. The Su family's possessions are as good as ours. He stepped forward, his tone domineering and aggressive, leaving Su Yunyan at a loss for words, unable to muster any retort. Shameless. Shameless. If you, Su Yunyan, agree to be my He Ying's servant, perhaps I could offer you a better price, allowing your family to profit more. He Ying assessed Su Yunyan, who was indeed quite beautiful. Having her as a servant would be most agreeable. You. Su Yunyan's face flushed with indignation. Anger glimmered in her eyes, threatening to spill over into tears. Oh. At that moment, a cough interrupted from behind Su Yunyan. I thought it was someone audaciously misbehaving at the door of my Su family's shop. It turns out to be you, He Xianzi. Where is your father, He Qing? Su Baidu stepped forward. Despite the He family's transgressions against the Su family decorum, still demanded a degree of politeness in public. He Ying returned the greeting. My father is currently negotiating partnerships with several textile merchants in the city, so I took it upon myself to handle this minor matter. He Ying replied with a facade of politeness. Indeed. Su Baidu narrowed his eyes, recognizing the swiftness of the He family's actions in seizing the Su family's business. I wonder how much your esteemed family is asking for this shop? He Ying inquired. Upon hearing this, the onlookers understood that the He family was resolute in their intent to acquire the Su family's shop. The He family has truly grown arrogant, leaving the Su family with no avenues for survival. There's no choice. The He family has risen rapidly. The crowd began to murmur, and the expressions of Su Baidu and the other members of the Su family vacillated between hope and despair. 3,000 taels of silver. Su Baidu declared the figure he had in mind. Father. Su Yunyan looked at Su Baidu in shock. Could it be that he truly intended to sell their shop to the He family? What would remain of their dignity in Guang'an City thereafter? Do not be foolish. Su Baidu shook his head. He was not unlike Su Yunian in his thoughts. He too did not wish to sell their shop to the He family. Yet they found themselves in dire need of funds. Whether it be the He family or others, as long as they could pay, they had no reason to turn down the money. As for the subsequent matters, they could address them with the He family later. 3,000 taels. That is no trivial sum. Indeed, while the location is commendable, something about 3,000 taels feels excessive. Many in the crowd began to voice their opinions. Esteemed guests, this shop boasts the best location, and it was constructed by my Su family. The premises are guaranteed to be secure, and without issue, 3,000 taels is a fair price. Su Baidu explained to the crowd. After a while the murmurs continued, but no one stepped forward. Clearly the 3,000 taels had given them pause. He Ying stood there smiling faintly, knowing that Su Baidu might very well be digging his own grave with that price. Only the He family could afford such a sum. Among the crowd, Lu Qing and the others observed the unfolding scene. This He Ying is truly despicable, Zheng Yulan remarked angrily. Though she did not know him personally, his words revealed his unkind nature. Is no one willing to step forward? Zhou Yuya frowned. She believed that 3,000 taels was not an exorbitant price. On one hand, 3,000 taels is a significant amount for many, and on the other, He Ying's presence here weighs heavily. The He family is currently in a position of strength in Guang'an City. No one wishes to offend them. This situation is not merely about the price, it involves social dynamics as well. There is much for you to learn, my dear. Lu Qing playfully patted Zhou Yuya on the head. Now I understand. At that moment, Zhou Yuya connected the dots. No wonder He Ying so boldly asserted his claim on the Su family shop. He was confident that everyone would acquiesce to the He family. What if 3,000 taels doesn't sell? Cheng Su inquired. Then we shall have to lower the price, Lu Qing replied. Uncle, your 3,000 taels is too steep. I suggest lowering it. In business, one doesn't set a fixed price, He Ying interjected. Su Baidu regarded He Ying with suspicion. He was not foolish and recognized that many present were hesitant to speak up due to He Ying's presence. Su Baidu suppressed his fury. Then may I inquire how much my esteemed nephew deems appropriate? 2,000 taels of silver, not a single tael more is worth it. He Ying offered 2,000 taels of silver. What? Su Baidu furrowed his brow, deeming this an undervaluation. He Ying wore a smile. The Su family had been cornered, and 2,000 taels. Su Baidu had no choice but to acquiesce. He Ying, you shameless scoundrel. How can you not be ashamed to offer just 2,000 taels? Su Yunian exclaimed with indignation. I'm merely offering a suggestion. If you refuse, so be it. He Ying shrugged, confident that the Su family could not hold out much longer. Su Baidu's expression was grave. At that moment, he noticed a shift in the onlookers' gazes. With He Ying's 2,000 taels, the bystanders began to think it was indeed a fair price. If this were the case, 3,000 taels might not be attainable. Too little. Then it's settled. He Ying, still smiling, prepared to depart. He'll buy it for 3,000 taels. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. Curiosity sparked. Who dared to bid 3,000 taels for the Su family shop in front of He Ying? Was this not a challenge to He Ying's authority? Han Xionyang and her companions turned pale as they glanced at Lu Qing. They felt an icy chill run through them. 3,000 taels. Where could they possibly procure such a sum? They barely possessed a few hundred taels. They truly could not fathom Lu Qing's intentions. Dear husband Dong, Chunhua whispered. Even if they sold all of themselves, they couldn't raise 3,000 taels. What if Lu Qing's audacity led the Su family to take him seriously? It's fine, Lu Qing responded, smiling. Zhou Yuya was at a loss for words. The Su family was offering 3,000 taels. Zhou Yuya considered this price reasonable, yet upon hearing the figure, she dismissed her previous thoughts. The Su family shop was no longer in her considerations, yet she hadn't anticipated Lu Qing's bold declaration. What was Lu Qing truly trying to achieve? Was he endeavoring to help the Su family raise the price? Who are you? I do not recognize you. Everyone looked at Lu Qing, indicating they had never seen him in Guang'an City. At that moment, Su Baidu and Su Yunian turned their attention to Lu Qing, both astonished. They had not expected the one bidding 3,000 taels to be Lu Qing. Su Baidu's excitement swiftly dwindled. He had thought they had encountered a wealthy benefactor, only to realize it was Lu Qing, whom he knew from Zhou Yuya's accounts could not possibly raise 3,000 taels. It appeared Lu Qing intended to stir trouble. Yet perhaps this was for the best. They could not allow He Ying to continue pressing the Su family. He Ying also regarded Lu Qing. Who are you? And who might you be? Lu Qing retorted. I am He Ying, son of the He family in Guang'an City. I am sorry, but I do not know you. Lu Qing's words left He Ying flabbergasted. How could he not recognize himself? Su Yunian could not help but chuckle at Lu Qing's response. At last someone had stood up to let He Ying taste the bitterness of being rebuffed. You. He Ying clenched his fists. I ask again, who are you? I truly have no interest in our relationship, thus I see no need to disclose my identity, Lu Qing replied, casting He Ying a glance that suggested he was merely a fool in Lu Qing's eyes. You. He Ying felt mocked. Earlier he had taken delight in taunting Su Yunian, now he found himself in a similar predicament. Do you realize the consequences of offending me? I do not, nor do I wish to know. I am offering 3,000 taels to purchase this Su family shop. Do you wish to counter? If not, kindly step aside and refrain from impeding my business with the Su family. Lu Qing did not even spare He Ying a glance. The surrounding crowd was astonished by Lu Qing's audacity, taken aback by someone daring to speak to He Ying in such a manner. You. He Ying gritted his teeth. Very well, you possess courage, await your reckoning. I am indeed courageous, so do not provoke me, or you shall find yourself in dire straits, Lu Qing warned, mimicking He Ying's tone. Leave. He Ying departed with his entourage. Today he had anticipated effortlessly acquiring the Su family shop, but he had not expected such an obstacle to arise. Investigate who this person is. Such arrogance cannot be tolerated in Guang'an City. Also summon the officials. He Ying narrowed his eyes. The He family's confidence stemmed from having an official clerk in Guang'an City. This was why they acted with such impunity. It explained why Su Baidu had been so eager to persuade Lu Qing to study, realizing the He family's bravado was backed by their official. Others possessed it, he did not. Thus he desperately desired the same. As the crowd witnessed He Ying's departure, many dispersed while some remained to observe Lu Qing and his companions. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Su Yunian rushed forward. This He Ying is accustomed to arrogance. Oh, little did he know he would meet a worthy opponent in you today, bringing great satisfaction. Su Yunian felt a newfound admiration for Lu Qing. That woman does not favor men who seek the spotlight in times of peril. Brother-in-law, it appears this individual is related to the Su family. No wonder he dared to bid 3,000 taels in the face of He Ying's pressure. He aimed to bolster the Su family's position. The onlookers appeared enlightened. What troubles you? Su Baidu inquired, glancing at Lu Qing. Since last night, when Lu Qing and Zhou Yuya departed, Su Baidu had assumed they would not meet again so soon. We came to view the shop and happened upon you selling the Su family's property. Zhou Yuya explained, their purpose refraining from mentioning their desire to purchase the shop, as she considered Lu Qing's bid a jest. Oh, I see. Su Baidu nodded, a hint of disappointment in his eyes, evidently, because Lu Qing had not heeded his words. If that is the case, it would be fortuitous. We are selling the shop, and you wish to buy it. What a perfect match. You should purchase the Su family shop. Let not the profits flow to outsiders. Su Yunian believed it an opportune moment. Yunian. Su Baidu interjected, interrupting her. Father. Su Yunian turned to him, puzzled. If she had misspoken. Each party had their needs, surely it was feasible. Selling to relatives was far preferable to selling to the He family. Such matters are not so simple. Lu Qing, do not take Yunian's words to heart. Your intervention on behalf of the Su family has already earned my gratitude. Su Baidu expressed his appreciation. Lu Qing smiled, addressing Su Baidu, thank you, but I genuinely wish to purchase your shop. He was not jesting, he was indeed making an offer, not merely aiding the Su family, though if his actions did serve to elevate their standing, so be it. What? Once again, everyone turned in astonishment toward Lu Qing. Is such surprise necessary? I find the price of 3,000 taels to be exceedingly reasonable, Lu Qing stated calmly. Lu Qing, you are not jesting with me, are you? Su Baidu gazed intently at Lu Qing. This sum was crucial for the Su family. If Lu Qing were merely boasting, it would be catastrophic for them. Thus in Su Baidu's eyes there was no room for frivolity. It is true, Lu Qing nodded. My husband, where could we possibly find such a sum? Han Xionyang asked, bewildered. 3,000 taels was an astronomical amount. If it were merely 300 taels, they might manage. The absence of funds now does not signify a lack in the future, Lu Qing remarked, pinching Han Xionyang's cheek. What? You currently have no money. Su Baidu was taken aback. A surge of anger ignited within him. He felt as though Lu Qing was mocking him. Of course I do not possess any money at present, Lu Qing replied nonchalantly. Lacking money was simply a fact. He had no intention of pretending otherwise. Then why are you claiming to buy this shop? Su Baidu's eyes widened in disbelief. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply tell me the minimum deadline, Lu Qing said, directing his gaze towards Su Baidu. 5 days, Su Baidu responded, providing a time frame. Even so, he felt Lu Qing was exaggerating. How could one possibly amass 3,000 taels in 5 days? Even robbery seemed implausible. That is sufficient, Lu Qing affirmed, as if 5 days would be ample for him. Lu Qing, I hope you are not jesting, Su Baidu cautioned. Rest assured, Lu Qing never make light of serious matters, Lu Qing assured him. Very well, I shall grant you 5 days, Su Baidu conceded before departing from the Su family shop. Su Yunian regarded Lu Qing with curiosity, wondering how he could possibly procure 3,000 taels in that brief span. Cousin, I shall take my leave as well, she said. Zhou Yuya nodded in agreement. My husband. Shen Yinping looked at Lu Qing, a frown of concern etched on her face. Not just Shen Yinping, but Han Xionyang and the others appeared equally troubled. 3,000 taels represented an astronomical figure to them. Do not worry, Lu Qing reassured Shen Yinping. Wu He, Qinggu, we have work to attend to. Xionyang, please stay here and ensure the shop is thoroughly cleaned, Lu Qing instructed before departing with Wu He and the others. Before long, Lu Qing arrived at the carriage house in Guang'an City. Greetings, young sir. I wish to procure a carriage. Do you have any available? Certainly. What type of carriage do you desire? A goods carriage. Very well. Promptly, the attendant led Lu Qing to the rear yard where he beheld a line of carriages. These are the carriages from our establishment. I assure you, young sir, our carriages are of the finest quality. Indeed. Lu Qing approached to inspect them thoroughly. While they did not entirely align with his specifications, they were still quite satisfactory. I would like to purchase a carriage. Do you have horses as well? Lu Qing inquired next. Certainly, but the horses come at a premium, the attendant explained with a smile. Horses were indeed a luxury during the Daong dynasty, unaffordable for the average person. I want 3 carriages and 3 horses. Oh, the attendant was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a significant order, initially thinking Lu Qing was merely browsing. What is the matter? Is that not permissible? Lu Qing countered. Oh no, it is certainly possible. Please follow me. I will take you to meet our manager immediately. The attendant's demeanor grew exceedingly enthusiastic. 3 carriages and 3 horses constituted a substantial order. Soon Lu Qing was introduced to the manager of the carriage house, who personally welcomed him. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Qing selected 3 carriages and proceeded to the rear yard to choose horses. Observing the stable's occupants, he noted that they were all aged steeds nearing retirement. Why are they all old horses? It seems you are knowledgeable about horses, young sir. You immediately discerned their age. To be candid, these old horses are the result of much effort on my part to acquire. If you seek fine younger horses, I fear they are beyond reach as they are controlled by the government, the manager explained with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded, carefully inspecting the horses before him. Each bore various injuries, suggesting they had been retired from the battlefield. And what do you think? The manager inquired. Having something is better than having nothing, Lu Qing replied with a smile, not pressing the issue further. At the very least, these old horses could suffice, and he subsequently selected 3. Exiting the carriage house, Wu He expressed confusion. Qing Gu, why spend such a large sum on carriages? Do you not already possess a unicycle? It is impractical to use a unicycle for long distances. We must utilize a carriage to transport the paper we have produced from Monglong village to Guang'an City, Lu Qing explained. Understood. Wu He nodded in agreement. After seeing off Wu He and the others, Lu Qing returned to the shop. Upon arriving at the shop, Lu Qing noticed a crowd had gathered outside. What is happening here? Lu Qing approached and discovered a dozen officials were inside the shop. What on earth is going on? The onlookers beside Lu Qing shared his curiosity. What else could it be? It must be the He family at work. They have a relative serving as a clerk in the government office. Today He Ying was humiliated here and likely sent someone to retaliate, one bystander remarked. The He family is truly shameless, another added. What can we do? The He family has influence in the government. In this world, having connections means you are untouchable, others murmured among themselves. Sir, we conduct legitimate business and have never harmed anyone, Zhou Yuya patiently explained. It is of no use to explain to me. Someone has informed the government that you engage in deceitful practices, and we are here to investigate, the head officer stated, lounging in a chair with an air of arrogance, shamelessly sizing up Zhou Yuya. Lu Qing was taken aback to realize such a character existed in Guang'an City, wondering how he had never noticed before. May I ask, sir, what is your intention? Zhou Yuya understood their visit was clearly designed to provoke trouble. That depends on your attitude, the officer replied, turning his gaze toward Han Xionyang and the others. Since marrying Lu Qing, their standard of living had improved, and because they were eating well, Han Xionyang and the others had regained their health, appearing far more vibrant than before. As I observed the increasingly brazen demeanor of the headman, a sense of unease gradually crept onto the faces of Han Xionyang and her companions. What is going on? Just as they found themselves at a loss, a voice resonated from outside. Lu Qing entered. Darling. Han Xionyang immediately rushed to Lu Qing's side. It's nothing. Lu Qing reassured Han Xionyang. His gaze then fell upon the headman. May I inquire if there is a matter, esteemed official? Who are you? The headman raised an eyebrow, casting a dubious glare at Lu Qing. I am Lu Qing, a scholar from Liang County. Lu Qing introduced himself. A mere scholar, yet it seems of little consequence. Someone has reported that your shop engages in deceitful practices, shortchanging consumers. The headman sneered. However, we only acquired this shop today and have not yet commenced operations. How could we be involved in such dishonest dealings? Lu Qing seized upon the inconsistency in the headman's statement. The headman frowned at his response. There is no need for you to quibble with me here. I declare that you are guilty. Rising from his seat, the headman asserted his authority. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to provoke, whereas the minor spirits are troublesome. Angering these officials could lead to incessant disturbances. Darling. Zhou Yueying understood the gravity of the situation. She immediately sought to prevent Lu Qing from incurring financial loss. You claim him guilty. Is there no law in Guang'an City? Lu Qing's tone was unwavering as he seemed determined to confront the headman. Law. The headman chuckled coldly. Very well, if you wish to know the laws of Guang'an City, allow me to enlighten you. Take him away, and you shall soon understand what the law entails. The headman commanded his men to seize Lu Qing. Oh. This sight sent Han Xionyang and the others into a panic. If Lu Qing were to be taken, what would become of them? You are the first to speak to me in such a manner in Guanan City. Today I shall teach you what the law here entails. The headman's expression was filled with arrogant delight. Take him away. Wait. Zhou Yueying intervened. No matter the cost, Lu Qing must not be allowed to leave with these men. If he were taken to the yamen, extricating him would become exceedingly difficult, and he might not withstand the ordeal. Sir, we acknowledge our fault. Please grant us a clear indication of your desires. Zhou Yueying stated explicitly she was prepared to negotiate a settlement to resolve the matter here and now. Surprisingly, this young lady exhibits a sense of propriety. The headman smiled at Zhou Yueying. Yueying, Lu Qing interjected. Darling, it's all right, let them take me. You all stay here and await my return. Lu Qing smiled, attempting to reassure Zhou Yueying. Zhou Yueying looked at Lu Qing, pondering why he would still act so bravely in such a dire situation. Do you not understand what entering the yamen signifies? Quite the lad, it appears you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. The headman had not anticipated Lu Qing would be so resolute. Given his recent frustrations, he considered using this opportunity to exert his strength on Lu Qing. Take him away. Understood. Lu Qing was escorted away. Though he instructed Han Xionyang and the others to wait at the shop, their anxiety rendered them unable to comply, and they followed closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the yamen, Lu Qing was taken inside, and the door shut. What shall we do now? Cheng Su voiced her anxiety. Is there a plan behind my husband's calm demeanor? Zhou Yueying looked towards Han Xionyang and the others, who shook their heads, equally unaware of Lu Qing's strategy. Xionyang, you all remain here. I shall seek out my uncle Su Baidu. Zhou Yueying recalled her uncle. Despite the Su family's decline, they still held a respectable position in Guanan City. She believed her uncle would possess the means to extricate Lu Qing. Inside the yamen, Lu Qing was brought in. Now allow me to enlighten you about the law, the headman said as he brandished a heavy stick. He intended to administer a few blows, confident that Lu Qing's frail physique would quickly grasp the meaning of the law in Guanan City. Do you intend to abuse your power? Lu Qing observed the headman's weapon. We act according to the law, the headman replied, asserting that their actions were within legal bounds. Is that so? Lu Qing found himself at a loss for words. Was it the He family that instigated this trouble for you? If I were to offer money within the shop, it would solidify the accusation of deceit against me, thereby providing you a pretext to close the establishment. Lu Qing spoke slowly, observing the headman's reaction. The headman was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Qing's astuteness. Indeed, a scholar possessed a mind unlike the rest. Their ruckus at the shop appeared aimed at coercing the proprietors into paying a bribe to avoid trouble, but in truth, it was a setup. Should Zhou Yueying and her companions yield to fear and pay, it would confirm their guilt and deception. Why else would they pay to avert disaster? Additionally, it would incur the charge of bribing officials. Thus, if they paid, they would fall into their trap. What they thought would be an easy victory had been thwarted by Lu Qing's insight. With no other option, they could only take him to the yamen and devise a different plan. With Lu Qing captured, they were confident the women would soon be flustered, providing them with justification. You are clever, but you have offended the He family. There shall be no refuge for you in Guanan City. At this point, the headmen no longer concealed their intentions. It was indeed the He family who had prompted their interference. You are equally astute, Lu Qing remarked at the headman. Such are mere tricks. After so many years in your position, one must possess some means and strategy to maintain peace in Guanan City. The headman chuckled. Will you endure physical punishment or confess? The headman approached Lu Qing, threatening that failure to comply would lead to torture. I choose neither. Lu Qing shook his head. In that case, you cannot blame us. The headman signaled to have Lu Qing restrained. Hold on, Lu Qing interjected, producing a token from his robes. The highest-ranking official of the He family is the chief scribe. Perhaps you should let your superior examine this token. Lu Qing extended the token towards the headman. What token is this? The headman glanced at Lu Qing, taking the token without much thought, doubtful of Lu Qing's significance. The Duke of the North. Upon seeing the inscription on the token, the headman exclaimed. In that moment, he felt the token grow warm in his hands. Previously, this token may have been treated as mere scrap metal, yet they had received word that the Duke of the North, Lung Qiji, had regained his official status, marking the revival of the Duke's house. This token is truly extraordinary. Are you from the Jinbei mansion? The headman gazed at Lu Qing in terror. If that were the case, even their lord would have to show deference upon meeting Lu Qing. What do you think? Lu Qing refrained from providing an explanation and instead posed a counter-question to the headman before him. Thighs. The headman dared not utter another word. It is indeed my fault for not recognizing the greatness of your stature. I beseech your forgiveness, my lord. The headman handed the token to Lu Qing. The surrounding officers observed this scene with astonishment, unable to believe that their headman displayed such fear toward the young man before him. Lu Qing tucked the token away. This token was given to him by Lung Lihua before her departure. In the territory of Luliang, this token symbolizes power, representing the Jinbei mansion. Then may I take my leave? Of course. The headman wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. He dared not impede Lu Qing further, his mind seething with anger towards the He family for provoking such an extraordinary individual. I can overlook today's events, but I hope the headman will keep me in mind in the future. Lu Qing regarded the headman without pursuing the matter any further. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. A fleeting moment of arrogance will only invite peril. Wielding the Jinbei home mansion's token, should Lu Qing choose to retaliate, these individuals would naturally hesitate, yet the token is not all-powerful. Who can guarantee that they won't conspire against him in secret? It would be wiser to cultivate goodwill. The world of Jianghu is not merely a realm of violence, it is a tapestry of human relationships and social intricacies. Contemplating this, Lu Qing opted for a smile to dissolve the enmity. Certainly, certainly. The headman nodded enthusiastically, sensing Lu Qing's goodwill. How could he not show respect when someone from the Jinbei home mansion extends an olive branch? Outside, Su Baidu and Zhou Yuya hurriedly approached. What is the situation? Su Baidu inquired. They have yet to emerge, and we have no idea what transpired inside, Dong Chunhua replied, furrowing his brow. Su Baidu gazed at the firmly shut gates of the government office. Let me give it a try. Su Baidu walked toward the gates. While he had acquaintances within the office, he was uncertain if they would still hold sway, considering the current state of the Su family was not what it once was. Now the Su family was one that all sought to avoid. Just as Su Baidu approached the entrance to knock, the gates slowly opened, and Lu Qing emerged unharmed. Lu Qing. Su Baidu was taken aback. Zhou Yuya had warned him that Lu Qing was in grave danger, yet he appeared completely unscathed. Dear husband. Han Xionyang and others rushed forward. Are you injured? Zheng Yulan inquired with concern. I am fine, I told you not to worry about me. You should be concerned about my return. Why do you few young ladies not believe your husband's words? You shall face punishment tonight. Lu Qing regarded the gathered Han Xionyang and others, recognizing the trust they placed in his abilities. They are merely worried for you, dear husband Cheng, Su said softly. I know, I was just joking with you all. Back home now. Lu Qing chuckled, reassuring everyone. Master Lu. At that moment, the headman emerged from inside wearing a smile that radiated warmth, even displaying a hint of flattery toward Lu Qing. Headman. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to send someone to find me. I shall certainly assist. Thank you. Lu Qing nodded with a smile. The group returned from the government office to the shop. Su Baidu and Zhou Yuya lingered at the rear. Yuya, who exactly is your husband? Su Baidu began to grow curious about Lu Qing's identity, wondering how he could emerge from the government office unscathed. The headman's respectful demeanor indicated that Lu Qing's background was undoubtedly remarkable. Zhou Yuya hesitated, unable to articulate Lu Qing's identity. Isn't Lu Qing merely a scholar from Monglong village? What more could there be to his identity? Yet today's events led Zhou Yuya to question, if Lu Qing were merely a scholar from Monglong village, how could he emerge from the government office so effortlessly? When he was taken, those officers were quite aggressive. I too am uncertain of his identity, Zhou Yuya admitted with a wry smile. The group arrived at the shop. Dear husband. Zhou Yuya approached. Autumn daughter has conveyed her gratitude, thank you. Lu Qing expressed his appreciation to Zhou Yuya, recognizing her efforts on his behalf despite their brief acquaintance. Do not mention it. Had I known you possessed such abilities, I would not have sought my uncle, Zhou Yuya replied, somewhat self-deprecating, feeling her actions to find her uncle were somewhat unnecessary. One cannot say that. Lu Qing gently patted Zhou Yuya's forehead. How did you manage to come out of the government office unscathed? Do you know anyone there? Su Baidu asked, intrigued. No, I merely have some connections with the Jinbei home mansion. Lu Qing mentioned the Jinbei home mansion. Han Xionyang and the others immediately understood Lung Lihua was indeed affiliated with the Jinbei home mansion. However, Zhou Yuya and Su Baidu were oblivious, staring at Lu Qing in disbelief, astonished that he had ties to such a formidable entity. What a clever lad, no wonder you remain unflustered in a crisis. I underestimated you, realizing now that you are connected to the Jinbei home mansion. Su Baidu finally understood why Lu Qing, a mere villager from Monglong, dared to act so audaciously in Guang'an City, disregarding the He family entirely. Although the He family had a clerk, it paled in comparison to the Jinbei home mansion, a distinction that could not be overstated. The Jinbei home mansion could obliterate the He family with a mere flick of a finger. It is not a significant connection, merely a case of a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, within the government office, He Tong confronted Luda. Luda, did I not instruct you to teach that Lu Qing a lesson? Where is he? He Tong interrogated Luda, who had clearly promised to assist him, yet now there was no news. He Tong, you nearly got me killed. Luda glared at He Tong in anger. He Tong was taken aback, unable to comprehend what Luda meant by that. How could he nearly cause his death? What do you mean by that, Luda? Do you not know who I am? He Tong stared at Luda in utter confusion. Do you know who that Lu Qing truly is? What do you mean? I told you he's just a poor scholar from Luoyang County. He Tong responded. Utter nonsense. He is from the Jinbei home mansion and carries the mansion's token. I barely restrained myself from taking action, otherwise you would be looking at my corpse now. Lu De revealed the truth to He Tong, leaving him speechless, utterly stunned. How could Lu Qing possibly be from the Jinbeiho mansion? He had not been informed of this by He Ying. If the people of Jinbeihofu were involved, then I, as the main clerk, would have reached the pinnacle of my position. Damn that He Ying, how could he scheme against me? He Tong fumed with rage. Lord Lu De, they looked down on us, insignificant figures, and simply revealed their identity before departing. Lu De said with a bitter smile. In his view, Lu Qing was attempting to befriend him, while simultaneously recognizing that they were inconsequential and not worth significant effort. However, you should still inform the He family to cease provoking Lu Qing. If anything happens, your future will be jeopardized. Lu De felt compelled to caution He Tong regarding his friend's predicament. Understood. He Tong nodded and hurriedly left the government office. At the He residence. Upon returning home, He Tong was greeted by He Ying. Uncle, you've arrived. He Ying rushed forward with a smile upon seeing He Tong. It was his uncle who allowed the He family to act so recklessly in Guang'an City. Humph. As He Ying approached, He Tong raised his hand and struck him with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed throughout the courtyard. He Ying stood rooted in shock, unable to comprehend why his uncle had suddenly assaulted him. Uncle, what are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? Do you realize you nearly brought ruin upon me and the He family? He Tong glared fiercely, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. Second brother. At that moment, He Qing emerged. Seeing He Ying's aggrieved expression, he began to understand the source of He Tong's wrath. Elder brother, today, He Ying sought trouble with the Su family, claiming a person named Lu Qing was causing a disturbance, and urged me to take measures against him. He informed me that Lu Qing is a relative of the Su family, a scholar from Luoyang County. Indeed. He Ying nodded. His information could not possibly be erroneous. Su Yunyan had openly referred to Lu Qing as brother-in-law in front of everyone. After inquiring at the inn where Lu Qing was staying, he learned that Lu Qing was indeed a scholar from Luoyang County. His information was sound. Nonsense. He Tong disregarded the scholar's decorum and directly scolded He Ying. Being foolish is one thing, but dragging others down to your level is foolishness multiplied. Do you know Lu Qing is affiliated with Jinbeihofu? If he were to become enraged, the He family would be doomed. He Tong relayed the events that had transpired at the government office to He Qing and He Ying. He Ying was left speechless. Jinbeihofu. How could this be possible? How could a scholar from Luoyang County possibly be connected to Jinbeihofu? Uncle, you haven't been deceived by Lu De, have you? He Ying suspected Lu De was playing both sides, providing his uncle with a convenient excuse. Isn't that just proof of your foolishness? Lu De indeed brought Lu Qing to the government office and released him unscathed. Had he lacked a powerful background, Lu De would never have let him go so easily. Furthermore, even if Lu De wished to placate me, he wouldn't have concocted a story involving Jinbeihofu. He Tong explained, patiently looking at He Ying with disbelief at his lack of insight. He Ying was at a loss for words. From now on, do not always pursue women, and do not press the Su family too hard, He Qing advised after regaining his composure, directing his attention to his son He Ying. Yes, He Ying replied, nodding. Second brother, what shall we do now? Have we offended this great figure? He Ying sought guidance from He Tong, who was the pillar of the He family. The He family's present standing was a direct result of He Tong's efforts. He was not only their support, but also their strategist, orchestrating their rise from behind the scenes. The methods to deal with the Su family had all been devised by He Tong. Should we apologize? He Qing quickly interjected upon noticing He Tong's silence. Apologize? He Tong chuckled softly. Elder brother, we have already offended him. Do you think an apology would suffice? He Tong found his elder brother's naivety puzzling. Then what do you suggest? He Qing was eager to hear He Tong's plan. Since we have come this far, we must not hesitate, we must eliminate him. A ruthless glint flickered in He Tong's eyes. What? Both He Qing and He Ying were left in shock. Just moments ago, they were discussing how Lu Qing was affiliated with Jinbeihofu. To kill him would surely invite catastrophic retribution upon the He family. Uncle, have you lost your mind? He Ying believed his uncle had gone too far. This was not the demeanor of a scholar, it was that of a butcher. Lost my mind. He Tong sneered coldly. Then what do you propose we do? He Ying was at a loss for a response. Removing Lu Qing is the optimal solution. Killing him will prevent future troubles. While I advocate for his removal, I have not specified that we must be the ones to act. There are numerous mountain bandits in the Luoyang region. We could enlist their aid. He Tong suggested they could arrange for an assassin. Is that feasible? He Qing remained skeptical. As long as the plan is meticulous, there will be no issues. He Tong clenched his fists, determined to eliminate any obstacles to the He family's progress. He aspired for the He family to become the greatest clan in Guang'an City. Since you have made your decision, we shall follow your lead. He Qing nodded in agreement. Elder brother, you contact someone. He Ying, you go find Lu Qing and apologize. On the surface, we must ensure everyone sees us reconciling with Lu Qing. He Tong began to devise a plan. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Lu Qing rose from bed, gazing at the awakened Cheng Su. Darling, stay in bed a bit longer. I will call Qionyang to attend to you. Lu Qing urged Cheng Su to lie back down. I am fine. I know very well whether you are fine. You're just showing off as you have Chomei Chuanhua Yinping and Yueying here, you needn't worry. Lu Qing gently reassured Cheng Su. Stepping out of the room, Lu Qing instructed Han Xionyang to take good care of Cheng Su while he brought the others to the shop. Brother-in-law, you. Lu Qing turned to see Su Yunyan. My father sent me to check on you to see if you need anything. Su Yunyan said with a smile. Since learning of Lu Qing's connection to Jinbei Hofu, Su Bei had altered his attitude towards Lu Qing, astonished by his capabilities. Nothing at the moment. Lu Qing shook his head. Brother-in-law, don't be like that. I've come all this way, you must let me help or else I would have come for nothing. Su Yunyan said, slightly displeased. Just follow me. At that moment, Zhou Yueying stepped forward, inviting Su Yunyan to help her. Today let us clear out the unnecessary items and empty the storeroom. Once Wu He arrives, we can officially open for business. Lu Qing commanded everyone to begin their tasks. Young Master Lu. A sudden voice broke through. Lu Qing and the others turned to see He Ying approaching with a group. He Ying, what is he doing here? Su Yunyan regarded him with suspicion, certain that He Ying's presence heralded trouble. I have some misunderstandings with young Master Lu. I have come today to apologize, He Ying said, stepping forward. Yesterday, I was disrespectful, oh please forgive me. He Ying was exceedingly deferential. Lu Qing and the others observed, He Ying fully aware that his apology was prompted by the influence of Jinbei Hofu. Indeed, those with powerful allies acted with a different demeanor. The previously arrogant He Ying now approached with humility. Can you truly be so kind-hearted? Su Yunyan could hardly believe that He Ying had come to apologize with such good intentions. He Ying arrived at her door to offer his apologies. In Su Yunyan's eyes, it was akin to a weasel wishing a hen good fortune, fraught with ulterior motives. The Su family had already witnessed the cunning nature of the He family. Could they possibly allow Lu Qing to fall into their trap once more? I believe there may be some misunderstanding on your part, Miss Su. Misunderstanding. Su Yunyan was at a loss for words. She had never encountered anyone so shameless. The He family had truly reached the pinnacle of audacity. Oh. Seeing Su Yunyan's determination to continue the argument, Lu Qing stepped in to intervene. What is it? Su Yunyan turned to Lu Qing. Mister, he is here to apologize. There is no need for us to push him away. As the saying goes, a smile can dissolve past grievances. Wouldn't it be better to have one more friend in Guang'an City? Lu Qing appeared nonchalant. Are you out of your mind, Lu Qing? At that moment, Su Yunyan opted to drop the honorific and addressed him directly, having thought him more astute than this. The Su family's past experiences were vivid in her memory. If Lu Qing still dared to trust He Ying, he was nothing short of a fool. That is where you are mistaken, mister. He is sincerely here to apologize. Why should we question his intentions? Lu Qing defended He Ying. At this, tears nearly welled up in Su Yunyan's eyes. You, cousin. At this juncture, Zhou Yuya stepped forward to prevent Su Yunyan from escalating her anger. Gentlemen, please continue your conversation. Zhou Yuya led Su Yunyan away. Mister, I sincerely apologize. It is of no consequence. I'd bear no ill will. Brother Lu, your broad-mindedness truly marks you as a man of distinction. He Ying smiled, bowing to Lu Qing. I shall see you at Bai He Lu this evening. Excellent, I shall be there. Lu Qing readily agreed. Then I shall take my leave. We will meet tonight at Bai He Lu. See you this evening. Lu Qing smiled as he saw He Ying off. He Ying departed from the shop. Lu Qing is rather unremarkable after all. He Ying wore a smile, having assumed that the individuals from the northern town Marquis household were particularly clever. He had not anticipated that he could so easily deceive them with a few words, leading them to genuinely believe he sought to apologize. In reality, he aimed merely to distract them. It seemed they were not as formidable as he had thought. Master is wise. How could Lu Qing ever be your match? One of He Ying's companions immediately began to flatter him. Meanwhile, Lu Qing turned and re-entered the shop after seeing off He Ying. Master. Han Xionyang approached him. Why did He Ying suddenly come to apologize? Han Xionyang inquired, perplexed, having learned from Zhou Yuya that He Ying was notorious for his contentious nature. Why would anyone visit without purpose? My dear, do you genuinely believe He Ying is here with sincere intentions? Lu Qing replied with a smile, countering Han Xionyang's question. What then do you mean, my lord? The He family must have some ulterior motive. He Ying merely seeks to placate me, allowing others to perceive that the He family and we have reconciled. Lu Qing's insight was crystal clear. It seemed he understood He Ying's intentions thoroughly. Now I see. Dong Chunhua nodded. So you were deliberate in your actions. Indeed, it was intentional. If they wish to put on a show, we shall play along. This is known as turning the tables. Furthermore, while our reconciliation with the He family may be superficial, it benefits us nonetheless. Lu Qing wore a mischievous smile. So you were indeed scheming. At that moment, Su Yunyan emerged, her face reflecting shock. She had just witnessed the seemingly harmonious exchange between Lu Qing and He Ying and felt a surge of anger. Hearing Lu Qing's words now revealed that his actions had been calculated. Did you think otherwise? Do you believe everyone is as gullible as you to trust He Ying's fabrications? Lu Qing glanced at Su Yunyan incredulously. You. Su Yunyan's previously calmed anger was reignited. I find you to be even more cunning than Yang. Humph. With that she turned and exited the room. What a stubborn girl. Lu Qing sighed, a wry smile on his lips. As night fell, are you truly going to buy He Lu, my lord? Zhou Yuya looked at Lu Qing with concern, fearing whether the He family might plot against him there. Are you worried about the He family? Indeed, they are capable of anything. What if they resort to violence against you by He Lu? Zhou Yuya voiced her apprehensions. Lu Qing shook his head. With the Northern Town Marquis token in his possession, he was a member of the Marquis household. No matter how much the He family despised him, they would not be foolish enough to act against him within Guang'an City. To Lu Qing, Zhou Yuya's worries seemed unwarranted. Yet being the object of her concern brought him a sense of joy. Fear not, at least within Guang'an City we are safe. Lu Qing pinched Zhou Yuya's cheek, causing her face to flush crimson. My lord, everything is fine. Zhou Yuya seemed poised to say something, but instead smiled and shook her head. Lu Qing glanced at her, but chose not to pursue further inquiries. Every couple harbors their own secrets. Lu Qing arrived at Bai He Lu. Brother Lu. Ying had been waiting outside Bai He Lu for Lu Qing, fully aware that they needed to maintain the facade of reconciliation between their families. Brother He. Seeing the prospect of a complimentary meal, Lu Qing was polite. Please, after you. After you. The two entered Bai He Lu together. Indeed, this was a county town. The opulence of Bai He Lu astonished Lu Qing. It was incomparable to the establishments in Luliang County, elevating the standards by several degrees. Come. Ying guided Lu Qing to the finest table. Today, Brother Lu, you are in for a treat. Bai He Lu has invited the courtesan from Mingfeng Pavilion to perform a dance. Ying explained, settling them at the table. Lu Qing looked around. No wonder there were so many patrons at Bai He Lu today. It was due to the courtesan's presence. Can the courtesan really entertain guests? Lu Qing feigned understanding, though in truth he was quite ignorant of such matters. Courtesans, of course, cannot entertain guests privately. This is a collaboration between Bai He Lu and Mingfeng Pavilion. Bai He Lu invites courtesans twice a month to perform dances, enhancing their business. If someone manages to win the courtesan's favor here, they can proceed to Mingfeng Pavilion together. As Ying spoke, a smile spread across his face, revealing his long-standing admiration for the courtesans. Thank you for the enlightenment, I see now. From what you say, it seems you frequent Mingfeng Pavilion often, Brother He. Lu Qing teased. What could two men possibly converse about? In ancient times, their discussions would inevitably revolve around courtesans. While Lu Qing considered discussing poetry and literature, he soon abandoned the thought upon observing Ying's demeanor. I have indeed visited Mingfeng Pavilion a few times, but this courtesan is rather unique. She does not care for wealth or jewels, but favors poetry and literature, which is why I have yet to advance our relationship. As he spoke, Ying appeared somewhat disappointed. Had he known that visiting such establishments required literary talent, he would have devoted more time to his studies. Lu Qing and Ying engaged in casual conversation. Before long, the proprietor of Bai He Lu emerged. Thank you all for visiting Bai He Lu today. I have specially invited the courtesan from Mingfeng Gu to perform. As always, it is up to each of you to win her heart with your own abilities. The proprietor wore a smile. Every invitation extended to a courtesan ensured a bountiful profit. Lu Qing observed the proprietor, surprised by his progressive thinking. Inviting a courtesan to grace the occasion was akin to inviting a star. As the crowd cheered, the courtesan made her entrance. Draped in a delicate green gown, her face partially veiled, her stunning beauty tantalizingly revealed, she captivated the imaginations of many. I humbly greet all the young gentlemen. The courtesan performed a graceful bow. Who would have thought it was Lu Cc? The proprietor truly spared no expense. I hear that Lu Cc remains untouched, with no one having captured her heart. Is that true? Indeed. I heard someone offered a fortune of 10,000 taels, yet Lu Cc remained unmoved. Surrounding patrons buzzed with speculation. Lu Qing listened to their chatter, gazing at Lu Cc. With an enchanting figure and graceful demeanor, she was indeed a rare beauty. Today Cc will perform for all of you. Please show your support. As Lu Cc finished speaking, the sound of a guqin resonated from a private chamber on the second floor, its melodious notes particularly delightful. What is this? Could it be Ning Chu Chu? The crowd in Bai He Lu erupted in excitement once more. Lu Qing turned to Ying. Ying smiled subtly. Perhaps Lu Xiong is unaware, but Lu Cic's dance skills are unparalleled in Guang'an City, and her counterpart in talent is Ning Chu Chu, renowned for her guqin proficiency. There is a saying that listening to Ning Chu Chu's music while watching Lu Cc dance is a blissful experience even in death. Ying patiently elaborated to Lu Qing. Is Ning Chu Chu also from Mingfeng Gu? Indeed, Ying confirmed with a nod. However, compared to Lu Cc, Ning Chu Chu possesses a more legendary tale. Once a noble young lady, she fell in love with a scholar. Her family sacrificed everything to support him, only for him to achieve fame, then marry the daughter of a fourth-rank official in Chang'an. Ning Chu Chu journeyed to Chang'an seeking answers, but upon her return her family faced ruin and exile, leading to her being sent to Mingfeng Gu. Ying recounted Ning Chu Chu's story to Lu Qing. Listening to the guqin, Lu Qing glanced at the second floor, realizing that Ning Chu Chu held a remarkable history. Lu Xiong need not concern himself with such matters. In our Daong dynasty, such occurrences are commonplace. He Ying chuckled, urging Lu Qing to take it lightly. Women. 4-5 taels of silver, one could acquire many. Lu Qing remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Cc. As the music swelled, Lu Cc began to dance, her movements graceful, akin to a beautiful butterfly flitting among blossoms. Indeed, her dance was exceptional. Lu Qing suddenly noticed a hint of strength in her dance. Previously unaware, his experiences with Wu Fei and Lung Li Hua, both martial practitioners, had widened his perspective. It appeared Lu Cc possessed a martial foundation. This complication would prove challenging. After a while, the dance concluded. Lu Qing scrutinized Lu Cc while others admired her beauty. He observed her breathing and noted her calm demeanor, her face unflushed, breath steady. This was not typical of courtesans raised in luxury. Lu Cc undoubtedly harbored hidden talents. Bravo! Reward her! Reward her! Soon patrons began producing silver hefty ingots, landing on the tray held by the tavern staff. He Ying too smiled as he took out silver from his sleeve. Young master, he is generous. Seeing He Ying produce 2 ingots, Lu Qing was astonished. In the blink of an eye, over 100 taels were in view. No wonder everyone aspired to be stars, the money was abundant. The staff approached Lu Qing. Taken aback, Lu Qing realized he had no silver. He had come to dine at He Ying's invitation, thus carrying no money. An ironic smile crossed his face. It seemed He Ying wished to embarrass him. Otherwise, he would have informed him. This gentleman. Sir. The staff stood before Lu Qing with the tray, seemingly reminding him to present some silver. Onlookers turned to Lu Qing, their expressions mingling scorn and amusement, as if mocking a jester for being broke at by He Lu. He Ying also regarded Lu Qing. Could it be that Lu Xiong forgot to bring silver? He Ying raised his voice, making his inquiry unmistakably audible to everyone present. I was in a rush and indeed forgot to bring silver, Lu Qing admitted without hesitation. Then He Ying paused momentarily. Why not let me lend you some silver, Lu Xiong? After humiliating Lu Qing, He Ying decided to offer him a sweet morsel. However, Lu Qing smiled and shook his head. Lu Qing waved away the tray presented by the staff and slowly rose to his feet. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Would he attempt to flee? Lu Xiong, what are you doing? He Ying assumed Lu Qing intended to leave and immediately stood to intercept him, yet Lu Qing advanced toward the stage under the gaze of onlookers. Standing before the quietly awaiting Lu Cc, Lu Qing bowed. Miss Lu, I extend my respects. Lu Cc was momentarily taken aback by his sudden approach. She could not fathom his intentions. Yet out of courtesy, Lu Cc promptly returned the gesture. Greetings, young master. You are astute. I truly lack silver, Lu Qing laughed, spreading his arms wide, as if confessing to being empty-handed. What purpose have you in by He Lu without money? Quickly leave, do not tarnish Miss Liu's sight. Indeed. Begone. Let him serve us tea and water for the night at by He Lu. The crowd began to chant. The proprietor frowned at Lu Qing, displeased that an uninvited freeloader had disrupted his well-laid plans. Nevertheless, Lu Qing maintained his smile, focusing on Lu Cc. Although I possess no silver, I offer something else. I heard that Miss Lu enjoys poetry and song. Indeed, Lu Cc nodded. Curiosity piqued, she wondered how Lu Qing would navigate this situation. Then let us do this, Miss Lu, present a topic and I shall recite a poem. Let us see if it suffices to cover the silver. Lu Qing declared confidently, his gaze fixed on Lu Cc. Words are priceless. In his past life, every verse he memorized was worth more than gold. Young master, do you intend to compose poetry? Lu Cc was taken aback by Lu Qing's sudden desire to write a poem. Lu Qing smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is quite unavoidable. Were I to possess even a modicum of wealth, I would not find myself resorting to poetry. Lu Qing expressed his resignation. Lu Cc regarded Lu Qing with increasing curiosity, sensing that his apparent disinclination towards poetry stemmed from a lack of financial means compelling him to engage in such an endeavor. Since you wish to write poetry, let me provide a prompt. Very well. Lu Qing gestured invitingly. My name is Lu Cc, why not compose a verse using my name as inspiration? Lu Cc proposed her topic, believing that she was being quite lenient. After hearing her suggestion, Lu Qing took a step back, revealing a contemplative expression, and then retreated once more. Is it truly feasible? I suspect this is merely a display of pretense. It wastes everyone's time. As Lu Qing remained silent, those around him began to mock him. Oh, I have it. At that moment, Lu Qing suddenly spoke. He looked at Lu Cc on the stage and recited, a jade tree stands tall, adorned with countless green tendrils hanging down. Who could have crafted these delicate leaves? The spring wind of February acts as a pair of scissors. He recalled He Zizhang's famous poem about willows, a classic piece that is widely cherished. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Lu Cic's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that he would indeed create something. Moreover, the poem was quite commendable. What a splendid poem. Truly, what a magnificent piece. Among the audience were many literati, and upon hearing Lu Qing's willow poem, numerous individuals began to sing his praises. This evening I shall cover young Master Lu's expenses, Lu Cece declared softly. Thank you. Lu Qing smiled as he returned to his seat, while Hiying cast a disappointed glance at Lu Qing, having not expected him to possess poetic talent. As time passed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Young Master Lu, please wait. As Lu Qing and Hiying prepared to leave, Lu Cece's voice called out. Miss Lu, is there something you need? I am quite fond of your poem, young Master Lu. Might I invite you to the Mingfeng Pavilion? Lu Cece extended her invitation, eliciting envious glances from those present toward Lu Qing. A single poem had made him the guest of honor for Lu Cece. Fortunate he was. Lu Qing regarded Lu Cece. Brother Lu, since Miss Lu has invited you, you ought to accept. After all, one should not refuse the company of a beautiful woman, Hiying jested from the side. Another day. However, Lu Qing responded with those two words. This left Lu Cece, Hiying, and the others present momentarily speechless. Particularly many in attendance stared at Lu Qing in disbelief, pondering whether he had lost his senses by declining Lu Cece's invitation. Did he not realize who she was? The opportunity that countless individuals in Guang'an City yearned for had surfaced before Lu Qing, and he had rejected it. In response to Lu Qing's words, Lu Cece chuckled softly, undeterred. She performed a graceful bow and said, in that case, I shall await your visit another day. With that, Lu Cece departed. Witnessing her exit, many lamented. Brother Lu, how could you refuse Miss Liu's invitation? Hiying was exceedingly curious, unable to comprehend Lu Qing's reasoning. I fear that visiting the Mingfeng Pavilion would lead me into a predicament of financial constraints, Lu Qing quietly explained to Hiying. Hiying was taken aback, questioning the validity of such reasoning. In truth, Lu Qing perceived that Lu Cece was not so simple, and it was best to maintain some distance. After all, he had numerous beautiful wives at home. Why should he venture to the Mingfeng Pavilion? Is spending money truly a mark of distinction? Spending money while compromising one's health seemed exceedingly unwise. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Qing found himself greeted by the sight of Zhou Yuya still awake. My dear, Yuya? Lu Qing was surprised that Zhou Yuya had not yet retired. Were you waiting for me? Yes. Zhou Yuya nodded. Is there something on your mind? Lu Qing could discern that Zhou Yuya was preoccupied. Are you considering entrusting the management of the shop in Guang'an to me? Indeed, you are adept at business. Thus it is natural for me to hand it over to you, Lu Qing replied, with a smile, recalling that they had already reached such an agreement. Why would Zhou Yuya inquire again about this? Do you truly trust me so implicitly? You are my wife, who else would I trust if not you? Lu Qing countered, leaving Zhou Yuya momentarily speechless. Since you regard me as your wife, might I request that you stay in my room tonight? Zhou Yuya embraced Lu Qing with fervent warmth. Lu Qing had not anticipated such passionate affection from Zhou Yuya. Very well. Lu Qing smiled as he swept Zhou Yuya into his arms and carried her toward the room. The next morning, Lu Qing emerged from the room. He felt his skills rivaled those of Han Qianyang, yet he still held a slight advantage. In the following days, Lu Qing focused on organizing the shop. Qingge, Wu He. Hearing Wu He's voice, a smile spread across Lu Qing's face. The awaited items had finally arrived. Qingge, as per your instructions, we have brought all the paper, Wu, he said, gesturing to the cart laden with supplies. Well done. Is everything in Monglong village proceeding smoothly? Lu Qing praised while inquiring about the situation in the village. Everything is going well. Oh, everyone is diligently fulfilling their tasks. However, Sister Qianyang's brother and sister-in-law have visited a few times. It seems they wish to seek your assistance, Wu He informed Lu Qing. Lu Qing's construction of houses, a brick factory, and a paper mill in Monglong village could not be kept under wraps, and soon many came to investigate. Upon learning of the economic prospects, envy spread among the villagers. The news reached Xiahe village. Han Qianyang's brother Han Baoshan, along with his wife Pan Xiaonyang, had visited several times, but Lu Qing unfortunately was occupied in Guang'an City and could not receive them. Understood. Lu Qing nodded. Bring all this paper into the shop. We shall commence sales tomorrow. All right. Wu He nodded in agreement. The following day, the Monglong shop officially opened its doors. Lu Qing stood at the entrance. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I am Lu Qing here in Guang'an City to seek my fortune. Today marks the grand opening of the Monglong shop, where we primarily deal in paper. We offer two varieties, one for scholarly writing and another for sealing windows. Here are samples of our paper. Lu Qing instructed Cheng Su and Zheng Yulan to present the paper for everyone to see. This paper is excellent, smooth, soft, and pristine, far superior to the yellow paper I typically use. Young Master Lu, this paper must be quite expensive, I presume. A scholar gazed excitedly at Lu Qing, as literati typically hold the four treasures of the study in high regard. Upon seeing the paper, he was utterly captivated. The price is equivalent to yellow paper, fair and square. Moreover, to celebrate our opening, all paper will be sold at a 10% discount today, but such prices will not be available tomorrow. Lu Qing launched into a promotional spiel. Is it true? Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, the scholar in front of him expressed disbelief. The quality of the paper surpassed that of yellow paper, yet it was astonishingly priced the same. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded affirmatively. I wish to purchase some. I too wish to buy. Soon a throng of people surged forth. Even He joined the crowd, observing the booming paper business that Lu Qing and his associates were conducting. He couldn't help but clench his fists, having just dealt with the Su family. Another competitor had emerged in Lu Qing. However, he believed that Lu Qing would soon be dealt with as well. 2 days elapsed. All the paper brought by Wu He and his companions was sold out. Lu Qing and his companions sat in their now empty shop, marveling at how swiftly their stock had been depleted. It felt surreal. How much have we made in total? Lu Qing turned to Zhou Yuya. Young master, we have amassed a total of 24,000 taels of silver. Zhou Yuya presented the ledger before Lu Qing. What? More than 20,000 taels of silver? Han Xionyang and the others exclaimed in astonishment. They gazed at Lu Qing, who had started with not a single coin, only the 30-odd, when brought from their family. In such a brief span of time, Lu Qing had transformed those few coins into over 20,000 taels of silver. It was an astronomical figure. For Han Xionyang and the others, even 1 tael of silver felt like an impossible dream. How could they fathom dreaming of such wealth? What a substantial amount. Shen Yingping murmured, her eyes wide. Indeed. Dong Chunhua nodded in agreement. With over 20,000 taels of silver, we shall never have to worry again. Cheng Su spoke with disbelief. Lu Qing smiled. This is merely the beginning. Our future days shall become even brighter. He assured Han Xionyang and the others that as long as they followed him, they would never suffer. Yuya, young master. Zhou Yuya rose to her feet. Please take 3,000 taels and deliver them. This is the amount we initially paid for the shop, Lu Qing instructed Zhou Yuya, reminding her that the agreed sum was indeed 3,000 taels. Understood. Zhou Yuya nodded. Young master. Yes. Lu Qing looked at Zhou Yuya. Young master, might you assist my uncle in overcoming his difficulties? Zhou Yuya expressed her desire to help the Su family, as they were her maternal relatives, and she could not bear to see them fall into despair. Regarding that matter, Lu Qing did not refuse. Thank you, young master. Rest assured, I will manage this shop diligently on your behalf. Zhou Yuya said, her heart filled with gratitude at Lu Qing's readiness to assist. The following day, Zhou Yuya brought 3,000 taels to the Su family. Uncle. Yuya. Uncle, this is the 3,000 taels of silver that my young master asked me to deliver. It is from the shop's earnings. Zhou Yuya spoke clearly, ensuring all was understood. Have you truly made a profit? Upon seeing the 3,000 taels that Zhou Yuya brought, Su Baidu recalled how Lu Qing had once boasted without a single coin to his name. He never anticipated that Lu Qing would achieve such success. Yes, we earned over 20,000 taels of silver. Zhou Yuya replied. What? Su Baidu sprang to his feet astonished. He could hardly believe that they had made over 20,000 taels in just 2 days. Such earnings were extraordinary. The Su family might not even make that much in half a year. Additionally, 5,000 taels are to assist the Su family through this hardship, Zhou Yuya continued. Su Baidu gazed at the banknotes Zhou Yuya had brought. Excellent. This 5,000 taels is indeed a timely blessing. It seems I have underestimated Lu Qing's capabilities. At that moment, Su Baidu finally acknowledged Lu Qing's talent. Meanwhile, Lu Qing prepared to return to Monglong village. He entrusted all affairs here to Zhou Yuya and set off for home. Is young master Lu present? Everyone turned to look. A carriage had halted outside the shop. Who is it? Lu Qing led the group outside. The carriage curtain lifted. Miss Lu. Lu Qing was surprised to see Lu Cece. Young master Lu, your business is flourishing. Lu Cece stepped down from the carriage and approached Lu Qing, extending her congratulations. The past 2 days had been filled with news of Lu Qing in Guang'an City. To the public, Lu Qing seemed almost like a deity. He had offended the He family, and yet He personally came to apologize. He had been detained in the magistrate's office, yet emerged unscathed, with the headman Lu De showing him great respect. Now Lu Qing had established the Monglong shop selling paper and had sold out all his stock in just 2 days. Many speculated that he had earned at least 20,000 taels of silver. Moreover, Lu Qing had composed poetry for Lu Cece. In no time, he became a celebrated figure in Guang'an City. You are too kind, Miss Lu. Lu Qing smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Please. He led her into the shop. Indeed, business is thriving. All the paper has been sold. It seems young master Lu has earned quite a sum. Just a modest amount, insignificant really, Lu Qing humbly replied, though to Han Xionyang and the others it appeared as if he was showing off before Lu Cece. You speak truthfully, young master Lu. Your literary talent is profound, and such material concerns are surely of no weight to you, Lu Cece remarked, having sensed Lu Qing's intellect from his poem about the willow. Miss Lu, I presume you did not come merely to exchange pleasantries. Lu Qing inquired about Lu Cece's purpose. I do indeed have a matter to discuss. What sort of matter? Lu Qing asked with curiosity. Lu Cece glanced at those present, and Lu Qing smiled slightly, assuring her that these were trustworthy individuals. I heard a rumor at Mingfeng Pavilion that the He family is seeking someone to eliminate young master Lu. With that statement, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Han Xionyang and the others wore grave expressions, yet Lu Qing appeared utterly unconcerned. Young Master Lu, do you already know of this? Lu Cixi was puzzled. Lu Qing seemed to regard the matter as if it were unrelated to him, yet it pertained to his very life. I am unaware, yet I had my suspicions. Lu Qing elucidated. When He Ying had approached him for reconciliation, he sensed that the He family must be plotting something in the shadows. Now Lu Cixi's revelation confirmed his apprehensions. It seems I was overly cautious. Lu Cixi had not anticipated that Lu Qing was already wary of the He family. Do not say that, Miss Lu. I am deeply grateful for your warning. I shall remember this kindness. Perhaps I could assist you in leaving Mingfeng Pavilion. Lu Qing offered. At the suggestion of leaving Mingfeng Pavilion, Lu Cixi's body trembled slightly, clearly indicating that such a matter was of great significance to her. However, as she looked at Lu Qing, she wondered if he truly had the means to facilitate her departure. Just knowing Lu De was not sufficient to ensure her exit from Mingfeng Pavilion. Young Master Lu is indeed considerate, yet departing from Mingfeng Pavilion is no simple matter. Lu Cixi expressed her gratitude for Lu Qing's kindness, but she also understood that this was not an uncomplicated issue. Thus, she refrained from causing Lu Qing any unnecessary trouble. Where there's a will, there's a way, Lu Qing replied matter-of-factly. Lu Cixi offered a polite smile and chose not to elaborate further. After bidding Lu Cixi farewell, everyone turned their attention to Lu Qing, pondering how they should respond to the He family's impending threat. Husband, what should we do now? Cheng Su inquired. One must confront challenges as they arise. If the He family intends to target us, we cannot remain passive. Lu Qing's gaze fell upon Zhou Yuyan. Yuyan. Yes. There should be a security agency in Guang'an City. Yes, are you suggesting that we hire a security agency to escort us back to Monglong Village? Zhou Yuyan assumed Lu Qing sought their protection. Not at all. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. Then what do you mean? Zhou Yuyan was perplexed. Seeking protection from a security agency would only offer a temporary solution. I aim to eliminate the root of the problem. A fierce glint suddenly appeared in Lu Qing's eyes, of ferocity distinct from a mere scholar's. Brother Qing, do you intend to take action against the bandits outside? Wu He sensed the implication. Previously, when Sun Megan had brought the Qinglong Zhai to confront Lu Qing, he had resolved to eradicate that threat, and the current situation mirrored that past decision in Wu He's mind. Precisely, Lu Qing affirmed with a nod. Wu He returned to Monglong Village immediately and summoned our Monglong guards. If there are those willing to join us, bring them as well. Understood. Wu He did not hesitate. As Wu He departed, Zhou Yuyan gazed at Lu Qing, astonished by his determination to eliminate the bandits. Husband, is this not a bit rash? Not at all, Lu Qing countered firmly. We must eradicate these threats. Do you truly believe we can conduct business in peace otherwise? Lu Qing looked at Zhou Yuyan, confident that her intelligence would grasp the gravity of his words. Zhou Yuyan nodded. They had established a Monglong shop in Guang'an City, and the paper trade was thriving, likely drawing the attention of many bandits. These bandits only needed to conduct a little investigation to uncover their identities. At that point, they could incessantly harass them, intercepting their goods and robbing them, rendering them mere prey until they were entirely devoured. Thus, Lu Qing's intention was not merely to neutralize the danger posed by the He family, but also to ensure the safety of their future business endeavors. Who could say what might transpire on the road from Monglong Village to Guang'an Prefecture? I understand now, Zhou Yuyan smiled. Husband, is hiring a security agency not quite expensive? Dong Chunhua asked. Unlike Zhou Yuyan, she held a different perspective. Even if it is costly, it is worth it, Lu Qing replied. They could not afford to be frugal with their finances at this juncture. Every investment now would translate into future profits. You all rest here. I will accompany Yuyan for a brief outing. Of course. Han Xionyang and the others nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuyan led Lu Qing out. North City, Guang'an Security Agency. This is the finest security agency in Guang'an City. Very well. Lu Qing entered the agency with a smile. Greetings to you both. A security guard promptly welcomed them upon their arrival. Do you wish to hire an escort? He inquired. Not quite. Lu Qing shook his head. Then what brings you here? May I ask who you are? I am Yang Chong, the deputy head of this agency. Yang Chong introduced himself. Lu Qing took a moment to scrutinize Yang Chong, noting his imposing stature and sharp features. She was indeed a man of martial prowess. It seems the agency is not particularly busy at the moment, Lu Qing observed. To speak frankly, business has been rather slow lately, Yang Chong admitted without reservation. With reports of conflict arising from the Tongxiang, those nefarious individuals hiding in the mountains have begun to stir once more. Many people are reluctant to venture out for trade, and without business, we security guards are similarly affected. Yang Chong's tone was heavy with concern. I see. I have a business proposition. Would the deputy head be interested? Lu Qing proposed. Oh. Yang Chong regarded Lu Qing with intrigue. Thus far, Lu Qing had not disclosed his intentions for visiting, which piqued Yang Chong's curiosity. I intend to eliminate a few bandit camps and require assistance. Would Guang'an Security Agency be willing to collaborate with me? We would split the rewards. Lu Qing knew that civilians often receive bounties for eradicating bandits. Are you serious? Yang Chong stood in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail scholar would seek to take on bandit camps, and not just one but several. It seemed somewhat delusional. Lu Qing never jest. When I speak I follow through, Lu Qing clarified. The matter of eradicating bandits was too grave for levity. You are Lu Qing. Have you heard of me, deputy head? The proprietor of Monglong shop, who in Guang'an City does not know of you? Yang Chong's eyes sparkled with recognition. He had not expected the person before him to be Lu Qing. The tales surrounding Lu Qing had portrayed him as extraordinary, but witnessing him in person revealed that he surpassed even those accounts. To propose the annihilation of multiple bandit camps was not merely remarkable, it bordered on the audacious. Such a man was either foolish or profoundly talented. Given Lu Qing's achievements, it was evident he belonged to the latter category. Everyone praises me too highly. I am merely a scholar. But a scholar cannot utter such bold words as you just did, brother, Lu Yangchong interjected, dismissing Lu Qing's modesty. What scholar would propose the annihilation of bandit camps? Even so, Yang Chong regarded Lu Qing with curiosity. Have you had dealings with the bandits in the Liang region previously? Indeed, I eradicated the Qinglong Zhai and the Heihu Zhai. Should they wish to collaborate, it was essential to demonstrate one's capabilities. To instill confidence, obscurity would not earn trust. What? Yang Chong leapt to his feet, astonished at Lu Qing's revelation. You may send someone to verify this, Lu Qing stated confidently, as the truth would withstand scrutiny. This matter is significant. May I take a few days to consider? Of course. Lu Qing did not pressure Yang Chong for an immediate response, understanding the importance of such decisions warranted careful consideration. Upon exiting Guang'an Security Agency, Zhou Yuyan asked, What do you think, husband? This Yang Chong is quite impressive, Lu Qing replied with a smile. From the outset, Yang Chong had exuded an aura of maturity and integrity. If they could recruit him, they could entrust the operations of the Monglong shop to the Guang'an Security Agency with peace of mind. It was crucial to arrange for a capable individual to oversee the Monglong shop in Guang'an City under Zhou Yuyan's management. Otherwise, no matter how formidable a woman may be, she would ultimately remain a woman. Where shall we go now, my lord? To the Yamen. Lu Qing responded. Oh. Zhou Yuya was taken aback, never having imagined that Lu Qing intended to visit the Yamen. To the Yamen. Indeed, one must have a legitimate reason, mustn't one? A smile danced upon Lu Qing's lips. Soon they arrived at the Yamen. Lu Qing reminded himself that he needed to find Lu Da. Within minutes, Lu Da emerged to personally greet Lu Qing. Young Master Lu, what brings you here today? I have a few matters I would like to trouble the head steward about. Oh dear, you flatter me. With a beaming smile, Lu Da invited Lu Qing inside. Upon entering the Yamen, what business do you have, young Master Lu? I wonder if the head steward could arrange a meeting with the magistrate. You wish to see the magistrate? Yes. Lu Qing nodded. Very well. Lu Da assured him with a pat on his chest. He asked Lu Qing and Zhou Yuya to wait for a moment while he went to find the magistrate. In the rear courtyard. Magistrate, someone is seeking your audience. Lu Da approached Tian Song, who was leisurely fishing, and spoke with respect. Who is it? It is someone from the Ho residence of Jinbei. Oh. Tian Song set down his fishing rod. Having heard much about Lu Qing in recent days, he was eager to meet him in person. Let him in. Yes. Lu Da nodded with a smile. Soon Lu Qing and Zhou Yuya were led to the rear courtyard, where they arrived at a pavilion and found Tian Song still enjoying his fishing. Lu Da considered alerting Tian Song, but Lu Qing stopped him. Time passed slowly. After a while, I've caught one. Tian Song laughed as he reeled in a small fish. Lu Da swiftly approached with a basket to collect the catch. At this moment, Tian Song turned his attention to Lu Qing and Zhou Yuya. Lu Qing pays his respects to the magistrate. So it is young Master Lu. Lu Da, why didn't you inform me? Tian Song stood, feigning reproach toward Lu Da, who looked quite aggrieved. It was my insistence that Lu Da not disturb you. Lu Qing spoke on Lu Da's behalf. Please have a seat. Tian Song gestured for Lu Qing to sit. I have heard that young Master Lu is thriving in Guang'an City and has reconciled with the He family. What brings you to seek my assistance today? Without unnecessary preamble, Tian Song directly inquired about Lu Qing's purpose. I wish to leverage your esteemed reputation, magistrate. My reputation? Tian Song furrowed his brow, puzzled by the implication. I have heard that mountain bandits have become a menace within Guang'an Prefecture. I wish to eliminate them to facilitate my future business endeavors. However, as merely an ordinary citizen, I lack the authority to act. Thus, I seek your endorsement to bolster my standing. Lu Qing laid bare his request. In essence, Lu Qing desired a Titlia name from the Yamen. Tian Song quickly grasped the implication. Very well. If all citizens of the Daong dynasty were as proactive as young Master Lu, it would be a boon for both the court and the people. Tian Song readily agreed. This was a venture where Tian Song stood to gain without risk. Lu Qing merely sought a title, a name from the magistracy. Failure would bear no consequence. If successful, the resulting fame would be credited to Tian Song. Thank you, magistrate. However, does young Master Lu have any other requests? Tian Song sensed that Lu Qing might have further needs. I have a friend at Mingfeng Pavilion. Might the magistrate assist in freeing her from servitude? Lu Qing mentioned Lu Cici's situation. Who is it? Lu Cici. Ha! Tian Song erupted in laughter. Ah, the hero indeed finds it difficult to surmount the charms of a beauty. Young Master Lu, so this is your ulterior motive. Tian Song appeared to perceive Lu Qing's intentions, assuming that all his efforts were for Lu Cici. Little did he know that Lu Cici's matter was merely a secondary concern for Lu Qing, who aspired to greater ambitions. You jest, magistrate. Lu Qing offered no explanation, uninterested in Tian Song's assumptions. His goal was merely to achieve his objective. Very well, should this matter be resolved, you may choose any girl from Mingfeng Pavilion, and I shall grant her freedom. Tian Song readily consented, viewing the liberation of a courtesan as inconsequential compared to the honor of quelling the bandits. Thank you, magistrate. Lu Qing rose to bow in gratitude. Exiting the yamen, Lu Qing found himself in possession of a documented decree from Tian Song in the name of the magistracy commanding the eradication of the bandits. Was this your intention, my lord? Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. This document is of utmost importance. With the yamen's support, we can navigate many potential complications. Lu Qing felt quite pleased, having achieved his goal with such unexpected ease. 3 days later, Wu Fatsai arrived in Guang'an City accompanied by Wu He, Wu Hai Su, Hu Tian, Wang, Tai Nyo, Lu Feng, and others totaling over 50 individuals. Brother. Han Xionyang spotted Han Baoshan. Brother, what brings you here? Han Xionyang was astonished, not expecting her elder brother's arrival. I was in Monglong village with your sister-in-law when I heard that Lu Qing was organizing a campaign against the bandits. Your sister-in-law urged me to come. Han Baoshan explained. They had heard tales of Wu Fatsai and his family's lucrative endeavors alongside Lu Qing in dealing with the bandits. Then you too. Not to worry. Han Baoshan smiled, reassured that if others fared well, he would be fine too. My lord. Han Xionyang gazed at Lu Qing with concern. Fear not, I shall ensure everything goes smoothly. Let my brother accompany us. Lu Qing recognized the Han family's challenging circumstances and aimed to alleviate their plight by allowing Han Baoshan to earn some money. Uncle Fatsai, I shall provide you with silver. Please procure some weapons with Wu Hai and the others. Very well. Wu Fatsai did not hesitate. Possessing weapons would enhance their combat capabilities, as fighting unarmed would inevitably lead to disadvantage. Brother Lu. Youthful escort. Lu Qing was surprised to see Yang Chong as well. I wonder what decision has been reached, young escort. The Guang'an escort has 56 men willing to collaborate with young Master Lu. After careful consideration over the past few days, Yang Chong decided to partner with Lu Qing, otherwise the escort agency would remain without business, risking bankruptcy and the prospect of forced labor for all. Preparations took a day. Lu Qing led the group out of Guang'an City. 5 miles from the city, Lu Qing instructed everyone to rest while he consulted a map of Guang'an City, which bore several red markers indicating bandit strongholds, marked by Su Hu. We will reach Haizai in half a day's time if we proceed from here. Lu Qing scrutinized the map. Brother Qing, the sun is setting. Are we really venturing forth at night? Wu He observed the dimming sky, aware that traversing the mountains after dark could pose dangers. We shall proceed through the night. Lu Qing did not hesitate. Having made a decision, he would confront any challenges without wavering. We are not here for leisure. Traveling at night is no concern. At this moment, Wu Fatsai echoed Lu Qing's sentiment, recalling that in past battles they had faced far worse conditions than night travel. What is the night road? In Wu Fatsai's view, it is the safest thing. Uncle Fatsai is right. Lu Qing smiled as he glanced at Wu Fatsai. As the break came to an end, Lu Qing instructed Su Hu to lead the way, and the group set off for Haizai, while the evening light still lingered. In the dead of night, Lu Qing and his companions finally arrived at Haizai. We have arrived. The entrance to Haizai is just ahead. Su Hu pointed towards the distant gate, which was clearly visible under the moonlight, and a few bandits were dozing at the entrance. What shall we do? Wu Fatsai inquired, looking at Lu Qing. Feign a diversion. Lu Qing observed closely. Uncle Fatsai, you lead a team to attack the gate and draw their attention. The rest of us will quietly infiltrate from another side of the mountain stronghold. Lu Qing resolved to execute a feigned diversion. Understood. Wu Fatsai agreed to Lu Qing's plan. Charge. Wu Fatsai led Su Hu and the others into the fray. Who goes there? We are from Heihu Zhai. At that moment, Wu Fatsai had a sudden inspiration, using Heihu Zhai as a guise. Heihu Zhai. Before they could fully grasp the situation, Wu Fatsai and his group surged forward, plunging into a chaotic melee which immediately alerted other bandits within the stronghold. In mere moments, the gate swung open and dozens of bandits rushed out. Retreat! Retreat! Seeing the bandits charge, Wu Fatsai swiftly led Su Hu and the others in withdrawal, but the emerging bandits would not easily let them escape. With their sleep disturbed by the intrusion, the bandits were irate, cursing furiously and wishing to exact vengeance upon Wu Fatsai and his companions. Once the atmosphere settled, Lu Qing guided the group around. Soon Lu Qing discovered a flaw in Haizai's defenses. Brother Lu, have you been to Haizai before? Yang Chong, who followed closely behind, asked, puzzled by Lu Qing's certainty regarding the weak point. Never. Lu Qing shook his head with a smile. Then how can you be so confident there is a flaw that will allow us entry into Hizai? Yang Chong was curious. This is a bandit stronghold, not a military camp. Ultimately, these bandits are nothing more than a rabble gathered merely for plunder. Their camp cannot be as fortified as a military installation. It is bound to be riddled with vulnerabilities. Lu Qing articulated his reasoning. If it were a military camp, a commander would ensure it was constructed without weaknesses, anticipating enemy assaults. However, Hizai was a different matter altogether. I see now. Yang Chong seemed to comprehend. Let us charge in. Lu Qing commanded the group to advance. Kill. Yang Chong led the charge. Wu He stayed close to Lu Qing, having been instructed by Wu Fatsai to remain at Lu Qing's side and ensure his safety at all costs. Wu He took this advice to heart, not straying an inch. Many of the inhabitants of Hizai had been driven out by Wu Fatsai and his group, and at that moment the stronghold appeared almost deserted to Lu Qing and his companions. Before long, Hizai was under control. Lu Qing then sent Yang Chong and others to find Wu Fatsai, coordinating efforts to eliminate those who had fled the stronghold. As dawn broke, a shaft of morning sunlight illuminated the scene. Hizai was fully under the control of Lu Qing and his companions. The leader had been slain. Lu Qing. Han Baoshan joyfully approached Lu Qing, exhilarated by the thrilling experience. Never having anticipated such excitement, he felt a surge of bloodlust as he considered himself a hero in the fight against banditry. Upon returning home, he would be eager to see if Pan Xiaonyang would dare to speak ill of him. Brother, that was exhilarating, Han Baoshan remarked. Lu Qing smiled. Are you all right? I'm fine. Han Baoshan shook his head. Qing Hizai is now under our control. What shall we do next? Wu Hai entered to inquire about Lu Qing's plans. Let us bring back the spoils. Lu Qing instructed. By the way, check if anyone knows the He family. He directed Wu Hai to ask around. Soon Wu Hai returned shaking his head. No one recognized the He family. Lu Qing squinted slightly, realizing that Hizai was not the destination. They would seek another bandit stronghold. Wu Hai and Yang Chong take the captured members of Hizai back. We shall move on to our next target. Brother Lu, are you still looking for other strongholds? Yang Chong assumed Lu Qing would cease after taking Hizai, but was surprised to learn he intended to pursue further targets. I aim to eradicate all future threats, Lu Qing stated. This time he was determined to ensure no bandit stronghold remained within the borders of Guang'anjun, for only then could he conduct business safely, else how could he find peace and sleep? Understood. Yang Chong nodded. Once we deliver these people to the government office, we will regroup with you. Yang Chong and Wu Hai departed with their captives. Lu Qing unfolded a map. Our next target is Jiuqingzhai. Lu Qing marked an X on a red dot, indicating that Jiuqingzhai was not far from Hizai, and they would proceed there. Jiuqingzhai differs from Hizai. Its leader is a cunning individual. Capturing Jiuqingzhai may not be so simple, Su, who said, furrowing his brow. During his time with Long Lihua, he had dealings with Jiuqingzhai, whose leader was notoriously shrewd, and few had succeeded in gaining the upper hand against him. That is because he has yet to encounter me. I shall show you what it means to win through strategy. A hint of a smile graced Lu Qing's lips, for in his eyes Jiuqingzhai was merely a pawn awaiting his command. Having made his decision, Lu Qing set forth with Su Hu and Wu Fatsai towards Jiuqingzhai, while Wu Hai and Yang Chong led the captured members of Hizai towards Guang'ancheng. In the evening, Wu Hai and Yang Chong arrived at the Guang'an government office. Chief Lu Ban. Wu Hai sought out Lu Da as per Lu Qing's instructions. And you are? Lu Qing sent us to find you. Oh, you are friends of young Master Lu. Please come in. No need. Wu Hai waved his hand. Chief Lu Ban, these are the bandits from Hizai we have captured. The head of the stronghold is in this box. Wu Hai presented the captured members of Hizai to Lu Da. What? Lu Da stared at the box in disbelief. Had Hizai truly been eradicated? Lu Qing had not been joking. He had accomplished this feat without the aid of government troops, relying solely on the Guang'an escort agency and common folk. How could that be possible? Yet the reality before him was undeniable. Excellent, excellent. Lu Da promptly ordered his men to escort the captured bandits inside. We take our leave now. After handing over the captured members to Lu Da, Wu Hai and Yang Chong quickly departed to reunite with Lu Qing. Inside the government office, Tian Song wore a perplexed expression. Lu Da, are you certain that is the head of Hizai's leader? Despite Lu Da's repeated assurances, Tian Song remained skeptical. Lu Qing managed to conquer Hizai without the assistance of my office's soldiers, relying only on the Guang'an escort agency and ordinary citizens. Tian Song found it utterly unbelievable. Indeed, I find it equally astonishing, and according to the words of the newcomer, Lu Qing intends to continue purging other bandit strongholds. Lu Da conveyed Wu Hai's words to Tian Song. Upon hearing this, Tian Song was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that Lu Qing still wished to eradicate additional bandit groups. My lord, do you think Lu Qing is deliberately sent by the Jinbei Marquis to eliminate these mountain bandits? After all, while the defeat of the Jinbei Marquis forces largely rests on his shoulders, many issues stem from the chaos these bandits have caused obstructing the supply of military rations and salaries to Yanmen Pass. Luda articulated his analysis. The fact that Lu Qing could annihilate the Haiyan stronghold, which even the government struggled to subdue, with a mere band of misfits certainly raises suspicions. Is that so? Tian Song pondered, finding some logic in the assertion. Luda, you must immediately follow them. Our Guang'an prefecture must have an observer in this matter. Tian Song seemed to have an epiphany. If Lu Qing was indeed sent by the Jinbei Marquis to eliminate these bandit factions, then Guang'an prefecture must participate to demonstrate their involvement to the Jinbei Marquis. Understood. Luda nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Lu Qing and his group arrived at Jiuqing stronghold. Suhu. Present. Shortly you shall lead a few men to masquerade as members of Haiyan stronghold, claiming that they are under assault from the officials and have come to request aid from Jiuqing stronghold. Lu Qing laid out his plan to Suhu. Are you attempting to lure them out, Xiao Qing? Wu Fatsai was the first to grasp Lu Qing's intent. Precisely, this is what one might call drawing the snake out of its hole. Jiuqing stronghold appears easy to defend, yet difficult to attack. Thus we must devise a way to draw them out, while the others prepare to ambush. Lu Qing meticulously explained the strategy to everyone. Brother Qing, is this truly feasible? Suhu regarded Lu Qing with concern. While others might not be easily deceived, I am quite certain that the chieftain of Jiuqing stronghold will fall for it, Lu Qing replied confidently. Suhu found himself increasingly perplexed by Lu Qing's unwavering confidence. The chieftain of Jiuqing stronghold is notoriously cunning. How could he possibly be so easily deceived? Suhu believed Lu Qing's plan was flawed. Lu Qing chuckled lightly. You mentioned that the chieftain of Jiuqing stronghold is an old and crafty character. What does that imply? Simply put, it indicates intelligence. The term old and crafty is nothing more than a pejorative for clever individuals who understand the principle of mutual dependence. Observe the map. The locations of Haiyan stronghold and Jiuqing stronghold reveal that Haiyan serves as Jiuqing's gateway, a bulwark against governmental forces. Should Haiyan fall, the officials could advance unimpeded, placing Jiuqing in peril. I trust Jiuqing stronghold comprehends this reality. Lu Qing elucidated the relationship between Haiyan and Jiuqing strongholds. Xiao Qing is correct. Without Haiyan as a shield, Jiuqing would be the first to suffer. Wu Fatsai gradually began to understand after Lu Qing's explanation. Indeed, it was as Lu Qing had articulated. Thus, when Jiuqing learns of the danger facing Haiyan, they will undoubtedly come to its aid. This is the key to securing Jiuqing stronghold. Lu Qing's confidence was unwavering. Having absorbed Lu Qing's reasoning, Suhu began to see the merit in the plan. Brother Qing, your words resonate with truth. Then let us proceed as planned. You shall deceive the people of Jiuqing stronghold, Lu Qing instructed Suhu. Understood. Suhu nodded in agreement. Soon Suhu and his men arrived at Jiuqing stronghold. Who goes there? Haiyan. Suhu. Suhu announced his identity. Suhu from Haiyan. Aren't you affiliated with Lihua stronghold? How did you suddenly find yourself with Haiyan? Someone recognized Suhu. Are you not aware that Lihua has been disbanded? Suhu countered in surprise. The man frowned. I heard that Heihu stronghold annihilated your Lihua. Is that true? Indeed it is. Suhu nodded resignedly. Then what brings you to Jiuqing stronghold? The officials are attacking Heihu stronghold. The chieftain has ordered me to seek assistance. I implore the brothers of Jiuqing to aid us. Such kindness will be eternally remembered by Haiyan. Suhu calmly laid out the situation. What? Haiyan is under siege by the officials. Indeed, our people are trapped in Haiyan. We beseech the brothers of Jiuqing for help. Suhu reiterated his plea. Come in. The man observed that Suhu did not seem to be lying and promptly led him into Jiuqing stronghold. Brother Qing, they have entered. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. It appeared that Suhu had gained the trust of Jiuqing stronghold. The next step was to see if they would believe Suhu's claims. Upon reaching the conference hall of Jiuqing stronghold, Suhu pays his respects to the esteemed leader Ma. Suhu bowed to the figure above him. Suhu. Ma scrutinized him. Were you not with Lung Lihua? How did you become affiliated with Haiyan? Ma scoffed, recalling how much trouble Lung Lihua had caused for Jiuqing. Respected leader, those are matters of the past. My actions in Lihua stronghold were not of my own volition. I am now truly a part of Haiyan. Suhu mixed truths and fabrications in his explanation to Ma. Ma remained skeptical. Has Haiyan truly encountered danger? Indeed. Suhu produced the command token from the chieftain of Haiyan, and upon seeing it, Ma's demeanor shifted from neutrality to seriousness. If there were doubts about Suhu's credibility, the appearance of the token dispelled them. It seemed Haiyan was indeed in peril. Bring forth assistance. At once. Immediately aid Haiyan. Ma commanded without hesitation, aware that he could not allow Haiyan to be obliterated. Leader, you are righteous. Suhu praised him, secretly marveling at Lu Qing's brilliance. Everything unfolded just as Lu Qing had predicted. Lu Qing had advised him that if Ma was skeptical, he should present the token, and upon its revelation, Ma's doubts would vanish. Now observing Ma, Suhu realized that he was not as formidable as he seemed. With merely a slight maneuver, Lu Qing had ensnared Ma in his trap. Before long, Lu Qing and his companions saw Ma and Su Hu leading the people of Jiuqing out, and they quickly advanced to support Haiyan. Brother Qing, Wu Yi began to feel exhilarated. Su Hu had indeed brought the people of Jiuqing out. Prepare yourselves. Lu Qing instructed everyone to ready for battle. As he watched Ma and his group gradually approach the ambush site Lu Qing had prepared, he immediately issued the command. Attack! With Lu Qing's order, crossbow arrows were released, and a flurry of projectiles flew out from the trees lining the road. The mountain bandits, lacking the discipline of a regular army, fell into disarray under the ambush, failing to maintain their formation. What is happening, Su Hu? Ma turned around only to see Su Hu's blade glinting. He felt a sudden chill at his neck, followed by blood gushing forth. Ma has been slain by me. Drop your weapons and surrender, Su Hu shouted. Internally, he was overwhelmed with excitement, achieving what Lung Lihua had failed to do. He had successfully killed Ma of Jiuqing stronghold. With the fervent shout of Su Hu, the crowd of Jiuqingzai turned their attention towards him. They beheld the horse encampment beneath Su Hu's feet, realizing with horror that their leader had indeed been slain. What is this? Lay down your weapons, and you may live, Su Hu reiterated. At this juncture, Lu Qing and his men had already arrived, encircling the people of Jiuqingzai. Faced with this overwhelming situation, the inhabitants of Jiuqingzai surrendered their resistance. Lu Qing then instructed Su Hu to disguise himself as a member of Jiuqingzai and return to stage a surprise attack. Following Lu Qing's strategy, Su Hu effortlessly seized control of Jiuqingzai. Brother Qing. Lu Qing regarded Su Hu. This victory is yours. Speak freely without hesitation. He smiled, encouraging Su Hu to express himself openly. Brother Qing, I wish to introduce someone to you. Who might that be? His name is Wang Long. He hails from my village. We parted ways, and I never expected he would end up in Jiuqingzai. Su Hu conveyed Wang Long's background to Lu Qing. What is his character like? I can assure you with utmost confidence that he is of impeccable character. If not for the dire circumstances, he would not have turned to banditry. Su Hu pledged to Lu Qing. Bring him forth. Yes. Su Hu departed with joy. Soon Wang Long entered alongside Su Hu. Wang Long pays his respects to the second leader. Clearly, Su Hu had informed Wang Long of Lu Qing's status as the second leader of Lihuazhai. You are Wang Long. Indeed. Wang Long nodded affirmatively. Lu Qing observed Wang Long, noting his robust stature, even more imposing than Wu He and Wu Hai. He exuded an aura of dominance. Such a man would be a loss if conscripted into the military for arduous labor. Su Hu speaks highly of you. Would you be willing to join the Monglong Guard? Lu Qing inquired about Wang Long's intentions. Second leader, rest assured, I, Wang Long, will forever remember this great kindness. If I were to betray you, may I face eternal damnation and divine retribution. Wang Long knelt in homage. Hearing Wang Long's vow, Lu Qing gestured for him to rise. As a man of modern sensibilities, Lu Qing was not particularly moved by such oaths. However, in ancient times, such vows were regarded with profound seriousness, akin to a matter of life and death. From this day forth, you shall be the captain of the second team of the Monglong Guard. Select individuals of good character from Jiuqingzai to form your crew, and remember to exclude those with ill intentions. Lu Qing advised Wang Long. Understood. A smile graced Wang Long's face. Before long, Wang Long returned with around 20 selected individuals. Second leader, these are the ones I have chosen. Greetings, second leader. The group saluted Lu Qing. Though we were in Jiuqingzai, we never engaged in banditry. We merely handled ordinary tasks, their Wang Long clarified. Excellent. Henceforth you will follow me, Lu Qing, as my brothers. However, should anyone betray me, they will find no mercy from me, Lu Qing proclaimed. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Subsequently, Lu Qing signaled for everyone to take a rest. An hour passed. Brother Qing, Wu Hai and the others have arrived. Wu Yi rushed in from outside. Good. Lu Qing exited the conference hall of Jiuqingzai and was greeted by Wu Hai, Yang Chong, and even Lu Da, who brought along several officers from the Guang'an prefectural office. At this moment, Lu Da and his comrades were visibly astonished. The Black Cliffs had already shocked them, and they could scarcely believe that Lu Qing had also conquered Jiuqingzai. Head Lu. Young Master Lu. Lu Da hurriedly approached Lu Qing, not daring to be remiss in his greeting. Since you have brought your men, Jiuqingzai is now yours. I must proceed to the next mountain stronghold. Lu Qing smiled as he entrusted Jiuqingzai to Lu Da. Very well. Lu Da nodded obediently, realizing that Lu Qing was even more formidable than he had imagined. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Half a month passed. Lu Qing adopted a strategy of sustaining warfare, replenishing supplies from each mountain stronghold. He captured, thus maintaining an unceasing pace for the past 2 weeks. Brother Qing, we have taken down 12 strongholds. Wu He exclaimed with excitement. This past fortnight has been more thrilling than my entire life. Yang Chong marveled at Lu Qing, who defied the notion that scholars were of no use. In dealing with these strongholds, Lu Qing consistently employed ingenious strategies. What once appeared formidable to the authorities fell to pieces before his calculated approach. Lu Qing, you are remarkable. Han Baoshan gave a thumbs up. Surely Guang'an Prefecture will be free of bandits henceforth. Even if there are any left, they will surely not dare to show themselves, Wu Hai chuckled. Wu Fatsai observed Lu Qing in silence. All followed Lu Qing to eradicate bandits driven by the allure of wealth and excitement. Yet Wu Fatsai recognized Lu Qing's exceptional capabilities in military strategy and felt that if Lu Qing were to assist the Duke of Northern pacification, the northern border of the Daong dynasty would remain secure. Regrettably, it seemed Lu Qing had no such aspirations. Wu Fatsai could not help but sigh. A day passed. Lu Da arrived at the mountain stronghold with his men. Young Master Lu, if you continue to eradicate strongholds, my jail will soon be overflowing, Lu Da expressed excitedly. Over the past 2 weeks, Lu Da had focused solely on transporting the bandits captured by Lu Qing to the prefectural jail, which was now overcrowded. Tian Song had to request the counties to clear out their cells. Headley, you jest. This should be the last stronghold in Guang'an Prefecture, Lu Qing replied. That is good to hear. Lu Da breathed a sigh of relief. I shall return to report to the Lord and commend you. Very well. Lu Qing nodded. Lu Da departed with his men. Lu Qing surveyed the group. Su Huang Long Li Xing, Zhou Qian Feng, Quan Han Qing. Present. The six stepped forward. You are to lead the Monglong Guard to stay temporarily at Lihuajai. Once I have settled matters, I will bring you back, Lu Qing instructed the six. Among the various strongholds, Lu Qing selected several competent individuals to reinforce the Monglong Guard. The Monglong Guard now comprised 300 members organized into teams of 50, with Su Hu and his 5 companions serving as captains. Understood. Su Hu and the others departed with the Monglong Guard. Wu Fatsai Wu Haihan Baoshan. Here, you are to lead the people of Monglong Village back first. Once I have resolved the affairs of Guang'an City, you may return to Monglong Village. Understood. Wu Fatsai nodded and took the villagers of Monglong with him. Lastly, Lu Qing returned to Guang'an City with Wu He and Yang Chong. Upon arriving in Guang'an City, Lu Qing bid farewell to Yang Chong. Brother Lu. Lu Qing turned to Yang Chong. What is it? May I inquire about Brother Lu's aspirations? Yang Chong asked. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Yang Chong's words. What do you mean, Brother Yang? I, Yang Chong, wish to follow you, Brother Lu. In just half a month, Yang Chong's admiration for Lu Qing had reached its zenith. He felt certain that Lu Qing was destined for greatness. Are you going to follow me? Lu Qing gazed at Yang Chong. Indeed, I believe Brother Lu is far from an ordinary individual. Yet I am merely a businessman at present, Lu Qing replied with a smile, subtly urging Yang Chong to consider his words carefully. I am convinced that Brother Lu will not remain just a businessman in the future. Yang Chong trusted his own insight and judgment. Someone like Lu Qing could not possibly remain unnoticed forever. Very well, I shall grant Brother Yang 3 days. If after this period you still wish to accompany me, meet me at the Monglong shop. I shall await your arrival. Agreed. Yang Chong nodded affirmatively. After parting ways with Yang Chong, Lu Qing returned to the Monglong shop, and shortly thereafter Lu Da personally came to invite him to the government office. Tian Song intended to host a celebratory banquet for Lu Qing. Eradicating all the bandit strongholds within Guang'an Commandery was an endeavor many had aspired to achieve, but failed. Lu Qing, however, had succeeded, and thus a banquet was deemed necessary to commemorate this triumph. Excellent. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the government office, he was greeted warmly. Master Lu. Tian Song's face radiated with joy upon seeing Lu Qing, as he believed that Lu Qing's success would likewise elevate his own career. Master Tian. You're too kind, Master Lu, Tian Song said with a wave of his hand. Referring to me as Master Tian feels overly formal. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Tian. While I may not possess many talents, I assure you, I will never hesitate to assist you in any way I can. Tian Song spoke with boldness. Seeing Tian Song's enthusiasm, Lu Qing suspected that Tian Song might soon receive a promotion. Indeed, with the complete eradication of the bandits in Guang'an Commandery, such a significant accomplishment would undoubtedly lead to his advancement. Come, let us sit and dine together. Certainly. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Lu Da? Present. Lu Da replied, and at Tian Song's call he swiftly exited, soon returning with 2 individuals. To Lu Qing's surprise, it was Lu Cixi and Ning Chu Chu. On this day of celebration, we cannot do without beautiful maidens to perform. Tian Song recalled Lu Qing's request that Lu Cixi be freed from her status as a slave. As Lu Cixi and Ning Chu Chu entered, they glanced at Lu Qing. Could it be that the rampant rumors of the recent bandit eradication were somehow linked to him? Could Lu Qing truly possess such capability? Young ladies, Lu and Ning are the 2 finest talents of Guang'an City. Oh, please perform for Master Lu. Tian Song promptly instructed them to begin their performance. Though curious, Lu Cixi and Ning Chu Chu began to dance and sing without hesitation. As the performance concluded, Tian Song cast a knowing glance at Lu Qing before addressing the 2 performers. From this day forth you shall both be freed from your servitude and serve alongside Master Lu. Tian Song wasted no time in liberating not only Lu Cixi, but also Ning Chu Chu from their bonds. This revelation left Lu Cixi and Ning Chu utterly astonished. They could not comprehend the circumstances unfolding before them. Thank you, Master. There is no need for thanks. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Master Lu. It was he who, in eradicating the bandits over the past month, stipulated your emancipation as a condition. Thus I, as a man of my word, am merely fulfilling my promise. With a smile, Tian Song conveyed the situation to Lu Cixi and Ning Chu. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Cixi and Ning Chu bowed to Lu Qing. Rise. Lu Qing gestured for them to stand. The two young women obediently positioned themselves behind Lu Qing, one on each side, resembling devoted handmaidens. Master Lu truly is a man of great fortune. Tian Song regarded Lu Qing with an envious gaze. Master is jesting. Lu Qing lifted his cup in gratitude. Thank you, Master Tian. It was but a trivial matter. For Tian Song, freeing Lu Cixi and Ning Chu was merely a matter of words, and thus he saw no need for excessive politeness. Aside from this, there is another matter. Tian Song's brow furrowed as Lu De brought in Hitong. What is this? Hitong, the chief scribe of Guang'an, conspired with the bandits, intending to extort and harm. With undeniable evidence at hand, he shall be executed publicly tomorrow, and the He family's assets will be confiscated. The men will be sent to labor camps, and the women will be dispatched to repay their debts. Tian Song announced before Lu Qing. Master, spare me. I was wrong. Hitong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He had underestimated Lu Qing, believing he could easily handle him, but Lu Qing's capacity to eradicate all bandit strongholds surpassed his expectations. The misdeeds of the He family were now fully exposed. Take him away. Yes, sir. Ludo escorted Hitong out. Thank you, Master Tian. Lu Qing recognized that Tian Song's public handling of Hitong was a means of avenging him, thus, he felt he owed Tian Song a favor. By evening, Lu Qing finally emerged from the government office. Lu Cixi and Ning Chu supported him on either side, as Lu Qing was quite intoxicated and stumbled slightly while walking. Master. Lu Cixi looked at Lu Qing with concern. I'm fine. Lu Qing gently shook his head and looked at Lu Cixi. Call me Xiang Gong. Lu Cixi blushed as she addressed Lu Qing. Oh, that is correct. From now on you two shall follow me as my companions, and I assure you, I will provide you with a life of luxury. Lu Qing, appearing genuinely intoxicated, began to ramble with Lu Cixi and Ning Chu. The following morning, Lu Qing awoke. Xianggong, you are awake. Han Xiaonyang approached as he stirred. How do you feel? Are you unwell? I feel fine. How did I return home last night? Curiously, he inquired as he sat up, recalling only that he had been drinking with Tian Song and Lu De until he lost consciousness. Do you truly not remember? I do not. Lu Qing shook his head. Yesterday it was Lu Cixi and Ning Chu who assisted you back, and you certainly provided us with a fair share of amusement along the way. Han Xiaonyang began to help him recall. Oh, who would have thought you could sing Xianggong? As Han Xiaonyang recounted the events, Lu Qing gradually pieced together the memories of the previous day, and his expression turned increasingly grim. How utterly embarrassing. Little Apple. The cowboy songs. The entire city of Guang'an had witnessed him, believing he had lost his sanity. Oh, my illustrious reputation. Lu Qing fell back onto the bed, lamenting the loss of the composed and astute persona he had carefully cultivated, now reduced to nothing more than a source of ridicule. Who would have thought you possessed such an endearing side, Xianggong? Han Xiaonyang teased. Having grown accustomed to Lu Qing's calm, composed, and strategic demeanor, witnessing him in a drunken state, behaving like a child, left her, and the others questioning whether this was indeed the same Lu Qing they knew. Half a day's time. Lu De visited once more. Lu Ban too. Master Lu, you are too kind. This is the bounty our government office has awarded you. Lu De presented a stack of banknotes amounting to 20,000 taels of silver to Lu Qing. Thank you. Lu Qing did not decline. This was rightfully his, and many others awaited this sum. After bidding farewell to Lu De, Lu Qing arrived at the Guang'an escort agency. It had been agreed that the bounty would be shared equally, and Lu Qing could not go back on his word. There is a total of 20,000 taels. This 10,000 taels belongs to you. Lu Qing produced the banknotes and handed them to Yang Chong, who gazed in disbelief at the amount. 10,000 taels. It was as if he were dreaming, for this was the income of the Guang'an escort agency for 2 to 3 years. Thank you. Do not mention it. This was all agreed upon from the outset, Lu Qing replied with composure. Brother Lu. Yes. I, Yang Chong, have decided to follow you, Yang Chong declared once more. Upon returning to the Guang'an escort agency, he had pondered deeply and felt certain that Lu Qing was no ordinary man. You still have one day to contemplate. Are you not going to consider it further? Lu Qing asked with a smile. Lu Qing had given Yang Chong 3 days, and now only one remained. No one could guarantee that tomorrow would not bring unforeseen circumstances that might lead Yang Chong to reconsider. I will not. Yang Chong shook his head. He would no longer deliberate. A true man keeps his word. Having spoken, I shall act. No need for 3 days. From today onward, I, Yang Chong, shall follow you, Lu Qing. Yang Chong bowed respectfully. Very well. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction. Thus from today Yu Yangcheng shall be my brother. We have weathered storms together over the past half-month, sharing life and death. As long as I Lu Qing draw breath, there will always be a place for Yu Yangcheng. Lu Qing finally agreed to let Yangcheng accompany him. Yangcheng will not disappoint Lu Qing. Yangcheng promised that he would not betray Lu Qing and would remember the words spoken today. With Yangcheng by his side, Lu Qing felt elated. As the saying goes, it is easy to find 1,000 troops, but difficult to find a single general. Over the past half-month, Yangcheng had demonstrated extraordinary combat abilities. Yangcheng, present. To follow me is one matter. In addition, I have another request for the Guang'an escort agency, Lu Qing said, addressing Yangcheng. Please speak, as long as it is within the capacity of the Guang'an escort agency, I Yangcheng will not refuse. Yangcheng looked at Lu Qing. What is the annual income of your escort agency? Approximately 3,000 taels. After deducting all expenses, our net profit is around 1,000 taels. Why do you inquire about this? Yangcheng asked, curiously wondering why Lu Qing suddenly took an interest in the escort agency's accounts. I wish to hire your escort agency to oversee the security of my Manglong shop in Guang'an City. Lu Qing revealed his long-held intention. Although he now had the government office backing him, no one could assure that unforeseen events would not arise. With the government office's support, coupled with the Guang'an escort agency, Lu Qing felt secure enough to return to Manglong village. There is no need for you to hire us, I can assure you with just a word. Yangcheng smiled at this moment. One cannot say it like that. We are two separate entities, and the escort agency is another. There are many mouths to feed in the agency, and I must consider these matters. I will offer you 1,000 taels annually for the responsibility of my Manglong shop, ensuring that at least 5 personnel are assigned daily for security. Lu Qing laid out his plan. 1,000 taels was already a handsome sum. After all, managing the Manglong shop did not entail great danger. This sum was practically free. Agreed, but do you not think 1,000 taels is rather excessive? Not at all, not at all. Lu Qing said with a smile, waving his hand. With the arrangements finalized, Lu Qing returned to the Manglong shop and informed Zhou Yuya of his plans, advising her to seek assistance from Luda and the Guang'an escort agency should any issues arise. You truly consider everything, my dear husband. Otherwise, as a woman in Guang'an City, it would be difficult for me to establish myself. With the support of the government office and the Guang'an escort agency, I believe no one will dare to provoke our Manglong shop, Zhou Yuya said with a smile. Observing Lu Qing, she realized that he meticulously considered all matters, exemplifying a capacity for thorough planning. With safety assured here, I can rest easy. By the way, how fare the Su family? Lu Qing inquired. I had thought that once the He family fell, the Su family would be able to recover. However, I did not expect He Qing to be so cunning. Before the He family was raided, he revealed the weaving skills of the Su family. Now every fabric shop in Guang'an City has learned the Su family's techniques. The Su family may have lost all hope, Zhou Yuya replied somewhat despondently. The Su family now faced numerous challenges that left Su Bei feeling overwhelmed. Not necessarily. Lu Qing, however, smiled at the downcast Zhou Yuya. Zhou Yuya looked at Lu Qing's smile, wondering if he had a solution. Could it be that you have a way to revive the Su family? Zhou Yuya asked, but then quickly dismissed the thought. How could that be possible? The Su family's advantage was lost. The Su family could not possibly rise from the ashes. Yuya, remember, only through progress can you stay a step ahead and earn a fortune. If you rely solely on the past, no matter how glorious it may have been, it will only be fleeting. Just like the Su family, they relied too heavily on the weaving skills passed down through generations without making any advancements, leading to their current plight. If the Su family had made progress, even if the He family acquired their ancestral skills, the Su family would have possessed superior techniques, thus avoiding the current turmoil. Lu Qing patiently explained to Zhou Yuya, hoping she would focus on the future and continue to seek new opportunities. Progress. Zhou Yuya seemed to hear a new concept. Indeed, although everyone has now learned the Su family's ancestral skills, what if we possessed even greater techniques than the Su family? Lu Qing encouraged Zhou Yuya to reflect on this principle. It was akin to waves upon a shore. Each wave surpasses the last, with the earlier waves inevitably being engulfed by those that follow. Could it be? Zhou Yuya looked at Lu Qing in shock. Did he possess weaving skills superior to those of the Su family? How could that be? How could Lu Qing have such ability? You guessed correctly. I intend to establish a textile factory upon my return to Manglong village and collaborate with the Su family. Lu Qing revealed his plan to Zhou Yuya. This was a method he conceived to earn money after learning of the Su family's misfortunes. Are you joking with me, my husband? Foolish girl, why would I jest? What I Lu Qing say is true. I will provide the fabrics, and the Su family can utilize their channels to sell them. I believe it will not be long before the Su family regains control of the market. Lu Qing spoke with utmost confidence. Darling, you truly are remarkable. Zhou Yuya's admiration for Lu Qing surged forth like an unstoppable torrent. The following day, Lu Qing emerged from his quarters weary, yet resolute. She is indeed a woman of unfathomable depth. By noon, Lu Qing, accompanied by his companions, returned to Monglong village. Upon their arrival, the villagers eagerly awaited Lu Qing. As promised, Lu Qing distributed silver coins to everyone. From being destitute, the villagers of Monglong now held silver in their hands. Lu Qing, your prowess is unparalleled. Indeed, we have all heard that you led a group to eradicate every stronghold within Guang'an Prefecture. Truly impressive. Remarkable. The villagers who remained in the village raised their thumbs in praise of Lu Qing. He merely smiled humbly in response. In the days that followed, Lu Qing commenced the construction of a textile factory, summoning carpenters from Luoyang County to craft looms. Within half a month, the factory was completed and the looms began production. Many women from the village eagerly took up employment at the textile factory. Darling, what troubles you? That evening, Han Xuanyang noticed Lu Qing frowning, an expression of worry clouding his face. She couldn't fathom the source of his distress, especially since they now possessed a brick factory, a paper mill, and a textile factory. Sustenance was no longer an issue. We lack sufficient labor, Lu Qing replied with a rueful smile. Having established 3 factories alongside a mess hall, Monglong village with its limited population clearly faced a labor shortage. What shall we do? Zheng Yulan inquired. The insufficient workforce would inevitably impact their business. We must find a way to supplement our labor force. As Lu Qing spoke, he turned to Han Xuanyang. Xuanyang, tomorrow we shall visit Xia village. Very well. Han Xuanyang nodded, realizing it had been some time since she last visited her family. The next day, Lu Qing and Han Xuanyang arrived at Xia village. Oh my, a cart. An enclosed cart at that. Who might this distinguished guest be? The villagers of Xia gathered around the cart, for anyone traveling by cart was invariably of noble status. They were astonished that even such a remote and impoverished place like Xia village would see a cart. This piqued their curiosity. A single-wheeled cart was akin to a Rolls-Royce. This cart was akin to an aircraft carrier in stature. The cart halted before the Han family residence. Han family. Who is it? Could it be Han Xuanyang? I have heard from Pan Xiaonyang that Han Qianyang's husband is incredibly capable, having established a paper mill and a brick factory in Monglong village, distributing wages daily. It's truly enviable. Is that true? Why doesn't such fortune come our way in Xia village? The people of Monglong village are exceedingly fortunate. A daily wage like that. If I had such a privilege, I would have soared to greatness long ago. The crowd buzzed with chatter. The cart's curtain lifted. They beheld Han Xuanyang. Returning to her ancestral home for the first time by cart, Han Xuanyang felt somewhat out of place. Do not fret, I hold your head high. We neither steal nor rob you. Everything we possess is earned through our own efforts, Lu Qing gently reminded her. Han Xuanyang nodded. It truly is Han Xuanyang. Who would have thought she would return by cart? It seems she has indeed risen to prominence. The onlookers gazed at Han Xuanyang with envy. At this moment, members of the Han family emerged. Xuanyang, mother. Han Xuanyang approached them. You have come. Zheng Shi greeted Lu Qing and Han Xuanyang with a warm smile. Pan Xiaonyang and Han Baoshan had visited Monglong village, and upon their return, Pan Xiaonyang had spoken so highly of Lu Qing that Zheng Shi half suspected he resided in a palace. We came to visit you and to seek your elder brother's assistance with a few matters. Where is he? He is working in the fields with Xiaonyang. I believe he will return shortly. Zheng Shi led Lu Qing and Han Xuanyang into the house. Indeed, before long, Pan Xiaonyang and Han Baoshan returned. As soon as Pan Xiaonyang entered, she began to fuss over Lu Qing and Han Xuanyang, her warmth and enthusiasm rendering Lu Qing momentarily dazed. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Sister-in-law will prepare a meal for you right away. Pan Xiaonyang rolled up her sleeves, ready to head to the kitchen. No need, we have already dined on our way here. Han Xuanyang quickly intervened, concerned that Pan Xiaonyang, just returned from the fields, ought to rest rather than rush to prepare a meal. Very well. Pan Xiaonyang smiled. She then glanced at Han Baoshan. Han Baoshan seemed to grasp her meaning, his gaze settling on Lu Qing. Lu Qing, did you come regarding the extermination of the bandits? Han Baoshan inquired. Lu Qing smiled faintly. Yes. He nodded, then produced a pouch of silver. This is 50 taels of silver, a reward for eradicating the bandits. Seeing the 50 taels, Han Baoshan and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. They had suddenly become wealthy. My goodness, what a fortune! Pan Xiaonyang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Clearly her earlier suggestion for Han Baoshan to accompany Lu Qing had been a wise decision. We are finally prosperous. Zheng Shi's eyes welled with tears of joy. After years without witnessing such wealth, she felt as if the clouds had parted and the light of hope had emerged. This is all thanks to Lu Qing. You have no idea how formidable he is. He led us to eliminate the bandits who were truly vicious, yet under Lu Qing's strategy, they stood no chance. Han Baoshan began to recount the tale of their victory over the bandits with great fervor. Enough. You've said this several times already. The entire Xia village is aware of it. Pan Xiaonyang shot Han Baoshan an exasperated glance. Since their return from defeating the bandits, Pan Xiaonyang felt that Han Baoshan had transformed, exuding newfound masculinity. Once timid, he now carried himself with a sense of strength, proudly recounting tales of valor. Though Han Baoshan's stories were embellished, Pan Xiaonyang reveled in it. What woman does not wish for her man to be a hero? In Xiahe village, Han Baoshan was now regarded as a hero, for he alone had vanquished the bandits. This brought Pan Xiaonyang a sense of pride whenever she ventured out. Elder brother, aside from this silver, I have one more matter to discuss with you. Lu Qing began to get to the point. We're all family here. There's no need for pleasantries, Han Baoshan replied with a smile. I have established a textile factory in Monglong village, yet we are short on labor. Would it be possible to recruit some workers from Xiahe village? The compensation is 1 won per day with 2 meals provided. Lu Qing shared his intentions with Han Baoshan. Ji Buchong. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Han Baoshan and his family were momentarily taken aback. Are you planning to open a textile factory? Indeed. Lu Qing nodded affirmatively. Lu Qing, you already possess a brick factory and a paper mill. I believe that should sufficiently secure your family's livelihood. There is no necessity to open a textile factory. What if it fails to yield profit? That would be a loss. Han Baoshan, being rather conservative, felt that Lu Qing need not venture into the textile business. While I understand your concerns, I still wish to pursue this. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, I wonder if you might assist me in this endeavor. Lu Qing was aware of Han Baoshan's apprehensions, yet he recognized the inevitability of success with the textile factory. Why should he refrain from pursuing it? There is no problem with that. Pan Xiaonyang nodded in agreement. By afternoon, Pan Xiaonyang had gathered around 20 individuals for Lu Qing. Brother Lu Qing, is what sister-in-law said true? Can we truly earn a penny for 2 meals? Some were eager to inquire. When Pan Xiaonyang approached them, they initially thought they had misheard. Such good fortune in their village, it seemed a dream come true. Lu Qing smiled and nodded. Sister-in-law is correct, a penny for 2 meals. If everyone performs well in my textile factory, the wages may increase in the future, perhaps 2 pennies, or even 5. It all depends on your work ethic. Lu Qing explained to the group. Pan Xiaonyang stood beside Lu Qing, her smile reflecting his words, gauging whether these individuals would believe in what he said. That's excellent news. We shall go. We're going to. Those who had previously harbored doubts suddenly voiced their intentions. But what will we do for lodging once we arrive? Some began to worry about their living arrangements. Rest assured, many people in our village have begun constructing new homes. The old houses are vacant, and you may stay there. After working for 7 days, everyone can return for a 2-day break. Lu Qing clarified the issues regarding accommodation. Upon returning from Guang'an City, Wu Fatsai Town, Wang Tiniu, Lu Feng, and others who had accompanied Lu Qing to eliminate the bandits had started building brick houses. The old homes had become available, and Lu Qing decided to rent those as dormitories for the workers. If it seems too inconvenient in the future, families can relocate to Monglong village. It is not far from Xiahe village, and moving there does not constitute abandonment. People aspire to better circumstances, much like water flows downhill. In Monglong village, one can earn a living and prosper. Why remain in Xiahe village where food is scarce? We must be adaptable. Our goal is to secure enough to eat and have shelter. We can go wherever our aspirations can be realized. Lu Qing began to eloquently expound on his vision. Those around listened intently. Indeed, Lu Qing is truly well-educated. His perspective is broad. I believe relocating to Monglong village is not a bad idea. Someone stood up to support Lu Qing's proposal. Currently, Monglong village offered opportunities for prosperity. To everyone, Monglong village was akin to a land of gold and silver, making it unnecessary to remain in Xiahe village where sustenance was insufficient. That makes sense. Lu Qing, may we relocate? At this moment, Pan Xiaonyang turned to Lu Qing. Of course, it is entirely feasible. Lu Qing's impression of Pan Xiaonyang rose once more. Although her character was somewhat spirited, her insight was sharp, surpassing that of Han Xiaonyang and others. Had Pan Xiaonyang not been an ordinary person sharing a background akin to Su Yunlong and Zhou Yuya, she would undoubtedly be an extraordinary woman. Unfortunately, one's fate is determined not only by postnatal efforts, but also by inherent conditions. This is truly wonderful. Pan Xiaonyang beamed. I will discuss this with your brother immediately. Once we reach an agreement, we will move to Monglong village. You must not abandon us. Pan Xiaonyang spoke decisively. Certainly. Lu Qing nodded. Lu Qing, we wish to move. Suddenly someone raised their hand. Brother Qing Jin. Lu Qing looked at Qing Jin, the brother of Qing Su. Qing Su had 2 brothers, Qing Jin and Qing Yin, both of whom had married, but lived quite frugally. Welcome. Lu Qing smiled warmly. Seizing the early evening light, Lu Qing led the group away. Qing Jin was particularly enthusiastic, bringing his entire family to Monglong village, marking them as the first residents to relocate from Xiahe village. Look at Qing Jin. Pan Xiaonyang felt a twinge of disappointment glancing at Han Baoshan. When she spoke of relocating to Lu Qing, he should have supported her instead of remaining silent. What if we find life in Monglong village worse than here? Han Baoshan explained to Pan Xiaonyang. They currently possessed silver and had no pressing need to migrate to Monglong village. Life in Xiahe village was entirely sustainable. Pan Xiaonyang was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Han Baoshan seemingly disregarded Lu Qing's words about upward mobility and opportunities. Did you not hear Lu Qing say that people move to better places just as water flows downhill? I perceive you as stagnant water. We have silver, but it cannot reproduce itself indefinitely. There will eventually come a time when it runs dry. What will you do then? Pan Xiaonyang urged Han Baoshan to contemplate. 50 taels of silver was a considerable sum. But who could guarantee that 50 taels would last forever? Even if we were to spend recklessly, 50 taels would sustain us for at least 5 or 6 years if we lived frugally. We can then decide whether to move to Monglong village. Han Baoshan countered. Pan Xiaonyang felt on the verge of losing her temper. After spending half a month with Lu Qing to eradicate the bandits, Han Baoshan seemed solely fixated on that goal, failing to recognize Lu Qing's true capabilities. As long as they followed Lu Qing, Pan Xiaonyang believed their lives would improve and their earnings would far exceed 50 taels. In any case, I will not discuss the relocation matter further. I will not agree. Han Baoshan's stance was resolute. Very well, very well. Now that the Han family is earning, you seem to call the shots. I will tell you, do not regret today's decision when the time comes, you blockhead. Pan Xiaonyang shot Han Baoshan a glare. Lu Qing led the people from Xiahe village to Monglong village. He assigned accommodations for everyone, all women, so there were no reservations. 5 or 6 people shared a room. This is Uncle Fasai's home. Brother Cheng Jin, you will stay here. The third house to the west belongs to the Tinayu brothers. Brother Cheng Yin, you will reside there. Lu Qing arranged lodging for Cheng Jin and Cheng Yin. Lu Qing, will our sudden arrival cause you any trouble? Cheng Yin looked at Lu Qing, feeling slightly embarrassed. Not at all. How could it cause me trouble? In fact, I owe you my gratitude. You are setting a good example. Lu Qing expressed his appreciation for Cheng Jin and Cheng Yin. That is good to hear. Cheng Yin nodded in relief. Tomorrow I will prepare a cart for you. Brother, please return to bring your in-laws as well. Lu Qing instructed Cheng Jin. Originally, everyone was to come together, but Lu Qing's cart was fully loaded with the belongings of the villagers moving from Xiahe village to Monglong village, leaving no space available. Lu Qing preferred not to have the two elderly accompany them on the journey, so he asked them to remain in Xiahe village and have Cheng Jin drive back to fetch them the following day. Understood. Cheng Jin grinned widely. In the future, whatever you say, Lu Qing, I will follow without hesitation. I will too. Cheng Yin echoed the sentiment. The crowd was settled. Lu Qing and Han Xiaonyang, both weary, returned home. Darling, you're back. Cheng Su and the others came out to greet Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Have you eaten? I made some food for you. Zheng Yulan rose to prepare a meal. Just whip up something simple, Lu Qing replied, feeling a bit hungry. Boil some hot water for me. Ew, I'd like to take a bath and relax. Of course. Dong Chunhua hurried off to heat the water. Darling, let me massage your legs. Shen Yinping stepped forward to offer a leg massage. All right. Lu Qing welcomed the gesture, appreciating the benefits of having a caring wife. He reclined on a rocking chair, allowing Shen Yinping to pamper him when Ning Chuchu approached. Would you like to listen to a tune, darling? She inquired. Sure, Lu Qing nodded. Then allow me to sing a piece for you. You can learn it and sing it back to me later. Lu Qing gazed at Ning Chuchu. A spark of brilliance flashed in her eyes. Could it be that Lu Qing possessed a talent for music? When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the vast sky, unaware of the celestial palaces above. What year is this evening? Lu Qing began to sing the Shui Diao Gutu softly. I wish to ride the wind and return, yet I fear the crystal towers and jade palaces. There are joys and sorrows in life, just as the moon waxes and wanes. This has always been difficult to achieve. Upon concluding his song, Lu Qing noticed that both Ning Chuchu and Lu Sisi stood frozen in place. What's wrong? He asked. Do you find it unappealing? Lu Qing pondered, feeling perplexed. His rendition had not faltered, and considering this piece was a timeless classic, it should not have been deemed unworthy. No, Ning Chuchu shook her head. It's not that it is unappealing, rather it is extraordinarily beautiful. The melody is delightful and the lyrics possess profound artistry. If this piece were to be shared, it could very well become renowned throughout the Daong dynasty. Ning Chuchu expressed her admiration, her refined background enabling her to discern the elegance of the words. Lu Sisi shared her astonishment as well. Lu Qing's talents, which she had initially thought were encapsulated in a mere poem about willows, were now revealed to be merely the tip of the iceberg. This Shui Jiao Gutu, if disseminated, would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of literary achievement in the Daong dynasty. Yet why would such a gifted individual willingly remain in Monglong village? Lu Qing's talents far surpassed the confines of his environment. Darling, you are truly gifted, Lu Sisi exclaimed. It was just an offhand song, nothing remarkable, Lu Qing modestly remarked, noting the amazement on the faces of the two women. Nothing remarkable. Lu Sisi and Ning Chuchu were at a loss for words to counter Lu Qing's statement. Such exquisite poetry was hardly insignificant. This attitude seemed to disregard the entirety of the literary world. If this were unworthy of mention, then the poetry of all scholars would surely be deemed worthless. Seeing the two women regard him with such admiration, Lu Qing smiled, achieving the effect he desired, an endless admiration that elevated his stature in their eyes to that of a towering figure. Ning Chuchu, perceptive as she was, had already managed to play Shui Diao Gutu after a few repetitions. The following day, Lu Qing brought everyone to the weaving factory. Su. Yes. How about you take charge of this weaving factory from now on? Lu Qing inquired, watching as Chung Su momentarily faltered, struggling to comprehend his request. You want me to manage the weaving factory? Precisely. Lu Qing affirmed with a nod. But I know nothing about it. Chung Su felt inadequate. How could she oversee the factory when she lacked knowledge? What if her lack of skill resulted in losses? It's all right. I will guide you slowly until you learn, Lu Qing reassured her with a smile. Then I shall give it a try. Lu Qing gently patted Chung Su on the head. The weaving factory commenced production. After half a month, the paper mill produced 3 batches of goods, and the weaving factory finally welcomed its first batch. Lu Qing categorized the produced fabrics into various grades and personally led Wu He to deliver them to the Monglong shop. In Guang'an City, Lu Qing arrived at the Monglong shop. Darling. Zhou Yuyan, aware of Lu Qing's visit, hurried out to greet him, her face alight with joy. Since its opening, the Monglong shop had flourished and was now the most popular establishment in Guang'an City. Thank you for your hard work. There's no need to mention it, darling. It is my duty, Zhou Yuyan replied bashfully as she gazed at Lu Qing. This time I have brought not only paper, but also fabrics. How do these compare to those from the Su family? Lu Qing instructed Wu He to present his samples to Zhou Yuyan. Did you truly manage to create them? She exclaimed. Of course. When I, Lu Qing, make a promise, I always keep it, he declared with a proud demeanor. Shortly, Wu He entered with the fabrics. 3 types of materials were displayed. Zhou Yuyan approached the first piece. She reached out to touch it, finding it somewhat coarse. Upon closer inspection, she noted the workmanship was lacking. This isn't as good as the Su family's, but it's still quite decent. Zhou Yuyan offered her opinion. Although it was somewhat rough, it was certainly better than having no clothing at all. Many in the Daong dynasty couldn't even afford such fabric for garments. As she moved to the second piece, Zhou Yuyan's expression transformed into one of astonishment. This fabric surpassed that of the Su family. It felt delicate and smooth, devoid of any roughness. This is excellent. Zhou Yuyan hurried to examine the third piece. If the second was this impressive, what could the third possibly be like? Indeed, the third piece was impeccable, smooth, soft, and even cool to the touch, remarkably light and thin. This third one is nothing short of miraculous, Zhou Yuyan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she looked at Lu Qing. Paper is profitable, but with these fabrics the potential for greater earnings is immense. Zhou Yuyan promptly notified the Su family. Before long, Su Baidu arrived with Su Yuyan. Zhou Yuyan had previously informed Su Baidu about Lu Qing's establishment of a weaving factory. Initially skeptical, he decided to inspect the fabrics now that they had arrived in Guang'an City. Uncle. Zhou Yuyan and Lu Qing greeted Su Baidu. Uncle, what do you think of these fabrics? Zhou Yuyan asked, inviting Su Baidu to evaluate the materials. Having spent a lifetime in the textile industry, he would surely recognize their uniqueness. Good. Su Baidu stepped closer. Upon examining the first piece, he frowned. This fabric is too coarse, it cannot be used for clothing as it would be uncomfortable. He promptly offered his assessment. Lu Qing nodded, smiling. What you say is true, uncle. This fabric isn't intended for clothing, but for other purposes, banners, bags, hemp cloth, and the like. Lu Qing explained to Su Baidu. After listening to Lu Qing's explanation, Su Baidu found it somewhat reasonable. He then turned his gaze to the second piece of fabric, and the moment he touched it, a look of astonishment crossed his face, for the quality of this second batch of cloth far surpassed that of the first batch he had just examined. Even the fabric from the Su family could not compete with what lay before him. This is excellent. Su Baidu praised. This surpasses even our Su family's offerings. Su Baidu appeared quite enamored with the fabric. This piece is intended for outer garments, uncle. Please take a look at this third piece of fabric. Zhou Yuya said with a gentle smile, suggesting that Su Baidu examine the third fabric, confident it would leave him even more astonished. Following Zhou Yuya's suggestion, Su Baidu inspected the third piece of fabric. How can this be possible? It is astonishingly good. Su Baidu could hardly believe his eyes as he examined the fabric before him. It was exquisitely smooth, truly a superior quality. Based on his years of experience in the industry, the fabric before him was fit for tribute to the imperial court. Su Baidu looked toward Lu Qing. How did you achieve this, Lu Qing? It's a secret, Lu Qing replied with a hint of a smile. Seeing that Lu Qing was unwilling to elaborate, Su Baidu refrained from pressing further. After all, such methods were closely guarded secrets for a fabric merchant and wouldn't be easily divulged. Uncle, may I utilize the Su family's distribution channels to market this fabric? Lu Qing sought Su Baidu's opinion. That is not a problem. Su Baidu nodded. He felt exceedingly confident regarding the fabric before him, as its quality had surpassed that of the cloth produced by the Su family. Even if others acquired the skills to produce it, it would be futile. Then I shall entrust this to you, uncle. Indeed. Su Baidu nodded in agreement. In the following days, Su Baidu and Zhou Yuya busily engaged in the paper and fabric business. After several days, they finally completed their tasks. Dear husband, this is our income from paper sales, totaling 27,000 taels. And this is our income from fabric sales throughout Guang'an City, and even the Luoyang region. Everyone is clamoring for our fabric. It can be said that whatever you produce can be sold. This amounts to 35,000 taels. Su Baidu and Zhou Yuya opened box after box of silver before Lu Qing. In total there were over 60,000 taels. Let the Monglong shop keep 5,000 taels for unforeseen needs, and for the fabric income uncle will take 30%, I will take the remainder. Lu Qing began to formulate his plans. Dear husband, that is unnecessary. Zhou Yuya was taken aback by Lu Qing's decision to allocate 5,000 taels for her, feeling overwhelmed by his generosity. It is only right in business one must have funds at hand. Should any issues arise, you cannot expect me to send money over. While I could, it would waste precious time. Therefore, for every transaction, the Monglong shop will retain a sum at the counter. Lu Qing explained to Zhou Yuya with a smile. Zhou Yuya's eyes brimmed with tears. Thank you for your trust, dear husband. In this life and the next I can offer nothing in return. You are like a steadfast mountain, and I, like a resilient cypress, shall never betray you. Zhou Yuya said, deeply moved. You silly girl. Lu Qing playfully pinched Zhou Yuya's cheek. At that moment Su Baidu cleared his throat. They were openly displaying their affection in front of him. Uncle. Lu Qing, I shall forego my 30% as family considerate assistance. No. Lu Qing shook his head. The Su family has its burdens, you have a family to support. I, Lu Qing, must not be inconsiderate. You may help me once, or even twice, but you cannot continuously assist me without compensation. Thus from the outset we agreed on these terms, which benefits us both. You have earned this money not just for this occasion. In the future, for any fabric business that the Su family assists me with, uncle, you may always take 30%. This is my promise to you. Lu Qing spoke firmly, showing no hesitation in certain matters. Su Baidu regarded Lu Qing with newfound respect. The lad was indeed impressive. Very well, if that is the case, I shall accept it. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded with a smile. Su Baidu happily returned to the Su family with the money. This marked the first time they had earned after suffering setbacks from the He family, and it was no small sum. Father. Su Baidu called upon his return. What is it? Su Baidu noticed tears in Su Yunyan's eyes, her expression filled with an overwhelming sense of grievance, instantly prompting him to inquire about the situation. Sigh. At that moment Lu Shi, Su Baidu's wife, let out a helpless sigh. Today I found a match for Yunyan, but the other party, said Lu Shi, hesitated to continue. Su Baidu furrowed his brow. What exactly happened? The other party said that Yunyan had been involved with Ying and is no longer a pure maiden, so she is unworthy of marrying into their family. Lu Shi revealed the situation. That is utter nonsense. Su Baidu's anger flared. While it was true that his daughter was betrothed to Ying, nothing improper had occurred between them. How could they so brazenly defame his daughter? Father. Su Yunyan was tearful. In just a few months I will reach the age for marriage. If I cannot find a husband, I will be taken away to serve as a tribute. The thought terrified Su Yunyan. Fear not, their family is insignificant. We shall seek another match. Surely my daughter will not remain unmarried. Su Baidu said sternly, gazing at Su Yunyan. His daughter was beautiful and well-educated. She had no reason to worry about marriage. But now everyone in Guang'an City believes I have lost my virtue to He Ying, and no one is willing to marry me, Su Yunyan said anxiously. Really? Su Baidu felt at a loss for words upon hearing this. Unsure how to comfort Su Yunyan, he remained silent. Father, mother, what am I to do? Su Yunyan said in a panic as she left the front hall. Once she departed, Su Baidu and Lu Shi exchanged glances, both bearing expressions of worry. Although under the Dayong dynasty men could take multiple wives, no man would wish to marry a woman who had lost her virtue, even if she were merely to be a concubine. Is there truly no other way? Lu Shi sighed in resignation. Dear husband, what have you brought back? Lu Shi inquired curiously upon seeing the boxes Su Baidu had returned with, knowing he had been busy with business lately, but had never brought anything home. This is silver from Lu Qing. I sold his fabric and he awarded me 30%. Su Baidu opened the box to reveal stacks of gleaming silver. Really? Lu Shi was astonished, having not anticipated that he would actually sell them. Lu Qing is quite remarkable. He possesses great capability. I now believe he need not pursue formal education to achieve success, Su Baidu said with a smile. Lu Qing was thriving in Guang'an City. No one was unaware of his name. To establish himself in Guang'an City in such a short time was no small feat. Lu Qing was truly exceptional. Lu Shi glanced at Su Baidu. Dear husband, do you also find Lu Qing to be commendable? Upon listening to Lu's words, Su Baidu nodded with a smile. This young man is indeed remarkable, possessing both literary and martial prowess, quite astute. Su Baidu affirmed that among the young individuals he had encountered, Lu Qing was undoubtedly the most outstanding with no equal. Dear husband, what do you think about the idea of marrying Yunyan to Lu Qing? Lu expressed her thoughts. Marry her to Lu Qing. Su Baidu's brows furrowed slightly. From what he knew, Lu Qing already had several wives: Han Xion Yang Qing, Su Jing Yulan Dongchuan, Hua Shenin Ping, Zhou Yu Liu Cc, and Ning Chu Chu. The notion of marrying Yunyan to Lu Qing was concerning. Lu Qing is indeed a good man, but he already has quite a few wives. Su Beidou voiced his apprehension about the possibility of Yunyan being neglected. These days the Daiyong Empire is different from the past. A man with many wives is seen as a good man. I believe Lu Qing is excellent, and isn't it true that you've been profiting from him? If we were to marry Yunyan to Lu Qing, it would strengthen the bond between our families. Yu Ya is not a stranger. If Yunyan marries Lu Qing, they can look out for each other. How wonderful that would be. Lu shared her perspective with Su Beidou. After listening, Su Beidou fell silent. It must be said that Lu's reasoning had merit. Lu Qing was indeed a fine individual, and strengthening the relationship between the Su family and Lu Qing could be beneficial for them. But how do we broach the subject? Tomorrow I will speak to Yu Ya and have her gauge Lu Qing's thoughts, Lu said with a smile. The following day, Lu brought Su Yunyan to Mong Longshangpu. Jima Biaomei. Upon seeing the visitors, Zhou Yuya immediately came forward to greet them. I heard you have been quite busy lately, so I didn't want to intrude. Today I have the chance to come and see you, Lu said. Jima, you're just joking. You can come whenever you wish, Zhou Yuya replied, as she welcomed Lu and Su Yunyan into her home. Yunyan, I need to discuss something with your cousin, so you should step away for a moment. Oh. Though Su Yunyan was unaware of her mother's intentions, she obediently left the front hall and made her way to the back courtyard, where she found Lu Qing and the others busily preparing to return to Monglong village. Jiefu. Yunyan, you've come. Lu Qing greeted her warmly. Are you heading back? Yes, the goods we brought this time have all been sold. I need to return, Lu Qing replied. What is Monglong village like? I am truly curious to see it. Su Yunyan expressed her eagerness to know what Monglong village looked like now. Monglong village is just a small village not comparable to Guang'an City, he said as they engaged in light conversation. In the room, Zhou Yuya sensed that Lu had requested Su Yunyan to leave for an important reason. Zhoma, is there something you wish to discuss? She inquired. Yuya, I want to know about Lu Qing and how he treats his wives, Lu asked, confident that Zhou Yuya would grasp her intention. As expected, upon hearing Lu's inquiries about Lu Qing, Zhou Yuya quickly understood. Jima, are you suggesting that my cousin should marry Lu Qing? Yes, Lu confirmed with a nod. Your cousin is approaching the age of marriage. If she doesn't find a match, the authorities will arrange a marriage for her, and who knows what sort of person she might encounter. She could end up with a rogue. If no suitable match is found, she may be forced into servitude, so your uncle and I thought that Lu Qing would be a good option, Lu elaborated, recognizing that Zhou Yuya had pinpointed her intentions. Has no one proposed to her yet? Zhou Yuya asked. Proposals have been made, but many believe that your cousin has an unclear relationship with He Ying, and thus they are reluctant. However, we know their relationship is innocent, but people are fearful of gossip. Lu expressed the difficulties they faced. Zhou Yuya understood after hearing this. Your husband is mature, responsible, and a commendable choice for lifelong commitment. I firmly believe that being with him would not lead to misfortune. She shared her views on Lu Qing. In Zhou Yuya's eyes, Lu Qing was the finest man in the world. If that is the case, please assist in bringing together your cousin and Lu Qing. Once your cousin marries him, you both will have each other's support. Lu felt relieved, confident in Zhou Yuya's judgment. I will try. Wonderful. Lu nodded in agreement. After a while, Lu Qing and Su Yunyan returned to the front hall. Where is my mother? Su Yunyan asked, wondering why she hadn't been informed of her departure. Jima had to leave for some matters, Zhou Yuya explained with a smile. Oh, Su Yunyan nodded. Yuya, we must be on our way. Is it so soon? Zhou Yuya hadn't expected Lu Qing to leave so quickly, as she hadn't yet conveyed everything she wanted to say. We should return while there is still daylight, Lu Qing replied. That is true. Yunyan, haven't you always been curious about Monglong village? This is a perfect chance for you to accompany your husband back to see it, Zhou Yuya suggested, returning Su Yunyan to Lu Qing. Really? Su Yunyan felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of visiting Monglong village. Indeed, I spoke with Juma, and she agreed, Lu Qing confirmed. That is splendid news. Su Yunyan was so overjoyed that she jumped up. Lu Qing glanced at Zhou Yuya, sensing that she had ulterior motives. Is it appropriate for a girl like Yunyan to accompany me to Monglong village? What is inappropriate about it? If you think it might affect Yunyan's reputation, why not marry her instead? After all, she is approaching the age of marriage, Zhou Yuya teased. Biaojia. Su Yunyan's cheeks flushed crimson. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing realized the intent behind their conversation. You carry on. Oh, I shall step outside for a moment. Lu Qing excused himself from the room. Biaojia, what you just said. That is what your uncle and Juma wish. They would like you to marry your husband. He is a good man, and you will not suffer if you marry him. Furthermore, with the current situation of the Su family, strengthening ties with him would be beneficial. Zhou Yuya explained the stakes to Su Yunyan. But you must take the initiative in this matter. This trip to Monglong village is an opportunity you cannot miss. Sometimes one must not be too reserved, Zhou Yuya began advising Su Yunyan. After listening, Su Yunyan fell silent. To speak candidly, she indeed harbored feelings for Lu Qing. From the way he dealt with He Ying, she perceived him as a man of great capability. Marrying him would surely be the best outcome. I understand, Su Yunyan nodded. Your destiny is in your hands. Make sure to seize it. Zhou Yuya earnestly advised Su Yunyan. Half an hour. Lu Qing returned to Monglong village with Su Yunyan and others. Several days passed. Lu Qing arrived at Monglong village. Upon entering, Lu Qing sensed a thick plume of smoke rising. It seems something has occurred, he remarked. Wu He also detected the anomaly. Qinggu. As Lu Qing and the others approached to investigate, two figures suddenly dashed out from the roadside. It was Tian Wang and Tine Yo. What brings you two here? What has happened in the village? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Qing inferred that the appearance of Tian Wang and Tine Yo was likely no coincidence, possibly orchestrated by Wu Fatsai. It's bandits from the mountains. Bandits. Upon hearing the term, Lu Qing's brow furrowed. They are the bandits from Xilang Mountain. Tian Wang replied. Xilang Mountain is within Qiang County, and the Xilang stronghold has been active there. I never expected them to venture into Liang County, perhaps due to the downfall of He Hu Zhai. Seeing Lu Qing and the other silent, Tian Wang hastily added a few more words. Lu Qing understood at once. Although these bandits were vile, every region has its own bandits, creating a balance of power. With He Hu Zhai eradicated by himself, there were no strongholds in Liang County to contend with Xilang Mountain, prompting them to start plundering the villages within Liang County. Monglong Village, having gained some notoriety, was bound to be their primary target. I understand now, Lu Qing nodded. What about everyone else? Uncle Fatsai promptly led everyone into the mountains for safety. The village is nearly deserted now, Tine Yo informed Lu Qing. Relieved to hear that everyone was safe, Lu Qing exhaled. Wu Fatsai had acted wisely. In the face of danger, no possession was worth more than a life. Are there still bandits in the village? Yes, Tine Yo affirmed. They are aware that we have retreated to the mountains, so they are lying in wait within the village, anticipating our return, ready to capture us when we can no longer remain in the mountains. Tine Yo explained the current predicament to Lu Qing. Shouldn't the local government do something about it? Su Yunyan found it somewhat absurd. With bandits raiding the village, it was the government's duty to intervene. The government has only a handful of officials, and if they truly provoke those bandits, it could lead to persistent troubles, making the government somewhat lenient towards these bandits, Tian Wang explained with a wry smile. Wu He. Yes. Go summon Su Hu and the others from Lihuazhai. Understood. Wu He promptly set off for Lihuazhai. Everyone wait here. I will head to Liang County. Lu Qing instructed Tian Wang and the others before making his way to Liang County. Soon Lu Qing arrived at Liang County. I am Lu Qing, seeking to speak with Captain Chao Song. Lu Qing stated his intention. Please wait, the gatekeeper instructed, allowing Lu Qing to wait momentarily before Chao Song emerged from the government office. Lu Qing, my brother, you have come. Chao to go. Come in. Chao Song personally welcomed Lu Qing into the office. What brings you here today, Lu Qing? Chao Song inquired, curious about Lu Qing's purpose. Looking at Chao Song, Lu Qing asked, are you not aware that Monglong Village is currently under siege by bandits? Chao Song paused for a moment, then shook his head, clearly unaware. I truly did not know. Haven't you eradicated He Hu Zhai and Qinglong Zhai? How can there still be bandits? Chao Song countered. I have come specifically regarding this matter, Lu Qing replied, noticing that Chao Song was not dismissive. These are not local bandits from Liang County, but rather the bandits from Xilang Mountain in Qiang County. What? Chao Song's expression grew serious. It was evident that he had heard of the bandits from Xilang Mountain. What's the matter? Seeing Chao Song's intense reaction, Lu Qing became curious. Was there something particularly notorious about these bandits? To be frank, I was originally from Qiang County. I later fled to Liang County, and thanks to the favor of the officials, I found a position as captain here with my modest martial skills. Chao Song disclosed his background. Lu Qing had not anticipated that Chao Song was originally from Qiang County. The bandits from Xilang Mountain are not ordinary criminals. Many of them are former soldiers who committed offenses and were expelled, banding together to become bandits, making them exceptionally fierce and skilled in battle. The local government has attempted to subdue them several times without success. Moreover, the bandits have caused considerable chaos at the Qiang County government office, greatly enhancing their infamy. Several other bandit groups have voluntarily allied with them, swelling their ranks to several hundred. As Chao Song spoke, he glanced at Lu Qing. If they were ordinary bandits, I wouldn't be too worried. However, the bandits from Xilang Mountain cannot be easily dealt with even by the combined efforts of the Qiang County government and soldiers. Our own government in Liang County is equally powerless. I advise you to concede some resources to appease them and let them depart. Understanding the gravity of Chao Song's words, he recognized the practical approach they were compelled to take. Lu Qing listened without anger or emotion, remaining remarkably composed. He grasped the essence of Chao Song's suggestion. Even the local government was powerless. They had little hope of changing the outcome. Chao to go makes a valid point, yet I am nonetheless inclined to make an attempt. If I retreat now, it would merely embolden the Xilang stronghold. They would grow increasingly reckless. Today they may plunder wealth, tomorrow they may threaten my family, and soon they might even seek my life. Thus I believe it is imperative to confront these bandits assertively, making it clear that we are not to be trifled with. Lu Qing articulated his perspective calmly. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Chao Song appeared uncertain. Chao to go, may I request an audience with Lord Feng? Certainly. Chao Song nodded. Chao Song led Lu Qing to meet Feng Jijia. Lu Qing pays his respects to Lord Feng. "Oh, it is young Master Lu. How may I assist you?" Feng Jijia responded warmly, recognizing that Lu Qing was no ordinary individual. Such a person must be befriended. "Lu Qing has an opportunity that could facilitate your ascension, Lord. Would you be willing to seize this chance?" Lu Qing directly inquired about Feng Jijia's ambitions. Feng Jijia was momentarily taken aback. Chao Song was stunned. He thought to himself that promotions were matters of the court. How could an ordinary person influence such decisions? "Lu Qing, my brother, this is no jest." Chao Song cautioned Lu Qing to speak with care. "I am not jesting. To be candid, I have been conducting business in Guang'an City, where I am acquainted with Lord Tian Song, who is on the brink of a significant promotion. Consequently, there will undoubtedly be vacancies within the Guang'an County government." Lu Qing looked at Feng Jijia, seemingly inquiring whether he was interested in such a position. "Are you truly not jesting?" At this moment, Feng Jijia wore a look of astonishment. "I assure you I have eradicated all the bandits within Guang'an Jun on behalf of Lord Tian. Such a significant accomplishment will surely lead to my promotion," soon Lu Qing revealed, without further concealment. "What? You were the one who exterminated those bandits in Guang'an Jun?" Feng Jijia and Tian Song gazed at Lu Qing in shock. They had heard of the news. Curiosity had sparked regarding the identity of the remarkable individual capable of obliterating all the bandit strongholds in Guang'an Jun, initially suspecting it to be someone from the Jinbei Marquis residence. After all news had already reached them, the Dongxiang people were inclined to move south. The Jinbei Marquis was reinstated. The previous campaign had faltered due to the disruption caused by these bandits, leading to the downfall of the Daong dynasty. Now, as the Jinbei Marquis prepared to engage in battle with the Dongxiang people once more, he would naturally not repeat past mistakes and would first eliminate the troublesome bandits. Yet they never expected it to be Lu Qing. "That was indeed my doing." Lu Qing smiled lightly. "I wonder how you, Lord Feng, would like to assist me in annihilating these bandits under the name of the government?" Lu Qing inquired, knowing he sought their aid. "That is certainly within our capabilities." Feng Jijia readily agreed, recognizing that if Lu Qing could sweep through all the bandit strongholds in Guang'an Jun, the bandits of Xilang Mountain would pose no significant challenge for him. "Thank you, my lord." Lu Qing bowed in gratitude. "I will have Chao Song accompany you, as this will lend further credibility to your endeavor." "Thank you." Lu Qing expressed his appreciation, once more finding Feng Jijia's decision to be prudent. Emerging from the government office, Lu Qing and Chao Song promptly returned to Monglong village. Upon reaching the prearranged location, "Qinggu, Lu Qing greeted Tian Wang and the others. "Is this all the people you have, Lu Xiong?" Chao Song surveyed Lu Qing's modest group, questioning if they could handle the bandits of Xilang Zhai. "My reinforcements have yet to arrive. We must wait a while longer," Lu Qing explained with a smile. The group settled down to rest. "Qinggu." Yang Chong approached Lu Qing. "Is there something on your mind?" "Yes, are the individuals you brought from the Luoyang government?" "Indeed," Lu Qing nodded. "I find it puzzling, Qinggu. You possess the capability to vanquish the bandits by yourself, why involve the government?" Yang Chong questioned, perplexed by Lu Qing's intentions. Previously, when Lu Qing sought assistance from the Guang'an government, Yang Chong had assumed he was merely looking for support. However, after a fortnight of Lu Qing decisively eliminating all the bandit strongholds without utilizing any government personnel, Yang Chong discerned that Lu Qing's need for governmental assistance was paramount. Yet Lu Qing still approached the government. "Perhaps this is beyond your grasp." "Indeed, I cannot comprehend," Yang Chong chuckled, shaking his head. "This is simply a matter of human relations. First, using the government's name to eradicate the bandits helps conceal our identities. The tall tree attracts the wind. Should Monglong village become too renowned, it would not bode well. Secondly, we ultimately reside under the governance of the government. Regardless of our undertakings, consulting the government reflects our respect for them. In times of trouble, we can seek their intervention or assistance. Lastly, it is about building connections. What are we? Merchants, and in business one inevitably interacts with others. Yet there exists a singular entity paramount in any locale, the government." Lu Qing patiently elucidated to Yang Chong why he continuously involved the government. "Are you suggesting we cultivate relationships with the government?" "Precisely. To foster such relationships, one must cater to their interests. Bribing them. In my view, that is the least favorable approach, and not all officials are greedy. Therefore, I offer them achievements, prestige, and political merits. No one can refuse such gifts, and even if inquiries arise, no issues will surface. When I present my offerings, well, they accept them with satisfaction." As Lu Qing explained, Yang Chong seemed to understand. Although Lu Qing appeared merely as an ordinary scholar from Monglong village, his connections were anything but ordinary. The Luoyang County government, the Guang'an Jun government, the Jinbei Marquis residence, Lu Qing had subtly woven ties with these three entities. From this perspective, it was clear that Lu Qing's plan had successfully established connections with officials across Luoyang's jurisdiction. He recalled a saying, "The highest form of persuasion is not to openly declare friendship, promising indulgence and luxuries, but rather to foster a connection unknowingly, creating companionship without awareness. Lu Qing evidently embodied the latter, gradually amassing his network. A truly remarkable strategy. I have learned much. Yang Chong resonated with this insight. Lu Qing's plans and arrangements were indeed beyond their comprehension. Anyone who regarded Lu Qing as merely an ordinary scholar was without a doubt the greatest fool. A day elapsed. Wu He arrived with Su Hu and others. As 300 individuals marched forth, Chao Song was taken aback, never expecting Lu Qing to possess a cohort so formidable. Who are they? They are my friends, Lu Qing briefly introduced to Chao Song. Qingge. All greeted him in accordance with Wu He's words, addressing Lu Qing as Qingge. Qingge. Wu He mentioned that the bandits from Xilang Zhai are planning to raid Monglong village. Indeed, all the villagers are on the mountain, while the bandits are lying in wait in Monglong village. Follow me, not a single one shall escape. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. Confronted by these intruders, he harbored no sympathy whatsoever. Understood. Su Hu and the others nodded in agreement. As night fell, Lu Qing led the group toward Monglong village. Why is there no one at the village entrance? Tian Erwang remarked, puzzled by the emptiness. They are inside the village. They have not stationed anyone at the entrance to create a false impression of their departure. If the villagers fall for it and return to the village, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Lu Qing observed the deserted entrance, recognizing the intelligence of the ringleader. Should we charge indirectly? Tai Niu inquired about Lu Qing's plan. Of course, Lu Qing affirmed. Do you know where they are, Lu Qing? Chao Song asked, still considering locating the enemy's position first. No need to. I suspect they are likely in my home. Lu Qing glanced at the group. In your home? Indeed, within Monglong village, only my house is spacious. They will surely occupy it. Lu Qing offered no further explanation, trusting his intuition. Like a vagrant who encounters a mansion rather than an alley, where do you think they would choose? Naturally, the mansion. Let's proceed. Lu Qing led the group to his residence. As they neared the courtyard, they were greeted by the sounds of commotion. The bandits from Xilang Zhai had indeed invaded Lu Qing's home. Sixth brother, we have truly come to the right place. Such an exquisite house must hold wealth. Indeed. Damn it, a mere villager from Monglong possesses such a lavish home. It was worth our journey over the mountains. This time, we must seize as much as we can. A scar-faced man chuckled heartily. Indeed, when we arrived, I noticed a considerable number of women among the fleeing villagers. This time my brothers have struck it rich. The room was filled with jubilant cheers. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside. What is happening? The crowd rushed outside in a frenzy. They beheld a large group encircling the courtyard, with some even on the rooftops, crossbows aimed at them. Who goes there? Are you here to rob us as well? We are from Xilang Zhai. May I inquire which band you belong to? A man claiming to be Lu Gu stepped forward, short in stature, dressed in gray, wielding a large blade. Kill. Lu Qing remained silent. In moments of life and death, to speak was akin to courting demise. Kill. With Lu Qing's command, Su Hu and the others charged forth. The clash of blades rang out. In less than half an hour, all members of Xilang Zhai were subdued. Who are you really? Yuta gazed at Lu Qing and his companions, sensing their formidable combat prowess, suspecting they were no mere nobodies. We hail from Mang Long Cun, Lu Qing declared, stepping forward. Mang Long Cun. Yuta sneered. Brother, if you are unwilling to disclose your identity, do not jest with me. A small village cannot possibly harbor individuals of your caliber. Yuta clearly doubted Lu Qing's words. Today I Yuta concede defeat. Mang Long Cun is yours, but the future is long. I shall seek retribution for today's events. Yuda's gaze turned sharp. Lu Qing, hearing Yuda's words, could not suppress a laugh. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Lu Qing crouched before Yuda, who was restrained by Su Hu and Wu He, only able to tilt his head slightly to regard Lu Qing. What do you mean? Yuda was perplexed by Lu Qing's statement. Lu Qing chuckled lightly, patting Yuda's face. Do you truly believe I will allow you to leave here alive? Lu Qing urged Yuda to reflect on his own foolishness, coming to Mang Long Cun to commit vile acts causing him significant losses, and genuinely believing he could simply walk away unscathed. Do you dare to kill me? A chill ran down Yuda's spine. I warn you, I am from Xilang Zhai. Should you take my life, you will find it impossible to survive in the territory of Luoyang. Even the Qiang County Yamen holds a measure of respect for us. Do you dare to kill me? Yuda aimed to leverage the reputation of Xilang Zhai to intimidate Lu Qing. Lu Qing smirked. Xilang Zhai, is that so fearsome? Lu Qing stood in disbelief. I will raise Xilang Zhai to the ground, leaving no trace of it behind. Lu Qing's tone turned icy. I offer 500 taels of silver to whoever skins him alive. Lu Qing pointed at Yuda. What? This? Is this for real? The onlookers were struck dumb, never expecting Lu Qing to be so ruthless. Yuda too was momentarily paralyzed with fear. The thought of being skinned alive was a fate worse than death. Brother Qing, as the saying goes, a Taoist may be killed, but not humiliated. Why not grant him a swift end? Yang Chong proposed, stepping forward. Lu Qing considered this. Very well. Lu Qing nodded. Bring me a burlap sack. Quickly He fetched a burlap sack commonly used for transporting goods to Guang'an City. Put it on him. Yes. He swiftly draped the sack over Yuda, and in the next moment Lu Qing picked up a nearby club and began to strike Yuda, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Through the night, Yuda's agonized cries echoed relentlessly. In Manglong Cun, even throughout the entire forest his screams could be heard, causing the surviving members of Silang Zhai to soil themselves in terror, never having witnessed such a horrifying figure. They had thought Silang Zhai formidable, but now it seemed there were even more ferocious individuals. Brother Qing. After witnessing Lu Qing unleash his rage for an entire night, He approached. Fetch another one. Lu Qing pointed at the trembling Silang Zhai bandits. Upon hearing Lu Qing's command, they all prostrated themselves before him. They would rather be killed outright than endure such torment. Spare us. Spare us. We were wrong. We shall never dare again. One by one they bowed, pleading for mercy from this demon. Brother Qing, what is this? Are you feeling sympathy for them? Lu Qing scrutinized He's expression. Have you ever considered that had Uncle Fa and the others not led everyone into the forest, what would have been the fate of those captured by these villains? What would happen to our loved ones? Rape and plunder. These men are devoid of humanity, mere beasts. When faced with such beasts, do you think a humane approach is warranted? Do you understand the implications of your stance? Lu Qing sought to instill this understanding in He. Remember, some individuals are worthy of our efforts and genuine affection, while others are not like these men. Lu Qing stated vehemently. As He absorbed Lu Qing's words, he sensed Lu Qing's genuine ire. Brother Qing is right. Without hesitation, He turned and seized a quivering individual from Silang Zhai. Please no. Please, I was wrong. To hell with you. He, seemingly fueled by rage, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, venting his pent-up anger. Lu Qing then surveyed the others. He tossed a dagger into the throng. I offer you a choice, take your own lives. Lu Qing declared. Such was his ruthless nature when confronting those who had harmed his kin. Lu Qing would show no mercy. Oh, what? We have been captured. Oh, we should be taken to the Yamen. Some shouted in protest. I will deliver your heads to the Yamen, Lu Qing proclaimed, denying them any chance of survival. It was futile. Anyone crossing his line must perish. You are a demon. You are a true devil. Likewise, you are devils. Are you not all murderers and arsonists? I am merely returning the favor using your own tactics against you. Lu Qing pointed at the crowd. Meanwhile, Tian Erwang and the others arrived at the hideout of Wu Fa and the others. This location was discovered by Lu Qing, designated for Wu Fa to train Su Hu and his companions. Had it not been for this place, Wu Fa and the villagers would have had nowhere to seek refuge. Uncle Fa. Erwang. Wu Fa had been on watch in the forest. Upon seeing Tian Erwang and the others, he promptly emerged. Brother Lu Qing has returned. Those bandits are all captured. Uncle Fa, you can inform everyone that they may return to Manglong Cun. Tian Erwang exclaimed joyfully. Is that so? A smile spread across Wu Fa's face. Indeed, did you not hear the screams? We did. Many villagers were awake. Throughout the night the sounds were too haunting. Zhao Taizhu remarked, still shaken, unsure of what had transpired. Those were the screams of the bandit leader. Brother Lu Qing punished him all night long. Tian Erwang recounted the events to Wu Fa and the others, leaving them horrified. Lu Qing was genuinely furious this time. In less than half a day, the villagers of Manglong returned to the village. Unanimously, they gathered at Lu Qing's home. Dear, Han Xionyang and the others rushed towards Lu Qing upon seeing him. Dear, are you all alright? We're fine, it's just that this house. Cheng Su gazed at their home, which had been left in disarray by the mountain bandits, her heart aching for the place that was once their sanctuary, now rendered so chaotic. It's alright. Lu Qing smiled gently, offering reassurance to Cheng Su. As long as you are safe, that's what matters. We can repair the damaged items. Cheng Su nodded obediently. Lu Qing. Village Chief Lu Shizai stepped forward. Village Chief. Lu Qing, how do you intend to deal with these bandits? Kill them. Lu Qing answered without hesitation, delivering the stark command with 2 words: kill them. Why not hand them over to the authorities? You could earn a reward that way. At this point, Zhao Taizhu stepped forward, suggesting that Lu Qing consider turning the bandits over to the government for a bounty. No. Lu Qing shook his head. More than the bounty, I value our future peace. Why did the bandits dare to rob Manglong? They believe we are easy prey. I intend to show these bandits that Manglong is a bane to their existence. Lu Qing's expression was solemn, and seeing his demeanor, the crowd fell silent. Since Lu Qing's marriage, his actions had gradually earned him respect among the villagers of Manglong. At this moment, Lu Qing stood in their eyes as a figure of equal, if not greater merit than village chief Lu Shizai, for Lu Qing could provide for them financially and ensure they were fed. I support Brother Qing. I support Brother Qing too. The young men stepped forward, expressing their allegiance. Excellent. Lu Qing nodded, pleased, for this was the attitude he sought. If you kill me, my elder brother will not spare you. At this moment, Yuda stubbornly glared at Lu Qing, harboring deep-seated hatred after a night of torment. You still have the strength to speak to me. Lu Qing raised his club and before the crowd struck you to dead. The villagers were horrified, their faces pale, as they instinctively retreated, never expecting this once bookish young man could be so terrifying. Oh, Meng Xiaojun gasped audibly. Finish them all. Seeing that the kneeling bandits had not taken their own lives, Lu Qing immediately commanded Su Hu and the others to take action. The bandits pleaded for mercy, but Su Hu and his companions were not the type to show compassion. They were also from the ranks of bandits and understood all too well the consequences of being merciful. Soon, all the bandits were killed in front of the villagers of Monglong. Silence enveloped the area, the air heavy with the scent of blood. Lu Qing turned to Han Xionyang and the others. Stay here and clean the house. I have some matters to attend to. With a glance, Lu Qing signaled Su Hu and the others to take away the corpses of the bandits. Dear, Shen Yinping seemed to grasp Lu Qing's intentions. It's nothing. I will return shortly. Then please be careful. Shen Yinping replied obediently. All right. Lu Qing nodded. With Su Hu and the others, Lu Qing headed straight for Xilang Mountain. 2 days later, they arrived at Xilang Mountain at the base of Xilang Zhai. Brother Qing, up ahead is Xilang Zhai. Su Hu pointed toward the distant stronghold. Lu Qing observed that the location of the stronghold was quite strategic, occupying a favorable terrain that was easy to defend and difficult to breach, complete with watchtowers and arrow towers resembling a miniature fortress. Indeed, they possessed some skill. After careful observation, Lu Qing offered an objective assessment. What does Brother Qing suggest? Send the heads of Yu Da and his men to them, lure them out, and kill any who dare to emerge. They will soon realize they cannot face us openly. Lu Qing made his stance clear without a moment's hesitation. Understood. Su Hu nodded, smiling. Su Hu and Wu He, along with a few others, proceeded forward. Upon reaching Xilang Zhai, they were met with a challenge. Who goes there? The bandits atop the arrow tower, seeing unfamiliar figures approaching, immediately drew their bows. Though it was a bandit stronghold, their vigilance was unmatched. We are from Luliang County, here to bring you gifts. As Su Hu spoke, he dropped several burlap sacks to the ground, and without further ado turned away with Wu He and the others. The unusual action left the bandits momentarily stunned. Is delivering gifts now such a peculiar affair? Go check. Yes. 2 bandits approached the sacks, which contained round, bloodied objects. What's inside? Why not open it and see? As one bandit opened a sack, he was horrified and stumbled backwards, retreating in panic as if what lay inside was a dreadful apparition. What's inside? It's heads. It's Yuda? Someone shouted. What? In no time, dozens of bandits surrounded, opening the sacks to reveal the ghastly contents, the severed heads of their fellow bandits from Xilang Zhai. Quickly informed the chief. On it. Within moments, a throng of people emerged from Xilang Zhai. What's happening? Amidst them was a burly man clad in armor, wielding a spear resembling a formidable general, yet emanating the unmistakable aura of a bandit. Chief, look here. Who did this? Upon seeing Yu Da's head, Huang Puyan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Yu Da was his brother, who dared to slay him, and send the proof. I don't know. They claimed to be from Luliang County. The bandit relayed the information to Huang Puyan. And where are they now? They just left. Third brother. In attendance. Pursue them at once. Capture them, and after interrogating them, make them pay dearly. Huang Puyan commanded, his gaze fixed on a nearby individual, instructing him to chase after those who had just come to deliver the gifts. Understood. Bian Liang's lips curled into a grin, assuring Huang Puyan that he would make sure those few individuals learned the price of such insolence. Bian Liang set off with a dozen men. Meanwhile, Su Hu and his companions followed Lu Qing's instructions, hastily discarding the sacks before making their quick retreat. Brother Qing. Lu Qing smiled, patting Su Hu on the shoulder. Do you think they will pursue us? Wu He asked, anxiously concerned that if they did not, their plan would be in vain. Xilang Zhai is the largest bandit stronghold in Qiang County. After such humiliation, they will certainly not sit idly by. Besides, there are only a few of you. They will chase after you. Once they do, we will set a trap for them. Lu Qing was confident. This Yuda clearly held a significant position, and such provocation was hard for anyone to swallow, particularly for these bandits. Alert everyone to prepare for battle. Understood. Yang Chong issued the command. Indeed. Not long after the orders were given, individuals from Xilang Zhai arrived. They are quite adept at fleeing. Bian Liang expressed his annoyance, having failed to spot Su Hu and his companions despite the relentless pursuit. At their current speed, they should have caught up by now. Third Master need not worry, no one knows Xilang Shan better than us. They cannot escape. It is only a matter of time before we capture them and subject them to 1,000 tortures, teaching them the consequences of offending our Xilang Shan. The person beside Bian Liang spoke with anger evident in his demeanor. To provoke Xilang Shan was to invite their wrath. Indeed, you are correct. Someone else chimed in agreement. By the way, are you aware of Yo Da's destination in Luliang? No, we have no knowledge of that. The others shook their heads. After all, Yo Da and his entourage had claimed they were on a quest for riches, yet little did they know it would lead them to their demise in Luliang Xian. What a useless fool. Bian Liang's tone turned icy. His anger stemmed not from the loss of one Yoda, but from the audacity of someone daring to challenge the authority of Zhai. He would not bat an eye at the death of 100 individuals like him. Kill. In the next moment a command rang out. Before Bien Liang and his companions could react, countless arrows flew from the woods flanking the road, catching them completely off guard. There's an ambush. Bien Liang was about to retreat when Su Hu and his group had already surrounded them. 300 strong, while Bien Liang and his men numbered only a mere dozen, and they were injured. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, their earlier bravado faded, replaced by fear. Who are you? Bien Liang mustered his courage to inquire. Naturally, we are here to present you a gift. It seems you appreciate our offerings and have come to bid us farewell. Unfortunately, I do not enjoy farewells. Lu Qing wore a slight smile on his face. Upon hearing Lu Qing's response, Bien Liang glanced at him, noting the young scholar's handsome features. Do you hold sway here? Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. Very well, I concede today. How shall we resolve this? Bien Liang thought to stabilize the situation, planning to call for reinforcements upon returning to Zhai, ensuring that these men would understand his might. Of course we will kill you. Lu Qing slowly raised his hand. Leave no one alive. Understood. Yang Chong and the others prepared to act under Lu Qing's command. Hold on. Bien Liang interjected. We are but a handful while you have at least 200. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for overwhelming us? Let us each find a man to duel. If we win, we shall leave. If you win, we accept our fate. Bien Liang proposed a solution on combat. Confident that in a fair fight no one here could best him. I will take part. At that moment Su Hu stepped forward. Since the opponents sought a duel, they would engage, ensuring that the reputation of Zhai remained intact. However, Lu Qing blocked his path. Qinggu, do you consider this a game? Ignoring Su Hu's surprise, Lu Qing turned his attention back to Bien Liang. Have you fought before? Yes. Have you seen battle? Certainly. Allow me to inform you that when I fought in battle, you were still playing in the mud. Bien Liang's expression radiated arrogance. Then you should refrain from uttering such foolish words. Lu Qing appeared profoundly disappointed in Bien Liang. What do you mean? Bien Liang glared at Lu Qing, astonished that he dared to call him foolish. In war, life and death hang in the balance. Do you believe that because one side has more men, they will simply line up for duels? Are you unaware of the tactics of overwhelming forces? When 100,000 troops face 1,000, do they engage in duels, or do they crush them outright? Lu Qing questioned Bien Liang with increasing intensity. We are not saints, nor are you. There is no need to cling to notions of fairness, justice, or unknown combat. I will tell you this: the one who survives is the victor, the dead are nothing. Thus there will be no dueling. The fury in Lu Qing's eyes intensified. You. Bien Liang gazed at Lu Qing in terror. Who are you? Are you from the military? Bien Liang sensed a commanding presence about Lu Qing, a demeanor unbecoming of a mere scholar or ordinary individual. I am but an ordinary person longing for a peaceful existence. However, you have chosen to provoke me. Reluctantly, for my future tranquility, I must ensure your demise. Attack. Before Bien Liang and his companions could react, the surrounding forces unleashed a barrage of arrows, swiftly following up with close combat. In mere moments, all of Bien Liang's men fell. Lu Qing turned his gaze to Su Hu. Do not readily agree to duels. We are here to eliminate bandits, not to engage in contests. Dueling should be a jest, not a battlefield tactic. Lu Qing imparted this lesson to Su Hu. Understood. Su Hu nodded awkwardly, realizing he had acted impulsively. Now take their heads back to Zhai and inform them that these are our gifts. We will withdraw 3 miles, you shall meet us there. Lu Qing commanded Su Hu. Why withdraw? Wu Hai was puzzled, believing the location to be favorable. A tremor has already occurred here. Should others arrive, they will be vigilant. Thus, any further ambushes will be less effective. Lu Qing explained with a smile. I understand. Wu Hai grasped Lu Qing's reasoning. Go. Yes. Su Hu and Wu He took the heads of Bien Liang and his men back. Soon they arrived at Zhai. Who goes there? We are from Luliangxian. We recently delivered a gift and have returned to rectify an oversight, Su Hu stated as he tossed down the bag before hastily departing with Wu He. Seize them. Upon witnessing Su Hu and the others attempting to flee, someone shouted. They would not allow them to escape this time. However, Su Hu and his companions were prepared. Before the bandits could charge out, they swiftly departed. When the bandits emerged, they were only able to glimpse Su Hu's retreating figures. What is this? Upon inspecting the bag, they discovered the heads of Bien Liang's men. This is bad. Quickly inform the big chief. The third master has been killed. What? Soon Huang Pu Yen emerged. Old 3. Upon seeing Bien Liang's head, his eyes filled with rage. Where are they? They have fled. Pursue them. Form a front and back to provide support. We must capture them. Huang Pu Yen bellowed. He suspected that Bien Liang had been ambushed, thus he dispatched 2 men to follow, ensuring they could respond to any tricks the enemy might employ. Rest assured, brother. The 4th and 5th masters immediately led their men in pursuit, maintaining formation to ensure mutual support against any ambush. Su Hu and his companions prepared an ambush. Before long, a group of people approached. They're coming. Are we ready for battle? Wang Long glanced at Su Hu. No rush. Didn't Qing say to let them pass and wait for the next wave? Su Hu calmly observed the mountain bandits encroaching upon their perimeter. Su Hu, do you really think Qing can predict this? Li Xing expressed his skepticism. It was not that he doubted Lu Qing, nor did he underestimate him. He simply found it hard to believe that Lu Qing could foresee the number of waves the enemy had. Even deities could not possess such insight into another's thoughts. Did Lu Qing possess some supernatural capability? If Qing says there will be, then there will be. Trust him and wait. Su Hu smiled faintly, having personally witnessed Lu Qing's abilities, which left him with a profound impression of the man's exceptional prowess. All right, Li Xing nodded. Soon the fourth leader arrived with his men. Su Hu did not give the signal to attack. Wang Long, Li Xing, and the others watched the departing bandits, silently acknowledging that should they engage these men, would surely meet a grim fate. Yet Lu Qing had instructed them not to act. All they could do was watch helplessly. Moments later, someone rushed to inform Su Hu. They're coming. It's true what Qing said, another group is approaching about the same number as before. The messenger grinned as he relayed the news. Su Hu remained unfazed, but Wang Long and Li Xing began to sweat profusely, astonished by Lu Qing's accurate prediction. What kind of person was Lu Qing to understand the enemy's plans so thoroughly? It was terrifying. Now do you see Qing Ji's prowess? Su Hu remarked with pride, observing the astonished expressions of Wang Long and Li Xing. He recalled having experienced similar awe. Lu Qing was indeed formidable. I'm truly impressed. Wang Long expressed his admiration. Lu Qing's skills were indeed beyond comprehension. Well then, since we admire Qing, we must not let him down. Relay the order to prepare for battle. We will surround them as they arrive. Understood. Wang Long and Li Xing rushed to make preparations. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, accompanied by Yang Chong, Zhou Qian, Wu Hai, and Wu He, lay in wait. Qing, the bait has taken. Excellent. Everyone prepare to strike. Remember, do not show any mercy, eliminate them directly. Lu Qing commanded, emphasizing that they must not grant their mortal enemies any chance to recover. Yes. Zhou Qian and the others nodded. Soon the fourth leader and his men approached. Attack. Zhou Qian and his companions charged forward, resembling fierce tigers descending from the mountains. In no time, they had surrounded the enemy completely. So it was you who killed Yuda and Bian Liang. The fourth leader's icy gaze swept over Lu Qing and his group. Despite being encircled, he showed no sign of panic, for he knew reinforcements were on the way. When their men arrived, they would coordinate to eliminate this rabble easily. They were not ordinary bandits. They were seasoned warriors skilled in strategy, and dealing with this disorganized crowd was a mere trifle. It was us, Lu Qing confirmed. Very well, then you shall pay for Yuda and Bian Liang with your lives. I intend for each of you to wish you had never been born. The fourth leader brandished his weapon, a smile curling on his lips. Lu Qing scrutinized this self-assured adversary. You seem quite confident. Do you doubt our ability to defeat you? Do you have some sort of plan? Lu Qing appeared to discern the fourth leader's thoughts. The fourth leader regarded Lu Qing, recognizing him as an educated man. You are clever, but do you know that the clever often meet with the direst fates? The fourth leader's cold gaze resembled that of a predator sizing up its prey. Lu Qing nodded. I concur. The clever often fall victim to their own cunning, leading to their demise. However, the foolish perish swiftly, like you and your companions. If you believe you have reinforcements, let me assure you your plan has failed. They will not arrive in time. Lu Qing's words struck like daggers to the heart, rendering the fourth leader aghast, as his confidence waned, replaced by a grave sense of foreboding. If this man spoke thus, he must have knowledge of their scheme. Were the fifth leader and his men restrained? You speak in alarmist terms. Suit yourself. Lu Qing offered no further explanation, stepping back as Zhou Qian and the others closed in, swiftly dispatching the fourth leader and his men. The fourth leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he met his end. How could their plans have been discovered? Soon after, Su Hu and his group arrived, each wearing a satisfied grin. Qing, it's done. Qing, you truly are remarkable. How did you know they would come in 2 waves to pursue us? Wang Long eagerly questioned Lu Qing, itching to uncover the secret. Lu Qing smiled lightly. Because our adversary has military experience, he must understand some strategies and tactics. Thus, after realizing his first wave had fallen into an ambush, he would likely send a second wave for support, ensuring that even in the face of an ambush he could coordinate an escape. Lu Qing explained with a grin. This person possesses some skill, but regrettably, he has merely scratched the surface. He is insignificant in my presence. Lu Qing added with a touch of pride. Though merely eradicating bandits, he had become a seasoned general in Luoyang, having triumphed over so many without suffering significant losses, all due to his wit. Qing is formidable. Long live Qing! An exuberant shout echoed, though its source was uncertain. A long live should not be uttered lightly. Should it be overheard, it could be deemed treasonous. Lu Qing swiftly interjected to quell the exuberance. Qing, what shall we do next? Naturally, we shall continue to send gifts. I want the Si Lang Zhai to be filled with trepidation. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. The real show had only just begun, and it could not end so abruptly. He intended for the Xilang Zhai to understand that offending him Lu Qing would yield consequences far graver than those inflicted by the authorities. Understood. Su Hu and the others nodded. Qing, shall we lay another ambush? No need. Lu Qing waved his hand, having laid ambushes twice. Further attempts would only make the enemy wary. They would rest for a few days. Warfare is not a matter to be rushed, and collecting debts requires patience. Su Hu and his companions followed Lu Qing's instructions and delivered gifts to Xilang Zhai once more. This time, as Lu Qing had predicted, no one from Xilang Zhai pursued them. Though the individuals of Xilang Zhai were mountain bandits, they were not foolish. They had witnessed 3 groups perish in their attempts to chase after Su Hu and his companions, and thus would not foolishly send out more men to meet the same fate. Dezongjia. The members of Xilang Zhai looked toward Huang Pu Yin, their eyes reflecting fear. Since the establishment of Xilang Zhai, they had never encountered such a terrifying incident. Their men had gone out only to meet death, which was a brutal affront to their pride. Huang Pu Yin narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment. Send the order. No one is to venture outside without permission. Strengthen the vigilance of Xilang Zhai. Inform me immediately of any rustle or disturbance. Huang Pu Yin commanded. Days passed without any sign from Xilang Zhai. Qing, what should we do now? Su Hu inquired about Lu Qing's thoughts, as they would soon exhaust the supplies they had brought. Qing. At that moment, Wu Hai and Feng Quan returned. Su Hu observed the two, suspecting that Lu Qing had purposely sent them on a mission, though he remained unaware of their task. What have you discovered? We found out that someone has indeed been supplying food to Xilang Zhai. It appears that deliveries have been made every 2 days. Feng Quan informed Lu Qing of the news he had uncovered. Excellent. We shall cut off their food supply. Lu Qing decided to execute a strategy of starvation. Understood. Wu Hai nodded in acknowledgement. After laying an ambush for a day, they awaited the arrival of the food courier the following day. Stop. Good sir, spare my life. I am merely a passing merchant. The leader of the group immediately knelt and begged for mercy upon seeing Lu Qing and his companions surrounding them. A merchant? Lu Qing stepped forward, approaching a cart. What business do you engage in? I conduct small-scale trade. The leader stood bowing as he approached Lu Qing, producing a silver note from his sleeve and offering it to him, hoping to avert disaster through financial sacrifice. Kind sir, I implore you to show mercy. Lu Qing regarded the 100 taels of silver. It was no small sum. Quite perceptive. Lu Qing expertly pocketed the silver note. This is just a token of my appreciation. The leader, upon witnessing Lu Qing's agreeable demeanor, smiled broadly, as if glimmers of hope had ignited within him. To part with 100 taels, this hardly seems like a small business. Lu Qing tapped the sack atop the cart, revealing it filled with grain. Truly a modest venture. Is trading with Xilang Zhai considered small-scale? Xilang Zhai is the largest bandit stronghold in Qing County. If this is small business, then I shudder to think what constitutes large business. Lu Qing smiled. The leader before Lu Qing had not anticipated that the other party would be aware of his identity and dealings. Are you curious? Surprised? I shall disclose a truth. I have been waiting specifically for you, anticipating your arrival to deliver food to Xilang Zhai. You hand me 100 taels, but weren't you secretly vowing to return with your men and slay us upon reaching Xilang Zhai? Lu Qing fixated on the leader. His gaze seemed to penetrate the leader's thoughts. That 100 taels is likely your ploy to delay us. You are indeed a clever individual, but alas, I cannot allow you to leave. Lu Qing took a step back, and Zhou Qian and the others surged forward, swiftly dealing with the leader and his men, leaving no survivors. Qing. Lu Qing nodded. What shall we do now? Now we shall deliver the food. Lu Qing's lips curved into a smile. But what about us? Just wait. Half a day later, Wu He and the others returned. Where are the supplies? They are here. Good. Lu Qing nodded. Add some seasoning to the grain we are delivering to enhance its flavor. Lu Qing instructed Wu He and the others to begin their preparations. Su Hu and the others observed with curiosity. What is it? Su Hu asked, his expression one of intrigue. Laxatives, Lu Qing explained. Su Hu was left speechless, realizing that Xilang Zhai had indeed offended a formidable adversary. Those who crossed Lu Qing would surely find themselves in dire straits. The laxatives were thoroughly sprinkled over the grain. Su Hu, you and the others stay outside. Wang Long, Li Xing, Zhou Qian, you come with me. Understood. Qing, must you go personally? This is too perilous. Allow us to handle it. Feng Quan hastily stepped forward to dissuade him, acutely aware of Lu Qing's significance to their group. It's fine, one cannot catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den. I cannot merely strategize while avoiding the fray, I must also occasionally charge into battle with my brothers. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. Your strategic planning is already of utmost importance. Let us handle the dangerous tasks. Yang Chong understood Lu Qing's concerns. He feared that they might underestimate him. But who would dare to underestimate Lu Qing? To them he was akin to a divine figure. But there are no buts. If you refuse to heed our counsel, we will be compelled to take matters into our own hands. Han Qing chuckled, feigning readiness to take action. Then let it be. Lu Qing waved his hand, not wishing to engage in a confrontation with these skilled fighters. He preferred to remain the strategist, orchestrating their victory from the shadows. Plans arranged, Zhou Qian and the others set off with the supplies towards Xilangzhai. They soon arrived at the stronghold. Who goes there? We are delivering supplies. Zhou Qian replied. By the schedule it should be noon, why have you only just now arrived? Apologies, we encountered some difficulties that delayed us. Zhou Qian patiently explained. The gates opened quickly. Zhou Qian and the others drove their carts inside. Finally the grain has arrived. I was quite distressed these past days. Without food my brothers would surely suffer. Upon seeing the supplies the members of Xilangzhai broke into smiles. Where is old man Tong? Who are you? Suddenly someone questioned Zhou Qian. I am Zhou Qian. Our manager was delayed by matters of urgency and worried about the supplies, so he sent me in his stead. Zhou Qian responded, quickly concocting an excuse. Very well. The questioner no longer pressed for details. The supplies were unloaded and accommodations were arranged for Zhou Qian and his companions. Zhou Qian did not decline the offer, better to settle and then raise suspicion. If they behaved naturally, they would avoid drawing attention, for any hint of weakness could lead to dire consequences. Since the grain has arrived, let us prepare a meal. Understood. The members of Xilangzhai began to cook. Su Hu and the others observed from outside. Qing Zhou Qian and the others have not come out. Could something have gone wrong? Impossible. Lu Qing shook his head. How can you be so certain? Han Qing inquired, eager to understand Lu Qing's unwavering confidence in Zhou Qian and the others' safety, as they could discern nothing from the outside regarding the happenings within Xilangzhai. If the people of Xilangzhai were aware that Zhou Qian and his companions were our allies, the very culprits behind the slaughter of their kin, they would surely have been displayed at the entrance of the village for all to see. Lu Qing remarked with a smile, while gesturing towards the unassuming gate of the village. Remember to observe the details, for it is through them that we uncover issues. There is no flawless event in this world, it is merely a matter of us failing to identify the subtleties. Thus one must learn to be observant. Lu Qing advised Wang Long and the others beside him. For instance, if we were to engage in battle and observe our opponents cooking, it indicates a moment of relaxation. An assault at such a time would catch them off guard. However, do not directly storm the stronghold, instead feign an attack, and employ a war of attrition to gradually wear down their patience. Once their resolve is depleted, they are effectively defeated, for a person loses their rationality at the moment of their downfall. Lu Qing began his lesson. Uncertain of how his words would impact the future, he felt it prudent to share his insights, believing that even if they went and used understanding more, could only benefit everyone. Yang Chong and the others listened intently. It seemed as though Lu Qing was imparting invaluable knowledge. Brother Qing, so we merely need to wait here. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded with a smile, awaiting news from Zhou Qian and his group. At Xilangzhai, cooking ensued. Soon the meal was prepared. Huang Puyin and his companions personally arrived at the assembly hall to share the meal. Come, you all should eat. Huang Puyin instructed someone to summon Zhou Qian and the others. Upon seeing the spread before them, Zhou Qian and his companions were acutely aware that the food was laced with laxatives. Consuming it would spell disaster for them. Yet what if they chose not to eat, and the people of Xilangzhai became suspicious? All eyes turned to Zhou Qian, seemingly awaiting his decision. After all, Lu Qing had instructed everyone to heed Zhou Qian's commands, refraining from any independent actions. Any unforeseen event could plunge them into peril. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhou Qian understood. Thank you, esteemed leader. In that case, it would be disrespectful to refuse. Brothers, the esteemed leader is treating us, so let us indulge. Zhou Qian declared with a hearty spirit. He resolved to take the plunge. After all, enduring a few days of discomfort was preferable to facing the wrath of these mountain bandits should they sense something amiss. Eat. Those beside Zhou Qian were taken aback, thinking, brother, are you unaware of the laxatives in this food? Indeed, eat. Zhou Qian reiterated. Very well. At that moment, Huang Puyin laughed heartily. I admire you, young brother Zhou Qian, for your forthrightness. Huang Puyin raised a large wine bowl. Brothers, let us raise our bowls in gratitude to Zhou Qian and his companions for providing us with this feast. Huang Puyin encouraged everyone to toast Zhou Qian. Despite being bandits, Huang Puyin understood the art of forging alliances. He did not present himself as a mere bandit to everyone, rather he treated many with respect. Thus many in Qiang County, despite knowing Huang Puyin and his band were notorious, still sought to befriend him, perceiving him as a hero rather than a mere outlaw. Cheers. Zhou Qian gritted his teeth and stood. Cheers. Everyone drank heartily and feasted on the meat. Once satiated, someone suddenly felt unwell. Oh no, my stomach. I'm not feeling well either. One by one they clutched their stomachs, the sounds emanating from their bellies akin to tumultuous waves. What is happening? The second in command, noticing the commotion, attempted to rise to inquire, but his face paled as he felt his own stomach rumbling ominously. This is bad. His countenance turned ashen, teeth clenched in desperation. Brother, the food is tainted. Huang Puyin too began to feel the effects, his stomach joining the chorus of discomfort, signaling an imminent disaster. The food. Could someone have poisoned it? Is it you? The second-in-command glared at Zhou Qian and his companions, the newcomers to Xilang Zhai, who had arrived without incident prior to this. Unjust accusations. Zhou Qian replied, his expression grim. Though he had eaten little, he had underestimated the potency of the laxatives. Leader, we too have been affected, Zhou Qian stated. Huang Puyin observed that Zhou Qian and his companions did not appear to be feigning, they were indeed suffering just as he was. If Zhou Qian's group had been guilty, they would not have been afflicted as well. It must be our former steward. Zhou Qian identified a scapegoat, the steward they had dispatched. I believe it was the steward who delivered the food only to encounter misfortune. It is likely he orchestrated this, fearing exposure and wanting us to take the fall. Zhou Qian's face darkened, his eyes ablaze with vengeance. Brother. The second-in-command turned to Huang Puyin. I must attend to urgent matters. Huang Puyin hastily sought the restroom. Even the mightiest could not withstand the torment of a sudden bowel movement. Quickly disperse. The second-in-command covered his nose, grimacing at the foul odor that had begun to permeate the air, uncertain of who had soiled themselves. Zhou Qian and his companions clenched their jaws, straining to exit the assembly hall. Zhou Qian, hold on. Zhou Qian urged his companions, though beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his face. He swore never to play the hero again, as this was sheer torture. As they emerged, a commotion erupted outside, with individuals clamoring for the restroom, some unable to wait resorting to immediate relief. Move. Zhou Qian led his group toward the village gate. As they neared the entrance, he commanded, act. His companions rushed forward without hesitation. What are you doing? Who are you? In a swift motion, Zhou Qian's blade flashed, cutting down a bandit, and the others began to force open the gate, which was meticulously constructed and required several to operate, unlike a typical wooden barricade. This is bad, to stop them. The second-in-command ordered his subordinates to intervene upon witnessing Zhou Qian's group prying open the gate, but each was besieged by their own digestive crises. Although Zhou Qian was near, they felt as if they were miles away. With each step, their stomachs roiled violently. All their strength was sapped, leaving them unable to mount any resistance against Zhou Qian and his companions. It's open. With the commotion at the gate, Su Hu quickly alerted everyone. Charge. Lu Qing did not wait for the gate to fully open. A mere gap was sufficient for them to surge through. Kill. Su Hu Wu, he and the others led their comrades forward, flowing through the gate like a tidal wave. Damn it. Su Hu cursed. The entirety of Xilang Zhai was suffused with a foul stench akin to stumbling into a latrine, utterly unbearable. The inhabitants of Xilang Zhai, their faces ashen, stared in horror at the incoming Su Hu and his companions, some overwhelmed by the chaos and losing control of their bodily functions. Shall we engage them? Yang Chong furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the formidable Xilang Zhai would appear so disheveled, each carrying a pallid expression, looking pitiable. What are you waiting for? Are you here to spectate? Attack! Lu Qing entered, observing Su Hu and the others frozen in shock, and promptly issued orders. Kill! Su Hu and the others were equally determined to fight back. Lu Qing approached Zhou Qian, who bit his lip. Brother Qing, you have earned the honor, go on. There's no time left. Zhou Qian gritted his teeth, feeling the urgency of the moment, believing his sacrifice was becoming increasingly significant. A man must possess endurance. The woods outside are quite secluded, Lu Qing advised with a mix of mirth and exasperation. Who are you people? Within less than half an hour, Huang Puyin and the second-in-command found themselves cornered in the assembly hall. Huang Puyin and his companions gazed grimly at Su Hu and his group. Have the courage to confront us openly. Resorting to such despicable tactics as poisoning is hardly the mark of a true hero. Huang Puyin gritted his teeth. He never anticipated that his lifetime of caution would culminate in such disgrace. He now felt an unwelcome warmth in his trousers. Indeed, you treacherous scoundrels, if you dare face us, heathen. The second-in-command echoed this sentiment. When it comes to you, there are no honorable tactics. Anything necessary to eliminate you will be employed. Farewell, gentlemen. Lu Qing entered the conference hall and declared, Who are you? I am Lu Qing of Monglong Village, a figure you ought not to provoke. Lu Qing stated his identity. Lu Qing. Huang Puyin fixed his gaze on Lu Qing. We of the Four Wolves Stronghold are willing to submit to you. Could you grant us a path to survival? Huang Puyin spoke slowly, recognizing that if he were to live, he would align himself with Lu Qing. I regret to inform you I have no interest in making deals with a tiger. I am quite timid by nature. Lu Qing declined. Timid. Huang Puyin was left speechless, thinking to himself that Lu Qing had already invaded the Four Wolves Stronghold and nearly decimated them. How could he claim to be timid? Huang Puyin had not anticipated encountering such a formidable foe. Having spoken, Lu Qing turned and exited the conference hall. A moment later, Su Hu and his companions emerged from the hall. Qinggu. From this day forth, there shall be no more bandits in Guang'an County, Luliang County, Chiang County, and Jinchuan County. Lu Qing's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. All of this is thanks to you, Qinggu. Su Hu looked at Lu Qing with admiration, astonished at how swiftly he had eradicated so many strongholds. These are mere trifles. Lu Qing, let everyone back. Luoyang County. Lu Qing brought the severed heads of Huang Pu Yin and his companions to the magistrate's office. Feng Zhijie gasped in disbelief. He looked at Lu Qing with astonishment, having initially expected Lu Qing to encounter obstacles. Instead, it was the Four Wolves stronghold that faced defeat. Young Master Lu, you have rid the people of their scourge. This is a blessing for us in Luoyang. My lord, you flatter me. Without your support, Lu Qing could not have achieved this. Lu Qing humbly deflected the praise, always placing Feng Zhijie at the forefront. Feng Zhijie naturally understood Lu Qing's intent. His impression of Lu Qing improved markedly. As they exited the magistrate's office, Lu Qing led everyone back to Monglong village. Rather than sending Su Hu and his companions to Lihua stronghold, he took them directly back to Monglong village. While the immediate dangers had been addressed, the possibility of further threats loomed. It was wiser for Su Hu and his companions to remain in Monglong village, safeguarding it. After all, if they were sent to Lihua stronghold by the time they arrived, the opportunity would have already passed. 6 months elapsed. Under Lu Qing's guidance, Monglong village underwent significant transformation. The villagers had constructed new brick houses, and most of the residents from Xiahe village had migrated over, leaving only a few families behind. Hubby, Han Xionyang, and Zheng Yulan arrived at the construction site with water. Oh, Lu Qing smiled as he approached them. Darling, what are you building now? I plan to establish a processing factory here to manufacture oiled paper, umbrellas, lanterns, candles, soap, and similar items, Lu Qing replied, surveying the burgeoning factory. With the influx of labor from Xiahe village, the workforce in the village had become increasingly abundant, prompting Lu Qing to open a processing factory. Han Xionyang listened intently to Lu Qing's explanation. Although she did not fully grasp what candles and soap were, she trusted they must be lucrative. The brick factory, paper mill, and weaving factory had collectively generated profits exceeding 100,000 taels of silver in just 6 months. They were no longer troubled by hunger or clothing, and the wealth they had amassed was likely to last a lifetime. Is there someone in charge of this processing factory? Han Xionyang inquired. What is it? Lu Qing asked curiously. My sister-in-law visited me recently. Han Xionyang spoke with a hint of shyness. Isn't your elder brother unwilling to come to Monglong village? Even if I assigned them to oversee the factory, they would be unable to manage it, Lu Qing countered. It was not that he regarded Han Baoshan and the others as outsiders. If they wished to oversee the factory, they needed to move to Monglong village. Lu Qing would not treat Han Baoshan poorly. However, residing in Xiahe village while wanting to manage the factory in Monglong village was out of the question. Even if it were Han Xionyang's elder brother, Lu Qing would not agree. This was crucial for the factory's normal operation and production. I understand. Han Xionyang nodded. Pan Xiaonyang sought out Han Xionyang, hoping to secure a position from Lu Qing. The Qing family, having relocated, had been tasked with running the weaving factory. They were now thriving, enjoying a bountiful life, with Qing Jin and Qing Yin both having taken concubines. Pan Xiaonyang did not envy Qing Jin and Qing Yin for their wives, but rather admired their improved circumstances. In Xiahe village, the Qing family was even somewhat worse off than the Han family. Yet upon arriving in Monglong village, they had moved from mud houses into brick homes within less than half a year, enjoying feasts of meat and fish regularly. Please speak to your elder brother. If he is willing to come, I will ensure he is well taken care of. Understood. Han Xionyang nodded. Days passed. Lu Qing entrusted the construction of the processing factory to Wu He and the others, while he remained in his room listening to Ning Chu Chu play the qin and admiring Lu Sisis dance, all while being attended to by Dong Chunhua and the others, enjoying a leisurely existence akin to that of an emperor. Brother Lu Qing. Chao de Gu. Lu Qing was surprised to see Chao Song had come to Monglong village to find him. Brother Lu Qing, your skills are impressive. Were it not for my prior knowledge that this is Monglong village, I would have thought I had arrived at the wrong place. Every household is adorned with brick houses. Even Luoyang County does not exhibit such prosperity. Chao Song's words, while humorous, held a kernel of truth. Monglong village had transitioned to brick houses, while Luoyang County still harbored many impoverished individuals. This is all thanks to everyone's hard work. I merely provided assistance. What brings you here today, Brother Chao? As the head of the Luoyang County Magistrate's office, Chao Song could not simply come to socialize. There must be a purpose. You are quite astute, Brother Lu Qing. The magistrate has been promoted and will take office in Guang'an County tomorrow. He asked me to invite you for a celebratory meal today. Chao Song revealed his purpose. That is splendid news. Lu Qing felt delighted for Feng Zhijie. And you, Brother Chao? I will accompany the magistrate to Guang'an County, Chao Song replied with a smile, as he had followed Feng Zhijie wherever he went. Congratulations. Too kind. Chao Song chuckled. Shall we go then? Since Chao Song had personally come to invite him, Lu Qing could not refuse. Moreover, with Feng Zhijie's elevation, it would be more convenient for him to attend to matters in Guang'an City in the future. Lu Qing followed Chao Song to Luoyang County. On the other side, at the Jinbei Ho residence, Long Qijie had been reinstated to his official position. With the Dongxiang people gathering a formidable army, poised to march south, Leng Qijie had been contemplating strategies to counter them. In the main hall apart from Leng Qijie were several generals under his command, most of whom he had promoted from the northern border ranks. "My lord, I suggest we take the initiative and strike before the Dongxiang make their move, catching them off guard," proposed one officer. Rather than waiting passively for an attack, it was wiser to seize the initiative. The adage, "the early bird catches the worm," resonated here. If they acted first, the Dongxiang would pose no threat. They could not allow the past to repeat itself. "That is unwise," came a dissenting voice. "Why not? Do the Dongxiang dare approach Yanmingwen while we remain passive?" The proposing general retorted, feeling justified in his suggestion. Though the Dongxiang are assembling their forces, their intentions to march south are not yet fully revealed. All of this is mere speculation. If we act rashly, we may provide them with an excuse for retaliation. There are already many in the court opposed to conflict. Should we initiate hostilities, it would ultimately fall upon you to bear the blame, the opposing general articulated. The Dongxiang were merely flexing their muscles. They must not afford them the opportunity to strike back, nor grant the court another chance to criticize the Junbeiho residents. Moreover, without a clear stance from the court, it would be detrimental for us to act impulsively. "My lord, I propose we await the court's directive," he added, casting a glance at the silent Leng Qijie. "It was prudent for them to remain observant." "I concur. Currently we lack provisions and military funds. Additionally, the banditry in Luoyang is rampant. If we fail to prepare adequately, we risk repeating past mistakes and cannot afford to stumble twice in the same place." Another voice chimed in angrily. "To confront external threats, one must first secure internal stability." Leng Qijie had previously urged the court to eradicate the bandits in Luoyang while pursuing peace with the northern Tuoba Jurchen Dongxiang and Xiongnu, believing that only by uniting against external forces could the Daong dynasty firmly defend its borders. However, the court had rejected his proposal, citing a lack of treasury funds. Ultimately, the battle at Yanmingwen had been lost due to the bandits, leading to a catastrophic defeat because of insufficient supplies. "Nothing seems acceptable. Are we to do nothing but wait?" The assembly began to debate. Waiting for the Dongxiang to march south meant reacting defensively, and once in a defensive position, altering the course of the battle would be exceedingly difficult. "Father." Just then Leng Lihua entered the room. "Miss?" Upon seeing Leng Lihua, the generals rose in respect. "What brings you here?" Leng Qijie inquired, slightly annoyed that she had interrupted their confidential discussion regarding the Dongxiang. "Father, I have splendid news. Over 20 bandit strongholds within Guang'an, Jinchuan, Luoyang, and Qiyang have been eradicated," Leng Lihua announced with a mysterious expression. "What?" Leng Qijie was momentarily taken aback. Luoyang comprises 3 states, Luizhou, Liangzhou, and Beizhou, which govern 11 prefectures overseeing 37 counties. Guang'an is a subordinate prefecture of Luizhou and a vital route for their grain supply. "Is that true?" At this moment, Leng Lihua's elder brother Leng Bufan looked incredulously at her. Of course. Leng Lihua produced a letter from her hand. "And it took less than half a month to eradicate over 10 strongholds. These bandits were as insignificant as mere decorations before him," she beamed. She had not misjudged Lu Qing. He truly was remarkable, accomplishing in half a month what had eluded her for years. Could it be that the court dispatched troops to eradicate these strongholds? "If so, we should have received word from the Junbeiho residents," Leng Bufan remarked, looking at Leng Qijie. The court's eradication of bandits would certainly involve troop movements which would pass through the Junbeiho residents. Yet there was no news at all. "Not court soldiers," Leng Lihua clarified, aware that her brother was mistaken. "Not court soldiers." "Indeed." Leng Lihua nodded. "He is a scholar from Monglong village who with a group of his own eliminated the bandits within Guang'an." Leng Lihua laughed, pleased. "That is impossible." Leng Bufan dismissed her claim. "This is a letter sent by Wu Fatsai. Everyone knows him. He would not lie," Leng Lihua said, glancing around the room. Upon hearing Wu Fatsai's name, the assembly recognized him. They were former colleagues, and had he not been wounded and retired, he would likely hold the highest military rank among them. "Fatsai." Leng Qijie focused on the letter in Leng Lihua's hand. "Father, take a look." "Very well." Leng Qijie opened the letter. "To Lord Ho, after enduring hardship, I offer my congratulations on your reinstatement from afar." The letter began with a congratulatory remark followed by Wu Fatsai, recounting the various exploits of Lu Qing in eradicating the bandit strategies involving deception, diversion, feigned attacks, and subterfuge. Every stronghold Lu Qing attacked was met with cunning tactics. He fully understood their disparities and thus relied on wit, resorting to brute force only when absolutely necessary. As Leng Qijie perused the letter, his expression shifted from calm to astonishment, then back to serenity. Once, twice, thrice he read it repeatedly, as if uncovering something extraordinary within the text. An hour passed, and no one dared to disturb Leng Qijie. Finally, someone whispered, "What could be in that letter that has the Lord reading it over and over? Is there gold inside?" They reasoned that Leng Qijie would not pore over it repeatedly without a compelling reason, as if he were memorizing its contents. I do not know, oh, I have never seen the Lord so engrossed in a letter they mused, filled with curiosity, as if at that moment only冷气机 existed in their midst. 冷气机被书信的内容深深吸引。原来如此，这真是个绝妙的计策，太妙了！为何如此？这怎么可以？简直是放肆不羁！不，这其实是随着静谧的氛围和他逐渐认真的态度，冷气机开始自言自语。他的面容从微笑转为愤怒，继而变得迷茫，最后又显露出释然。各种情感的变化让众人感到困惑。小妹，这封信的内容究竟是什么？冷不凡向冷梨花询问。冷梨花摇摇头，她也不知情。两封信件，一封是给他的，提及了陆庆的非凡之处，而另一封尚未打开的是给他父亲的，因此冷梨花也无从得知信中的内容。冷不凡皱起眉头。时光缓缓流逝，待到一炷香的时间过去，冷气机终于缓缓放下信件，但他放下的姿态仿佛这信件极为珍贵，似乎生怕其受到损坏。众人见冷气机在桌面上轻轻擦拭后，将信件小心翼翼地放下并轻压，其神情不禁让人猜测，这难道是宝物？侯爷，这究竟是怎么回事？一人向冷气机询问。信中详细讲述了如何攻打山贼的计策，堪称一部难得的兵法。若能完全领会其中的内容，对我们将大有裨益。冷气机毫不吝啬地给予赞美。啊！众人愕然，所有人都惊恐地盯着信件。冷气机乃是大雍皇朝最为杰出的将领，竟然称这封信为兵书，未免太过夸张。侯爷，您不会是在开玩笑吧？那不就是一封普通的信件吗？有人笑着说。非也。冷气机摇头。父亲，即使再好，也不过是攻打山寨，与我们行军作战仍有差距。此时冷不凡也表示不服，即便信中言辞华丽，终究只是剿灭了一些山寨而已。区区山寨岂能与女真、突厥、党项、匈奴相比？一个是百人之计，另一个是10万雄师，简直不可同日而语。冷气急看着冷不凡，你小子，我跟你说过多少次，切勿小觑任何人和事，山寨又如何？两军交战从来没有所谓的强弱，人数的多寡并非决定胜负的关键。你给我下去，抄写兵法50遍。冷气急严肃地盯着冷不凡。对这个儿子，冷气急寄予厚望。然而这小子从小顺风顺水，致使他有些目中无人。若继续如此，未来必将酿成大祸。是。冷不凡虽心中不满，但也不敢违逆冷气急的意言。冷不凡退下后，冷气急目光转向冷梨花。你见过这个陆庆吗？见过。冷梨花点头。你觉得此人如何？我无法看透此人，他给我的感觉是果敢而深沉。冷梨花如实向冷气急表达了自己的看法。若真如吴发财所言，此人乃难得之才，若能为国效力，我北境必将如虎添翼。冷气急缓缓说道。如虎添翼。众人再度震惊。这个陆庆究竟是何许人也，竟能让冷气急如此赞誉？侯爷，他真的如此出色？诸位请查看。冷气急举起信件，示意众位将领查看其内容。是。众人立刻接过信件传阅。声东击西？这怎么能声东击西？应该直接突入。不对，必须将敌军的兵力诱骗过来，这样敌方的破绽便会显露。万一敌人不上当呢？众人迅速展开讨论，可以说是你一言我一语，形势热烈，甚至有几位粗豪的汉子似乎要动手。这个调虎离山之计不错，伏击也很有道理。众人忘我的争论。父亲，您觉得这个陆庆如何？冷梨花笑着询问冷气急。我尚未见过此人，不知其才。冷气急摇摇头。那父亲不如亲自去见识一下。冷梨花提出建议，反正现在党项人尚未真正南下，何不趁此时机去会会这个陆庆？冷气急心中暗想，自己毕竟也是侯爷，礼贤下士，若您真心希望陆庆协助您，务必亲自见他。冷梨花提醒道。冷气急点头。好，我便去拜访一番。冷气急微微一笑。次日，冷气急带着冷梨花、冷不凡及几名护卫前往莽龙村。这位侯爷要亲自会见这位神秘的天才。莽龙村，陆庆召集徐虎等人进行集体训练，以增强大家的体魄。莽龙卫必须具备良好的身体素质，方能保护莽龙村。这里就是我们的训练场，单杠、双杠、障碍陆庆举着一系列设备，皆为锻炼大家体能而设。庆哥，这些都是你设计的吗？陆庆点头。自与四郎寨交战以来，我深感大家的体格尚需提升，因此我们必须锻炼，培养强健的身体，唯有如此才能迅速击溃敌人。陆庆在高台上向众人解释。明白了吗？明白了。很好，开始训练。是。徐虎等人开始训练。吴发财看着陆庆所见的训练场，深感震撼。他曾经当过兵，自然知道军营中的训练场，但相较于陆庆的训练场，简直是小巫见大巫。陆庆的训练场真可谓应有尽有。全面锻炼体能，吴发财心中暗想， 自己务必要将这种训练方式传授给冷气机，这样北境的战力必定会大幅提升。大家务必记住，平时多流汗，战时少流血。是。众人纷纷点头。几日之后，徐虎等人渐渐适应了训练。这一天，陆庆正在训练场。记住，战斗非同儿戏，两军对阵乃生死较量，一旦交锋，不可将自己视为圣人，务必要不惜一切代价，全力击败对手，诸如刺眼、掏裆、撒沙子、咬耳朵等手段皆可使用。此外，你们必须学会配合，明白1+1大于2。例如两人协作，一人进攻，一人防守，或一人干扰，另一人进攻。陆庆开始详细讲解。Is this fellow? Lung Bufan furrowed his brow at the words, deeming them nothing short of shameless brawling. While Lung Bufan found it intolerable, Lung Qiji listened with rapt interest, considering Lu Qing's words to hold considerable merit. When it comes to life-or-death battles, one should not adhere to the pretenses of a righteous gentleman. This fellow is utterly shameless. Lung Lihua also found it difficult to endure, dismissing notions of sneak attacks, and the idea that retreating in the face of defeat was acceptable. Lu Qing. Lung Lihua called out, prompting Lu Qing and the others to realize someone was approaching. Lung Lihua. Lu Qing turned towards her, surprised to see Lung Lihua, who had vanished for quite some time, suddenly reappear. Wu Fatsai stood beside Lu Qing, his gaze landing on Lung Qiji. He trembled involuntarily, yearning to greet him, but quickly understood from Lung Qiji's eyes that he wished to conceal his identity. Wu Fatsai remained silent. Weren't you returning to your Jinbei residence? What brings you here? Lu Qing stepped forward to inquire. Am I not allowed to check on my second-in-command? Lu Qing, you've done well. It hasn't been long, and I almost thought I had come to the wrong place, Lung Lihua remarked, observing the changes in Monglong village. When she first arrived, the villagers were impoverished, but now everyone resided in brick houses, their faces adorned with smiles. This clearly indicated a significant improvement in their lives. Just a few minor skirmishes. Lu Qing led Lung Lihua and the others from the training ground to his residence. Lung Bufan examined Lu Qing's abode. Though it couldn't compare to the Ho residence, having such a house in this village astonished him greatly. Dear husband, you have returned. Han Xionyang and the others rushed out to greet Lu Qing. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded in acknowledgement. We have guests, to prepare some food. Lu Qing instructed Han Xionyang and the others, considering his friendship with Lung Lihua, it was only fitting to host her properly. As they entered the house, Lung Qiji noticed the calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls. What exquisite pieces! Lung Qiji praised. Though his background was as a martial general, he possessed a keen appreciation for art, and at a glance he recognized the quality of the calligraphy, which was powerful and deeply expressive, a testament to the artist's profound skill. Do you understand calligraphy and painting? Lu Qing inquired, looking at Lung Qiji. Of course, this gentleman is the foremost expert of our Jinbei Ho residence, well-versed in both literature and martial arts, so he undoubtedly recognizes the merits of these artworks, Lung Lihua explained, shielding Lung Qiji's identity. If one must conceal their identity, let it be as the preeminent expert of Jinbei Ho residence. Lu Qing chuckled upon hearing this. Do you lack confidence? I would not hesitate to call you the finest expert of the northern border, Lu Qing countered, challenging Lung Lihua's assertion. Lu Qing, why have you become so agreeable? This is not your usual venomous nature. Lung Lihua was taken aback to hear compliments from Lu Qing, who had once managed to infuriate her with nearly every other sentence. With the Ho in attendance, I must speak well of you, Lu Qing replied, casting a glance at Lung Qiji. Commoner Lu Qing pays respects to the Ho. Lu Qing bowed. You. Lung Lihua was astonished that Lu Qing recognized her father. Your Excellency. At this moment, Wu Fatsai also promptly paid respects to Lung Qiji. Realizing his identity had been exposed, Lung Qiji ceased his pretense. Lihua mentioned your cleverness. Today it has indeed proven true. I had hoped to conceal my identity a little longer, but it seems I have revealed myself rather quickly, he said with a smile. Your Excellency, you flatter me. It is a privilege to meet someone of your stature. Lu Qing gestured for Lung Qiji to take a seat. How did you discern my identity, Lu Qing? Lung Lihua inquired, intrigued. She was confident she had left no traces, and with her father remaining silent, she wondered how Lu Qing had figured it out. First, it is the aura of the Ho. A person's aura is cultivated over time and cannot be masked indefinitely. Upon seeing the Ho for the first time, I felt as if 1,000 troops were galloping towards me. You flatter too much, Lung Lihua scoffed, thinking he was merely buttering up. Indeed. Lung Qiji coughed lightly, finding his daughter's words overly sharp. Secondly, the house attire. Although this outfit aims to disguise your identity, the fabric is quite precious, not something a common servant would wear. Thirdly, aside from Lung Lihua, everyone else instinctively positioned themselves behind the Ho. Even Uncle Fatsai naturally fell in line behind you upon meeting you. They all center around you, Your Excellency. While I may not know others well, I am aware of Uncle Fatsai's status. Who else could command such respect, if not the Ho? Lu Qing articulated his observations, unraveling the clues to arrive at his conclusions. Indeed. Lung Qiji applauded Lu Qing. You are truly a perceptive young man. Lung Qiji had not anticipated such astute observations from Lu Qing in such a short time. He was indeed exceptional. He's merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, Lung Lihua retorted defiantly. How do you speak to your elders? Lu Qing's expression turned serious. Pa Lu Qing, how shameless. Are you my elder? You look younger than I do. Lung Lihua exclaimed, jumping up in indignation, questioning whether she should call him father. Just moments ago the Ho referred to you as young brother Lu Qing. Thus I am of equal standing with the Ho while you are the younger generation. Is it not appropriate to address me as uncle? Lu Qing defended himself. Oh. Lung Lihua scratched her head, truly wanting to teach Lu Qing a lesson. Father, did you see that? This fellow is nothing but a scoundrel, she lamented to Lung Qiji, who merely smiled without responding. I wonder what brings you here in person, Your Excellency? Lu Qing inquired. I have heard that young friend Lu Qing has eradicated the mountain bandits in Guang'an County. These bandits have long posed a threat in our northern border. Your ability to eliminate them certainly indicates great talent. Thus, I came to meet you. Lung Qiji clarified his purpose for visiting. Upon understanding, Lu Qing realized he was being courted. It is the merit of all. How could I claim credit for it? It was the result of my brother's valiant efforts. Lu Qing humbly distributed the credit among his comrades, eschewing any pride in his accomplishments. Seeing this humility, Lung Qiji felt a greater admiration for Lu Qing, noting how rare it was for young people to exhibit such modesty. Did you truly eliminate those bandits? At that moment, Lung Bufan asked. Is this the young Ho? I am Lung Bufan. Lung Bufan introduced himself. How did you discern that? Lung Lihua pressed on, unwilling to relent. Anyone with sight could see it, Lu Qing replied. Lung Lihua frowned, dismissing his response as insufficient. What do you mean by that? Lung Bufan's irritation grew at the implication that it was obvious. The young Ho bears a striking resemblance to the Ho. Are you suggesting I wouldn't notice? Lu Qing retorted to Lung Bufan. This. Everyone fell silent, recognizing the irrefutable truth in his words. Ha ha. Lung Qiji burst into laughter, finding Lu Qing's response both unexpected and highly persuasive. Indeed, Lung Bufan closely resembled him. One glance was all it took to tell. Faced with Lu Qing's response, Lung Bufan found himself at a loss for words. The young lord just asked me whether the mountain bandits were truly eliminated by my efforts, and indeed, that is the truth, Lu Qing replied once more. Lung Bufan regarded Lu Qing intently. Those mountain bandits are not ordinary men. They are ruthless and wicked. How could you possibly vanquish them with merely a group of common folk? Despite Lu Qing's earnestness, Lung Bufan remained skeptical. It is simply luck on my side, Lu Qing elucidated. Luck? What sort of explanation was that? Although numerous bandits roam within the borders of the county and its 3 districts, they have banded together solely for profit, which allowed me to easily defeat them, Lu Qing explained patiently. This was not mere pretense, it was a genuine assertion. Had the mountain bandits formed alliances and coordinated their efforts while one of their strongholds was being dismantled, the outcome would have undoubtedly been different. However, that was not the case. Within Guang'an County, each stronghold operated independently, with no one yielding to another. Even within the strongholds, trust was scarce, resembling a makeshift assembly rather than a unified force. On the contrary, although Lu Qing's group comprised only ordinary people, they obeyed his commands, implicitly executing his orders with precision, unified under a single directive. Lung Bufan chose not to speak further. Soon after, Han Xionyang and the others prepared the meal. Lu Qing led everyone to the dining hall for dinner. Lung Qijie was astonished to discover that Lu Qing's household had a separate dining area, living a life more extravagant than his own as a marquis. Xionyang, what is your command, my husband? Please fetch the wine I brewed myself. Lu Qing asked Han Xionyang to bring forth his treasured wine. Understood. Han Xionyang nodded, and soon returned with a small wine jar. Upon opening the jar, a delightful aroma wafted forth. Splendid wine. Just the scent confirmed for Lung Qijie that it was indeed exceptional. This wine is named Dukong, and as the saying goes, what alleviates sorrow? Only Dukong. Lu Qing poured a cup for Lung Qijie. My lord, do take a sip and discern how it differs from the wines outside. Excellent. Lung Qijie lifted the cup and drank it all in one go. Instantly, he felt warmth coursing down his throat akin to a volcano erupting within his mouth, a surge of intoxication rushing forth. Had he not been trained in martial arts, he might have faltered at that moment. Outstanding wine. Lung Qijie reiterated. This wine was indeed remarkable. Such fine spirits were unattainable in the outside world. Lung Qijie believed this wine even surpassed the tribute wines of the Imperial Palace. Lu Qing could not help but admire Lung Qijie. He had not anticipated that Lung Qijie could down this drink without so much as a change in countenance. It must be understood that this Dukong was his own brew, far superior to the wines prevalent in society. Its alcohol content was exceedingly high. Most people, had they consumed it thus, would have turned red and coughed uncontrollably. Yet Lung Qijie remained unfazed. Strong spirits are fierce. Lung Qijie was indeed a man capable of facing such ferocity. Is it truly that remarkable? Lung Lihua expressed her disbelief, for she too had tasted wine. Do try it. Very well. Lung Lihua nodded. Lu Qing poured her a cup, but upon tasting her face contorted in distaste, and she spat it out. What sort of wine is this? It's far too fiery, she exclaimed, opening her mouth wide, feeling it was overwhelmingly spicy. It was entirely undrinkable. Lu Qing chuckled upon observing her reaction. Indeed, not everyone was like Lung Qijie. Those accustomed to low-alcohol beverages in this era would find it difficult to adjust to his high-proof concoction. Lung Bufan also took a cup, cautious after witnessing Lung Lihua's reaction. He sipped slowly. This is indeed fine wine. Lung Bufan gazed at Lu Qing in astonishment. Such exquisite wine has never been seen in the northern regions. It seemed he was curious about its origin. This must surely be the exquisite brew crafted by my young friend Lu Qing, Lung Qijie remarked with a smile. Qingxuan Factory Paper Mill Weaving Factory Processing Plant. Lu Qing had consistently been creating new things, and thus this Du Kong was likely no exception. Lu Qing nodded with a smile. My lord speaks the truth. This wine is indeed my creation. Lu Qing admitted openly, for this Du Kong was destined for mass production. Lu Qing, is there anything you cannot do? Lung Lihua looked at him in astonishment once more. She knew Lu Qing possessed vast knowledge, but had not anticipated such breadth. Very little, Lu Qing responded. Very little. Lung Lihua thought to herself that he might as well reach for the heavens. He was clearly boasting, without an ounce of humility. Han Xionyang and the others, witnessing Lung Qijie's praise for the Du Kong wine, felt joy in their hearts. Initially, they had doubted whether Lu Qing's creation could be profitable, but it appeared they had underestimated him. How could anything crafted by their husband not be lucrative? My husband, since the Marquis is here, shall I play a piece for everyone? Ning Chuchu inquired of Lu Qing. Certainly. Lu Qing nodded. Ning Chuchu performed a graceful bow. Moments later, the sound of the guqin filled the air. The song of the water melody. Upon hearing the melody, Lu Qing immediately recognized it as Shui Diao Gutu. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to inquire of the vast heavens. Ning Chuchu began to sing, her voice delicate and enchanting, drawing listeners into a trance. Soon the piece concluded. Bravo! The crowd erupted in applause. May I ask what this piece is called? This is Shui Jiao Gu Tu, taught to me by my husband Ning, Chuchu replied, glancing at Lu Qing. Lung Qijie turned his gaze towards Lu Qing, acknowledging that this Shui Jiao Gu Tu was indeed remarkable. I did not expect you, Lu Qing, to possess such talent. Lung Lihua marveled. Too kind, too kind. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively, understanding Ning Chuchu's intention. She wished to showcase his talents to Lung Qijie and the others by selecting Shui Diao Gu Tu. With such talent, why does Master Lu not pursue an official career and serve the nation? Lung Bufan inquired. In Lung Bufan's view, someone as capable as Lu Qing should not remain in Monglong village. A man of ambition should seek to make his mark on the world. Someone like Lu Qing who squandered his talents was the least likely to achieve success. Lu Qing, however, was unfazed by this remark. While most might have been incensed or embarrassed at such words, Lu Qing seemed to take it in stride. I have no desire for fame or fortune. I simply wish to guard this small corner of the world and live freely. As for serving the nation, there are ambitious individuals like you, my young lord. My presence adds little, and my absence matters not. Lu Qing replied to Lung Bufan. You. Lung Bufan was taken aback by Lu Qing's retort. Everyone has their own aspirations, not all wish to pursue official titles. Just as the Marquis diligently fulfills his duties in the northern territories only to be exiled in the end. When called upon, you are the Duke of the North. When not needed, you become a scapegoat. My lord, with your magnanimity, you naturally do not dwell on personal honor or disgrace, but I, Lu Qing, am different. I am someone who holds grudges and cannot tolerate even the slightest injustice. Lu Qing cited Lung Qijie's situation as an example. Such a cold and indifferent court in Lu Qing's eyes was not worthy of loyalty. Lu Qing is not a man of this era. In this age, the ruler demands the death of his subjects, and the subjects are obliged to comply. The emperor is the sovereign, and all his actions are deemed infallible. However, Lu Qing does not share this conviction. Thus, he is reluctant to engage in such matters. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, a glint of brilliance suddenly flickered in Lung Bufan's eyes, and his demeanor grew animated, seemingly stirred by Lu Qing's remarks, which resonated with his own indignation. His father had served dutifully, yet he was ultimately dismissed by the court. Now, when the court requires his father, he is reinstated. How can one not feel aggrieved? I did not expect that young Master Lu is also a man of strong character. Lu Qing's statement garnered significant admiration from Lung Bufan. As it is said, one who dines at the ruler's table must share in his burdens. I, Lung Qijie, receive the court's salary, and thus must bear its worries. Lung Qijie spoke calmly. His words seemed to express the court's helplessness. The Daiyong dynasty is surrounded by enemies, with threats looming in the north, as if the very foundation is on the verge of collapse. Their past defeats, though the court's fault, led to the exile of many to quell the anger of the Dongxiang. Lung Qijie bore no resentment. In his view, the court held greater importance, while the subjects were of lesser consequence. Lu Qing smiled, but chose not to continue the debate with Lung Qijie. Each person possesses a distinct perspective leading to varied conclusions and interpretations of events. As the night progressed, and the wine flowed, Lu Qing and Leng Qiji showed no signs of stopping. Leng Lihua and the others watched as both men appeared to succumb to inebriation. Brother Lu Qing, leading common folk to eliminate mountain bandits, suggests you are well-versed in military strategy. Leng Qiji remarked with a smile, casting a glance at Lu Qing. Your Excellency jests. A rustic individual like myself knows little of military tactics. It is but a stroke of cleverness. You command the northern front and lead tens of thousands of troops against the northern savages. You are the true master of military strategy. I would not dare to flaunt my humble abilities before you. Lu Qing deftly shifted the conversation back to Leng Qiji. His exploits were mere skirmishes against bandits. He would not presume to discuss military tactics in the presence of Leng Qiji. After all, Leng Qiji commanded the northern armies defending against the formidable Dongxiang Jurchen Turkic and Xiongnu foes. Military strategy knows no measure of strength. Leng Qiji countered, waving away Lu Qing's modesty. While others viewed Lu Qing's actions against a few bandit camps as insignificant, Leng Qiji saw a broader reflection. The struggle between Lu Qing and the bandits mirrored the Deyong dynasty's battles against the Dongxiang Jurchen, Xiongnu, and Turkic. Lu Qing's confrontation with bandits represented the current state of their world. The Deyong dynasty's military power was waning, and in comparison to the Dongxiang and Jurchen, it resembled Lu Qing leading a mere band of commoners against the bandits. The Dongxiang and Jurchen were akin to those mountain thieves. Now that the Dongxiang are poised to descend upon us, do you, Brother Lu Qing, have any strategies to propose? Leng Qiji inquired, eager for insights. Leng Bufan and the others stared at Leng Qiji in shock. Was their father truly intoxicated, or was something amiss? He was consulting Lu Qing, an ordinary man, for military advice. Surely Lu Qing had never even seen an army. Could he truly impart anything of value? Wu Fatsai also glanced at Lu Qing, seemingly awaiting a revelation. He recognized Lu Qing's brilliance in military matters, but was uncertain of the extent of his expertise. Was he merely adept at dealing with petty bandits, or could he contend with the formidable foes of the northern front? Lu Qing fell silent. Young friend Lu Qing, speak freely. We are merely engaging in light conversation, Leng Qiji encouraged. In that case, I shall share my thoughts. Excellent. Leng Qiji nodded. If the Dongxiang truly intend to invade, why does the Deyong dynasty not strike first? Such a move would catch them off guard and thwart their plans. Lu Qing articulated his perspective. Since they were aware of the Dangxiang's intentions, there was no need to await their full preparations for an assault. Instead, they should advance and seize the initiative while the Dongxiang remained unprepared. Oh. Leng Qiji furrowed his brow. They had already deliberated this approach. To speak candidly, young Master Lu, this suggestion is one we have considered. However, the Dongxiang are merely gathering forces and have shown no real signs of an impending invasion. Should the Deyong dynasty march northward, it would be seen as an act of aggression, providing the Dongxiang with a pretext for war. Leng Bufan interjected to clarify. Lu Qing understood. It was akin to erecting a monument at the entrance of a barbershop. Even with knowledge of the Dangxiang's plans, they could not take the initiative. They had to wait for the Dongxiang to strike first, and then defend themselves, ensuring their own victory. It seemed the Deyong dynasty had cornered itself into a position of impotence. Lu Qing could not help but chuckle coldly. The Deyong dynasty had reached a state of impending demise. So we must wait until the Dongxiang truly advance upon us, at which point we can act. Indeed, Leng Qiji affirmed with a nod. If that is the case, I have 3 strategies: upper, middle, and lower. Oh. Leng Qiji gazed at Lu Qing in astonishment. They had no strategies at the Northern Lord's residence, yet Lu Qing could conceive 3 plans in such a brief span. Was he truly a god of war incarnate? Pray share them. Very well. Lu Qing nodded, aware that Han Xionyang and the others watched him anxiously. They knew that the man before them, Leng Qiji, had fought throughout his life and was revered as a war god in the north. Discussing military strategy with such an individual was fraught with uncertainty. Firstly, Lu Qing extended his index finger. Withdraw from Yinmen Pass. Withdraw? Leng Qiji exclaimed in disbelief. He had anticipated a clever plan, but the first suggestion was a retreat. To withdraw without engaging, abandoning a strategic position, was tantamount to inviting execution. Especially for commanders like Leng Qiji, who guarded the borders with unwavering resolve, retreating without a fight would be a disgrace. Indeed. Lu Qing continued to nod. Abandon Yinmen Pass and withdraw beyond its walls. The Dongxiang excel in cavalry. We can retreat and utilize the mountainous terrain outside Yinmen Pass to engage them, rendering their cavalry ineffective and gradually depleting their forces. Lu Qing elucidated his strategy. This is a tactic of retreating to advance, but it hinges upon whether Your Excellency and the court can resolutely relinquish Yinmen Pass. In my view, warfare is not merely about the loss of a single city, but requires comprehensive consideration. If we can sacrifice a city to annihilate the Dongxiang army, preventing their incursions for decades, it is worth it. Lu Qing concluded, framing the issue from a merchant's perspective. This is a transaction. It depends on whether one is willing to invest. Only by daring to invest can greater returns be reaped. Upon listening to Lu Qing's entire strategy, Leng Qiji and his companions fell silent. Abandoning Yinmen Pass and shifting the battlefield southward would indeed render the cavalry of the Dongxiang people less formidable, a truly astute plan. What a clever strategy of retreating to advance. Leng Qiji's previous demeanor had completely shifted. He began to praise Lu Qing, acknowledging such ingenuity, such resolve, and such audacious ideas were indeed unprecedented. Your idea is exceedingly reckless. If we relinquish Yinmen Pass, what if the Dongxiang seize it and do not advance southward? Yinmen Pass is a crucial stronghold on the northern frontier of our Daong Empire. We cannot afford to lose it, Leng Lihua countered. She deemed Lu Qing's proposition too perilous, sensing a deviation from conventional tactics. Warfare is inherently unpredictable. We cannot confine our thoughts. Only through extraordinary stratagems can we mislead our adversaries, drawing them into our plans. Abandoning Yinmen Pass does not necessarily imply its complete forfeiture. Leng Mis seems to have forgotten that the Dongxiang once captured Yinmen Pass. Yet when they later sought peace with our Daong Empire, they willingly returned Yinmen Pass to us. If they had maintained control over it, wouldn't they have had a sword perpetually poised at our empire's throat? Lu Qing urged Leng Lihua to reflect deeply. Leng Lihua furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend Lu Qing's point. Why would the Dongxiang, fully aware of Yinmen Pass' significance, choose to return it to the Daong Empire willingly? There are two reasons. First, the Dongxiang's incursions are motivated by wealth, not territory or fortifications. Second, had they not returned Yinmen Pass, they would have needed to station troops there, which is logistically impractical given its distance from their stronghold. Even if they were to garrison Yinmen Pass, they would be isolated at constant risk of annihilation by our forces. Rather than endure the anxiety of guarding a position they could lose at any moment, it would be wiser to relinquish Yinmen Pass to our Daong Empire in exchange for greater benefits, Leng Bufan interjected at that moment. Indeed. Lu Qing, slightly astonished, acknowledged Leng Bufan's insight. No wonder he is the son of Leng Qiji. After hearing Leng Bufan's words, Leng Lihua seemed to grasp the situation better. Are you suggesting that for the Dongxiang, Yinmen Pass is merely a bargaining chip? That even if we were to concede it willingly, they might not accept it? Leng Lihua inquired, looking towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded with a smile. Precisely. To the Dongxiang, Yinmen Pass is leverage against our Daong Empire. If we voluntarily release it and strip it of its value as a bargaining tool, what do you think the Dongxiang would do? Lu Qing posed a rhetorical question to Leng Lihua. If that is the case, the Dongxiang would indeed lose their trump card, Wu Fatsai added, glancing at Leng Qiji, surprised that the Yinmen Pass they had sworn to defend with their lives had now become an entity of diminished worth. Your strategy of retreating to advance is commendable, but it hinges on the Daong Empire possessing the absolute strength to defeat the Dongxiang, Leng Qiji spoke slowly. According to Lu Qing's plan, relinquishing Yinmen Pass and engaging the Dongxiang forces southward would essentially open the gates, inviting the enemy in for annihilation. Thus, it was paramount to possess the overwhelming capability to crush the adversary. Otherwise, it would not merely be a case of shutting the door on a dog, but rather inviting a wolf into one's home. Well said, my lord. Lu Qing chuckled, recognizing the essence of his own plan reflected in Leng Qiji's words. At present, our Daong Empire's troops cannot match the strength of the Dongxiang forces. Leng Bufan acknowledged, refraining from inflating others' egos while diminishing his own. The Daong Empire's northern army had always been inferior, and with his father exiled for 5 years, the northern forces had languished further. Thus, Lu Qing's approach appeared unfeasible. Moreover, the court would never consent to our abandonment of Yinmen Pass, Leng Bufan added, as a final remark. Warfare is not a solitary endeavor. They are backed by the court, which would not arbitrarily allow them to relinquish Yinmen Pass. At this point, Leng Bufan felt a sense of despair. Leng Qiji nodded, seemingly in agreement with Leng Bufan's assessment. The disparity in military strength could be addressed, but the court's decisions were beyond their defiance. The court would not relinquish Yinmen Pass. Thus, Lu Qing's strategy of retreating to advance was impractical. Then we shall adopt a second approach to stand firm at Yinmen Pass and engage the Dongxiang in a war of attrition, determining who will yield first. Lu Qing proposed his alternative strategy. Your second strategy primarily hinges on logistical support, looking to supplies and military funds. Presently, the court's treasury is depleted. Should the Dongxiang advance southward, the support we receive from the court will likely be minimal, and with rampant banditry in the Luoyang region, supplies and military funds are easily subject to plunder. Leng Bufan dismissed Lu Qing's second suggestion. This second strategy relies on the strength of the rear. With robust resources, one could engage the Dongxiang in a war of attrition, ultimately exhausting them. Yet the Daong Empire was evidently incapable of such an undertaking. Upon hearing Leng Qiji's remarks, Lu Qing smiled, as if he had anticipated Leng Qiji's rejection. The current circumstances of the Daong Empire could not sustain a protracted conflict. Han Xionyang and the others grew anxious observing Lu Qing and his companions. Lord Jinbei had asked Lu Qing for ideas, and after presenting two proposals that were both dismissed, what did this imply? Wu Fatsai also felt somewhat awkward, sensing that the Lord might be deliberately complicating matters for Lu Qing. Lung Lihua remained silent, quietly watching Lu Qing, eager to ascertain what he might propose next. Since retreating to advance is impractical and a prolonged war of attrition is unviable, I gather that the Lord seeks an unconventional tactic to swiftly conclude the conflict. Lu Qing inquired, looking toward Lung Qiji. Lung Qiji nodded with a smile, confirming this notion. Indeed, young friend, do you possess such a strategy? He asked. Lu Qing had previously mentioned 3 approaches, having articulated 2, thus one remained unspoken, perhaps the very solution he had been seeking all along. The third strategy is to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao, Lu Qing declared, unveiling his final approach. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. What does that entail? The others gazed at Lu Qing in astonishment, uncertain of what this phrase meant. At that moment, Lu Qing realized that in this era there were neither Wei nor Zhao states, leaving them ignorant of the tactic's significance. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao is a military strategy, a form of rescue tactic. In ancient times there were 3 states, Qi, Wei, and Zhao. Lu Qing began to elucidate the concept of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. The state of Wei launched an attack on the state of Zhao, prompting Zhao to seek assistance from Qi. Instead of providing direct aid, Qi devised a strategy to send troops to assault Wei. Consequently, the forces of Wei engaged in their assault on Zhao had no choice but to withdraw to protect their territory. Qi then lay in ambush along their path of retreat, employing the tactic of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao and waiting for the weary. Lu Qing glanced at Lung Qijia, confident that he would grasp the wisdom of the strategy. After a moment's silence, Lung Qijia unexpectedly rose and bowed deeply to Lu Qing, conveying his acknowledgement of the proposal without uttering a word. My lord, what is this? Lu Qing hurried forward to support Lung Qijia. I, on behalf of the people of the northern border, express my gratitude to the young friend for the counsel offered, exclaimed Lung Qijia, filled with excitement. Receiving such a strategy to encircle Wei and rescue Zhao made his journey worthwhile. My lord is too kind. As a person of humble origins, I can scarcely claim to offer counsel. It is merely a theoretical discussion for amusement. I am not well versed in the conditions of the northern border, nor the party Xiong people, and my understanding of the situation is limited. My words are merely the musings of a frog at the bottom of a well, Lu Qing responded humbly. While he exhibited humility, Lu Qing also hinted at the need for caution in utilizing the 3 strategies he had proposed. He was acutely aware that although he had offered his insights, he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the party Xiong people. What if an astute opponent discerned their plans? Thus, adaptability on the battlefield was paramount. I understand, Lung Qijia acknowledged, comprehending Lu Qing's underlying message. As night fell, the gathering dispersed. Lu Qing indulged in drink to the point of inebriation, fortunately under the care of Han Xionyang and her companions. At this time, Lung Qijia was assisted by Lung Bufan to a guest room for rest. The following day, Lung Qijia rose early. My lord, Han Xionyang and the others had already begun preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Lung Qijia, they immediately bowed. There is no need for formality. Oh, please continue with your tasks. Lung Qijia waved his hand. Wait a moment, my lord. I shall awaken my husband. Lu Sisi insisted on calling Lu Qing, who was still in slumber after a night of heavy drinking. No, I shall take a walk outside. Please do not disturb my young friend Lu Qing's rest. I would feel guilty otherwise, Lung Qijia urged, emphasizing that they should let Lu Qing sleep. Understood, Lu Sisi replied, recognizing Lung Qiji's intent. Exiting Lu Qing's residence, Lung Qijia took a leisurely stroll around Monglong village, observing the villagers, each adorned with smiles indicative of their prosperous lives. After a considerable walk, he arrived at the training ground. 1212 faster, increase your speed. At that moment, Su, who was leading the group in their running exercises, a daily routine mandated by Lu Qing. My lord, Wu Fatsai, the instructor responsible for supervising, approached Lung Qijia upon noticing him. Indeed, Lung Qijia smiled at Wu Fatsai. Yesterday, due to Lu Qing, we did not properly greet each other. How have you fared these years? Lung Qijia inquired with genuine concern. Wu Fatsai was a trusted subordinate, and had he not been injured, he would undoubtedly be capable of independent command. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am currently doing very well. My family has built a brick house, and we lack for nothing. My brothers Wu He and Wu Hai are working with Lu Qing, so I have no worries, Wu Fatsai replied, satisfaction evident in his tone as he recounted his circumstances. Observing the smile on Wu Fatsai's face, Lung Qijia expressed, it is good to hear you are well. I feel guilty towards you all, as you once followed me through thick and thin, and due to my injuries, I failed to provide you with the security you deserved. With a heavy heart, Lung Qijia lamented. My lord, you are too modest. Back then you were also struggling for your own survival. How could you have been expected to care for us? Wu Fatsai understood. While everyone admired the illustrious reputation of the northern border marquis, Lung Qijia, few realized the hardships he faced. The court neglected to provide for the steeds, yet demanded they run. Enough of such matters. Knowing you are well is enough to ease my mind, Lung Qijie said, patting Wu Fatsai on the shoulder. Since you have come, my lord, allow me to show you this training ground constructed by Lu Qing. Please take a good look. Wu Fatsai guided Lung Qijie into the training area. This is called the horizontal bar. This is the parallel bars. These are the trenches. And this is the single log bridge. This is the barbell. Wu Fatsai introduced each apparatus in detail, even calling Su Hu over to demonstrate for Lung Qijie. Imitating the demonstration, Lung Qijie soon found himself drenched in sweat, feeling that this training was more effective than his usual regimen. What is this? These are all inventions of Lu Qing designed to enhance our physical conditioning. My lord, do you think if our northern border army trained using these methods our troops' capabilities could improve? Wu Fatsai queried. Nodding in agreement, Lung Qijie acknowledged the validity of Wu Fatsai's observation. Lu Qing is truly an extraordinary individual, he remarked in wonder. Do you also share this sentiment, my lord? Wu Fatsai was taken aback by Lung Qijie's high praise, for it was rare to hear him speak so highly of anyone. To receive such acknowledgement from Lung Qijie was a testament to Lu Qing's genuine talent. Indeed, I have recognized that Lu Qing possesses both literary and martial prowess, a rare gift. Our Yong dynasty is fortunate to have such a talent. It is indeed a blessing from the heavens. Lung Qijie expressed his gratitude for such a boon to their dynasty. I did not anticipate, my lord, to hold Lu Qing in such high regard, Wu Fatsai remarked in surprise. My lord, it seems Lu Qing is reluctant to pursue fame and fortune. Were it not for your visit, he might not have engaged in discussions about the northern border battles, Wu Fatsai offered, revealing his understanding of Lu Qing's character, noting that despite his talents, Lu Qing preferred to remain aloof. However, Lung Qijie smiled knowingly at Wu Fatsai. Lu Qing has already entered the fray. What? Wu Fatsai was taken aback, unsure of how Lung Qijie had discerned this. Lu Qing possesses talent. If he were to remain in Monglong village, he could indeed choose to ignore the outside world. Yet he has eradicated mountain bandits and engaged in commerce. A person like him is destined for greatness. Even if Lu Qing wishes to remain detached, certain circumstances will not allow him to do so, Lung Qijie stated with calm conviction. In his view, a person such as Lu Qing could never lead an ordinary life. Sometimes one cannot simply evade the call of destiny. Even if one seeks tranquility, fate will often confront them. Lu Qing was that very individual. He may desire a peaceful existence, yet once one becomes renowned, it is nearly impossible to return to obscurity. What? Wu Fatsai was at a loss for how to counter this assertion. Could it be that Lu Qing was being drawn into the world against his will? I am merely uncertain of the path that lies ahead for Lu Qing. I sense that he may either be the savior of our Yong dynasty or its calamity, Lung Qijie remarked. Perhaps it was unnoticeable to others, but Lung Qijie's tone clearly conveyed a sense of disillusionment with the Yong dynasty, particularly when he reflected on his past exile by the court. Disappointment is an attitude that is difficult to alter. Moreover, he did not perceive in Lu Qing the same loyalty to the nation that they possessed. Lu Qing seemed to prioritize his own interests above all else. After hearing Lung Qijie's remarks, Wu Fatsai remained silent. They engaged in lengthy discussions. Upon returning to Lu Qing's residence, Lu Qing was already awake. Lord. Upon seeing Lung Qijie, Lu Qing displayed no signs of guilt for rising late, and neglecting his guest instead, he exuded a carefree demeanor, which surprised Lung Qijie once more. Days passed. Lung Qijie occasionally conversed with Lu Qing about military strategy. Through these exchanges, Lung Qijie realized that Lu Qing was indeed extraordinary, particularly his mastery of the 36 stratagems, each tactic leaving Lung Qijie in awe. I finally understand why my young friend Lu Qing was able to effortlessly eliminate those bandits. Before him, they are nothing more than mere decorations. Lung Qijie remarked with a smile. Lu Qing possessed a keen intellect and a profound understanding of military tactics. He utilized these strategies to compensate for their shortcomings, transforming them into their strengths. In the face of another who excelled in military affairs, those bandits who understood only plundering and chaos stood no chance against Lu Qing. Were it to be himself in a similar situation, he feared he would not measure up against Lu Qing. Father. Just as the two were conversing, Ling Bufan rushed over. What is it? Lung Qijie inquired. Father, urgent news from Yinmen Pass. The Dongxiang army is advancing south, and they are less than 50 miles from our position. Lung Bufan handed an urgent report from Yinmen Pass to Lung Qijie. What? Lung Qijie's expression turned grave. They were aware that the Dongxiang people would march south, but they had anticipated it would take at least another month. It was indeed unexpected for them to advance so swiftly. Their preparations were still incomplete. At the pace of the Dongxiang army, they will arrive within days. Their vanguard will likely reach Yinmen Pass in 2 days, and General Goen and his troops have already proceeded to Yinmen Pass. Lung Bufan said eagerly. We must return at once. Understood. Lung Bufan nodded. Lung Qijie took a few steps with Lung Bufan before abruptly halting and turning to face Lu Qing, who remained composed. Despite knowing of the advancing Dongxiang forces and the urgency of Yinmen Pass, Lu Qing was unperturbed. My young friend Lu Qing is exceptionally gifted in military tactics. Might you consider accompanying me to Yemen Pass? Although Ling Qiji had already surmised that Lu Qing would not accompany him, he could not help but ask. Lu Qing smiled and shook his head. Please, Lord, spare me. I am merely a country dweller. I can discuss tactics on paper, but to go to Yemen Pass is beyond me. I have faith that you will surely defeat the Dongxiang people. Lu Qing's stance was clear. He would not be going to Yemen Pass. Alas, Ling Qiji sighed in resignation. He then departed with Ling Bufan. Is father truly letting this go? Ling Bufan asked Ling Qiji, having observed Lu Qing's remarkable abilities over the past few days. Each man has his aspirations, we cannot force them. Besides, we have learned much during these days, and I still have confidence in facing the Dongxiang. Ling Qiji replied calmly. He led Ling Bufan, Ling Lihua, and others away. Dear husband, have the Lord and his company departed? Han Xionyang approached Lu Qing as he returned. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. Han Xionyang lowered her head, remaining silent. Are you wondering if the Lord has sought to recruit me? Lu Qing, perceptive as he was, quickly discerned her thoughts, to which she obediently nodded. She was indeed curious, as were others. The Lord wishes for me to join him, but I did not acquiesce. Lu Qing clarified for Han Xionyang. Why? Han Xionyang could not comprehend. That was the estate of the town North Marquis. Because I am accustomed to my freedom, and should I accompany the Lord, I fear I would feel constrained. Lu Qing explained with a smile. What difference would it make to accompany Ling Qiji to Yemen Pass? Even if he were to achieve merit, what of it? Ling Qiji commanded the northern frontier and oversaw the military. Did he not earn his accolades? Yet the emperor and the court could easily reward or punish at their whim. Lu Qing was not Ling Qiji. He believed that only by controlling his own fate could he truly thrive. He would not entrust his destiny to others. Even if one day he were to enter the world of politics, he would ensure his fate remained in his own hands, for the emperor and the court would dare not act lightly against him. Otherwise he would become but a fish on the chopping block. Oh, Han Xionyang thought to herself what kind of reasoning this was. Yet since Lu Qing had expressed his thoughts, she refrained from further comment. 2 days passed. The processing plant was established. Lu Qing began recruiting new workers once more. Our factory will primarily produce 3 items: oil, paper, umbrellas, soap, and candles. Lu Qing initially selected these 3 products for production. I will now teach you how to make oil paper umbrellas. Lu Qing commenced teaching the craft step by step, and by the end of the day, everyone had grasped the basics. For making oil paper umbrellas was not an exceedingly challenging skill. Brother Qing, can this item truly withstand rain? Tian Wang inquired with curiosity. I find it less effective than the raincoats we make ourselves. Tian Yo expressed skepticism regarding the effectiveness of the oil paper umbrella. We use paper to seal windows and rain does not seep through. It is the same principle, Lu Qing explained with a smile. As time progressed, the courtyard of the processing plant became filled with oil paper umbrellas, with at least 200 or 300 completed. Lu Qing selected the dried and finished oil paper umbrellas to take home. Liu Si, Ning Chuchu, come here. Dear husband. Liu Si and Ning Chuchu approached. I recall that both of you are knowledgeable in poetry. Lu Qing inquired. Indeed. Liu Si and Ning Chuchu nodded. I shall recite, and you too will inscribe the verses. Lu Qing opened the oil paper umbrella, intending to inscribe poetry and illustrations upon it, thus elevating the umbrellas into varying tiers of quality. Beautifully crafted pieces would command a higher price, while the simpler ones would be more affordable. This distinction served to separate the affluent from the common folk. Much like modern luxury goods, their high value stemmed from their inaccessibility to the average person, prompting the wealthy to pursue them fervently, thereby satisfying their sense of superiority. Excellent. Liu Si and Ning Chuchu nodded in agreement. Good rain knows the season, arriving as spring unfolds. Dear friend, you inquire about my return, but there exists no fixed date. The night rain in Bashan swells the autumn pond. In one evening light, thunder falls like 1,000 threads, the clear light, reflecting off the tiles, uneven yet vibrant. Lu Qing stood at the entrance reciting over 20 poems in one breath, while Liu Si and Ning Chuchu inscribed the verses on the oil paper umbrellas, their hearts stirred by the powerful waves of emotion. They recognized poetry, yet had never encountered the exquisite verses composed by Lu Qing, showcasing his unique talent. What astonished everyone was that each of Lu Qing's poems surpassed the highest standards. It could be said that every single piece had the power to stir the literary world. Lu Si and Ning Chuchu gazed at Lu Qing in sheer amazement. Gradually their expressions transformed into admiration. Lu Qing's talent utterly captivated them both. In that fleeting moment, the two seemed to drift amidst the sea of poetry, an experience truly enchanting. What's the matter? Lu Qing turned around, and upon noticing Lu Si and Ning Chuchu gazing at him, inquired curiously about the reason. My lord's exceptional talent has left us utterly spellbound, Lu Si said, with a slight blush, her genuine feelings pouring forth. She was indeed overwhelmed by Lu Qing's scholarly prowess. While one poem might suggest a certain level of talent, two could indicate a higher caliber, yet the sheer volume of 20 remarkable poems was beyond impressive, reaching heights that felt unattainable. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, Lu Qing boasted unabashedly before Lu Cixi and Ning Chu. After a day of bustling activity, 20 exquisite and luxurious umbrellas were crafted, adorned with intricate landscape paintings and inscriptions, instantly elevating their status. On the third day, once all the umbrellas were completed, Lu Qing instructed Wu He to take them to the Meng Long shop, entrusting Zhou Yuya with the responsibility of selling them. In Guang'an City, Zhou Yuya received the umbrellas. Are these the umbrellas? Indeed, Brother Qing mentioned that you could set the price for these ordinary umbrellas as you see fit, but for those adorned with paintings and poetry, he said they should cost at least 500 taels of silver. Wu He spoke with evident uncertainty regarding the pricing, pondering who would be willing to spend 500 taels on an umbrella unless they were simply extravagant. Aside from providing shelter from the rain, the umbrellas held little other utility. Zhou Yuya smiled subtly. I understand. Are you not curious at all, sister-in-law? Wu He asked, surprised by Zhou Yuya's lack of intrigue. Surely Lu Qing's pricing of 500 taels should elicit some curiosity. This demeanor did not align with that of a typical business person. Since my lord has stated, so there must be a reason behind it. Zhou Yuya expressed unwavering trust in Lu Qing, believing he would not make such an unrealistic decision. The price of 500 taels must be a result of careful consideration. Very well then. Wu He nodded with a wry smile. Soon after, Zhou Yuya arranged for the umbrellas to be sold. Esteemed patrons, today at the Meng Long shop we unveil a new item known as the umbrella, which provides superior protection from the rain compared to the ponchos we usually wear. As Zhou Yuya spoke, she presented the umbrella, which opened to completely envelop the person beneath it. Is this truly an umbrella? Indeed, Zhou Yuya confirmed with a nod. Pray tell, how much does it cost? 2 taels of silver for each umbrella. Zhou Yuya revealed the price, leading many around to feel that it was somewhat expensive. Wu He also thought it was costly, yet considering the 500 taels for the embellished umbrellas, 2 taels suddenly seemed rather reasonable. Come. Zhou Yuya smiled, and had someone bring forth the 500 tael umbrellas. Behold. As the umbrella opened, intricate landscapes and poetry became visible. What is this? It bears poetry. Let me see. Good rain knows its season, but falls when spring is born. What exquisite poetry. Truly remarkable. I wonder who penned these verses. A scholar in the crowd eagerly inquired of Zhou Yuya, clearly impressed by the work. At this time I cannot divulge that information, Zhou Yuya feigned mystery. Such poetry must surely belong to a distinguished scholar. Indeed, there are only a few in our De Yong dynasty who possess such poetic mastery, likely unwilling to reveal their identity. It is astonishing that the Meng Long shop has managed to invite such a scholar to inscribe poetry. This is indeed remarkable. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Wu He could only smile, wryly bemused by the notion of Lu Qing being a great scholar. The reasoning of these individuals was quite something. Zhou Yuya's lips curled into a smile. This was precisely the effect she desired. She aimed to leverage such discussions to promote their umbrellas. As for the truth of the matter, she had said nothing definitive. It was all mere speculation from the onlookers. I shall purchase this umbrella, exclaimed a scholar, producing 2 taels of silver to hand to Zhou Yuya. Zhou Yuya shook her head with a smile. Forgive me, young sir, but 2 taels of silver will only acquire you the ordinary umbrella. This one is worth 500 taels of silver, she calmly stated, extending her hand with fingers spread to signify the necessary amount. What? I must have misheard. 500 taels of silver. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. 500 taels of silver felt like a thunderous shock. 500 taels for a single umbrella. How can the Meng Long shop be so extortionate? Someone voiced their dissatisfaction, deeming the price outrageous. Esteemed patrons, while the ordinary umbrellas are indeed 2 taels, does not the poetry warrant the remaining 498 taels? There are scholars present who should recognize the extraordinary nature of this poetry. It is often said that good poetry is worth its weight in gold. This 500 taels for an umbrella adorned with poetry is a friendly price to start. In the future, such umbrellas will not be available at this rate. Zhou Yuya reminded the crowd. Indeed, the poetry is exceptional, truly marvelous. Certainly. Especially the lines, as the wind silently enters the night, nourishing all without a sound, how splendid it is. I shall offer 500 taels. At that moment someone boldly declared their price. Very well. Zhou Yuya gestured for someone to step forward, swiftly facilitating the exchange. Now, esteemed patrons, here comes the second umbrella. One by one the umbrellas were sold. Wu He watched in astonishment. He could hardly believe that there were indeed people willing to spend 500 taels on these umbrellas. Were they all mad? He remained unaware that these buyers were not purchasing the umbrellas themselves, but rather the poetry inscribed upon them. In no time, all 20 umbrellas were sold. Wu He felt overly naive, astonished at how simple it was to earn money. Selling those 20 umbrellas had netted them 10,000 taels of silver, a feat that seemed inconceivable. Lu Qing was truly remarkable. The business at the Meng Long shop thrived. In a tavern in Guang'an City, a young man opened the umbrella he had purchased and recited the poetry to his companions, a look of pride on his face. Look at this autumn clouds rise, the night grows cold, yet I feel my garments damp, without a drop, without a sound. What think you? Such fine poetry. An elderly gentleman dining near the window could not help but exclaim in admiration. Teacher. With the old man's exclamation, several young individuals turned to look at him in astonishment. Truly a remarkable poem. The elder offered his praise once more. He then directed his gaze toward the group of young people engaged in casual conversation. Rising from his seat, the elder approached. May I ask, young brother, is this poetry your own creation? He inquired. The young men, upon observing the elder's refined demeanor, which exuded the essence of Confucianism, promptly stood and bowed. I would indeed like to claim this poetry as my own, but alas, it is not my work. The verses are inscribed upon this umbrella. The young man unfolded the umbrella he held. The elder examined the poetry inscribed on it. The thematic beauty of the poem is exquisite, truly commendable, yet the calligraphy leaves much to be desired. The elder furrowed his brow, realizing the strokes were lacking in strength. One capable of crafting such magnificent poetry would surely possess commendable calligraphy skills. Why then did the two seem so dissonant? From where did this umbrella originate? The elder continued his inquiry. Without lingering on the matter of the calligraphy, perhaps the individual was solely versed in poetry and utterly ignorant of calligraphy, as has been the case throughout history. I procured it from the Monglong Shangpu for 500 taels of silver, the young man replied with a smile. 500 taels. The elder's students gasped in astonishment at the umbrella in the young man's grasp. The umbrella appeared rather ordinary, lacking any ornate embellishments, yet it commanded a price of 500 taels of silver. This was nothing short of highway robbery. 500 taels for an umbrella. Surely this is an act of extortion. One must be insane to spend such a sum. The group regarded the purchase of an umbrella for 500 taels as sheer folly. Not at all, not at all. The elder interjected with a chuckle. Not expensive. The students glanced at the elder, who had always taught them the virtues of frugality, now uttering such preposterous words. 500 taels for an umbrella. How could that be deemed reasonable? Had their teacher truly lost his senses? Is this truly not expensive, teacher? One student queried in disbelief, not intending any disrespect, but genuinely perplexed. The elder merely smiled. What you see is merely the umbrella itself, which is not inherently valuable. However, the poetry it bears is exceedingly rare and beautiful. For 500 taels, I find it quite reasonable. The elder gazed at the poetry on the umbrella, captivated and unwilling to part with it. The students turned their attention to the verses. Wise elder, your discerning eye is admirable. Oh, it is indeed because of this poetry that I made the purchase, the young man remarked, seemingly having found a kindred spirit. After a few more exchanges, each returned to their respective seats. Following their meal, one student asked, Teacher, shall we continue our journey? If we hasten, we could reach Chang'an within half a month. The elder considered the suggestion. There is no rush. Let us first visit the Monglong Shangpu. The elder resolved to investigate the shop. Yet the court's deadline is approaching swiftly. This time the court has appointed you as the Jizi Xiao of the Guazijian. If we delay, it may not bode well for you. Fear not, the elder reassured, waving his hand dismissively. His intention had never been to take on the role of Jizi, but having received an invitation from a dear friend, he felt it impolite to decline. Understood. Seeing the elder's resolve, the student ceased his persuasion. Had anyone recognized the elder before them as Wentingru, the eminent scholar of the Dayong dynasty, the entire city of Guang'an would likely be besieged by eager scholars. Wentingru. He had once achieved the highest honor in his youth. After serving as a minister in 2 different dynasties, he had retired to wander the world. However, he primarily frequented the Jiangnan region, seldom venturing north. Thus few in the north were acquainted with Wentingru. With 3,000 disciples under his tutelage scattered throughout government offices, his works had now become revered as Confucian classics in the Dayong dynasty. This time Wentingru journeyed north. A sudden letter from his friend Xie Dayun in Chang'an reached him. She had fallen ill a month prior, and her condition showed no signs of improvement. The time for the imperial examinations was drawing near, and the Guazijian could not function without a Jizi to oversee affairs. Thus a letter arrived in Wentingru's hands requesting him to assume the role of Jizi in her stead. Xie Dayun understood the nature of Wentingru and sought only a temporary reprieve. They were close friends, and Wentingru could not refuse assistance, leading him to alter his plans of wandering northward and instead make his way to Chang'an to fulfill this position. To his surprise, he had encountered such exquisite poetry upon arriving in Guang'an. At the Monglong Shangpu. Welcome, esteemed guest. Upon noticing a patron enter, Zhou Yuya approached promptly. After assessing Wentingru, she discerned that he possessed a scholarly demeanor, clearly not an ordinary individual. What might you wish to purchase? Currently, we offer only fabrics, paper, and umbrellas. Zhou Yuya explained, listing the limited items available. Only these 3 items. Wentingru expressed his surprise. He was astonished that a shop would limit itself to such a trifling selection. My apologies for the lack of variety, Zhou Yuya replied, unsure how to justify the situation, yet these 3 items were sufficient for their prosperity, rendering the sale of other miscellaneous goods unnecessary. It suffices to excel at a few things, she concluded. May I inquire if you have any more umbrellas available? Indeed, Zhou Yuya affirmed. Soon someone brought forth an umbrella. When Tingru observed it, noting the absence of poetry or artwork, this umbrella seems devoid of verses. Yes, there were a total of 20 umbrellas adorned with poetry, all of which have been sold. If you are not in haste, you may wait a few days, and perhaps new umbrellas will arrive. Zhou Yuya explained patiently. Upon hearing her words, when Tingru's expression subtly dimmed. He had hoped that visiting this shop would yield further poetic treasures, only to find himself empty-handed. May I ask, dear lady, who composed the poetry on the umbrella? When Tingru inquired with curiosity. This, Zhou Yuya's face revealed a hint of difficulty. Rest assured, esteemed lady, I seek merely to make the acquaintance of the poet, harboring no ulterior motives. When Tingru smiled, wishing to meet the creator of such beautiful verses. Is your esteemed teacher a great scholar? Might you be wary of us causing him any harm? To be able to meet him would be a blessing for him, a student beside. When Tingru interjected, unable to contain himself, feeling it inappropriate for the young lady to be so ungracious given how many sought to study under their teacher. Do not be disrespectful. When Tingru's expression hardened, recalling his teachings on humility. When have I ever encouraged you to wield your reputation to intimidate others? I apologize, teacher. Noticing when Tingru's displeasure, the student quickly bowed, daring not to speak further. You owe an apology not just to me, but to this young lady. After all your studies, displaying such impatience is unbecoming. If it continues, do not be surprised if I expel you from my tutelage. When Tingru's tone was stern. Upon hearing the words of When Tingru, the student's demeanor transformed into one of apprehension. I beseech you, esteemed teacher, grant me yet another chance. As he spoke, the student turned his gaze towards Zhou Yuya, adding, I implore you, dear lady, to forgive my transgressions. I offer my sincerest apologies once more. There is no need for that. Zhou Yuya hastily waved her hand. Being a shrewd businesswoman, she valued harmony above all. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Zhou Yuya then directed her attention back to When Tingru. I am When Tingru. When Tingru introduced himself with dignity. Oh, Zhou Yuya gasped in astonishment. Upon witnessing her reaction, Wu Ha and the others wondered if this elder's status was indeed remarkable. So you are the esteemed elder one. Zhou Yuya could hardly believe her fortune in encountering such a distinguished figure. It felt as though she were dreaming of this unexpected blessing. When Tingru was a luminary in the literary circles of the Dayong dynasty, revered even by scholars from other realms. The Dayong dynasty had incorporated his works into their imperial examinations, making his writings a requisite study for any learned individual. I had no idea the esteemed elder one would grace us with his presence. Oh, I humbly ask for your forgiveness for any oversight. Although Zhou Yuya was a lady, her experience in business alongside her father had endowed her with the understanding of When Tingru's significance. Wu Ha and the others were even more astonished, concluding that this elder was truly extraordinary. It is merely a matter of reputation. Oh, I wonder if the young lady might share with me. When Tingru displayed no airs of superiority, his demeanor and speech exuding courtesy. Throughout history, true sages have embodied such grace. Certainly. Zhou Yuya smiled, her curiosity piqued as she wondered how her husband would fare in an encounter with When Tingru. These verses are composed by my husband. Zhou Yuya revealed without further concealment. What? The students surrounding When Tingru exchanged bewildered glances. The poetry that had garnered such high praise from When Tingru was the work of this latter's husband. They had presumed the poet to be a sage steeped in the art for decades, only to discover that it was indeed her spouse. Given Zhou Yuya's appearance and youth, it was likely her husband was also a young man. How could someone so young possess such profound talent? Is what you say true? One voice expressed the collective doubt. Zhou Yuya nodded. It is indeed true. Before elder one, I would not dare to lie. The poetry is genuinely composed by my husband. She reiterated with conviction. May I inquire about your husband's age? Even When Tingru, a scholar of such high repute, began to harbor skepticism. He too was reluctant to accept Zhou Yuya's claims. Astute as she was, Zhou Yuya sensed When Tingru's doubts, but chose not to reveal her awareness. My husband is quite youthful, around my age, she explained. May I have the privilege of meeting him? When Tingru expressed a desire to see Lu Qing. My husband is not in Guang'an City. If elder one wishes to meet him, we must travel to Monglong village. Fortuitously, I have someone returning there, so it would be convenient for you to accompany them. Zhou Yuya motioned for Wu Ha to step forward. Sister-in-law. Wu Ha turned to Zhou Yuya. He was unfamiliar with the name When Tingru. His focus was solely on Lu Qing, and Zhou Yuya obeying Lu Qing's wishes in Monglong village, and Zhou Yuya's in Guang'an City. What is elder one's opinion? Zhou Yuya sought to ascertain When Tingru's thoughts. Very well, I shall proceed to Monglong village. When Tingru agreed readily. Will he ensure that elder one is well taken care of on the journey to Monglong village? Zhou Yuya implored Wu Ha with great earnestness. Rest assured. Wu Ha promised confidently. 2 days passed. Setting forth from Guang'an County and resting in Jinchuan County, Wu Ha guided When Tingru and their companions to Monglong village. Is this the village? The students beside When Tingru gazed in disbelief at Monglong village. Before their arrival, they had expected a remote and impoverished place, but upon seeing it, they found the houses of blue bricks and gray tiles. This hardly resembled a village. It was superior to many counties. Up ahead lies Monglong village. Wu He declared with pride. Is it not said that banditry runs rampant in the Luoyang region, causing great suffering for the populace? This seems to contradict those rumors. One remarked, observing the village's prosperity. Indeed, my brother speaks true. Banditry was once rampant, but it has been eradicated by our Qing. In Guang'an County, there are no longer any mountain bandits. As for the people's welfare, Monglong village was once quite barren. It is only due to Qing that we now enjoy a good life. Wu He spoke fondly of Lu Qing. In Wu He's eyes, Lu Qing was a figure of unmatched capability. This Qing must be the poet in question. When Tingru inquired, noting the respect reflected in Wu He's demeanor. Indeed, his full name is Lu Qing, and he is the sole scholar of Monglong village. Wu He replied with a smile. The students of Wen Tingru exchanged glances. To them, a scholar was the most common of titles, yet they had not anticipated that a mere scholar could compose such exquisite poetry. This Lu Qing is but a scholar, and yet he produces such remarkable poetry. I suspect he may have plagiarized the works of others. As soon as they learned of Lu Qing's scholarly status, doubts began to surface regarding the authenticity of the poetry ascribed to him. After all, it seemed improbable that a mere scholar could create such masterpieces. Wen Tingru remained silent, beginning to question whether he had made a mistake in coming here. Before long, they entered Monglong village. Wu He has returned. Yes. Wu He nodded. Wu He, you should hurry home. The matchmaker is likely to wear down your doorstep. The villagers urged Wu He to check on his family, as the changes in Monglong village had made its youth highly sought after in the neighboring areas. Everyone desired to marry their daughters into the village, where they could be assured of a life free from want. Understood. Wu He replied with a smile. Wu He led Wen Tingru and the others to the courtyard of Lu Qing's residence before attending to matters at home. They arrived outside the courtyard. Voices could be heard from within. The birds have ceased to fly across 1,000 mountains. The paths are void of human traces. A lone fisherman in a straw cape patiently angling in the cold river snow. My dear, what do you think of this poem? Lu Qing asked Liu Cixi and Ning Chuchu, standing in the courtyard. A splendid poem. Liu Cixi praised Lu Qing's verses. What has prompted you to suddenly compose poetry today? Ning Chuchu inquired curiously, for Lu Qing had been preoccupied with candle and soap making recently, so it was surprising he had taken an interest in poetry. The rain umbrellas require inscriptions. There will be times when I am absent, so I have decided to compile a collection of poetry, transcribing my verses so that you may inscribe them on the umbrellas in my absence. Lu Qing shared his thoughts. This was a case of preparing for the future. A poetry collection. Liu Cixi and Ning Chuchu were utterly astonished, more so than ever before. Feeling the astonished gazes of the two, Lu Qing stepped forward and gently pinched Liu Cici's cheek. What's the matter? Do you doubt me, your husband? Lu Qing inquired with a smile. Liu Cici shook her head. It was not merely disbelief, it was a profound skepticism. Are you aware of the Zhonglu poetry collection of our Daong Empire? Ning Chuchu asked. I do not, Lu Qing replied, shaking his head. He genuinely did not know. What? Not even aware of the Zhonglu poetry collection? This scholar must be a mere name without substance. Teacher, I believe we should return. One student erupted in anger upon hearing Lu Qing's ignorance of the Zhonglu poetry collection. The Zhonglu poetry collection is a compilation of poems painstakingly crafted by the esteemed Wen Tingru throughout his life. It comprises 200 pieces selected from an array of poetic gatherings and visits among literary figures across the rivers and mountains of the land. It can be said that the Zhonglu poetry collection encapsulates the quintessence of poetry in the Daong Empire, a true treasure of the literary world. From childhood aspiring to read and write to pursue scholarly fame, the Zhonglu poetry collection is an indispensable read. Thus, the student's anger was ignited upon hearing Lu Qing's lack of knowledge of the collection. Anyone in the Daong Empire who claimed ignorance of the Zhonglu poetry collection could not be considered a scholar. Even those who were scholars might merely hold an empty reputation. This Lu Qing is excessively arrogant and dismissive, remarked one. Indeed, several others echoed in indignation. They revered the Zhonglu poetry collection as a classic, and to hear a scholar claim ignorance was infuriating. When Tingru glared at the group, his anger palpable, such impatience was unbecoming of a scholar. If a single word could provoke such ire, what manner of character did they possess? Little did they know Lu Qing truly was ignorant of the Zhonglu poetry collection. It was due to his influence that everyone in Monglong village appeared prosperous. Previously, they shared clothes. Though Lu Qing was a scholar, he had not delved into the Zhonglu poetry collection. The Zhonglu poetry collection was compiled by the great Confucian Wen Tingru, gathering the finest poetry from across the realm. It encompasses the best works of our Daong Empire, both ancient and modern, Ning Chuchu calmly stated. The scholar Xie Daoyun of the Guozijian once claimed that one could grasp the flourishing literary scene of the Daong Empire through the Zhonglu poetry collection. It is the most beloved poetry collection today, sought after even by other empires. Ning Chuchu added her words, revealing the esteemed status of the collection in her eyes. Now do you understand the immense difficulty of creating a poetry collection? Lu Cixi chuckled, glancing at Lu Qing, seemingly suggesting that he had no inkling of the endeavor's challenges. You two young ladies. Lu Qing realized they still doubted his ability to produce a poetry collection. When Tingru traveled extensively visiting eminent literary figures to compile his collection, indeed, it was no small feat. However, I differ from him. I can craft a poetry collection without ever stepping outside my door, Lu Qing declared, his face beaming with confidence. Do you? Brother-in-law, do you realize that if others overheard your words they would deem you utterly foolish? At that moment Su Yunian approached. You two do not believe. It is not disbelief, but incredulity. How could you possibly create a poetry collection on your own? Do you think you could outshine all the talents of our Daong Empire? Su Yunian was frank in her skepticism, acknowledging Lu Qing's talents, but asserting the limitations of an individual's capabilities. Very well, since you all doubt my words today, I shall demonstrate what it means to have a torrent of inspiration. Prepare to witness a miracle. Lu Qing resolved to astonish the group, eager to show Lu Cixi and the others that a poetry collection was child's play for him. A miracle? If you truly can create a miracle, then how could you merely be a scholar? Su Yunian challenged Lu Qing. I prefer to remain low-key, avoiding fame and fortune, Lu Qing retorted. Enough of this idle chatter, let us speak through action. He ceased further argument. Just watch as a poetry collection comes to life. Lu Qing stepped back. Feel free to propose a theme. If I, Lu Qing, fail to produce poetry, then I shall admit to being boastful. He intended to tease Lu Cixi and the others. Are you serious? Ning Chuchu scrutinized Lu Qing, wondering where his confidence stemmed from daring to invite them to challenge him. Your husband is clever. If we propose a theme, he could simply claim to be unprepared and sidestep the challenge. Lu Cixi seemed to have caught onto Lu Qing's intentions. You. Lu Qing felt a bit speechless. I assure you I possess genuine talent. Then I shall compose poetry at random. You may transcribe it for me. Lu Qing proclaimed, gazing skyward. In a splendid day I seek beauty by the riverside with boundless scenery fresh and new. The gentle breeze reveals the face of spring. A myriad of colors signifies the arrival of spring. Lu Qing recited slowly, presenting a poem about spring. What do you think? Lu Qing asked Lu Cixi and the others. Upon hearing it they recognized it as truly exquisite poetry. Even when Tingru outside the courtyard could not help but exhibit a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. The students surrounding him fell silent, struck as if by lightning. Just moments ago they had dismissed Lu Qing as arrogant and unrespectful, yet now this spring poem genuinely astonished them. How do you feel about this piece? In the southern land the orioles sing among the vibrant greens. In the waterside village the wine flags sway in the breeze. In the southern dynasty, 480 temples, how many towers and pavilions lie in the misty rain? Lu Qing inquired again. Grass grows and orioles fly in the February sky. The willows by the embankment bask in the intoxication of spring mist. Children return from school early, busily flying kites in the spring breeze. The swallow's grass is like green silk, and the Qing mulberries droop with green branches. The flowers fade, the red remnants are small green apricots. When swallows fly the green waters surround the homes. The willow catkins blow and reduce. Where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Within the walls sway while outside travelers pass by, and within a maiden laughs. The laughter fades, the sounds grow quiet. The sentimental are vexed by the heartless. Lu Qing unleashed a barrage of over a dozen poems celebrating spring. What do you think, my dear? Do you believe I am boasting? Observing Lu Cixi and the others rendered speechless with shock, Lu Qing wore a satisfied smile, relishing the effect he had created. My husband. Ning Chuchu was at a loss for words, questioning whether Lu Qing truly was a poetic genius descended from the heavens. Could there genuinely be someone capable of such a torrent of creativity? How could this be possible? How is it possible that in just one spring I have composed over a dozen exquisite poems? Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the elements of nature, blooming flowers, drifting snow, each contributing a little, and with these 200 poems wouldn't that encompass the entirety? Lu Qing displayed a proud expression. Ning Chuchu and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Outside, when Tingru and his companions were also rooted to the spot in disbelief. Indeed, when Tingru himself was so astonished that he could hardly utter a word. Throughout his life he had encountered countless talented individuals, yet none compared to the extraordinary prowess displayed by Lu Qing. Could it be that such a remarkable person truly exists in this world? Is he perhaps a poetic immortal? When Tingru's students were equally astonished by Lu Qing's words, rendered speechless by the sheer brilliance of his verses, each one a masterpiece rivaling those in the Zhonglu poetry collection. How could they dare to underestimate such a figure? What is this? Why are you all not entering? While everyone was in a daze, he arrived at Lu Qing's residence, and upon seeing when Tingru and the others standing outside, immediately inquired out of curiosity. Having escorted Wen Tingru and his companions to Lu Qing's doorstep, he returned home to check. We just heard young Master Lu composing poetry in the courtyard and did not wish to disturb his inspiration, so we are waiting here when Tingru explained, emphasizing the importance of creative flow for a poet. Disturbing someone in the throes of inspiration was quite the faux pas for scholars like them. Not to worry, Wu He replied with a smile as he directly approached the door to knock. The others were startled, their bodies tensing in alarm. You truly are reckless. Do you not understand how crucial this moment is for a poet whose creativity is surging? How can you be so reckless? Indeed, this is akin to murder. Such extreme rudeness is an affront to culture. The students beside Wen Tingru were filled with indignation, perceiving Wu He's intrusion as a grave transgression against a fellow poet. Oh. Wu He thought to himself that merely knocking on the door could not possibly be such a grievous offense, especially since Lu Qing had told him to feel free to come over without concern for other matters. He genuinely did not comprehend why his simple act of knocking elicited such fervent reactions from these individuals. They were all scholars as well. Look at Lu Qing. Now observe these people before him who treated even knocking as a misstep. Wu He inwardly scorned them. I merely knocked on the courtyard door. What wrong is there in that? Wu He queried. Young friend, your knocking is indeed innocent, but just now young Master Lu was immersed in composing poetry. To intrude at this moment may disrupt his inspiration, which would be regrettable. When Tingru elucidated. If Lu Qing could produce a dozen fine poems in one go, he might have continued, but now that he had been interrupted. What now? Wu He was at a loss for words. Who is it? A voice called from within the courtyard. The courtyard door opened. Qinggu. Wu He, you have returned. Indeed. Wu He smiled and nodded, glancing at Wen Tingru and the others as if to say, look, I knocked, and yet no one is angry. Why are you all upset? Who are they? Lu Qing inquired upon noticing Wen Tingru and the others beside Wu He. This gentleman is. Wu He suddenly forgot Wen Tingru's name. At this moment, Wen Tingru stepped forward, saying, I am Wen Tingru. I have heard in Guang'an City that the poetry on the umbrella is the exquisite work of young Master Lu, so I have dared to intrude. I hope for your forgiveness. Although Wen Tingru was elderly, he was exceedingly courteous. From Lu Qing's poetry, it was evident that his literary prowess rivaled, if not surpassed, his own, prompting Wen Tingru to regard Lu Qing not as a junior, but as an equal. In the realm of literature, there are no generations. The accomplished are regarded as teachers. You are Wen Tingru. Lu Qing thought to himself that such coincidences were remarkably rare. Just moments ago, Ning Chuchu and Lu Sisi had mentioned him discussing Wen Tingru and the Tsanglu poetry collection, and now here stood the very author. This was fortuitous beyond the plots of novels. Indeed. Wen Tingru nodded. I apologized. It is not that I do not wish to believe you, but this is simply too coincidental. Just moments ago, my wife remarked on the literary brilliance of Elder when stating that you are the foremost figure in our Daong dynasty's literary sphere. I never expected to meet you upon opening the door. Lu Qing explained with a cheerful demeanor. Wen Tingru was momentarily at a loss for a response. Wen Tingru's students, however, thought to themselves that he was speaking nonsense. Just moments ago, they had all heard him claim ignorance of the Tsanglu poetry collection, and Wen Tingru. Elder Wen, please. Then I shall impose. Wen Tingru led everyone into the courtyard. My lord. At that moment, Lu Sisi and the others approached Lu Qing. Allow me to introduce. You two previously mentioned that the Tsanglu poetry collection is a treasure of the Daong dynasty. This gentleman is none other than Elder Wen Tingru, the author of the Tsanglu poetry collection. You both have had the chance to meet your idol. What? Lu Sisi and Ning Chuchu gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment, their eyes wide with anxiety as they looked towards Wen Tingru. Is this a dream? To mention Wen Tingru, and then he appears before them. Such an occurrence was beyond their wildest dreams. Are you truly Elder One? Indeed. Wen Tingru nodded with a smile, though his heart felt heavy. In the past, he would be approached by eager individuals seeking his wisdom, yet now he found himself questioned and doubted. I have read Elder Wen's Tsanglu poetry collection, and you have made significant contributions to our Daong dynasty's literary landscape, Ning Chuchu exclaimed with excitement. Today truly feels like a meeting with an idol. You flatter me. I have merely contributed my humble efforts. Wen Tingru was cautious, for the Tsanglu poetry collection was a collective achievement, not solely his own. Lu Sisi and Ning Chuchu were genuinely thrilled, yet they were equally astounded by Lu Qing's talent. Their husband was indeed an extraordinary person. Without ever leaving his home, he had received visits from the formidable General Lung Qiji and the esteemed scholar Wen Tingru. This kind of treatment could perhaps only be afforded to the current emperor. In the Daong dynasty, both the literary and martial realms were represented by the highest echelons of society. Yet they had come to visit Lu Qing in Monglong village, a testament to his remarkable stature. Everyone please come inside, it is not proper to linger here. Lu Qing gestured for them to enter. As they stepped inside, Wen Tingru's eyes fell upon the calligraphy and paintings adorning the room. These are merely some of my idle creations. I find that having calligraphy and art about makes the space more pleasing, Lu Qing explained, noting that in ancient times there were no wall murals, so he had taken to creating his own. Such fine script and poetry. When Tingru admired the displayed works, noting their elegance and the quality of the calligraphy. "May I inquire, young Master Lu, what style of calligraphy is this? I have never seen its like before," when Tingru asked, sensing the quality, even if he did not know its name. "Shou-jin Ti," Lu Qing replied. "Shou-jin Ti." When Tingru examined the sharp strokes, each character gleaming like a sword. Such a splendid example of the Shou-jin script. When Tingru stood quietly before the calligraphy, feeling as though he were immersed entirely in the artistry displayed. Behind him, his students also observed the artwork, yet they perceived far less depth than when Tingru did. After a moment, when Tingru regained his senses, his heart swelled with excitement. This journey was truly worthwhile. Had it not been for Xie Dain's request to assume the position of the Grand Academic Dean in Chang'an, he would have certainly purchased a residence in Monglong Village to engage in profound discussions with Lu Qing. What about this one? When Tingru turned his gaze to the second piece. This script was entirely different from the Shou-jin. The characters danced across the surface with an elegant recklessness, yet maintained a certain order. This is the cursive script. The cursive script. When Tingru nodded, observing for a while before shifting half a step to stop before the third piece. This is the running script. Lu Qing needed no prompting from when Tingru. He immediately began to explain the calligraphy. The running script. When Tingru silently nodded, his expression revealing profound astonishment. How remarkable that such artistry could emerge from a humble place like Monglong Village. The characters within these pieces represented the pinnacle of literary achievement, an epitome of calligraphy. This is the regular script. This is the small seal script. Lu Qing continued to introduce each piece to Wen Tingru. In the entire room, only Lu Qing's explanations could be heard. Others remained silent, including Wen Tingru's students and Lu Qing's family, all watching intently. Once all the artworks were viewed, Wen Tingru suddenly turned and bowed to Lu Qing. "Wen Laozu, what is this?" Lu Qing was taken aback by the gesture. The man before him was the most esteemed figure in the literary world of the Daong dynasty. How could he possibly merit such respect? "Lu Xiaoyu's literary accomplishments far surpass my own. Your works have undeniably enriched the literary landscape of our Daong dynasty." Wen Tingru spoke earnestly. "Wen Laozu, you are too kind. I am but a mere scholar, truly unworthy of such praise." Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. "Lu Xiaoyu, there is no need for humility. Your calligraphy alone could establish a new school of thought. If this were to become known, it would undoubtedly elevate the literary realm of Daong, propelling the art of calligraphy to new heights." Wen Tingru continued. Although the Daong dynasty boasted some accomplishments in poetry and calligraphy, few have truly shone. Today, what he witnessed through Lu Qing revealed a new world of calligraphy, with Lu Qing emerging as a trailblazer in the literary domain. Oh, Ning Chu Chu and the others gazed at Lu Qing in astonishment. Initially, they believed these calligraphic pieces were merely casual scribbles by Lu Qing intended to decorate the room and alleviate its monotony. They never imagined these artworks were of such significance and value. They had even jested about Lu Qing suggesting he purchase calligraphy if he enjoyed it rather than write it himself. It now seemed they had woefully misjudged the worth of these pieces. Each of these calligraphic works is worth a fortune. While talent may be priceless, there remains a comparative value. A fortune. This was the highest praise Wen Tingru could give. One piece could be exchanged for an entire city, underscoring the immense value of the calligraphy. Lu Cixi and her companions were once again stunned. A fortune. Such precious items were so brazenly displayed on the wall. If they were to be stolen, it would indeed be a significant loss. Lu Cixi, Han Xionyang, and Cheng Su exchanged glances. They silently resolved that once everyone departed, they would carefully remove these artworks. This was truly a treasure worth a fortune. What might be dismissed as jest by others held weight coming from Wen Tingru. His words carried undeniable truth. "Wen Laozu, you flatter me." Lu Qing remained remarkably composed. Seeing Lu Qing's calm demeanor, Wen Tingru's students admired his serene disposition. If they were to receive such accolades, they would likely be overwhelmed with joy. Yet Lu Qing remained undisturbed. It appeared he had long since come to terms with fame and fortune. Indeed, he was a person of great talent, a paragon for scholars. Though Lu Qing maintained a tranquil exterior, internally, he grappled with discomfort, thinking, "Please do not speak so highly of me." A fortune. What value could calligraphy hold without recognition? Just as he compared himself to Wen Tingru. No matter how well he wrote, it could never measure up to just a single character penned by Wen Tingru. Lacking fame, Wen Tingru's praise could inadvertently attract thieves. Did he not understand the wisdom of concealing one's wealth? "Wen Laozu, please." "Certainly." Wen Tingru nodded. "Earlier, as we entered the courtyard, we heard Lu Xiaoyu composing poetry." Wen Tingru remarked, wishing to clarify that they had not intruded. "It was not us who knocked." At that moment, a student stepped forward. "Indeed, it was not our intrusion, it was this brother who knocked." "Me?" Wu Yi thought to himself, what does this have to do with me? Not at all, it was hardly an intrusion. Lu Qing waved his hand, seemingly unperturbed by the interruption. "Sir." At this juncture, one of Wen Tingru's students approached Lu Qing to bow, addressing him as sir. While Wen Tingru referred to Lu Qing as Xiaoyu, even though he was of similar or lesser age, the students naturally referred to him as Sir given that their teacher addressed him with such respect. Lu Qing did not correct them, but turned to the student. Creating poetry requires the right time, place, and inspiration. If the Sir has been interrupted, he may now be devoid of inspiration. Does he truly not mind? The student voiced his concern, fearing that Lu Qing might miss a rare moment of inspiration, which would be a lamentable loss. Brother Qing, it was unintentional on my part. Wu He, having absorbed the conversation, realized he had disrupted Lu Qing's creative flow, which was of utmost importance to a scholar. He felt a pang of guilt. I understand there is no need for remorse. Lu Qing smiled, reassuring Wu He. My poetry does not rely solely upon inspiration. Lu Qing clarified. Oh, the crowd was taken aback. Even when Tingru wore an expression of surprise, Lu Qing's assertion defied reason. How could one create without inspiration? If inspiration were unnecessary, then surely anyone could compose poetry. Countless literary figures traversed the land in search of inspiration, yet Lu Qing claimed it was not needed. Is what the Sir says true? The student clearly found it hard to believe Lu Qing's words. Despite the numerous shocks Lu Qing had already delivered, the idea of composing without inspiration remained incredulous. Do not speak foolishly. When Tingru admonished the student, when lousier kindness is appreciated. It is indeed a good thing to voice one's doubts. How could an educated man not express his uncertainties? I truly do not require inspiration. As for proof, Lu Qing pondered, looking at the assembled crowd. Feel free to present me with any challenge. I, Lu Qing, shall respond without hesitation, and should I falter, then I shall accept my error. Lu Qing resolved to assert himself boldly this day. Was it my mistake to hesitate for a moment? What a confident declaration. Everyone turned their gaze towards Wen Tingru. Even if when Tingru and Xie Dian were together, they would not dare to utter such an exceedingly arrogant statement. This was nothing short of sheer folly. No matter how talented Lu Qing may be, it is impossible to compose poetry in an instant. One must understand that crafting exquisite poetry requires time. The skeptical student wore a look of discontent. He felt as though Lu Qing was jesting with him. What if he casually offered a few perfunctory lines in response to a question posed by himself? Well-crafted poetry and poorly constructed poetry are still poetry. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces. Such poetry is indeed plentiful. Rest assured, with Wen Lao present, I shall not offer anything less than my utmost. I guarantee that each poem will meet a high standard. Lu Qing resolved to elevate his performance further. In that case, I shall be so bold as to challenge you, sir. No offense taken, we are merely engaging in discourse. Lu Qing demonstrated a remarkable composure. Snow. Already surprised by the chill of quilt and pillow, I see the window bright again. In the depth of night, I sense the weight of snow, at times hearing the sound of bamboo breaking. Lu Qing spoke as if he had long prepared, yet everyone knew this was their first encounter. Wind. Leaves fall in autumn's embrace, while blooms arise in February's grace. 1,000-foot wave crosses rivers vast as bamboo sways in a slant. Lu Qing continued, and when Tingru observed him, Lu Qing's demeanor radiated tranquility, devoid of any tension, as if he could effortlessly conjure poetry at will. Could there truly exist such a prodigy in this world? What kind of intellect allows one to effortlessly compose poetry? And both of these pieces are of exceptional quality, far from mere trifles. When Tingru's heart began to stir with tumultuous waves, it had been a long time since he felt such emotional upheaval. Lu Liang is a borderland. Why not compose a poem about the frontier? Someone suggested. On a single card, I wish to ask about the borders as the vassal state traverses Guyuan. The wild weeds depart from Han's fort, while returning geese enter Hu's sky. The vast desert smokes straight, and the long river's setting sun is round. At Xiao Pass, I encounter the mounted scouts while the protector remains at Yinran. Lu Qing rose slowly. The crowd was astonished, as if they could envision the scene described in his poetry. The beauty of these verses was beyond description. Everyone was enraptured, which spoke volumes about the quality of the poetry. Bright moon. In childhood, I knew not the moon, calling it a white jade plate. I doubted it was the mirror of Yao Tai soaring in the azure clouds. Immortals dangle their feet, while the osmanthus tree flourishes. The white rabbit concocts medicine, asking with whom it shall share the feast. The toad eclipses the circular shadow, the moonlit night has grown dim. He once shot down 9 crows, heaven's beings are serene and tranquil. The essence of the shadow wanes, too insignificant to behold. What are my worries? They pierce the heart with melancholy. Lu Qing spoke almost in unison with the one who posed the question. Time passed slowly. Everyone seemed to forget the hour, oblivious to everything, as the room resonated with inquiries and poetic responses. Ultimately, the poet remained composed and untroubled, while the questioner began to rack their brains, uncertain of what to ask next. All conceivable queries had been exhausted, yet nothing could thwart the person before them. What about this? Me? Enough. At that moment, when Tingru interrupted, he had been counting, and astonishingly over 100 poems had been exchanged. Lu Qing was indeed a celestial being, entirely incomparable to these mortals. It seemed that Lu Qing's collection of poetry was no jest. Teacher. Several students turned to Wen Tingru. Lu Xiaoyou is a genius beyond compare. We mere mortals cannot engage in discourse with him. At this moment, Lu Qing had ascended in Wentingra's esteem. Lu Qing could be deemed the foremost figure in the literary realm. When Lao, your words are too kind. I am merely an ordinary individual with a preference for poetry and perhaps a touch more wit than the average person. Lu Qing humbly waved his hand. Wentingru smiled at Lu Qing's modest demeanor. Such talent coupled with humility is indeed rare among the youth today. Had he possessed such abilities at Lu Qing's age, he would have likely been insufferably arrogant. Little did Wentingru know that Lu Qing was genuinely averse to drawing too much attention to himself. Sir, the day is waning. Oh. At that moment, everyone realized that night had fallen. Xiaonyang Yulanin Ping, please prepare the meal. Very well. Soon Han Xiaonyang and the others had prepared the feast. Forgive us for our humble fare in the countryside. I hope Wen Lao does not find it lacking. Not at all. Wentingru sat down surveying the spread before him, steamed buns, chicken, duck, and fish, and thought to himself, this is humble fare. In all his travels across the great Yong dynasty, he had never seen such a meal in a village like Lu Qing's. It is we who have intruded. Wentingru was exceedingly courteous. After their fill, everyone retired for the night. Wu He approached Lu Qing in the study to report. Qinggu, the umbrellas have all sold out. Someone actually spent 500 taels of silver to purchase your umbrella. What are they thinking? Wu He was still puzzled. They are buying poetry, not an umbrella. It is akin to a piece of twine on a crab. It is worth the price of a crab, but on a cabbage it is the price of a cabbage. Lu Qing explained. What is a crab? Wu He inquired. Lu Qing realized they were unfamiliar with crabs. A water creature edible. When the opportunity arises, I shall prepare crabs for you. Excellent. Whatever Qinggu says must be delicious. Wu He grinned. In the past few days I noticed matchmakers visiting your home. You, my boy, should embrace your responsibilities and marry soon. Uncle Fa and Aunt Zhang are eagerly awaiting grandchildren. Lu Qing instructed Wu He. At that moment, Wu Fatsai approached Lu Qing, hoping to persuade him to help with their matchmaking. Now Wu He and Wu Hai regarded Lu Qing as a figure greater than their own father. Very well. Wu He nodded obediently. The next day, Lu Qing rose early, noticing that Wentingru was already awake. Wen Lao. Lu Xiaoyou. Wen Lao, you are up so early. I have some matters to attend to in Chang'an. Yesterday I spent some time here, and today I must set out early. Wentingru explained. Oh, I see. Lu Qing nodded. Lu Xiaoyou possesses exceptional talent. With such intellect, why remain in Monglong village? Why not take the Imperial examinations? I believe your abilities would surely lead you to success. Wentingru felt Lu Qing should not squander his talents. Wen Lao, you overestimate me. I am not suited for officialdom. I excel in poetry and song, but governance is not my forte. I believe you, and I share a similar disposition. Lu Qing replied with a smile. Though it was merely their first meeting and their acquaintance had been brief, Lu Qing discerned Wentingru's character. Upon hearing Lu Qing's words, Wentingru chose not to press further. Each has their own aspirations. Before I depart, might I trouble you for a few of your literary treasures? Wentingru asked somewhat bashfully. He had pondered this request throughout the night. Not a problem. May I request some of your works in return, Wen Lao? Lu Qing countered. That is quite agreeable as long as Lu Xiaoyou does not mind. Wentingru chuckled, relieved by Lu Qing's words. Lu Qing brought Wentingru to the living room. Su Chunhua. Yes. Cheng Su and Dong Chunhua approached Lu Qing. Both of you please take down all the calligraphy and paintings from the wall. Lu Qing instructed Cheng Su and Dong Chunhua. Huh. The two were momentarily puzzled by Lu Qing's intentions. Was he truly planning to collect these pieces? After all, even a scholar like Wentingru had declared that these artworks were priceless. Hurry up. Understood. The two quickly began to gather the calligraphy and paintings. Old one, these are for you. Lu Qing held out the artworks. What? Not only were Cheng Su and Dong Chunhua taken aback, but Wentingru was also stunned. He had expected Lu Qing to offer him merely one piece, yet here, he was being gifted the entire collection. Cheng Su and Dong Chunhua stood frozen in place. Did he not just say they were priceless? This was akin to bestowing entire cities upon someone. Such generosity was astonishing. No, this is too much. Lu Qing's gesture left Wentingru feeling somewhat embarrassed. Old one, there is no need for such formality. We are like old friends, and these artworks are of little consequence to me. Moreover, no matter how exquisite the calligraphy, it holds no significant value in my possession. They would merely gather dust. If you take them, perhaps you can elevate their worth. Lu Qing expressed his sentiments grandly. Upon hearing this, Wentingru's respect for Lu Qing grew immensely. Indeed, he was a man with a grand vision. Then I shall humbly accept. You should. Lu Qing smiled. Wentingru accepted the artworks. I wonder what you desire, young friend Lu. Wentingru inquired, recalling their earlier agreement to exchange treasured writings. Old one, simply inscribe the words integrity for me. Lu Qing personally provided Wentingru with a piece of paper. Though curious, Wentingru did not hesitate, writing the word integrity alongside his name and signature. Thank you, old one. Lu Qing gazed at the word integrity with a smile. The benefits this word could bring were incomparable to those of several cities. Not long after, Lu Qing bid farewell to Wentingru and the others. My dear, weren't those calligraphy and paintings priceless? Why did you so easily give them away? Han Xuanyang could not comprehend Lu Qing's actions. With those artworks, they would have alleviated their burdens. It is not so simple. Lu Qing gently pinched Han Xuanyang's nose. When Tingru claims those artworks are invaluable, but that is contingent upon my possessing his level of renown. Otherwise, if I were to take my calligraphy out, who would trade a city for it? They would likely think I was mad. Lu Qing explained. Without fame, even the finest creations are worth little. Moreover, not everyone possesses the insight to see the value behind such artworks, thus to Lu Qing they remained mere scraps of paper. Oh, Han Xuanyang seemed to grasp Lu Qing's meaning. Do not fret, since I created them I can always produce more. Besides, I have obtained what I desired. Lu Qing wore a smile. What had he acquired? Is it the word integrity written by Old One? Han Xuanyang, perceptive as ever, immediately understood what Lu Qing referred to. Lu Qing nodded, affirming her cleverness. Indeed. Are those two characters truly worth so much? After hearing Tingru's assessment, Han Xuanyang could only think of their worth as unmatched. Not merely priceless, one could say they hold the value of an entire nation. Lu Qing offered an analogy, believing it to be a conservative estimation, as the word integrity would indeed bring a continuous flow of wealth. What? At this moment, Han Xuanyang seemed unable to keep up with Lu Qing's thoughts. Could two characters truly hold such value? Why could she not see it? What is our profession? Our profession? Han Xuanyang asked, intrigued. We are merchants, and in business integrity is paramount. Just think, if we possessed the word integrity pinned by the illustrious Tingru of the Daong dynasty, how would others perceive us? Lu Qing urged Han Xuanyang to reflect on the impact that this word would have. Their Monglong shop was recognized by Tingru. Lu Qing believed that with Tingru's endorsement of integrity, their business would flourish, attracting wealth from all corners of the Luoyang region. They would only need to count their riches at home. No wonder you were so enthusiastic about Old One. Han Xuanyang began to understand Lu Qing had always been modest, yet he displayed great enthusiasm in the presence of Tingru, showcasing his own talents and abilities, which astonished Han Xuanyang and the others. It became clear that Lu Qing's true motivation was those two characters. Clever, this is the phenomenon of celebrity endorsement. A smile played on Lu Qing's lips. In the afternoon, Lu Qing invited Wu He over. Qinggu, take this phrase to Guang'an City and deliver it to Yuya. Have her find a skilled carpenter to frame these characters for me. Understood. Wu He nodded, taking the word integrity and departing. Yulan. Yes. Zheng Yulan stepped forward. Prepare yourself, we are heading to Shangha village. Lu Qing instructed Zheng Yulan. Really? Zheng Yulan was overjoyed, never having returned home since her marriage, and was curious about her family's well-being. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. The processing plant and distillery require more hands. We are currently understaffed and need to recruit people from Shangha village. Lu Qing explained the reasoning. Though villagers from Lower River Village had come to Monglong Village, Lu Qing found the labor force still insufficient, prompting him to set his sights on Shangha Village. Since they were going there, it made sense to bring Zheng Yulan along, given that her family resided in Shangha Village. Great. He'll prepare right away. Zheng Yulan was filled with excitement. They set off in a horse-drawn carriage. In less than 2 hours, Lu Qing and Zheng Yulan arrived at Shangha Village. Where did this carriage come from? I don't know. I heard that a girl from the Miao family has reached marriageable age. Could this be a suitor for her? The villagers began to speculate. As the carriage entered Shangha village, the villagers followed curiously, as such carriages were a rare sight, even in Luoyang County. They were intrigued by the occupants of the carriage. It's the Zheng family. The Zheng family. Oh, I remember. I heard that Zheng Yulan married into Monglong village to a young man named Lu Qing. Could it be him? Is that true? The onlookers fixated on the carriage. Shangha village was not far from Monglong village, and everyone had heard of the changes brought about by a man named Lu Qing. Many in Shangha village envied the Zheng family for having such a fine son-in-law. Soon enough, Lu Qing and Zheng Yulan disembarked from the carriage. Is that really Yulan? Is that Lu Qing by her side? He certainly looks quite distinguished. The villagers' gaze fell upon Lu Qing as the couple emerged. As they stepped down, the Zheng family members came out of their house, astonished to see a carriage at their doorstep. They had never before had such esteemed visitors, but upon seeing Zheng Yulan, they seemed to understand. Yulan has arrived. Mother. Zheng Yulan approached her mother with a smile. Mother, this is my husband Lu Qing. Zheng Yulan swiftly introduced Lu Qing to her mother Luo Shi. Greetings, esteemed mother-in-law. I had intended to visit you earlier, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I have only arrived today, Lu Qing said, bowing as he explained. No, it's quite all right. Although we are in Shangha village, we have heard of the happenings in Monglong village. Luo Shi expressed her understanding. Please come inside. Very well. Luo Shi led Lu Qing and Zheng Yulan into the house. Mother, where is my father? Zheng Yulan inquired, as her father would typically be home at this hour. Your father? Luo Shi glanced towards the inner room. Zheng Yulan sensed something was amiss and hurried into the inner room, discovering her father lying on the bed, his legs bound with cloth strips and secured with 3 wooden boards. What is this? It's nothing, just a fall, Luo Shi explained to Zheng Yulan. Lu Qing followed her inside, observing Zheng Wangzu lying on the bed. The injury on his leg appeared more like the result of a beating than a mere fall. How could you be so careless? Zheng Yulan looked at her father with concern. Old age makes one unsteady. I merely stumbled. It's nothing. We country folk are resilient, and I shall recover quickly. You need not worry about me, Zheng Wangzu reassured Zheng Yulan with a smile upon seeing her return. But tears welled in Zheng Yulan's eyes. It's truly nothing. A few days of rest, and I shall be well again. Zheng Wangzu waved his hand cheerfully. Darling. Zheng Yulan turned to Lu Qing, seeming momentarily at a loss due to her father's injury. Do not fret, my beloved, Lu Qing reassured Zheng Yulan. Once we return, I shall summon a doctor from Luoyang County to examine the injury, and all will be well. In a small village like Shanha, it was unlikely to find a physician. Villagers typically relied on their limited knowledge to handle injuries, often resulting in slow recovery or infections. Indeed. Zheng Yulan nodded. And you are? Greetings, father-in-law. I am Lu Qing. So you are Lu Qing. Good. I have heard much about you. It is said that the transformations in Monglong village are largely due to your efforts, and the people of Xia village have all moved to Monglong village. Zheng Wangzu said, his astonishment and joy evident. Recently, he had visited Xia village and found it mostly deserted with only a few households remaining. He later learned from the Han family that the villagers had followed Lu Qing to Monglong village. I have merely contributed modestly. If you and your wife find it convenient, you are welcome to join us in Monglong village, Lu Qing said, sensing the conversation had turned in that direction. What? Zheng Wangzu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that they could also relocate to Monglong village. Would our moving to Monglong village trouble you? Luo Shi asked Lu Qing. Aware of Monglong village's circumstances, she was indeed eager to go, as no one wished to live in poverty for a lifetime. How could it be a burden? I am in need of assistance over there. Your presence would be a help to me. That would be wonderful. Luo Shi smiled broadly. Husband, what do you think? Luo Shi excitedly turned to Zheng Wangzu. Having a good son-in-law made a significant difference. This matter is indeed feasible. Zheng Wangzu nodded. Wonderful. Zheng Yulan joyfully leaped up. If her parents moved with her to Monglong village, she could assist them in the future. Zheng Wangzu, come out here. Suddenly a voice called from outside. Upon hearing it, Luo Shi frowned, and Zheng Wangzu's expression darkened. Who is it? Zheng Yulan curiously asked. Pay him no mind. Luo Shi waved her hand dismissively. Zheng Wangzu, I know you are home. Do you think you can avoid repaying your debt? I've heard your son-in-law is here, so this fine cart will be mine if you do not come out. The voice outside grew increasingly brash. As more onlookers gathered outside, the situation escalated. That scoundrel Huang Ermatzi is back again. Who asked Zheng Wangzu to provoke Huang Ermatzi? He is known for beating even his own parents. I heard that once he waited for his mother to leave before causing a ruckus at a relative's house. A bystander remarked. He is nothing but a beast. Those around observed Huang Ermatzi's brazen demeanor, feeling anger, yet unable to voice it. Even discussions about him were hushed. Will you come out or not? If you do not come out, I shall take this cart. Huang Ermatzi seemed to have a firm grip on Zheng Wangzu and Luo Shi. Darling. Zheng Yulan looked to Lu Qing. I will go out to see. Lu Qing decided, unwilling to let them be bullied without response. He could not appear timid. Son-in-law, it's better to let it be. Huang Ermatzi is a beast. Ignore him, and he will leave once he gets no attention. Luo Shi hurriedly tried to stop Lu Qing, fearing he would provoke Huang Ermatzi. Huang Ermatzi was known to be reckless. Inciting him could lead to dire consequences. Zheng Wangzu was the perfect example of this. Perhaps it is best to refrain, dear husband. Zheng Yulan echoed her mother's sentiments. It's fine. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. I am not going to fight him. I refuse to believe that Huang Ermatzi will act without regard for the law of the Daong dynasty. Lu Qing stated earnestly. Luo Shi frowned, knowing that if Huang Ermatzi were reasonable, they would not be in such a predicament. Son-in-law, you may not understand. Huang Ermatzi is utterly unreasonable. As a scholar, it is best not to provoke such a rogue. If you must go out, I shall follow. Luo Shi resolved to step outside herself. With me here, you need not worry. Yulan, I recall you have brothers. Where are they? Lu Qing inquired curiously, noting the absence of any male members of the Zheng family since their arrival. Mother. Zheng Yulan looked at Luo Shi. They are working in the fields, Luo Shi replied. Yulan, go fetch your brothers. Lu Qing seemed to devise a plan, and Zheng Yulan nodded in agreement. Why would we need them? They are busy working. Luo Shi immediately grew worried, fearing for their safety should they encounter Huang Ermatzi. They must come. Lu Qing's tone turned firm. He then led Zheng Yulan and Luo Shi out of the house. Huang Ermatzi glanced at Lu Qing. So you are the son-in-law of the Zheng family, Lu Qing. It appeared he had indeed heard of Lu Qing's name. Indeed. Lu Qing politely bowed. That's splendid. I've heard that you are faring well in Monglong village. Conveniently, your father-in-law owes me money. I shall take that carriage of yours. Huang Ermatzi declared, assertively pointing at the carriage. Gasps filled the air. Initially, onlookers thought Huang Ermatzi was merely intimidating the Zheng family. To their astonishment, he truly intended to claim Lu Qing's carriage. Gazing at the carriage worth at least 100 taels of silver, it was audacious of Huang Ermatzi to make such a demand. Why don't you just take it? Zheng Yulan interjected displeased. She believed her parents could not possibly owe such a substantial amount. Ah, Yulan, I must say you have grown increasingly charming over these past few months. It seems your husband treats you well. It is a pity you did not marry me, I would have been even better to you. Huang Ermatzi showed no regard for Lu Qing openly flirting with Zheng Yulan in his presence. You. Zheng Yulan's cheeks flushed crimson. Husband, do not listen to his nonsense. Zheng Yulan sought to clarify to Lu Qing that Huang Ermatzi had indeed come to propose to the Zheng family, but her father Zheng Wangzu deemed him unworthy of a lifelong commitment and thus rejected him. You need not explain anything to me, attend to your matters. Lu Qing gestured for Zheng Yulan to summon her family. Very well. Zheng Yulan nodded. Lu Qing turned to face Huang Ermatzi. You desire the carriage. Indeed. Huang Ermatzi nodded affirmatively. That is not entirely out of the question. Lu Qing replied readily. Debt must be repaid and lives lost must be avenged. It is only just. If the Zheng family truly owes money, then they would have no grounds for complaint if the carriage were to be collateral. How refreshing. I did not expect the Zheng family to be so spineless, yet you, their son-in-law, exhibit such fortitude. I shall not hold back. Huang Ermatzi grinned. Rumors suggested that Lu Qing was a figure of some importance in Monglong village, but it appeared he was merely intimidated and was willing to relinquish his carriage. That is unacceptable. At that moment, Luo Shi stepped forward. Huang Ermatzi, we settled our debt with you long ago. You have been evading your responsibilities. You even broke my husband's leg. Do you truly believe the Zheng family cannot stand up to you? Luo Shi glared fiercely at Huang Ermatzi. Though filled with rage to Huang Ermatzi, it was merely a futile display of impotent fury. Lu Qing smirked, confirming that Zheng Wang's leg had indeed been broken. The money you gave me was principal. I am now demanding interest. Huang Ermatzi held his head high, brimming with arrogance. Who in Shangha village would dare to cross him? What is the reason for this? Lu Qing asked, intrigued. Lu Qing, for someone so perceptive, let me clarify. Your father-in-law borrowed money from me 6 months ago to pay taxes when he was short on funds. Huang Ermatzi divulged the details to Lu Qing. How much? 81. Huang Ermatzi specified the amount. 81. If that is all your claim to my carriage is unreasonable, it is worth hundreds of taels of silver. Upon hearing Huang Ermatzi's sum, Lu Qing promptly contested his right to take the carriage. Huang Ermatzi's expression darkened at once. Noticing his demeanor, the spectators retreated, sensing an impending altercation. Lu Qing, do you think I jest? Huang Ermatzi strode up to Lu Qing, fury igniting in his eyes. How dare a scholar behave so insolently in his presence? It was a foolhardy act. It is not a matter of might equating to right. How could 81 possibly become hundreds of taels of silver? Even if this reached the county magistrate's office, he would not consent. Lu Qing appeared intent on reasoning with Huang Ermatzi. The magistrate's office. Huang Ermatzi laughed heartily. Lu Qing, do you dare to threaten me with the magistrate? I have visited the magistrate's office before. If you dare to go, I shall ensure you find no peace in Monglong village. Huang Ermatzi was a man of brazen audacity. You are mistaken. Oh, I, Lu Qing, have no inclination to involve the authorities. Lu Qing shook his head. Is that so? Huang Ermatzi clearly did not believe Lu Qing's assertion. Today I am determined to take your carriage. That is not possible. Lu Qing responded curtly. Then do not blame me. Huang Ermatzi declared as he lunged, aiming a slap at Lu Qing's face, prompting Luo Shi to exclaim in shock. Lu Qing remained unflustered, stepping back to evade Huang Ermatzi's blow and swiftly kicked him in the waist. Huang Ermatzi stumbled and fell to the ground. You. Huang Ermatzi was taken aback by Lu Qing's audacity. You have guts, kid. Huang Ermatzi rose again, charging at Lu Qing, now brandishing a dagger which had become his means of instilling fear in Shangha village. Anyone who dared to oppose him faced the blade. Be careful, Luo Shi urgently warned. Yet Lu Qing remained calm. Just as Huang Ermatzi thrust the dagger towards him, Lu Qing seized his wrist and executed a swift twist. Huang Ermatzi's dagger abruptly turned back towards him. Thud! With Huang Ermatzi's weight pressing forward and Lu Qing exerting just enough force, the dagger plunged into Huang Ermatzi's own body. You. Huang Ermatzi's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Lu Qing. In that moment, he realized that Lu Qing had feigned weakness to entice him into underestimating him. Regrettably, it was far too late. Lu Qing retreated a step. Huang Ermatzi collapsed onto the ground. Silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixed on the fallen Huang Ermatzi. Despite his intention to kill Lu Qing, he had been outmaneuvered. Everyone witnesses this. It is self-defense. Lu Qing hastily clarified. It is indeed. I can vouch for that. So can I. At that moment, those who had previously suffered at Huang Ermatzi's hands stepped forward. They cared not for the circumstances of Huang Ermatzi's demise, whether it was through his own folly or Lu Qing's actions. They felt an overwhelming sense of relief, knowing this blight had been eradicated. No longer would they endure Huang Ermatzi's tyranny. Thank you, everyone. Lu Qing bowed to the onlookers. Luo Shi stood in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Had the ruffian Huang Ermatzi truly been slain? It felt like a surreal dream. She glanced at Lu Qing. At that moment, Lu Qing appeared entirely detached from the unfolding events. Lu Qing, are you alright? Luo Shi approached him with concern. I am fine. Lu Qing shook his head. Husband. At this moment, Zheng Yulan arrived with her brothers Zheng Xiong and Zheng Meng. Huang Ermatzi. Zheng Xiong stared at the lifeless figure on the ground. He is dead, Lu Qing explained. Zheng Xiong and Zheng Meng were astounded. Dead. Zheng Yulan too was taken aback, grappling with the reality of what had transpired during her absence. How had Huang Ermatzi met his end? Are you alright, my lord? Zheng Yulan rushed to Lu Qing's side, anxiously inspecting him for any injuries, aware of Huang Ermatzi's notorious reputation for cruelty. I'm fine. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. I kindly request that you elder brother and second brother take his body back to the Huang family. Lu Qing's gaze settled on Zheng Xiong and Zheng Meng, whose names carried an air of authority, yet it baffled him how they had allowed Huang Ermatzi to act so brazenly within their home. Oh, Zheng Meng was taken aback. You want to send Huang Ermatzi's body back? Is there a problem? Lu Qing appeared puzzled. Perhaps we should let this be. Zheng Meng seemed hesitant. Huang Ermatzi is not someone you killed, oh why be afraid? Even if the Huang family were to pursue retribution, there's no need for concern. Huang Ermatzi has bullied you both time and again, as men you should not cower. Now that he is dead, do you lack the courage to return his body? Anger flickered across Lu Qing's face. If only Zheng Xiong and Zheng Meng could show a bit more assertiveness, Lu Qing thought Huang Ermatzi would not have been so audacious. You. Confronted by Lu Qing's words, Zheng Xiong and Zheng Meng felt a twinge of embarrassment. We simply wish to avoid trouble, Zheng Xiong explained. Avoiding trouble does not equate to cowardice, Lu Qing retorted. Will you spend your lives with heads bowed low? Seeing their silence, Lu Qing pressed on. Fine. At this moment, Zheng Xiong seemed to lose his restraint. Good. Lu Qing gestured for them to act swiftly. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Zheng Xiong and Zheng Meng departed with Huang Ermatzi's body, followed by numerous villagers eager to witness the unfolding events. Lu Qing, do you think they will encounter any issues? Luo Shi voiced her concern. Do not worry, my esteemed mother-in-law. Nothing will happen, Lu Qing reassured her. After a while, Zheng Xiong and Zheng Meng returned. Are you unharmed? We're fine, the brothers replied, shaking their heads. The Huang family not only refrained from blaming us, but also expressed their gratitude, Zheng Xiong remarked. Puzzled, Lu Qing was not surprised. Huang Ermatzi had become a figure of universal disdain, and even his family had turned their backs on him. As they entered, Zheng Xiong and Zheng Meng looked at Lu Qing, astonished that this seemingly frail scholar had been the one to eliminate Huang Ermatzi. Thank you for your assistance, Lu Qing. Not at all, Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. I hope elder brother and second brother remember this. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one does offend me, I shall retaliate. We do not seek trouble, but that does not mean we fear it. If trouble comes knocking, we must confront it. You two are strong and capable. You might evade Huang Ermatzi's disturbances, but what about your father-in-law and mother-in-law? What will they do? Have you even considered this? Lu Qing's tone turned serious, laced with ire. My lord, they recognize their mistakes. At that moment, Zheng Yulan interjected on behalf of her brothers. Lu Qing, you are correct. We were indeed in the wrong, Zheng Xiong admitted, seemingly enlightened by Lu Qing's reprimand. Understanding is the first step. Never abandon your family, no matter the circumstance. Lu Qing refrained from elaborating further. They were adults and should grasp the essence of his words without him needing to elaborate, for too much explanation might distort the intent. Thus the matter of Huang Ermatzi was resolved. Lu Qing and the Zheng family shared a hearty meal together. Are we headed to Monglong village? Zheng Xiong stared at everyone in astonishment. Yes, Zheng Yulan nodded. My lord needs manpower in Monglong village. Outsiders are unreliable, but we are family. Zheng Yulan smiled as she explained. I have long heard that Monglong village is exceptional. Nearly all the villagers from Shaha village have migrated there, enjoying prosperous lives. I envied them, and now it appears we shall have our chance as well, Zheng Meng added with a grin. I have established a distillery that currently lacks management. Would you like to take charge of it? Lu Qing inquired of Zheng Xiong and Zheng Meng. Can we really? Of course. If you have any questions, feel free to consult me. It's not overly complicated. Primarily, it's about overseeing daily operations and ensuring no one slacks off. Lu Qing briefly outlined the responsibilities to Zheng Xiong and Zheng Meng. No problem, Zheng Xiong nodded. By the way, I would like to know if anyone from Shangha village is interested in moving to Monglong village. Lu Qing sought their assistance in gathering information. Leave it to me, Zheng Meng confidently assured. As night fell, Lu Qing and Zheng Yulan chose to stay at the Zheng household, while Zheng Xiong and Zheng Meng went from door to door inquiring if anyone wished to move to Monglong village. The next day, Lu Qing awoke to find his brothers-in-law with dark circles under their eyes. What happened to you? We're fine, Luo Shi smiled, lightly gesturing for Lu Qing not to worry about them. Lu Qing, we have inquired. There are villagers interested in following you to Monglong village, but they are concerned about accommodations once they arrive. Zheng Xiong conveyed the villagers' worries. Rest assured, there are places for everyone to stay in Monglong village, Lu Qing reassured Zheng Xiong. That's a relief. Zheng Xiong sighed in relief. Half a month passed. The residents of Shangha village had successfully relocated to Monglong village, and Lu Qing had divided the village into 3 zones: Monglong district, Xia district, and Shangha district, to accommodate everyone. The distillery had officially commenced its brewing operations, and as promised, Lu Qing entrusted its management to Zheng Xiong and Zheng Ming, marking Zheng's family stewardship. Thank you, my lord. Zheng Yulan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lu Qing. Why are you being so polite? Lu Qing responded, playfully tapping her on the head. Not long after Lu Qing returned home to rest, Wu He arrived from Guang'an City. Brother Qing, how did things go in Guang'an City? Lu Qing inquired. Believe it or not, with the emergence of the word integrity, our business has surged. We may not be able to meet the demand. Wu He was astounded, realizing that those 2 characters could elevate business to an entirely new level. Do not worry about supplies, I have already brought the residents of Shangha village here. Now we have the labor force from Monglong village, Xia village, and Shangha village to increase production. Lu Qing appeared relaxed, akin to a seasoned leader, unfazed by the tumultuous waves around him, exuding calm confidence, as if everything was under his control. Brother Qing, there's one more thing. War has broken out at Yinmen Pass, and the government in Luoyang is starting a fundraising campaign. Sister-in-law intends to donate all the profits earned from the Monglong shop this month. Wu He relayed Zhou Yuya's intentions to Lu Qing. I agree. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qing endorsed Zhou Yuya's proposal, fully supporting her in this endeavor. Do you agree? Wu Hexin inquired. Can you not hesitate for a moment or reflect on it? Do you realize that the income for this month could amount to tens of thousands of taels of silver, and you propose to donate it without a second thought? Of course. Lu Qing nodded. Isn't this too much, Qing Ge? Wu He felt that a modest contribution would suffice. Not too much. Lu Qing waved his hand dismissively. We are all subjects of the Daong Empire. While we cannot fight on the front lines to protect our homeland, we must at least make an effort from the rear, Lu Qing explained with a smile. Moreover, a generous donation reflects our patriotism as businessmen. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. On one hand, it showcases our love for our country, and on the other, it enhances our corporate image and reputation, Lu Qing remarked, glancing at Wu He. It is not uncommon for entrepreneurs to contribute money during such occasions, as it serves dual purposes. At the Monglong shop, currently located only in Guang'an County, if they could donate a larger sum this time, it would draw more attention, leading to a flourishing business. Thus, it is said that spending a little to achieve great results is prudent. Return immediately and inform Yuya that I have agreed to this matter. Understood. Wu He nodded. Obeying Lu Qing's command, Wu He set off for Guang'an City to convey the message to Zhou Yuya. 2 days later, Zhou Yuya received the news from Lu Qing. Indeed, my husband is astute. His thoughts align perfectly with mine. Zhou Yuya smiled, her intention being to utilize this donation to elevate the reputation of the Monglong shop. Furthermore, a significant donation would also be favorable to the authorities. Have the funds been prepared? Indeed. The staff within the shop responded. Let us go? Zhou Yuya proceeded with the silver to the donation site. At this moment, beneath the northern gate of Guang'an City, crowds gathered, some to donate, others merely to observe the spectacle. I shall donate 1 tael of silver. I will contribute 10 won. I am here with a mere 21. Are you a chief steward, yet only donating 10 won? Someone mocked a middle-aged man dressed in fine attire, suggesting that even if he shed his lavish garments to donate, it would amount to more than 10 won. Business has been sluggish lately. The middle-aged man had his reasons. My lord. Chao Song stood beside Feng Jijia, observing the meager sum raised over several days, which barely reached a few thousand taels of silver. In such a vast city as Guang'an, this was indeed disheartening. It was stipulated that at least several tens of thousands of taels should be collected. Alas! Feng Jijia sighed, feeling helpless. He had thought that promotion would be a blessing. Little did he know that the first task upon his elevation involved the daunting matter of tens of thousands of taels. Let us see how the surrounding counties fare. Feng Jijia had no choice but to pin his hopes on the neighboring counties. Monglong shop, Lu Qing donating 60,000 taels of silver. Zhou Yuya approached the chief registrar and declared the amount of their donation. Oh, what? The registrar was taken aback. He lifted his gaze, staring blankly at Zhou Yuya. The surrounding crowd fell silent, each person seemingly frozen in disbelief. Expressions of incredulity adorned their faces. While a donation of 100 taels was already considered generous, the Monglong shop was presenting an astonishing sum of 60,000 taels. What could this mean? Have they lost their senses? Do they believe themselves to be wealthy beyond measure? What benefits could possibly arise from such a donation? Am I hearing correctly? Monglong shop. Has Lu Qing lost his mind? What is he trying to accomplish? After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions, unable to comprehend the actions of the Monglong shop. That was a staggering 60,000 taels of silver. Do they understand the multitude of possibilities that some could afford? Are you certain? The registrar dared not believe his ears. Absolutely. Zhou Yuya stepped aside, signaling for those behind her to open the wooden crates, revealing the dazzling silver within 60,000 taels displayed before everyone's eyes. At the sight of the silver, some individuals felt their eyes redden with excitement. What is this? The registrar rubbed his eyes. He was not dreaming, he had not miscalculated. His vision was clear, someone had indeed donated 60,000 taels of silver. My lord. Chao Song looked at Feng Jijia in disbelief. Let's proceed. Feng Jijia, not daring to delay, stepped forward personally. My lord has arrived. Chao Song called out. Hearing of his arrival, the crowd immediately parted to make way. Lord Feng. Zhou Yuya greeted Feng Jijia with a bow. Miss Zhou, you are too kind. Feng Jijia promptly assisted her to her feet. This is a small token of my husband Lu Qing. Zhou Yuya made sure to mention Lu Qing as his wife. It was essential for her to acknowledge him in such a public display. Also, it was brother Lu's intention. He truly possesses a noble heart. I became acquainted with him during my tenure in Luoyang County. Feng Jijia replied with a smile. Lu Qing's generosity was indeed a timely boon, effortlessly alleviating Feng Jijia's predicament. My husband also mentioned that you are a dear friend of his. Though Zhou Yuya was uncertain about the nature of Lu Qing's relationship with Feng Jijia, she believed it prudent to speak positively. Indeed. Feng Jijia nodded. Should the Monglong shop encounter any issues in Guang'an City, do not hesitate to approach me. I shall ensure they are resolved, he vowed, patting his chest in assurance. Thank you, my lord. Zhou Yuya felt elated her objective had been achieved. With matters settled, Zhou Yuya returned with the representatives of the Monglong shop, leaving behind a crowd still bewildered by Lu Qing's actions. Days passed, and tales of the Monglong shop began circulating throughout Luzhou. A donation of 60,000 taels was no trifling sum. In the Luzhou prefecture, Tian Song learned of the news and couldn't help but smile. Tian Song had come from Guang'an County to serve as the prefect of Luzhou. Indeed, Lu Qing understands the art of business. My lord, do you believe Lu Qing is engaging in commerce? Luda inquired, seeking clarification on what exactly Lu Qing had accomplished. Lu Qing has invested 60,000 taels to seize an opportunity for renown in Luzhou. Presently, it seems the entire Luzhou is aware of the Monglong shop. Previously, it was only known within Guang'an County. Now its reputation has spread throughout Luzhou, and I anticipate the business of the Monglong shop will flourish even more. The cost of 60,000 taels has enabled Lu Qing to achieve something that would otherwise require tens of thousands of taels, making this a lucrative transaction. Tian Song stated with amusement. He admired individuals like Lu Qing, who possessed cunning intellect. While it was evident that Lu Qing had ulterior motives, one could not deny that his actions yielded benefits for all involved, resulting in a win-win situation. In the recent campaign against bandits, Lu Qing secured a safer environment and a bounty, while their office garnered fame and merit for eradicating the bandits. This time the donation mirrored that arrangement. Lu Qing gained reputation, while they received silver. Both parties benefiting. Such individuals truly made collaboration a pleasure. Indeed, I did not expect that you, my esteemed lord, had already discerned Lu Qing's intentions. At this moment, Lu De interjected with flattery. Lu Qing is not a simple man. In the future, we must engage with him more. Who knows, he may very well save our lives one day, Tian Song replied slowly. Lu De gazed at Tian Song in astonishment. Tian Song's words were more profound than any praise. Could he truly save them? It is pertinent to note that Tian Song is currently the governor of Luzhou, a high-ranking official within the jurisdiction of Luoyang. What peril could they possibly face? Even in the face of danger, could Lu Qing genuinely be their savior? At Yinmen Pass report. Bad news. Our forces have fallen into an ambush. The Marquis and the army are trapped in Duanyang City. An urgent message arrived from within Yinmen Pass. What? Lung Bufan and the other commanders were taken aback. How could their army be trapped in Duanyang City? Preposterous. The 10,000 troops of the Tangxiang people are outside Yinmen Pass, facing us in a standoff. How could they have the forces to ensnare the Marquis? One commander rebuked angrily, believing the urgent report was undermining morale. The Tangxiang army advanced southward. With their 10,000 troops, they reached Yinmen Pass. Lung Qiji led the army to defend Yinmen Pass against the Tangxiang forces. Lung Qiji resolved to employ the strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao as suggested by Lu Qing, instructing Lung Bufan and others to hold their ground at Yinmen Pass, with 20,000 troops drawing the attention of the Tangxiang army. He himself would lead 50,000 troops from Yinmen Pass, maneuvering through the mountains to launch a surprise assault on the Tangxiang's Duanyang City. Duanyang City was where the Tangxiang army's supplies and provisions were stored. Should Duanyang City be in jeopardy, the Tangxiang forces would inevitably rush to its aid, allowing them to strike while the enemy was fatigued and annihilate the Tangxiang army, thereby completely dismantling their southern advance. Conversely, if the Tangxiang army did not respond, he could seize the opportunity to capture Duanyang City. Without it, the Tangxiang forces would be left without provisions and would soon falter without a fight. Thus, Lung Qiji personally led his troops toward Duanyang City. It is not the Tangxiang troops, but the Xiongnu army. What? Lung Bufan and the others were once again taken aback. The Xiongnu army. From whence did the Xiongnu army come? We do not know. When we arrived at Duanyang City preparing to attack, the Xiongnu army suddenly appeared, surrounding us from the rear. We are now trapped in Duanyang City. The messenger was equally perplexed. They had no idea why the Xiongnu army would appear at the Tangxiang's Duanyang City. What is this? Lung Bufan immediately panicked. Their army was ensnared in Duanyang City, unable to advance or retreat. It was likely that the Tangxiang had realized the current lack of forces at Yinmen Pass and would attack with full force. In such a situation, Yinmen Pass would likely be indefensible, and their troops in Duanyang City could also face annihilation. If that were to occur, the entire residents of the Marquis of the North would be utterly finished. Could it be that the Tangxiang have allied with the Xiongnu? Have they anticipated our assault on Duanyang City? One individual reacted. The others exchanged glances. This was the only plausible explanation, as the Xiongnu army could not simply appear in Duanyang City without reason. Outside the pass, 10 miles away in the camp of the Tangxiang army, report. Marshal, just as you surmised, Lung Qiji has led his troops to attempt a surprise attack on our rear, and now he is being besieged by the Xiongnu army and our forces at Duanyang City. A Tangxiang soldier informed Li Bumao of the situation at Duanyang City. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lung Qiji prides himself on his cleverness. Does he believe I am without preparation? I have long been on guard. Li Bumao was ecstatic. Previously he had taken Yinmen Pass, now he aimed to seize it once more. To the Tangxiang, Yinmen Pass, considered the northern gate of the Daong Empire, was merely a piece of decor easily traversed. How many troops has Lung Qiji brought? 50,000. Oh, so he has nearly taken 2/3 of the forces stationed at Yinmen Pass. It seems he wishes to risk it all. Alas, my skill surpasses. A smirk crept across Li Bumao's lips. Before their southern advance, they had already assessed the situation at Yinmen Pass. The garrison comprised approximately 70,000 troops, with 50,000 now absent. The forces at Yinmen Pass were perilously thin and ripe for capture. Lung Qiji is notoriously prudent. Why has he acted so rashly this time? At this moment, a Tangxiang commander questioned Lung Qiji's decisions. The emperor of the Daong dynasty is feeble and incompetent, the court mired in corruption. Once war breaks out, Lung Qiji understands that the Daong court will not provide him with sufficient support, thus he cannot afford to waste time. He has opted for a risky maneuver, launching a surprise attack to conclude the war swiftly. Moreover, following the previous mutiny at Yinmen Pass, the Daong court placed the blame on Lung Qiji, exiling him, which has caused his command to become less adept and impaired his battlefield judgment. Li Bumao spoke calmly. He was far from the foolish commanders. His preparations for this southern campaign were comprehensive, nearly entirely grasping the current situation of the Daong dynasty before proceeding. This is the essence of knowing oneself and one's enemy, ensuring victory in every encounter. It is precisely for this reason that he could easily discern Lung Qiji's plans. Your insight is remarkable, Marshal. Indeed, Marshal, your foresight in forming an alliance with the Xiongnu, enlisting them to guard our rear, is commendable. It is a pity we must share half our treasures with them once we capture Yinmen Pass. Some expressed regret. This is unavoidable. If you wish for assistance, you must provide benefits. Li Bumao saw no issue with sharing spoils with the Xiongnu. If they were to ally, sharing the spoils was a fundamental aspect of such a partnership. Convey orders. Starting tomorrow, commence the siege. With 20,000 defenders, I intend to capture Yinmen Pass within half a month. Li Bumao commanded the army. At Duanyang City, Lung Qiji emerged from his tent, surveying the soldiers in the camp with a face marked by guilt. He had not anticipated the Tangxiang's alliance with the Xiongnu. Marquis. Upon seeing Lung Qiji, many gathered around him. I am at fault for leading you into this dire predicament, my comrades, Lung Qiji lamented, bowing to them, feeling an overwhelming sense of age and weariness. Your words are too harsh, Marquis. Indeed, Marquis, we have fought together through thick and thin. We have no regrets or grievances. Even if we are trapped in Duanyang City today, what does it matter? We will die fighting. A commander stepped forward to express his sentiments. Precisely. As soldiers, we shall meet our end wrapped in horsehide. We die with honor, and we do not fear the Xiongnu. Each soldier was more spirited than Lung Qiji himself, and he felt immense pride. After all these years, his comrades still placed such unwavering trust in him. Very well, with such words, today, I, Lung Qiji, shall stand with you and fight to the death. Lung Qiji's own resolve ignited. Given that his soldiers exhibited no fear as their commander, he could not cower. Lord Ho, let us reorganize our troops and confront them heated, so they may understand that the sons of Daiyong Huangchao are not cowards. One individual stepped forward to propose seizing this opportunity while the morale of the army remained intact to launch a direct assault. Delaying any further would likely result in a disintegration of morale, making any attempt to exit exceedingly difficult. No. Lung Qiji waved his hand. It is not yet time. However, Lung Qiji appeared to have something in mind. Not yet time. Indeed, we must wait a bit longer. Lung Qiji's expression was grave. Should they engage in a desperate battle with the Xiongnu, now the casualties would be catastrophic. He recalled Lu Qing. Perhaps Lu Qing could be a variable yet to be realized. Seeing Lung Qiji's demeanor, the others concluded that he must have devised a plan, and thus they fell silent. The following day, Yinmen Guan. The army of the Dongxiang launched an assault on Yinmen Guan, their 100,000-strong force akin to a mighty tidal wave. Li Bumao seemed unwilling to grant Yinmen Guan any reprieve. He aimed to capture it in the shortest possible time. Although Ling Qiji was trapped, he remained a formidable opponent. Should Ling Qiji find a way to turn the tide, his own strategies would be rendered futile. All soldiers follow me into battle. Trapped in Duanyang City, Ling Bufan was appointed to take command in a time of crisis, and his position as a young lord earned him considerable respect among the troops. Follow the young lord into battle. Kill. Ling Bufan led the defenders of Yinmen Guan up onto the battlements. A single day passed. Upon the city walls, beneath the city walls, corpses lay scattered, the air thick with the scent of blood. Quickly clear the battlefield and carry the wounded brothers down. Leaning against the battlements, Ling Bufan commanded the officers beside him to swiftly tidy the area and prepare for another possible assault by the Dongxiang. Yes, the officer nodded in agreement. Young lord, are you all right? Noticing Ling Bufan's pale complexion, concern washed over them. Ling Bufan, lips pressed together, replied, I am fine, who come with me. He descended from the battlements with several officers, but before anyone could react, he collapsed to the ground. Young lord. Several rushed forward. They discovered Ling Bufan had sustained an injury, and it was more serious than anticipated. What should we do? Immediately summon the military physician to examine the young lord's injuries, and this matter must not be revealed. One commanded the others present. Currently, Ling Qiji was trapped in Duanyang City. Inside Yinmen Guan, fear began to ripple through the ranks. Should word of Ling Bufan's injury spread, it would undoubtedly lead to the complete dissolution of morale within Yinmen Guan. Indeed, after a brief discussion, they resolved to suppress news of Ling Bufan's injury. Before long, the military physician arrived at the tent. Quick, examine the young lord. Understood. The physician wasted no time, hurried to assess Ling Bufan's condition, but those nearby noticed a change in the physician's demeanor. How is it? Someone inquired anxiously, their greatest fear being an unfavorable prognosis from the healer. Even a simple acknowledgement of the situation would bring some relief. The young lord's injuries are severe. I fear I cannot offer assistance. What? Everyone stared at the physician in shock. Cannot assist. He is the young lord. Nothing must happen to him. You must find a way to save him immediately. Zhang Bao stepped forward, grabbing the physician by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhang Bao, calm down. Someone rushed to intervene, fearing that Zhang Bao might incite further trouble. My medical skills are limited, and there are no suitable herbs here. I truly have no means. If we could transport the young lord to Liangzhou City, there would surely be a solution. Though the physician felt helpless, he proposed a solution. That solution was to transfer him to Liangzhou City. The conditions there were better, with skilled healers who could likely treat Ling Bufan. Then it appears we have no choice. Time is of the essence. Zhang Bao, you must take the young lord to Liangzhou City immediately while we hold the fort at Yinmen Guan. If anyone inquires, say the young lord has gone to gather provisions and military funds. Jiangping devised a plan. Let us proceed as Jiangping suggests. Zhang Bao promptly ordered a horse-drawn carriage to be prepared, and under the cover of night, they transferred Ling Bufan onto the carriage. Outside the camp gate, Zhang Bao glanced at Jiangping. Do not rush off alone. Zhang Bao joked. Jiangping smiled, understanding Zhang Bao's meaning. With the Dongxiang army besieging the city and the fate of Yinmen Guan uncertain, should the city fall, their only path would be dire. Rest assured, as long as such a calamity remains, I shall be fine. Jiangping jested in reply. I will strive to return swiftly. Zhang Bao left those words behind as he departed. The next day at noon, Zhang Bao arrived in Liangzhou City with Ling Bufan. Upon entering the city, Zhang Bao headed directly to the Jinbeiho residence. The Jinbeiho residence is located within Liangzhou City. Zhang Bao. Leng Lihua was about to step outside when she spotted Zhang Bao approaching with a carriage. Miss, please send someone to summon the physician immediately. The young lord is injured. Oh, understood. Leng Lihua, taken aback, hurried to find someone, not even pausing to inquire about the extent of Ling Bufan's injuries. Soon after, the physician from Liangzhou City arrived. Approximately an hour later, the physician assessed Ling Bufan's injuries. The young lord's injuries are no longer perilous, but he will require over 6 months of rest to fully recover. During this time, he must avoid exertion and intense activity and refrain from provoking his internal heat. The physician patiently explained to everyone. Unacceptable. In a feeble voice, Ling Bufan interjected. My father is trapped in Duanyang City and Yinmen Guan is on the brink. How can I remain here in peace to recuperate? Zhang Bao, return with me to Yinmen Guan at once. Ling Bufan attempted to rise, but his body was too weak to move. Young lord, do not strain yourself. Be wary of reopening your wounds. Seeing Ling Bufan trying to rise, the physician hastily warned him not to move recklessly lest all his previous efforts be in vain. I am fine. Ling Bufan shook his head. Young lord, please stay here and focus on your recovery. Jiangping and I will hold the fort at Yinmen Guan. There will be no issues. Zhang Bao quickly stepped forward to counsel Ling Bufan. But my brothers are fighting valiantly, and I remain here in Liangzhou City nursing my wounds. Do you think I can bear to stay? Ling Bufan insisted on returning to Yinmen Guan. As the vanguard general, he could not afford to remain absent from the front line. Even if he could not charge into battle, he could at least uplift the spirits of his comrades. Enough. Why must you be as obstinate as your father? Is Yinmen solely the domain of our Lung family? If Yinmen falls, what then? The heavens would not collapse, someone tall would bear the burden. What honor do you seek in such a state? What if something were to happen to you this time? At this moment, a middle-aged woman, unable to watch any longer, scolded Ling Bufan in a stern tone. Lung Bufan's character mirrored that of Ling Qiji. In times of crisis, he often disregarded his own safety. Even if it means risking my life. What has the Lung family ultimately gained? The court has cast aside the Lung family as if they were nothing. Now with the Xiang people advancing southward, it is utterly despicable that they are recalling the Lung family. Mother, you. Lung Bufan did not expect his usually gentle mother to utter such words. Am I wrong? If anything happens to you, the Lung family will be finished, Song Shi said, sternly gazing firmly at Lung Bufan. From today onward, you will stay here and recuperate in peace. You are not to go anywhere. Song Shi seemed genuinely angry. I cannot. A father is still in Duanyang City, and I cannot remain here. Lung Bufan stood firmly by his decision. Elder brother. At this moment, Lung Lihua turned her gaze toward Lung Bufan. I will find a way to rescue father. You need not worry, she assured him, signaling that he should not be preoccupied with their father's situation. You. Lung Bufan was taken aback. In the midst of war, what could Lung Lihua possibly do? To Lung Bufan, it seemed that Lung Lihua was merely comforting him, trying to ensure he could recuperate peacefully within Liangzhou City. But how could he find solace within himself? I cannot, but there is someone who can. Lung Lihua spoke. Upon hearing this, Lung Bufan seemed to grasp her intention, and suddenly he thought of someone, the one from Monlong village, Lu Qing. Him. I believe he can accomplish it. Lung Lihua replied. But he may not come. Having met Lu Qing, Lung Bufan was skeptical that he would come to Yinmen Pass to assist them. I will find a way to reach him. It appeared that Lung Lihua had a plan. The others in the room listened to the conversation between the siblings, bewildered and unable to comprehend what they were discussing. Who is this person? If he is truly that capable, they must locate him at all costs. Yet is there truly someone with such extraordinary abilities in Luoyang territory? If there were such a person, surely they would have known by now. Very well. Lung Bufan nodded. Take my sword and tell him that if he comes to help, he will have complete authority over all military matters. Anyone who disobeys will face death with no mercy shown. Lung Bufan instructed Lung Lihua to take his sword to Lu Qing. This was his way of instilling confidence in Lu Qing. Understood. Lung Lihua nodded. The group exited Lung Bufan's room. Lihua, who is this person you mentioned? Can he really rescue your father? Song Shi looked at Lung Lihua with concern, fearing what might happen if there were any unforeseen circumstances. Mother, do not worry, he will surely rescue father. If he cannot, then truly no one else can save him, Lung Lihua replied solemnly. This was not mere comfort or exaggeration, it was the truth. If Lu Qing could not help, then there was little hope for Lung Qiji. Since such a capable person exists, we must find him immediately. Zhang Bao urged Lung Lihua. Time was of the essence, and further delays were unacceptable. Not so fast. General, I need you to do something for me, or I fear he may not offer his assistance. Lung Lihua turned to Zhang Bao. What is it? Zhang Bao inquired, curious about what she required. Announced throughout Liangzhou City that I, Lung Lihua, am to be wed. What? Everyone was taken aback by Lung Lihua's declaration. Lung Lihua was to be married. To whom? They had never heard of anyone coming to the town North Marquis residence to propose. Lihua, what nonsense are you speaking? Who are you marrying? Song Shi looked at Lung Lihua, believing she had lost her senses. How could she suddenly be getting married when they were supposed to be seeking help? What kind of turn of events was this? Mother, do not worry, I have a plan. Please, General, follow my instructions and have the Marquis residence adorned with festive decorations. Lung Lihua continued. Madam. Zhang Bao hesitated, looking to Song Shi for guidance. Lihua, are you truly serious? Marriage is no trivial matter, Song Shi cautioned her, reminding her to take the matter seriously. I understand, you need not worry. I know what I am doing. Lung Lihua reassured them with a smile. Half a day passed. News spread throughout Liangzhou City that the eldest daughter of the town North Marquis residence, Lung Lihua, was to be married. The Marquis residence was also decorated with lanterns, red silk, and auspicious symbols, making it appear as though a wedding was indeed imminent. Isn't the Marquis engaged in battle with the Xiang at Yinmen Pass? Why is his daughter suddenly getting married? Who knows? Whoever is fortunate enough to become the son-in-law of the town North Marquis residence will surely rise to great heights. Perhaps not. Have you forgotten the events at the town North Marquis residence? After the defeat at Yinmen Pass, their circumstances were dire. Becoming the Marquis' son-in-law may lead to shared misfortune. The crowd buzzed with speculation. At the town North Marquis residence, Lung Lihua donned her wedding gown. Miss? The maid responsible for assisting Lung Lihua with her attire looked at her in concern, bewildered as to whom she was marrying. It is just marriage. I am not heading to my demise, so there is no need for such sorrow. Lung Lihua smiled. Yet internally, she never expected to be wed in this manner. Miss, everything is prepared outside. Zhang Bao arrived at the doorway. All right. Lung Lihua nodded. Emerging from the town North Marquis residence clad in her bridal attire, Lung Lihua found herself surrounded by curious onlookers, all eager to learn who she was marrying. Prepare the horses. As soon as Lung Lihua commanded, a procession of riders appeared, their horses adorned with red silk, creating an air of festivity. Mount up, we shall escort the young lady to her wedding. At Zhang Bao's command, everyone swiftly mounted their steeds. Lung Lihua took the lead on the foremost horse. Let us depart. With a single word from Zhang Bao, the group set off. Is there no bridal sedan chair? Truly a daughter of a general to ride out on horseback for her wedding. Indeed, the young lady embodies the spirit of a general's daughter, though it is a pity she is a woman. As they witnessed Lung Lihua riding to her wedding, astonishment filled the crowd, yet admiration also arose. It seemed that only Lung Lihua could embark on her wedding in such a manner. Leaving Liangzhou City behind, Lung Lihua and her entourage headed straight for Monglong Village. In Monglong Village, Lu Qing was enjoying a performance of song and dance. Suddenly, he sneezed several times. Darling, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shun Yingping asked, noticing Lu Qing's sneezing and stepping forward with concern. I am fine. Lu Qing shook his head, feeling a strange sense of foreboding, as if something significant were about to occur. However, everything had been going smoothly. Lately, his business was thriving without issue. What could possibly be amiss? A day passed. Monglong Village welcomed a joyous occasion. Meng Xiaojun, the daughter of the Meng family, was to wed Wang Xiucai from Luojia Village. Qinggo, are you not going to take a look? I heard that this Wang Xiucai is set to become the chief clerk at the Luliang County office, Xiao Taizhu said as he passed by Lu Qing's home, noticing him busy in the courtyard. I will go over shortly. Lu Qing replied. Despite having had some misunderstandings with the Meng family, they were still neighbors, and Lu Qing knew he should pay a visit. However, considering his current status, arriving too early might overshadow the occasion, so he opted to wait a little longer to make a brief appearance before returning. Very well. Xiao Taizhu nodded and headed towards the Meng residence. Before long, the Meng household was bustling with a myriad of visitors. The citizens of Monglong Village, Xia Village, and Shanghe Village congregated, filling not only the courtyard of the Meng family, but also the streets beyond as they gathered to witness the spectacle. Has Lu Qing arrived? Someone inquired at that moment. In the eyes of the villagers, Lu Qing held greater prestige than even the village head. I haven't seen him. He probably won't show up. After all, Lu Qing once proposed to the Meng family, but they turned him down. It would likely be awkward for him to come now. Speculations arose regarding Lu Qing's absence. Time passed slowly. The party from Luo Village also arrived at Monglong Village. I've long heard that Monglong Village is unlike any other, and it appears to be true. Indeed. Look at these blue brick houses, they far surpass our adobe homes. Notice how even the doors and windows are covered with paper. The people from Luo Village felt as though they had stepped into a grand garden. Lu Qing is quite remarkable. What good is that? Our Luo Village has produced a county magistrate, a position funded by the emperor himself. At this juncture, the villagers from Luo Village turned their gazes towards Wang Xiucai. Wang Xiucai was set to become the magistrate of Luliang County, a significant achievement for Luo Village, akin to a phoenix rising from a chicken coop. Despite Monglong Village's wealth and status, it remained an ordinary settlement. No matter how impressive Lu Qing was, he would still have to respectfully address Wang Xiucai as sir in the future. Thus, it was said that a man must attain academic success to rise above his peers. Indeed, we have a county magistrate in our Luo Village. Wang Xiucai felt a tinge of embarrassment as he listened to the praises from the villagers. The groom has arrived. The groom has arrived. Someone shouted, prompting cheers of congratulations from the crowd. Everyone became animated. Meng Xiaojun sat in her room listening to the jubilant shouts outside, wearing a smile. No matter how wealthy Lu Qing was, it was her choice of a partner that mattered. Her man was indeed a dragon among men. She was determined to make Lu Qing aware that her chosen one was worthy of admiration, unlike himself, who could not compare. Wang Xiucai arrived at the Meng residence. Xiao Su pays respects to my in-laws. Get up. Meng Dahu grinned widely, hastily urging Wang Xiucai to rise. Initially, he had reservations about Meng Xiaojun marrying Wang Xiucai, but now that Wang had become the magistrate of Luliang County, his opinion had drastically changed. Meng Dahu found himself increasingly fond of Wang Xiucai, as though he had selected the perfect son-in-law. Isn't it about time? Lu Qing calculated the hours and made his way to the Meng residence, only to discover that the event was still ongoing. Qingge, you've come. Wu He and the others approached Lu Qing, eager to greet him. To them, Lu Qing was an idol regardless of the wedding. His presence mandated recognition from all. Everyone is here. Lu Qing smiled and greeted the crowd, initially intending to remain low-key, but inadvertently drawing attention. Lu Qing, you've arrived. Meng Dahu spotted Lu Qing. Congratulations, Uncle Meng. Lu Qing extended his well wishes to Meng Dahu. Too kind. Meng Dahu quickly summoned Wang Xiucai over. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Qing. You two should get to know each other better. Xiao Wang is now the magistrate of Luliang County. Lu Qing, you can seek Xiao Wang's assistance whenever you're in Luliang. We are all from the same village. Meng Dahu's words were laced with pride. How unexpected. Wang Xiong not only marries a beautiful bride today, but also becomes the magistrate of Liang County. Truly a double celebration. Congratulations, Wang Xiong. Lu Qing congratulated Wang Xiaocai. You're too gracious, Lu Xiong. In contrast to Meng Dahe's boastfulness, Wang Xiaocai maintained a humble demeanor and spoke politely to Lu Qing. Uncle Meng seems eager to show off in front of Qing Ge. Wu He discerned Meng Dahe's intentions. There's some truth to that. When Qing Ge proposed, the Meng family declined. Now that Qing Ge's fortunes have improved, although they won't admit it, there's likely some bitterness. With a son-in-law who is a magistrate, it's only natural they want to flaunt it before Qing Ge. Wu Hai added to Wu He's observation. Then it seems Uncle Meng has made a misstep. The officials from Guang'an City and Liang County are all acquainted with Qing Ge, even those from the town North Marquis residents know him. Would Qing Ge truly care about a magistrate? Tian Erwang felt that Meng Dahe was overstepping his bounds. The auspicious time has arrived. Bring forth the bride. Before long, Meng Xiaojun emerged from the Meng residence. She cast a glance at Lu Qing, her eyes filled with pride, as if to signify that henceforth she was superior, and Lu Qing would have to curry favor with her upon encountering her in Liang County. Lu Qing, should you require anything in the future, do mention it. As fellow villagers, we will assist as much as we can. Meng Xiaojun left him with this remark. Thank you very much, Lu Qing replied composed. After all, today was their wedding day. It would be inappropriate for him to disrupt the festivities. Otherwise, he would have long scolded them for mocking him. What was the point of their wedding if it only served to belittle him? Did they think his patience was limitless? Did they presume him easy to provoke? Wang Xiaocai led Meng Xiaojun away from the Meng residence. The crowd followed them to the outskirts of Monglong village, eager to witness the unfolding events. What is that? Suddenly someone spotted a group approaching Monglong village adorned in red silk, with the leading figure dressed in crimson. What is this about? What is happening? Could it be bandits coming to plunder? Unlikely, there are no bandits left in Liang County. As the onlookers expressed their bewilderment, the group approached them. Lung Lihua was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such a gathering. Her initial intent had been to seek out Lu Qing directly. Who are they? Lu Qing turned his gaze towards the newcomers. Lung Lihua. What was she planning? As Lu Qing observed Lung Lihua donned in bridal attire, an unsettling feeling settled over him, for it was evident that her arrival was meant for him alone. She had come for him. Lu Qing. Lung Lihua called out upon spotting him amidst the crowd. Lu Qing realized that evasion was futile. Miss Lung. Lu Qing approached her with a smile. Miss Lung, your attire is truly splendid. A phoenix crown and a bridal gown. Are you getting married? Congratulations, congratulations. Lu Qing offered his heartfelt wishes. We share this joy. Lung Lihua replied. We share this joy. Lu Qing was momentarily stunned. What did it have to do with him? What is this about? I have come to marry you. Today I, Lung Lihua, am here to wed you. I have donned the bridal gown myself, arrived on my own, and prepared my own dowry. Lu Qing, I implore you for a clear answer. Will you marry me or not? Lung Lihua dismounted and strode directly to Lu Qing. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone curiously regarded Lu Qing, astonished that a bride would take such initiative. What could possibly be the reason for this? Wow, our leader is incredible. The followers of Lung Lihua from Lihua village were in awe witnessing her propositioning Lu Qing, each secretly giving a thumbs up, for it was likely only Lung Lihua who could speak to Lu Qing in such a manner. Lu Qing was once again taken aback. What is happening here? Surely you are not joking with me. Lu Qing thought to himself that the Dai Yong dynasty is indeed remarkable. In his previous life, marrying a wife was not a simple matter. It could very well lead to divorce 3 months post-wedding, resulting in the division of half one's assets. Considering Lung Lihua's status, she would certainly be the daughter of a prestigious family in his former life. How could such an individual possibly take the initiative to approach him and express a desire to marry? It is true. Lung Lihua nodded. I believe we should take a moment to calm down. Lu Qing felt that everyone needed to regain composure. Such a sudden revelation was overwhelming for him. Do you think the Jinbei Hofu is unworthy of you, Lu Qing? Lung Lihua fixed her gaze on Lu Qing. What did I just hear? It seems I heard the words Jinbei Hofu. Could this young woman be affiliated with the Jinbei Hofu? That cannot be possible, right? I distinctly heard Lu Qing refer to this young lady as Miss Lung. If that is the case, then she truly is from the Jinbei Hofu. Surely not. How could someone from the Jinbei Hofu marry Lu Qing? He is merely an ordinary individual from Monglong village. The villagers of Monglong were left in shock. No one anticipated that the person who wished to marry Lu Qing would be associated with the Jinbei Hofu. What on earth had Lu Qing done to attract a proposal from someone of such noble lineage? Brother Qing is impressive. I sense that Miss Lung holds genuine feelings for you. You should accept her proposal. At that moment, Wu He chimed in enthusiastically. Indeed. Brother Qing, do not hesitate any longer. After all you can provide for her. Tian Erwang echoed loudly. Lu Qing was speechless. These people were joking at a time like this. Lung Lihua had come in wedding attire, and they found this situation normal. It was far from normal. Lu Qing. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out. Min Xiaowan. Everyone turned to see Min Xiaojuan, who was on the brink of departure for her wedding. Lu Qing, today is my wedding day. Are you attempting to humiliate me in such a manner? Min Xiaowan glared fiercely at Lu Qing, believing he was mocking her. No, there has been a misunderstanding. I genuinely had no idea this would occur. Lu Qing gestured in explanation. You had no idea? I believe you did this intentionally. Min Xiaojuan's lips curled into a slight cold smile. I do not know where you found someone to perform this charade, but do you think I would believe it? Min Xiaowan seemed to perceive everything. Lu Qing felt exasperated. What nonsense was she spewing? A charade? That was a rather inflated opinion of oneself. He had never regarded Min Xiaowan highly. Why was she so arrogantly confident? Did she think he had been pining for her all this time? Average woman. What do you mean by that? The Jinbei Hofu, do you truly believe they would take notice of you? You are merely a villager from Monglong. Do you not grasp the vast gulf between you and them? Min Xiaowan thought that even if Lu Qing wished to put on a show for everyone, this was utterly absurd. Even if he claimed to be the son of the magistrate of Jinchuan County, they might have believed him. But to assert that someone from the Jinbei Hofu was present, Min Xiaowan found Lu Qing ridiculous. This young lady means us no offense, said Leng Lihua as she stepped forward. I, Leng Lihua, am fond of Lu Qing, and this has nothing to do with his status as an ordinary person. Are you still putting on airs? Min Xiaowan thought Leng Lihua to be just as peculiar, refusing to admit to being exposed. Impudent. Upon witnessing someone disrespecting Leng Lihua, Zhang Bao immediately shouted angrily. With his reprimand, those accompanying him surged forward. The villagers of Monglong were frightened and retreated in haste. What do you intend to do? I warn you, my husband is the chief scribe of Luoyang County. Min Xiaowan invoked the identity of Wang Xiucai. Chief scribe. Zhang Bao turned to the groom. Then you must recognize this token. Zhang Bao handed a token to Wang Xiucai. Wang Xiucai took the token, his hands trembling. This was unmistakably the token of the Jinbei Hofu. This general is Zhang Bao, the guard commander of Yanmen Pass, and this young lady is the esteemed Miss Leng Lihua from the Jinbei Hofu, without a doubt. Do you think we have come to deceive you? How ludicrous! What benefit would it serve us to deceive you? Zhang Bao expressed his disbelief. So it is indeed the young lady. General Zhang, please forgive any offense caused. Wang Xiucai immediately bowed to both Leng Lihua and Zhang Bao. There is no need for formality. I hope you will prioritize the welfare of the people in your future endeavors. Leng Lihua waved her hand, signaling Wang Xiucai to hasten Min Xiaojuan's departure. Let us go? Wang Xiucai did not dare to linger, promptly leading Min Xiaowan away. At that moment, Min Xiaowan was utterly dumbfounded, her mind a blank. She had never expected that the visitors were indeed from the Jinbei Hofu. What kind of people had she provoked? But how could someone from the Jinbei Hofu be connected to Lu Qing? Could it be that all of this was a ploy by Lu Qing to take revenge on her? Min Xiaowan remained convinced that Lu Qing was retaliating against her for her family's rejection of his marriage proposal. Yet at this moment, she realized that all her thoughts were mere delusions. That Wang Xiucai is indeed unfortunate. He has offended someone from the Jinbei Hofu. Indeed, it is all due to Min Xiaowan. Had she simply married Wang Xiucai quietly and left, everything would have been fine. Instead, she had to confront Lu Qing, and now she has almost jeopardized her husband's future. Truly, a good wife is worth more than anything. However, Wang Xiucai is commendable. Despite Min Xiaojuan's antics, he has not abandoned her. If it were me, I would have issued a divorce at once. People began to discuss the situation. Min Xiaojuan's reckless behavior had angered the Jinbei Hofu. Had it been anyone else, they might have outright divorced her. Yet Wang Xiucai remained calm and took her away, indicating his decent character. Mengda, who wore a gloomy expression. He had initially believed he had found a fine son-in-law and intended to showcase it before Lu Qing, but who could have anticipated that the young lady from the Jinbei Hofu would arrive to propose to Lu Qing instead? What could possibly be the reason behind this? Lu Qing, will you marry me? Leng Lihua asked once more. Zhang Bao stood beside Leng Lihua. Before him stood the individual whom Leng Lihua claimed could alter the situation, yet he appeared utterly ordinary. This was just an average person. Earlier, the bride had treated Lu Qing with such disdain, and he had not even countered he might as well be a decorative pillow. How could such a person change the situation? Yanmen Pass was a place of military engagement, and valor. A decorative pillow was merely an ornament. Furthermore, how could Lu Qing remain indifferent when the young lady from the Jinbei Hofu made such a proposal? Was it that the Jinbei Hofu did not meet his standards? Zhang Bao felt that Lu Qing was exceedingly arrogant. Lu Qing gazed at Leng Lihua. Has something occurred? Lu Qing inquired. A smile broke on Leng Lihua's face. Indeed, Lu Qing was more cunning than a fox. Though he had never left Monglong village, he was a difficult man to deceive. Zhang Bao was also taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Qing would suddenly pose such a question. He mused that they had never let anything slip. You truly are hard to fool. If something has indeed happened, Leng Lihua admitted, candidly, well aware that to solicit Lu Qing's assistance, she could not keep him in the dark. Let us go? Without further ado, Lu Qing led Leng Lihua and the others towards his home. Upon arriving home, Han Xionyang and the others were momentarily stunned to see Lu Qing and Leng Lihua together. Hadn't Lu Qing gone to the Meng family? Why was he with Leng Lihua? And what was the meaning of Leng Lihua's bridal attire? Miss Leng. Hello everyone, from now on we shall be good sisters. Please take care of me in the future. Leng Lihua playfully greeted Han Xionyang and the others. Good sisters. Han Xionyang and her companions seemed to comprehend the implication of Leng Lihua's words. Could it be that Lu Qing had indeed captured the heart of the eldest daughter of the Jinbei Marquis residence? They had not expected Lu Qing to be so formidable. Go on, do not pay attention to her nonsensical prattle. My relationship with her is utterly innocent, Lu Qing hastily clarified. Though she had approached him of her own accord, it did not imply his consent. I have traveled a great distance from Liangzhou to marry you, and you still claim we are innocent. I believe soon the entire Luoyang region will know that you, Lu Qing, are the son-in-law of the Jinbei Marquis residence, Leng Lihua remarked, gazing at Lu Qing. Lu Qing was at a loss for words. Leng Lihua had clearly decided to act unilaterally, leaving him without any room for choice. Observing her adopt this approach of marrying him to sever his escape route indicated that significant matters were at hand. You arrived in bridal attire unabashedly, entering Monglong village precisely to announce that you, Leng Lihua, have married me, Lu Qing. Lu Qing scrutinized Leng Lihua, who smiled and nodded, confirming his supposition. Indeed, it appears I have been thoroughly ensnared on the vessel of the Jinbei Marquis residence with no possibility of extrication. Am I now bound to rise or fall together with the Jinbei Marquis house? Lu Qing asked Leng Lihua. She nodded once more. It was no wonder that Lu Qing was astute. In her silence, he had discerned the truth entirely. This man was truly remarkably so much, so that even the clever Leng Lihua considered him beyond the ordinary. Is there a situation at Yinmen Pass? Indeed, Leng Lihua confirmed. How did you come to know? At this moment, Zhang Bao was still processing the unfolding events, curious about how Lu Qing had acquired such knowledge. Your esteemed lady's marriage to me is precisely to tether me to the Jinbei Marquis residence. I surmise that your elaborate scheme must relate to troubles at Yinmen Pass. If the Marquis and his men encounter difficulties that cannot be resolved, the Jinbei Marquis residence shall suffer, and I, as its son-in-law, will be unable to escape. While explaining, Lu Qing cast a glance at Leng Lihua. Do you truly believe I can unravel this crisis, Leng Lihua? Lu Qing sought to understand her intentions. Aside from you, I can conceive of no one else. If you cannot, then no one can. Forcing you into this is a last resort, though otherwise, given your disposition, you would never take action, Leng Lihua admitted frankly. She had donned her bridal attire to leave Lu Qing with no retreat. Astute. You have indeed accounted for my involvement, Lu Qing said, shaking his head in resignation. Leng Lihua's strategy of placing herself in the fray had effectively ensnared him. Should anything dire occur to the Jinbei Marquis residence, his inexplicably entangled son-in-law will genuinely be unable to disentangle himself. It seemed that one must never underestimate a woman. I implore your assistance. Today's marriage was not of my choosing. If you can rescue my father, I, Leng Lihua, am willing to serve as your maid. Leng Lihua implored, her gaze fixed on Lu Qing. The fate of the Jinbei Marquis residence rested upon Lu Qing's shoulders. Lu Qing fell silent, deep in thought. Darling, Han Xionyang interjected. Yes. If you can truly assist, then please do so. The Dongxiang people are advancing southward, slaughtering our Daong subjects and coercing us into tributes. Such actions are utterly abhorrent. Indeed, we beseech you to lend your aid. Han Xionyang and her companions kneeled before Lu Qing, pleading for his help on behalf of the Jinbei Marquis residence. You need not kneel, I have not declared my refusal to assist. Rise. Lu Qing gestured for Han Xionyang and the others to stand, pleased by their patriotic fervor. Thank you. Leng Lihua expressed her gratitude to Lu Qing. With Lu Qing's aid, the situation began to shift. Do not rush to thank me. First tell me the current state of Yinmen Pass. Lu Qing desired to understand the conditions there and whether they were as dire as he feared. General Zhang. Leng Lihua turned to Zhang Bao, urging him to inform Lu Qing of the situation. The Dongxiang army, numbering 100,000, is advancing southward, threatening Yinmen Pass. The Marquis opted for a flanking strategy, leading an assault on Duanyang City, only to discover that the Dongxiang had allied with the Xiongnu. The Marquis has now been trapped in Duanyang City, leaving Yinmen Pass vulnerable, and the young Marquis has sustained serious injuries. Presently, we are unsure of his condition. Zhang Bao recounted the events before his departure. Lu Qing furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the situation at Yinmen Pass was so grave. What now? Leng Lihua regarded Lu Qing, hopeful that he could devise a means to turn the tide. Although the circumstances are dire, they are not entirely devoid of hope. As the military adage states, one must risk death to find life. Lu Qing addressed Leng Lihua and Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. What an inspiring thought. Merely hearing this phrase made Zhang Bao believe that Lu Qing possessed significant capabilities far beyond mere reputation. Then let us depart immediately. Zhang Bao could hardly contain his urgency. The situation at Yinmen Pass was pressing, and they could not afford any delay. Not so fast. Lu Qing directed his gaze toward Leng Lihua. I have a plan, but will those soldiers heed my command? Those soldiers were fierce fighters, typically following only the orders of seasoned generals like Leng Qiji and Leng Bufan. Would they listen to someone like him who had nothing to his name? To achieve victory, one must follow through on promises and commands must be executed. It necessitated a leader whom everyone respected. Lu Qing was acutely aware of this fact. I understand your concerns. This is my brother's treasured sword. Military orders are absolute. Those who disobey shall face dire consequences. Furthermore, your current identity as the son-in-law of the Jinbei Marquis residence ensures that no one will dare to disregard your commands, Leng Lihua replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was surprised to realize that Leng Lihua's marriage had an additional layer of significance. It appeared he had underestimated her. Lu Qing took the long sword from Leng Lihua's hand. It was indeed a fine sword, though regrettably the craftsmanship fell short of perfection. Let us be off. Lu Qing rose. Are you leaving so soon, my husband? Han Xionyang and the others were taken aback by Lu Qing's sudden departure. Indeed, on the battlefield circumstances change rapidly. Even a minute's delay could result in lost opportunities, so I must hasten my journey, Lu Qing explained with a smile. Upon exiting his home, Lu Qing encountered Wu Fatsai. Lu Qing, Uncle Fatsai, what brings you here? I am heading to Yimenguan. Lu Qing did not conceal his intentions, sensing that Wu Fatsai had come to seek him due to some inkling of the situation. It was better to be forthright than to let Wu Fatsai's imagination run wild. Wuhi, father, you too must accompany your brother Qing to Yimenguan. Remember, you must protect him well. You should anything happen to Lu Qing, do not return. Wu Fatsai instructed his sons Wu Ha and Wu Hai. Understood. Both nodded in agreement. Lu Qing, keep them by your side for mutual support, Wu Fatsai elaborated. Thank you, Uncle Fatsai. Lu Qing genuinely appreciated Wu Fatsai's kindness. You should also take the Monglong Way with you. There are no bandits left in Luoyang County, and we are quite safe. Wu Fatsai further suggested that Lu Qing take the Monglong Way along. That won't do. Lu Qing shook his head. I wish I could bring everyone, but we are traveling on horseback, and we do not have enough mounts, Lu Qing explained with a rueful smile, prompting Wu Fatsai to understand. Alas, I've grown forgetful in my old age. Take as many as you can. Wu Fatsai smiled wryly, having focused solely on urging Lu Qing to bring more men, hoping they could assist at Yimenguan. Very well. Lu Qing nodded. Upon departing from Monglong village, Lu Qing summoned Xu Hu and the others. Including Wu Ha and Wu Hai, he selected a total of 13 men. Let us depart. Yes. The group followed Lu Qing as they set off. They traveled day and night. After a full day and night, Lu Qing and his companions arrived at Yimenguan, where they saw countless civilians fleeing. It seemed that the stronghold could no longer be held. General, we are down to only 5,000 men. If the Dongxiang launch another assault, we may not withstand it. From an original force of 20,000, they had miraculously managed to hold off 100,000 Dongxiang troops. Even if they lost Yimenguan, now they bore no blame. Only 5,000 left. Jiang Ping furrowed his brow. Could Yimenguan truly be indefensible? If they lost this stronghold, the Dongxiang would likely turn their attention to Lingqiji. The fate of the 50,000 soldiers was uncertain, and the Daiyong dynasty would once again face extortion from the Dongxiang. Clear the battlefield first, let the injured brothers rest. Organize the men to patrol in shifts. We must not give the Dongxiang any chance to launch a surprise attack. Jiang Ping gave his orders, realizing he could only leave matters to fate. As Jiang Ping issued his commands, a cavalry of Dongxiang approached Yimenguan. Jiang Ping frowned. Prepare for defense. Understood. The men grew vigilant. The Dongxiang troops reached the base of the city. Listen, defenders of Yimenguan, we are preparing for a full assault. Should you surrender now, we will spare your lives. Otherwise, when the city falls, none shall remain. Hearing the words from below, Jiang Ping and the others were stunned. Were the Dongxiang truly announcing their intention to launch a full-scale attack? What was their true aim? General, what does this mean? I am not certain. Li Bumao never plays by the rules. His tactics are unpredictable, and there must surely be a trap here. Jiang Ping was equally perplexed, but knew that Li Bumao's communication of an impending assault was likely a ruse. The Dongxiang are preparing for a total attack. We may not withstand it. Indeed, many began to display worried expressions. Jiang Ping listened to their despondent remarks and suddenly realized that announcing the total assault was a psychological tactic to pressure them, aiming to shatter their morale. Once their spirit wavered, the military's cohesion would crumble. Li Bumao would easily seize Yinmen, one having launched a psychological warfare. Jiang Ping furrowed his brow. He understood Li Bumao's scheme, but felt powerless to counter it, for their current situation was dire. They could not withstand a Dongxiang assault. Li Bumao was merely revealing the truth to them. Then come at us if you dare. Jiang Ping summoned his courage to respond. General, why deceive yourself? Yimenguan has few troops left, and with the consumption of recent days, you likely have fewer than 5,000 men remaining, and your provisions must be running low. The person below laughed as he spoke. Jiang Ping found himself at a loss for words, astonished that the enemy was so well informed about their plight at Yinmenguan. That may not be the case. Who said Yinmenguan has no troops? Just as Jiang Ping struggled to formulate a retort, a voice rang out. Jiang Ping and the others were taken aback, curious about who would dare respond thus. A scholar seemingly appearing out of nowhere stood atop the city wall. You. Jiang Ping regarded the newcomer, completely unacquainted with him. Who had allowed this stranger to ascend? I am Lu Qing. Lu Qing introduced himself with a smile. Lu Qing. Jiang Ping paused, then recalled that during his time at the Zhenbeiho residence with Fatsai, had sent a letter to the Marquis, mentioning Lu Qing, lauding his prowess. But what was Lu Qing doing here? General. At this moment Lin Lihua and Zhang Bao arrived at the city wall. Recognizing them, Jiang Ping understood that Lu Qing had presumably come with Zhang Bao. Miss, General, you have endured much hardship. Not at all of it is my duty, and I bear it willingly. Rest assured, General. The matters ahead will be handled by Lu Qing. Lin Lihua turned to Lu Qing, and Jiang Ping thought to himself, is this truly advisable? Lu Qing, though formidable, lacked any experience in military engagements. What does the young lady mean by this? Have no worries. Lin Lihua had unwavering faith in Lu Qing. Lu Qing gazed down at the Dongxiang troops. Who dares to speak so brazenly? I am merely a scholar, yet more than capable of dealing with you. If you wish to assault the city, then come forth. Lu Qing boldly challenged. Jiang Ping swallowed hard, thinking how reckless this man was. Should the Dongxiang truly attack, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand. The priority now was to find a way to stall the Dongxiang, not provoke them. This you. Jiang Ping sought to caution Lu Qing. Yinmenguan could no longer bear any assault. Rest assured, General, I have a plan. Lu Qing sensed Jiang Ping's lack of confidence and smiled to reassure him that there was no need for concern. As long as I, Lu Qing, am here, the Dongxiang shall never set foot into Yinmenguan. Lu Qing proclaimed with great confidence. Jiang Ping and the others exchanged incredulous glances, thinking this man was quite the braggart. They had long heard that scholars were lofty in their ambitions, but Lu Qing had taken it to an entirely new level, believing himself invincible. Do you know about the situation at Yinmenguan? Are you aware of the terrifying nature of the Dongxiang people? Are you implying that I possess a method to resolve this? What method could that be? I fear that when the city falls, the first to flee will be scholars like yourself. Arrogant. A mere scholar dares to provoke the formidable Dongxiang army. Jiang Ping and his companions were momentarily taken aback. The Dongxiang soldiers below were equally stunned. It was commonplace for both sides to hurl insults at one another in the heat of battle, yet to be humiliated by a scholar was an unprecedented affront. Had a warrior mocked them, they might have borne it more easily, but being ridiculed by a scholar was a profound disgrace. To me you are naught but insignificant creatures. Lu Qing continued his derision. Jiang Ping and the others felt a cold sweat break out. The mockery was too severe. Did Lu Qing truly not fear provoking the Dongxiang people? Very well, when the city falls we shall see if you remain so haughty. The words have been spoken, we take our leave. The Dongxiang leader chose not to engage further with Lu Qing. As they watched the Dongxiang soldiers depart, everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Qing. You are too impulsive. If you anger the Dongxiang, they will surely launch a full-scale assault on Yinmenguan, and we cannot hold out against that. Your rashness jeopardizes us. At that moment, a general stepped forward to chastise Lu Qing for his recklessness. In this moment, Lu Qing seemed to have squandered all their efforts. Impulsive. If we do not act with urgency, will the Dongxiang refrain from besieging the city? Lu Qing retorted. This. The general was momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless of whether we are impulsive, the fact remains that the Dongxiang will besiege the city. Since the outcome is immutable, why should we grovel? There is a saying, it is better to stand and die than to kneel and live. Lu Qing spoke with a calm demeanor. This. The surrounding individuals fell into silence. What a powerful statement, better to stand and die than to kneel and live. Zhang Bao gazed at Lu Qing with admiration, surprised that a scholar could utter such courageous words. He had truly underestimated Lu Qing. Lu Qing, do you have any strategies to confront the Dongxiang? Lin Lihua inquired eagerly. Lu Qing turned his attention towards the departing Dongxiang soldiers. The fact that they have sent messengers to inform us of the time of their assault clearly indicates their intent to apply pressure. It appears their commander is quite formidable. Jiang Ping regarded Lu Qing with newfound respect. Just from the Dangxiang's envoy, he sensed that Li Bumo was not an ordinary adversary. Was it possible that Lu Qing possessed such remarkable acumen? Li Bumo, the commander of the Dongxiang, is known for his cautious demeanor, adept at strategizing, and well-versed in military tactics. Our unexpected raid on Duanyang City was anticipated by him. Jiang Ping shared this information with Lu Qing. Indeed. Lu Qing nodded. I am aware, which is precisely why I chose to assert my strength. If we present ourselves as formidable, Li Bumo will undoubtedly suspect that Yinmenguan is not as vulnerable as he perceives, thus hesitating to launch an attack. Lu Qing explained the reasoning behind his confrontation with the Dongxiang, intending to create the illusion that Yinmenguan had additional resources, instilling doubt in Li Bumo's mind. This. Jiang Ping and the others were astounded. They had not anticipated that everything that had just transpired was part of a scheme aimed at Li Bumo. Lu Qing had just arrived at Yanmengwen, and yet it seemed as if tensions between him and Li Bumo were already at a breaking point. Li Bumo had attempted to exert psychological pressure on them, and Lu Qing had turned the tables, obscuring the true state of Yanmengwen from Li Bumo. This was indeed a clever manipulation between astute minds, each move calculated with precision. Even if Li Bumo harbors suspicions, it is unlikely that he will be delayed for long. Someone suggested that while Lu Qing's psychological tactics might affect Li Bumo, they were not a fundamental solution. I understand, but at the very least this will buy us time to consider other options. Lu Qing gazed at the bodies beneath the city wall. Su Hu Zhou Qian Wu He. Present. I require you to act as envoys and proceed to the Dongxiang camp. Are you willing? Lu Qing inquired. Willing. The three responded without hesitation. Jiang Ping, Zhang Bao, and the others were taken aback, completely bewildered by Lu Qing's intentions. Were they not essentially marching to their own demise by approaching the Dongxiang camp? Moreover, these three individuals exhibited unwavering faith in Lu Qing's decision. Did they not realize he was sending them to their deaths? Were they truly so foolish or naive as to trust Lu Qing implicitly? Excellent. Lu Qing smiled. Send word to gather the bodies of the Dongxiang soldiers and deliver them to their camp. Lu Qing's decision left everyone even more astonished. He intended to return the bodies of the Dongxiang soldiers. What did this mean? Did he seek to curry favor with the Dongxiang? I oppose this. At that moment, someone stepped forward. Oppose. Lu Qing turned his gaze upon the dissenting voice. Indeed, the Dongxiang are attacking Yanmengwen, having slaughtered many of our brothers. We harbor an intense hatred for them, wishing nothing less than to flay their skin and break their bones. You think that by returning their dead, they will abandon their assault on Yanmengwen. Indeed, the bodies of the Dongxiang must not be returned. Destroy them. A scholar knows nothing of the brutal realities of war. Having a scholar dictate our actions before us is intolerable. Several individuals rose to express their dissatisfaction with Lu Qing. Lu Qing regarded them. He had anticipated such dissenters and discontented voices. He slowly raised his sword. This sword is the blade of Lung Bufan, who sent me here to aid you in repelling the Dongxiang. Thus from this moment forth you must heed my commands. Anyone who disobeys shall face dire consequences. Lu Qing cautioned them. Are you threatening us? When we were risking our lives, you were likely off enjoying yourself. Do you think you can intimidate us with just a sword? The dissenters clearly dismissed Lu Qing's words. They were convinced that he was merely leveraging the power of the sword. Very well. Lu Qing nodded. Seize these few individuals and administer 50 military strikes to each. His tone had turned icy. Lu Qing. Lung Lihua had not anticipated such a punishment from Lu Qing. At this moment their priority should be to devise a strategy to repel the Dongxiang, not to inflict harm on their own. If you wish for my assistance, then you must abide by my orders. I hold the highest military authority here. To defeat the Dongxiang, we must act in unison, and my commands must be followed without question. Otherwise, how can we repel the enemy? They have undermined my authority and questioned my decisions. Am I wrong to punish them? If you believe my punishment is unjust, then I shall take my leave. Lu Qing's tone was grave. This was his bottom line. In the theater of war, even a moment's carelessness could lead to death. He had to be responsible for everyone, and therefore could not tolerate any challenge to his authority. Lu Qing's single utterance rendered the crowd who wished to intercede speechless. We risk our lives for you, and you dare to humiliate us in such a manner. Humiliate. Lu Qing cast a glance at the few who remained unconvinced. This is a warning. Should you persist, I will order an immediate execution for public display. The Deyong Empire does not lack for your kind, Lu Qing declared with an imperious tone devoid of any scholarly meekness, resembling a general commanding vast armies with absolute authority. Take them away. Lu Qing commanded. Yet no one moved. Lu Qing's gaze sharpened. Young Master Lu, pardon me, military orders must be followed. Take them away. Zhang Bao ordered, and soon individuals stepped forward to escort the dissenters away. Lu Qing. At that moment Lung Lihua stepped forward. I wish to understand why you intend to return the corpses of the Dongxiang people. Lung Lihua sought an explanation, though Lu Qing was under no obligation to provide one. Psychological warfare, Lu Qing elucidated. The Dongxiang are human as well. Do you think that seeing so many of their kin die attacking Yanmen Pass would not stir something within them? Lu Qing queried. In the face of the death of their comrades, people become acutely aware of the peril of mortality, leading to a wavering resolve that could easily undermine the current momentum of the Dongxiang. Lu Qing articulated his rationale. Upon hearing Lu Qing's reasoning, Jiang Ping, Zhang Bao, and others exchanged glances, surprised by the potential utility of corpses. Furthermore, if corpses are left to decay, they will emit a foul stench and harbor bacteria. Thus, returning the bodies serves as a form of biological attack, Lu Qing added. Biological attack. The term was new to the group, though they were aware of the infectious diseases that often arise from corpses on the battlefield. Your plan is commendable, but currently we are mortal enemies with the Dongxiang people. Those who venture into the Dongxiang camp may very well meet their demise, Jiang Ping remarked, glancing at Wu He and the others, seemingly cautioning them against a perilous expedition. Not at all, Lu Qing replied with a confident smile. On what grounds do you say that? Jiang Ping inquired, puzzled. Could it be that Lu Qing had a deeper understanding of the Dongxiang than they did? Lu Qing had never set foot on the battlefield, remaining ignorant of the true nature of the Dongxiang. While my understanding of the Dongxiang is not extensive, we can compel them to make a choice. If we return the bodies of their fallen, and if Li Bumo dares to harm our men, he shall face the wrath of a forsaken kin. Lu Qing seemed to have Li Bumo's fate in his grasp. Wu He, Brother Qing, you three prepare the carts to return the bodies of the Dongxiang. State that our De Yong Empire is a nation of propriety. Though the Dongxiang have descended south to wage war, we shall still treat them with respect. These soldiers are innocent, the fault lies with the court. Lu Qing articulated his intentions. Understood. Soon Wu He and his companions descended from the city tower, exiting the city gates to load the corpses onto the carts. Damn it, worst comes to worst, it's just death. Even the common soldiers are bold enough to approach the Dongxiang camp. Ooh, I cannot allow myself to be underestimated, Jiang Ping observed the trio. If an ordinary citizen held such disregard for death, how much more resolute should they as leaders be? I shall join as well, Jiang Ping promptly declared as he gathered his men. With Jiang Ping's participation, the Dongxiang corpses were swiftly organized. Wu He and the others made their way to the Dongxiang camp. What shall we do next? Zhang Bao inquired of Lu Qing. How many troops are capable of combat within Yinmen Pass? Lu Qing asked. Approximately 5,000, came the reply. That will suffice. Next, we shall employ the tactic of making every tree and bush seem like a soldier. Making every tree and bush seem like a soldier. What does that mean? Zhang Bao was perplexed by Lu Qing's phrase. The 5,000 cannot withstand the assault of the Dongxiang, so we must summon reinforcements to bolster the defenders of Yinmen Pass, ensuring the Dongxiang think twice before acting recklessly. Lu Qing revealed his strategy. Reinforcements. Young Master Lu, you may not be aware, but we currently lack reinforcements. Even if they were available, it would take at least a month to mobilize them. Zhang Bao sighed in resignation, sensing Lu Qing's misunderstanding of the current situation. If reinforcements were available, they would not be in such a precarious position. Yinmen Pass had no reinforcements whatsoever. I say there will be, Lu Qing asserted. Oh. Zhang Bao looked incredulously at Leng Lihua, questioning Lu Qing's reliability. Just moments before he had seen Lu Qing's cleverness bring hope to Yinmen Pass, yet such a naive statement contradicted that impression. How could one simply claim reinforcements exist without any? Could it be that celestial soldiers will descend? Surely not. Lu Qing, where are these reinforcements you speak of? Leng Lihua's anxiety was palpable. She was uncertain of Lu Qing's intentions. Are there not still 5,000 soldiers within Yinmen Pass? They will serve as our reinforcements, Lu Qing stated, turning his attention to Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao. Yes. Does Yinmen Pass have any discreet exits? Yes, Zhang Bao nodded. Excellent. After nightfall, you shall lead 5,000 men quietly out of the city, ensuring no one notices, and then return with great fanfare. Repeat this process a dozen times. 5,000 each time, 10,000 on the second, and 50,000 after 10 times. Lu Qing detailed his plan. At this moment, understanding dawned upon them. Young Master, you intend for these 5,000 to repeatedly enter and exit Yinmen Pass, masquerading as reinforcements stationed there. Zhang Bao's eyes sparkled with insight. Precisely, Lu Qing affirmed. The art of warfare teaches us that deception is paramount, whether real or feigned. As long as we can convince the enemy, it serves our purpose. I intend to make it appear as though Yinmen Pass boasts 100,000 defenders overnight. This was his strategy. With no reinforcements, they would create the illusion of reinforcements. But can this truly work? Some voiced their concerns regarding Lu Qing's plan. As long as we execute everything meticulously, even if this endeavor is a fabrication, all will come to believe it is genuine. Beginning tomorrow, we must not skimp on provisions, and we shall borrow bowls and chopsticks from every household within Yinmen Pass. Lu Qing patiently outlined the details of his plan. Do you understand? Understood. Zhang Bao nodded. Yang Chong Han Qing Feng, Quan, you three shall go and borrow bowls and chopsticks. Yes. Off you go. Lu Qing gestured for everyone to get to work. You should go as well, Leng Lihua suggested to Lu Qing. No, I shall remain atop this city tower. Since I am responsible for coordinating everything, I must be at the forefront to swiftly receive all news, Lu Qing declared, situating himself upon the tower of Yinmen Pass. Thank you, Leng Lihua gazed at Lu Qing with gratitude. In such a brief time since his arrival, Lu Qing had devised multiple strategies, seemingly rendering the 10,000-strong army of the Dongxiang mere trifles in his eyes, easily vanquishable. It appeared that hope lingered for Yinmen Pass, and perhaps for her father as well. Why must my lady be so polite with me? Lu Qing gazed at Leng Lihua. Who is your lady? Leng Lihua shot him a glare, recalling the circumstances that had left her with no choice. You have married me. Do you wish to rescind it? That was merely a stratagem. Do you not comprehend? Leng Lihua countered Lu Qing's words. Ahead lay the grand encampment of the Dongxiang people. Jiang Ping gestured forward and Wu He and the others beheld the well-structured tents of the Dongxiang, with numerous soldiers patrolling the perimeter. As they caught sight of Wu He and his companions, a contingent of Dongxiang soldiers surged toward them. Who goes there? Troops of the Daong dynasty. Have you come to submit to us, the Dongxiang? The leading Dongxiang commander inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Our soldiers of the Daong dynasty do not submit to foes, Jiang Ping retorted. Then what is your purpose? The Dongxiang commander scrutinized Jiang Ping. If they were not here to yield, then what was their intent? Our Daong dynasty is a land of propriety, who, despite your unruliness, we shall treat you with respect. We have come to return the bodies of your fallen soldiers. Jiang Ping pointed toward the carts behind them. The carts were laden with the corpses of the Dongxiang warriors. Is this for real? The Dongxiang commander was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the soldiers of the Daong dynasty would voluntarily return the bodies of their warriors, which was indeed surprising. Of course it is true, Jiang Ping affirmed. Then come with me. The Dongxiang commander ceased further argument and led Jiang Ping and his companions toward the encampment. Upon arriving at the exterior of the camp, wait, inside the commander's tent. What did you say? The soldiers' bodies from Yinmen Pass have been returned. Li Bumao was momentarily stunned upon hearing the news. Yes, I observed it clearly. It is indeed our soldiers' bodies currently outside the camp. Is this? Li Bumao squinted. The action seemed rather peculiar. There is a saying, unusual occurrences often harbor ulterior motives. Was Yinmen Pass concocting some plot? Marshal, what do they intend by this? I do not know, Li Bumao admitted, perplexed. Such a peculiar maneuver was unprecedented. Logically, the soldiers of the Daong dynasty at Yinmen Pass should harbor deep-seated hatred toward them. How could they possibly return the bodies of the Dongxiang? This was illogical. Who currently holds command at Yinmen Pass? Li Bumao inquired. Lung Qiji resided in Duanyang City, and even if he were at Yinmen Pass, Li Bumao was certain Lung Qiji would never return the bodies of their warriors. Someone else must have taken charge. What were they scheming? I am unaware. Unaware. Li Bumao's expression darkened with anger. In the midst of war, you dare tell me you do not know who our adversary is? General, when I reported the general assault to Yinmen Pass today, I encountered a scholar on the city wall. This person spoke with great authority and seemed to disregard our Dongxiang. At this moment, someone had a realization. A scholar. Li Bumao pondered deeply. When did Yinmen Pass have a scholar? Immediately send someone to investigate this scholar. Understood. The individual before Li Bumao promptly departed. And what of those outside? Let us kill them, someone suggested regarding the Daong soldiers who had brought the bodies. That cannot be. Li Bumao waved his hand. Regardless of their intentions, they returned the bodies of our soldiers. If we were to slaughter them, would we not be seen as? Li Bumao interrupted the individual's suggestion. Follow me outside. Yes. After a brief interval. What do you believe will happen next? I do not know. Perhaps the Dongxiang will capture us. We are truly unfortunate to heed the words of a scholar. Several soldiers who had come to return the bodies began to grumble. Silence. Jiang Ping admonished them, turning to Wu He and the others, who appeared calm and unperturbed, as if the Dongxiang would not harm them. They're coming, Su Hu announced. Li Bumao approached with his entourage. Dongxiang Marshal Li Bumao. Jiang Ping clenched his fist, for this man had brought them to such a dire state, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. General, remain composed. There will be opportunities for vengeance. Presently our task is to return the bodies and not disturb Qing guest plan. Wu, he urged Jiang Ping, concerned about his impulsiveness. Very well. Jiang Ping nodded. Li Bumao arrived at the camp's exterior, a smile adorning his face. I did not anticipate that you would demonstrate such profound righteousness by returning the bodies of our soldiers. Allow me to bow to you all. Li Bumao bowed, devoid of the imposing demeanor typical of a Dongxiang marshal, appearing instead as an ordinary individual. Wu He and the others exchanged glances, surprised that the Dongxiang marshal was such a person. Our Daong dynasty has always upheld righteousness and propriety. We return the bodies of your soldiers, hoping you will reconsider and avoid reigniting the flames of war, leading to the needless sacrifice of our warriors. Wu He responded, adhering to Lu Qing's instructions. Li Bumao turned his gaze toward Wu He, initially expecting it to be Jiang Ping clad in armor, speaking only to find it was this man in simple garments. Could this person